that has momentum. Both, they come from like an origin of Team World League Council, and both Eduardo Sashkalik, you see there in the middle, and Alex Rohan there on the right, ended up top 8ing the last Pro Tour just a week ago here in Amsterdam. And so if you're running with that level of success right into the next event, it really gives you, that extra, boost. Like, you can do it, you're feeling confident, you're feeling the momentum. And we have Sebastian Rohan, which, some of you may not know, but also used to play a lot with Alex. If you ask the British community, they can tell you about those two teenagers who used to tear up the British tournament, like 8 years ago. And so that's certainly Seb and Alex Rohan. They're the two brothers playing alongside Eduardo.
Absolutely, and also can we just point out that Alex and Sebastian look like twins. So Alex, he won the regional championship in Prague. Yes. Eduardo, as you just mentioned, top 8 Pro Tour twice this year, which is incredible. And also Eduardo is a team lead in Limited in World League Council, have a play team, which is very impressive. So of course, no surprises here, right?
Yeah, and Alex also the second most winningest player on the Pro Tour right now in Limited.
Incredible.
Like, he has the second highest win rate right after Tony Portolan. So yeah, no surprise to see this team doing super, super well.
Yeah, which is just shows, right? So we are going to see this match in the future.
Oh!
Actually, with Eduardo, so like a little bit of spoiler. So Philip, what are you looking towards to,
Yeah, I mean, I'm really excited. I mean, we are going to see some teams that made it into day 2. So I feel like yesterday we saw a lot of skilled plays throughout the day that sometimes even me and Simon were surprised about. Some interactions that maybe didn't come across before that we saw and got impressed by. But day 2, I feel like we are going to see more of that because this is the best teams that made it. Only 67 teams out of 552 made it from day 1 into day 2. So today we are going to see even more skilled Magic. They are going to be with completely new decks, and I'm excited to see these teams. As you said, Alex Rohan, I feel like I've been hearing this name more and more, and I'm excited to see this new talent in Magic come true and just, put these pros that have been here for 20 years into check, and we have seen a lot of them as well this weekend.
Absolutely, I totally agree with you both. So we are all very excited, very pumped, and hope you are too, those who watch from home. And if you're here in Brussels, again, we're here to bring you all the action. We're very excited. And now the casters are ready, so it's up to Martin and Mengu. So back to the casters.
Hello everyone and welcome to round 11 of Magic Spotlight Marvel Superheroes here in Brussels. I'm Andrea Mengucci, joining me Martin Juza, and as Maria, Simon and Philippe already told you, we are bringing you table 1 of this event, which involves the 2 super teams right now. We have on one side the Americans, who are still undefeated. We have Puisi Clark, Tonol and Faust playing against the English and I guess Canadian super team of the Rohans and Sajgalik. It's very exciting. Martin, do you know this player? Have you heard about him recently?
Yeah, I mean, talk about a good run. Coming hot off of Pro Tour top 8 at the Pro Tour Marvel Superheroes in Amsterdam last week. Both Eduardo and Alex are on an incredible run, and yeah, they're riding the good runs, and they're playing well. They know their limited stuff. They had extensive preparation for the Pro Tour, and it's paying off.
Indeed, and at the opposite side, we also have some other Pro Tour top 8 level. We have Zevin Faust and Quintonol, who top 8 at World Championship and the Pro Tour, and then also their third member, Puisi Clark, who's tearing the Regional Championship American circuit. I feel like every time there's an American RC, his name is there, either him or his brother. Definitely a name that we hear them a lot, but here we have the 2 young prodigy that are winning a lot in Magic. Alex Rohan versus Zevin Faust, and looks like Zevin is on the play, and but yeah, let's go.
So this is round 11, first game of this round. Zevin starts with a turn 2 Futurist Forge, one of the best cards in these blue decks that allows you to make land drops, smooth out your draws, have something to do in the late game. Draw some extra cards when you're flooding out a bit and make sure that you have more stuff to do than your opponent. Alex just spends his first turn Lens Cycling Roxenbrood, fixing his mana. Lots of red and black cards, nothing incredibly exciting.
Rakdos is a combination we haven't seen very much yesterday. I might even say we've never seen it, actually. So I'm surprised to see Alex bringing this combination, which is probably one of the weakest color combination in draft. But of course, this is sealed, team sealed, so almost every color combination has to be kind of played, especially, you know, if you open some of these rares like this Ares over here.
Yeah, Ares God of War, certainly one of the better red-black cards. And yeah, red and black are the two weaker colors. Mostly because the cheap cards in these colors are not very good. The 2-drops are a bit lacking when you compare that to white, blue, and green. But if you're playing a team sealed out of 12 pools, out of 12 packs, you're going to find enough cards to make a good red and black deck. So we're probably going to be looking at a villain deck here. And yeah, turn 4 Electra, that's a really good tempo play here for Alex.
Good old Shriekmaw, a creature, a 3/3 creature that comes in and kills an opponent creature, a clear 2-for-1, one of the most powerful card in the set. And here Alex with a back-to-back rare, very powerful start.
Yeah, and there's a lot of cards in black that also allow you to get a creature back from your graveyard, maybe play it again. So Electra is certainly one of the best cards in the format. Zevin follows up. Wow, Division, that's also one of the best cards in the format. It's a 4-mana 2/5. It has flying and vigilance. And whenever you cast a non-creature spell, you get to choose one of 3 effects. You either get Double Strike, Indestructible, or you get to draw a card. And as you can imagine, Blue-Red is probably going to be playing quite a few of those.
Very good. Although Zevin really wanted to hit a 5th land drop to follow up with the Wiccan that he would have played for free with a Crimson Operative. So kind of like sad about the fact that he missed the land drop. And now even more sad that the Skrull Alliance gets to exile Division. And Alex is keeping up the pressure. Although he was on the draw, he's definitely feeling like he's winning this race here.
Yeah, value is certainly the name of the game here in Marvel Superheroes. And I would say it goes value followed by flying and removal. Those are, I would say, the top 3 most important things in the format. Fixing is also very important, but in the sealed format, we're going to be mostly seeing 2-color decks. And yeah, Alex just had a really good start. That Ares God of War on turn 3. It's a 4/3 creature. I mean, that's, you know, stats ahead of the curve. That Electra was an insane tempo play. So despite Alex being on the draw, he's pretty firmly ahead here.
Yeah, the life total tells you that Alex is definitely winning, 12-16, and Zevin is now has a full endo, so he will be able to fight back.
Both players representing the Pro Tour and World Championship sleeves here.
Yeah. Ooh, Visions of Villain in the main deck. That's a card that maybe we don't expect to see that much, but definitely good in a Villain deck.
Yeah, the more removal you have, you know, the more cheap cards you have, the more card draw spells you want to have in your deck. It's also a card that smooths out your draws. It's great if you have a lot of 2-drops. Not that great if you're casting it for 3, but Alex's deck looks like it's full of removal spells, so you're going to have plenty of time to draw the cards. Is that Avengers Under Siege?
Alex has a great hand. He has Photon Blast, which does cost double red, so he would need to use the Surveillance Room to play it. And I think that's actually what's happening here. One of the strongest card in the set here, the Photon Blast, is now killing 3 different creatures. Wow.
Yeah, Photon Blast Barrage, it pairs really, really nicely with Hawkeye. That's the 4-mana 2/4 red creature that says if you deal non-combat damage, that source deals that damage +2. So each copy of the Photon Blast Barrage would be dealing 3. So that's a good way to clear your opponent's side of the board. But just in general, the Photon Blast Barrage is a card that's really good against both blue and white in this format, especially if your opponent has a bunch of X1 creatures in play.
And I mean, Ares just makes blocking so terrible here because let's say Alex attacks here, as everyone wants to maybe double block to kill the Ares, but the Ares comes back in hand. This is just an unwinnable position from Zevin, who's been drowned in both board state, card advantage, life total. You know, Alex is just completely dominating this game.
And this game it feels like Zevin played a lot of really good cards. He played a lot of good commons. He played the Vision. But he's just under so much pressure, and the tempo swing from the Electro, the fact that he can't even block it because Alex would be able to just rebuy it back to his hand means this game is pretty much impossible for him to win.
Yeah, what do you think about Unliving Legionnaire? That's a card that I feel like it's not very highly rated in the set.
Yeah, it's a card that it's good in the scrappy games. It's good if you play against a deck that has a lot of removal spells. So for example, if I'm playing against black, I'm going to be boarding that card in because I expect the game to go long, and it's a card that's going to provide me with extra value in the game, especially if your deck features creatures like the Electra. It's great to use the Unliving Legionnaire to bring it back to gain even more value that way.
Yeah, and we see now Zevin deploying this Kree Sentinel, holding up 2 lands for Hulk Smash, but will that be good enough to stand the bleeding here of this Ares, who has just been... I mean, that card is crazy. It's a 3-mana 4/3, you know, which is like above stats, and then the upside is very good as well.
Yeah, if there's a way for Zevin to make a comeback, he's going to have to kill... Oh, and he has to wait. He has to kill the Flyer first.
Yeah, because that's a 5, right? Yeah.
Okay, so that's a forced block because Zevin is a 2 life.
And Ares comes back in hand.
No big deal, says Alex. Replays the Ares and also plays a Roxenbrood, which is a 4/4 with Menace. So Zevin draws 2 cards and sees the writing on the wall and concedes. Yeah, that was a pretty quick game, and the tempo swing from Electra and Ares was just too hard for Zevin to overcome.
Very quick game. The players played fast, and I really appreciate that. You know, new young players playing a very, very, very fast game. I feel like the key point of that game was when Zevin missed the 5th land drop.
Yeah.
And he wasn't able to play the Wiccan from the Exile Zone with the Crimson Operative, and that meant that the opponent was just able... I mean, you just... Looks like we have a mid-game deck check, which, you know, it is something that can happen throughout the game. The judges are, of course, they have the right
to
check your deck.
They're on top of everything. Looks like if that is the case, we might be able to just switch to another match and you know, see what is happening over there.
I feel like those World Championship sleeves are mostly better kept as a
souvenir
rather than use them and just smush their corner. You just give them, hey, I played a World Championship. Well, they don't mind too much because they're gonna get a new pack in a few weeks here, right?
Yeah, that's true. Let's talk about sideboarding here, though. What are the players thinking about after they just finished game 1? So if I'm Zevin here, I want to bring in... I'm expecting Alex to have a lot of removal, both black and red, you know, full of removal spells. You have Lightning Strike, Hulk Smash, Cruel Alliance, Hour of Defeat, Widow's Bite. So normally I would expect the game to go long, and I would want to bring in more value cards, more ways to, you know, try to grind the game out, and also maybe bigger creatures. I also saw the Photon Blast Barrage, so that means I'm maybe likely to board out some creatures with 1 toughness in this matchup, but at the same time, you can't be too afraid of you know, just 1 card in Alex's deck that could be good in the right situation. The fact that he does have the Barrage also tells you he might also have the Hawkeye, because the Barrage by itself is not as great. It's really good against white, but you know, when you're playing against a green deck, for example, and they have all 7/6s and 5/5s on the battlefield, it's not as hot.
Martin, tell me something about sideboarding in Team Trios, because Alex has just a huge pile of cards right now. What is that?
Yeah, so in Team Sealed, not only do you build the main decks, but you also have to divide the rest of the cards that are unused. So obviously, if you're the only black player, if you're the only player playing black, you're going to get the black cards, right? Because nobody else is going to use them. But then if you have, let's say, 2 players playing blue or playing green or white, then you have to think about who wants to have which cards in which deck, because they might want to sideboard them against specific matchups. So yeah, both players here are looking at a lot more cards than you would typically have in a draft, for example.
Yeah, and looks like Alex decided to bring in the Okai's Bow, which is a powerful artifact that grants ability of reach against a flyer deck, such as the one from Zevin Faust. By the way, yesterday we featured an Izzet decks 5 times throughout the day 1, and blue-red was never victorious at the end of this game. And looks like the trend is continuing with Izzet losing again here.
Yeah, I like blue-red. I like the artifact synergies, but it does feel like it's always like a card short, or maybe 2 cards short, or maybe like 1 really good synergy short of being up to par with the other color combinations. White is the strongest color in the format because it's the deepest color. It has the most playable to good commons and uncommons. It also has the most rares and mythics, actually. There's a little bit of a color imbalance. And the thing about black and red, the reason why they are a little lacking is that they just don't really have any good 2-drops.
Yeah, so we saw Alex having a huge sideboard. That means that he has a, that his teammates are probably playing the band color, so white, blue, and green. I quickly watched the previous match of their team, and it looks like Seb was on a mono white with a tiny splash, and then Eduardo is on a blue-green splashing red in the middle seat. I did not get to see the Americans' configuration. But yeah.
What is your favorite color combination in this form?
In this form, blue-white.
Blue-white.
I love blue-white. I feel like they have so many. Like all the gold cards are incredible, and I feel like the blue cards, just the removal spells that these color combination have, are just the best. And I know it's like a pretty obvious answer because blue-white is the most winning deck. But, in a world where everyone just tries to be different, blue-white tends to be open at the high-level drafts. When I went to the testing house, I drafted blue-white because people were, I don't know, somehow avoiding it and focusing more on green. So it is the classic situation where everyone just wants to, ooh, look at that. Look at the picture that Rohan apparently is a common name in the Lords of the Ring.
So Zevin on the play here with a turn 2 Hydraulic Helper. It's a card that, it's not as great if you don't have artifacts. It's a creature that doesn't attack it as a defender, but it's really good if you do have artifacts and if you have other ways where you can use the blue mana. So you can use it for land cycling, you can use it for power-up abilities. There's a lot of stuff that the Helper lets you use the mana for. So good start by both players here. Bold Biochemist, also a card that I quite like in this format, and Alex Rohan is quickly on the battlefield with a Ronin this time.
Yeah, while Alex was going through his deck, I saw a couple of equipments. I saw the 2-mana equipments in black that gives indestructible, and we saw the Aokai's Bow. So that means that those equipments, looks like, that black equipment is being played thanks to the Ronin ability.
Yeah, that's really good.
And you can now just use the Ronin to tap it, to sacrifice the Stolen Star Tech to kill the Iron Man there. That's a nice play. He basically just played like a snuff out right there.
Wow, and look at this. That's a nice follow-up. That is Super Skrull. That's one of the biggest bombs in the format. It does cost triple black, but once you do get it on the battlefield, it has a lot of really good abilities. I think the blue ability says you draw 4 cards. The green ability makes it get +4/+4 until the end of turn. The red ability deals 4 damage to any creature, which is typically good enough to, wreak some havoc on your opponent's side of the board. And the white ability, that's the one that's the least exciting, creates 0/4 colorless wall creature tokens, but at the same time, it's also the cheapest one.
Yeah, and also another ability is that it's a 4-mana 4/5 flyer, which against the Zevin hand is lined up very well here. It looks like Ronin is getting in, despite the Bioalchemist can become a 2/4.
Yeah, so Zevin here, typically you would be thinking, wow, you just passed your turn 5 after playing a land. You have a lot of cards in hand, haven't played anything. But there's the Bold Biochemist in play. You can get the mana from the Helper to activate it for 6, draw some cards. So I like the block here on the Ronin. You can just block, make it a 2/4, and try to find an answer for the Super Skrull in the 2 cards.
Martin, what do you think about Zevin not double blocking?
Yeah, it depends on your hand. It depends on how much are you valuing the Hydraulic Helper, whether you want to have more mana in the upcoming turns. Maybe you're trying to play around some cards you've already seen your opponent have, like extra Stolen Star Techs.
Yeah, or just that onboard trick of Super Skrull, which makes just combat so much easier.
Oh, he did play the 5th land, and he has a surveillance room too, so that's a way to get any color of mana. So this is kind of the perfect follow-up to the Super Skrull, yeah.
Yeah, you can get your +4/+4 here as well. So a lot of ways to win combat, and let's see what happens now. We're just using the Super Skrull kill ability there.
Yeah, this is a great spot to be in. I mean, you have a Super Skrull, it survived the turn, you're attacking with it, your opponent doesn't have flying creatures, and now you can just sit back, tap your mana every turn, and kill your opponent creatures while you're attacking in the air.
I think Alex is dealing 4 damage to Stature, but I believe Zevin can just grow that to a 5/5 here. Right?
1, 2, 3,
Even to a
4, 5,
6/6,
6, 7.
honestly.
Yeah, I think it might be big enough. I mean, maybe for Alex, that's okay. If he has a removal spell in hand, you're perfectly fine with your opponent just using their entire turn to buff their creature. So if Alex untaps and has something like a Cruel Alliance or Hour of Defeat, I think he would be perfectly fine with that. He does not, though. That's
I don't know. Yeah, it feels weird. Like, you don't really want to spend your mana to tap your opponent lands. So maybe Alex misunderstood the situation here. Well, I mean, the option would have been to just make a wall.
Yeah, I mean, maybe Alex is also just happy that the Stature has used the ability, so now it's not unblockable anymore, and maybe he's going to be able to, you know, challenge it in combat now instead of taking unblockable damage every turn.
It's correct to put 5 counters on the Stature because the card just came into play, so the power-up ability discounted 1, plus you use the Hydraulic Helper. So, yeah, basically, the mana cost of Stature is now like a Nyxburn Hydra costing X blue, and yeah, the mana spent were indeed 7.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's the Rocks and Brutes. And I think Alex has another land in hand that would allow him to activate the Super Skull to draw 4 cards. So once you have a Super Skull on the battlefield for a couple turns, you use it to draw 4 cards, you're probably not losing that game.
But at the same time here, Zevin has now Hulk Smash to be able to kill the Super Skrull with that Stature.
Okay, so first he gets in there. I like that. He also has a Lightning Strike, so if Alex goes for the double block, Zevin would be able to punish him with the instant speed trick and then use the Hulk Smash to also deal with the Super Skrull and completely clear Alex's side of the battlefield. Is that going to happen here? Wow, he even has a Super Suite, so that is a, what, 6, 7, 8? So that perfectly takes down both blockers, and now there is a Hulk Smash. We're going to deal with the Super Skrull, thank you very much, and now it's back to you.
Crazy turn by Zevin, who completely destroyed every hopes and dreams of Alex Rohan in this game.
Yeah, this went from the advantage bar being very clearly on Alex's side to Zevin now completely dominating the battlefield.
But that's a good play here. Hydra Infiltration, discarding a couple of removal spells, but the problem right now is the battlefield, not the hand. What do you think about Stature? Is that a card that you would love to first pick, or is it more of a, you know, filler level card?
I like the card quite a bit. Blue has a lot of card draw. You have the Futurist Forge, you have the Bold Biochemist. So with card draw spells, you want to have cheap cards in your deck as well, so you can empty your hand as fast as possible. And I just like the power up creatures in general in this format. I think the design is really good. It gives you something to do in the late game, and the Stature kind of works like a fireball sometimes. It just keeps chipping away for 1 damage until you got your opponent down low enough that you can sort of use it as a fireball and finish them off with 1 big swing after they have not blocked. There's a big attack, and yeah, I think Zevin is perfectly comfortable getting aggressive now.
Yeah, Zevin has played this game very well. Able to toy around with those, with that Stature, with the Super Suit, and now let's see if Alex is able to find a removal spell for that large creature.
Yeah, if Alex is gonna come back into this game, he's gonna need to draw a removal spell for the Stature right away, and then something that gives him value. That looks like Avengers Under Siege, and the other card, is it a Stolen Stark deck?
Yeah, Avengers Under Siege is one of the best cards in the set. For 4 mana, you get a lot of power and toughness, and you even get to Pyroclasm. Usually, just your opponent's side of the board. It's just that now the problem comes with the form of like higher toughness creature than 2. So it may not be enough for Alex.
Wow, Alex is getting aggressive, actually.
Wow.
That's interesting.
I'm surprised about this attack. Zevin could just double block that villain, right?
So that's a 3/3 Shuri, and that's a 2/3 Hydraulic Helper. So you certainly do have a double block available, but at the same time, these are 2 really good players. If I'm Zevin, I'm thinking, well, there's a very obvious double block on the battlefield that would end with my opponent binning their creature and me keeping both. So I'm going to assume you have something in this situation, and the most likely card is going to be something like the Stolen Stark deck. because even if you have something like a lightning strike, that still wouldn't really help you win the combat against those two creatures.
And there's already a stolen star tech in the graveyard, and I don't know if you expect a player to play 2 copies of that card, but looks like the case here.
Yeah, it's really good with the Ronin. It gives you equipment to sacrifice and give something -4/-4, like Alex did at the start of the game to deal with the Iron Man. And yeah, now he's going to be able to deal with one of these 2 creatures. Which one do you like better?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I feel like you want to kill the creature that isn't equipped, just because usually, you know, if you kill the equipped creature, you just move the equipment on and you didn't lose that much. So I think Alex just made the right choice here. And now he follows it up with an Avengers Under Siege. So that's plenty of chump blockers as well as aggression. So all of a sudden, Alex might just win the race thanks to this draw.
Yeah, and don't forget about the Hydra infiltration as well on the top of the battlefield. That's another way to possibly deal the last couple points of damage. Not to mention the Avengers Under Siege also dealing 2 damage to the opponent, not just their creatures.
All right, we have a 1-mana Forge thanks to the discount of the blue uncommon over there. And now we just drew Wiccan.
Wiccan, what can you do with that?
Just a big flyer. This Toucher doesn't have an upside right now. It's just a 6/6.
Yeah, both players getting in there. I mean, it's hard to try to be defensive against the menace creatures when you don't have a big battlefield. So one of the creatures is going to end up chumping the stature here, and Zevin does follow up with the Wiccan here.
Okay, so we have a Pyroclasm effect here, but that's not killing anything.
Okay, so chapter 2.
No, it doesn't die yet.
Does not die.
Alex,
7's going to go to 6.
Alex needs needs to have drawn something powerful here. Very, very tense moment. If he attacks with all, Zevin will have to take at least 5 damage, correct?
He's got only 2 blockers.
So at least 5 damage go through in this combat phase. Alex wins the game if he finds a shock of some sort.
Yeah, like a lightning strike or something. I think if he had lightning strike, he would have probably already attacked. So this is a really tough situation because if you don't get to attack, there's also not a really good block that you have on the swing back. The Wiccan doing a really good job of just flying over all the creature tokens here. So it's going to be interesting seeing what Alex decides to do.
Can't quite see what he drew, but this is a very, very important moment because Alex needs to gain 1 life, otherwise he just dies on board to that Wiccan plus super suit.
Alex decides to just attack with the villain token enchanted with the Stolen Star deck. That triggers the Hydra infiltration, so that's a 1-point life swing.
Yeah.
Both players at 6 now.
Okay, so now basically Zevin, if he wants to double block, he will lose both of his creature, right? Because they have 2 damage on them.
That's a really good point. Yeah, both of the creatures have damage on them. And wow, Zevin decides to just take it, goes to 3. Alex just moves the equipment and passes the turn. So does Zevin have a lethal?
Zevin is missing 1 damage. No, wait a sec. We are... Okay, what's happening?
Copying the Forge.
Making
No, he's copying the super suit. He's making the Forge into a super suit.
Yeah.
And that's going to allow him to double equip on the Wiccan, making it 6 power and fly over the ground creatures and get in for the win. So 1-1. Really good game here.
Very well played by both players, I think. There was maybe a slight mistake by Alex in deciding to shoot the stature with the Super Scroll. But outside of that, it was a very close game, and Zevin just played very, very well, dealing exactly 6 damage at the end.
Yeah, it was just a good game of Limited. Both players played some, decent cards, decent creatures, curved out, had some tricks at the right moment, the removal spells. The one turn where Zevin just completely cleared out Alex's side of the battlefield was certainly the swing point of the game.
And once again, we saw Flyers taking over a ground creature. This has been kind of a trend, of course. This is a limited game, and that Wiccan there was definitely a good draw, but Zevin just drew so many extra cards that he definitely had the late game covered. But here, looks like the players are once again adjusting sideboard. And like, when you sideboard in Limited, what are the things that you look like? What is Alex thinking right now?
So what I do when I play Limited is I write down every card my opponent plays. Whatever they're thinking, or whenever, so that it doesn't take too much time. But I just have a notepad where I write down life totals, but I also write down all the cards they're playing, so that between the games when I'm sideboarding, I can look at the list that I made and maybe take a look at the fact that, oh hey, you had let's say 5 2/2 creatures, so maybe I want to bring in a 2-mana 2/3. That's going to be really good against the most common size of your creatures. So creature stats really matter. And then depending on whether I'm expecting the game to go fast or long, I'm going to bring in a card for delay game. Maybe I'm going to bring in a card that's cheap so I can stop their aggression. Plus another thing that typically thinking about is how does the game end? What do I need to win? Who's going to be on the play? Am I the aggressive player? Is my opponent the aggressive player? Yeah, things like that.
Yeah, indeed. Alex was again selecting a huge pile of cards, just like he did after game one. He must have like a lot of options with his Rakdos cards.
Yeah, seems like he might just be the only red and black player, and I kind of like that he's not gonna play the bow. This doesn't look like a bow matchup to me. It seems more about value removal and just solid creatures rather than the opponent having a lot of deployment drones, 2/2 flyers, where Alex might be able to play a bigger creature, put the bow on it, and just use the fact that you can give anything reach.
Yeah.
I think I would be looking for high value cards on the play. Try to be not just aggressive, but look for something like Ares, maybe Electros, the tempo plays. I think Zevin showed enough removal where I might be a little scared to have too much equipment in my deck. That said, if Alex has something like Double Ronin, then all the equipment suddenly becomes really strong because you can always use it to give a creature -4/-4. So it kind of depends on the rest of his deck. But yeah, he clearly has a lot of options.
Yeah, it's kind of how he used it in game 2 there. Played Ronin and then immediately played the black equipment to then give -4/-4 to target creature, which I briefly mentioned to be like a snuff out because you paid life to kill a creature instead of mana. Which is of course a very powerful card in other formats such as Legacy and Pauper, and not a card that many people might be familiar with, especially in this event. All right, so the players are currently competing in the same team Handshake. You can see that little emote there, very cool jersey on the right side by the American player. On the left side, we have, of course, Alex, who's now counting his deck. Very important that you submit a 40-card deck. So a very good practice, before the game begins.
Yeah, especially if you have a lot of other sleeved cards in your deck box, and between the games you're looking at a lot of cards to possibly bring in or sideboard out. I think this is a very good practice. Yeah, just make sure you're submitting 40 cards again so you don't accidentally get penalized for having too many cards or one too few.
Okay, looks like we are ready. Players have thoroughly shuffled their deck, and we are going to game 3. The actions are live. The players are playing in the feature match area behind us, so we can't really cut through the shuffling as we do in some other Spotlight series whenever we have extra tables.
Who are you favoring in game 3? We're going to have Alex on the play now.
The player on the play.
The player, yeah, there's just a Magic thing in general.
Yeah, I feel like this is, we've seen the play. Actually, the player on the play lost game 1 because Zevin was on the play, but Alex had such a strong start in game 1 with their Ares into Electra that he was able to overcome the disadvantage of being on the draw.
That was certainly too good of a start. I think something Zevin is looking for on the draw is cards that can get him ahead of tempo, which is the Hydraulic Helper, for example. That's a mana creature that can let him develop a little bit faster, or something like Shuri, which is another 2-drop that he can use to cast his artifacts ahead of the curve.
Looks like the players have kept 7. Alex is struggling a bit with mana. He has a 3 mountain and a surveillance room, so he's not going to be able to play one of those black cards on curve, whereas Zevin has islands and mountains, so he has that covered.
And wow, that's the Hawkeye. This is a 2-mana 2/2 with a lot of abilities, which is very unusual for a 2-drop. It has first strike, and whenever it attacks, it also has reach. And whenever it attacks, you can pay 1 mana up to 3 times. And if you do, you can choose to have it make target creature unable to block, deal 2 damage to target player, and discard a card and then draw a card. So this is one of the best 2-drops in the entire format. And wow, Alex only has a turn 3 Visions of Villainy, which is, yeah, that's not really a good tempo play here, especially since he hasn't even cast a creature yet.
It's not, but now it's going to follow it up with Avengers United, which is going to be very strong at filling the board as well as killing the Hawkeye next turn. Hulk smashing one of the tokens. Zevin had the Wasp. He was going to play the Wasp, the Wanderer's Wasp.
Yeah.
But after this Avengers Under Siege came up, he said, you know what? I'm changing my plans here. I don't want my Wasp to die.
I think I'm good. Justice. Wow. Yeah, this is something you can do. You can bounce your permanents as well. You don't always have to bounce your opponent's stuff. This way, you also grow the Justice into a 3/3, which means it's gonna survive the second chapter of Avengers Under Siege and 2 damage to all the creatures. So yeah, really good and really smart play there by Zevin, recognizing that, hey, I don't always have to bounce something that you control. Maybe I'm gonna protect my creature and get my Justice to 3/3.
Yeah, I mean, Zevin had a plan of going Wasp and then probably just Justice bouncing the opponent creature, but instead completely changed that plan, going for Hulk smashing one of these tokens and then Justice your own thing, which, sure, it makes you play around this Avenger Under Siege, but still, like, let's acknowledge how much did that Avenger Under Siege do. That was a clear 2-for-1 that also basically just bounced the opponent creatures.
Yeah.
And then it's gonna also make a treasure, at least one. So this card is definitely incredible and one of the reasons to go red and black in this format. Let's see now, what's the follow-up? Is this the 4-mana, the 5-mana 4/4 Menace? Okay.
The Unliving Legionnaire. So yeah, not as exciting on turn 4 or 5 before you have the power-up mana. It only comes down as a 4-mana 3/2. So if you're planning to block with it, it's not great because you're typically going to be trading down on mana. And here, Alex doesn't even have the chance to do it because the Wanderer's Wasp come down and taps it. So that's another swing for 3 in the air, puts Alex to 7 life, and Zevin gets to replay the Hawkeye.
We don't untap the we untap the villain because, of course, the Wanderer's Wasp doesn't put a stun counter on it, but we also put some treasure tokens now. And I'm curious to know, how will Alex Rohan use those treasure tokens?
Yeah, so a little bit of a mana boost this turn. But looking at Alex's hand, I don't see a lot of cards that would be good in this situation. He's looking for removal, obviously. I think he has a Stolen Stark deck, a lot of lands. I think there is also Hydra Infiltration.
And looks like our card spotter highlighted the Masters of Evil, so maybe that's a card that Alex has in hand and would be very good here.
Okay. I had a funny thing happen to me when I was practicing in this draft format. I discarded the Masters of Evil, intending to find a Plains in my deck. And then I was unpleasantly surprised that it says you can search for a plan and not a Plains. So yeah, make sure you read the cards properly, unlike me.
Sometimes a vowel can make a whole difference.
Yeah.
Alex now pays 4 for a Hydra.
Infiltration.
Discarding land and lightning strike. And he decides,
well, that's interesting. So
attack into the first strike creature.
You're attacking into 2 creatures that can block. One of them has first strike, and given that you showed your opponent 2 Stolen Stark decks, I really like Zevin's decision here to not block, because there's a pretty good chance that Alex has it, and even if he doesn't, it's not a big deal to take 3 damage in this spot.
Wow, look at Okai doing so much for Vzevin, who actually just wins the game on the spot. What an aggressive curve he did. And finally, we see an Izadek prevailing in the feature match area
Yeah,
for the
first
first time
time
in 2 days.
Shout out to Blue and Red winning in the feature match for the first time this weekend.
Yeah, Zevin played so well. I'm
Yeah.
very, very impressed by his plays throughout the whole match. Congratulations to the American player who's the first one to bring a match for his team. As we see the middle table, Eduardo Sajgalik versus Puyizi Clark going to, I'm assuming, game 3, and then the C table they're battling it out. So we get to see the middle table now. All right, let's see what's the score.
Yeah, then we're gonna switch the names really quickly. Eduardo, another player fresh off a top 8 finish at Pro Tour Marvel Superheroes in Amsterdam just last weekend, and he's gonna be on the play here with a turn to Forge, staring off a Brave Brawler from Joseph.
Yeah, they must have had a very long game one because the game 2 just started, and we finished 3 games of the previous match, or maybe we have a little bit of a time lapse. We get to record some of the game, which is always an extra nice thing that these Funfinity coverage are able to do to bring you more actions. Appreciate that a lot. Yeah.
Ant-Man's Army, that's a card we talked about yesterday. It doesn't seem like a super high value card in this format that just has a lot of powerful cards in general. But I quite like it if you're splashing, if you have a lot of 5 drops. It also doesn't always have to give you a treasure. You can get a food token as well. There's a lot of cards in this format, like Heroic Feast, or there's a 2-mana 2/1 flash creature that grows every time you gain life. So sometimes you just get yourself a food token. Sometimes you're in a racing situation that can also make quite a big difference. And here Eduardo is doing exactly that, using Ant-Man's Army, create a treasure, and skip his 4th turn basically to get to play a 5-drop already. And Khazar, that is one of the best 5-drops in the entire format.
Yeah, and unfortunately we are not able to switch the names, so just assume that Joseph Puyizi is 10-0 and is the person on the right, whereas Eduardo Sajgalik is 9-1, up a game, and is the person on the left. So this is what's happening for this game. Anyway, very strong start from Eduardo. I guess then it must have also meant that Eduardo was on the play this game, right? So he lost game 1.
That's odd.
I'm assuming so. So it's okay. We'll figure that out. Let's just focus on the game right now and not too much.
I wonder if only the names are switched and not the result. That might also be the case. In any case, Eduardo was on the play pretty clearly, I think. Although Joseph is looking to miss a land drop here. Something that I think also is something that hugely favors Eduardo in this game is the fact that he has a She-Hulk in his hand, which is a 4-mana 4/4 Reach and Vigilance that works as a neutralize effect. So if Joseph ever finds something like a Web Up to deal with the Khazar, for example, She-Hulk would be an insane tempo play to get rid of the enchantment and bring the Khazar or whatever the exiled creature was back.
Yeah, so it looks like Joseph missed a 4th land drop, which is of course crucial when the opponent is so ahead of you.
Yeah.
You definitely don't want to miss that. Ooh, I wonder why Eduardo chose not to attack with the token there. What do you think?
Depends kind of on, depends on the hand. I can't quite. He's shuffling cards really quickly. I can't quite see what he has except for the She-Hulk. The token is a 3/3 right now. Maybe you want to block the life gain creature.
Yeah, I think he has the Spider-Man that gives indestructible in end, so he wants to block with a token that's a 3/3 and then use the Spider-Man to the rescue to give it.
Okay.
But this this Agent of Atlas is gonna be making the Battle Brawler into
a 4/3.
A 4/3, correct?
Yeah, so that is kind of a blowout. Spider-Man, he comes indeed to the rescue and gives Eduardo's creature indestructible, and that is kind of a blowout. Unfortunately, Joseph misses another land drop, and yeah, this game looks to be very firmly in Eduardo's hands.
Path Avengers gets selected by Rapid Rescue. This is a card that I believe a lot of players were down at the beginning of the format, but really just climbed to be one of the most important green pieces, Rapid Rescue. What's your opinion on that card?
Yeah, just a perfectly fine playable, especially if my deck has a lot of good permanent bombs. So maybe I'm splashing for the superhero Civil War. Maybe my deck has, you know, Khazar or some other high-value creatures, and this is an extra way for me to try to find them. So sometimes what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut the land if I'm playing Rapid Rescue, and kind of sort of cheat on my mana base a little bit that way by also counting that as a land.
Yeah, and here Eduardo was able to use Rapid Rescue to clean the top of the deck because he could see the top of the deck with Khazar, so he was able to see there's a super suit. I don't want that, so I can mill it, maybe looking for a land from the top of the deck. So very nice, somewhat of a, you know, constructed play that you get to do with like Mishra's Bubble plus Thought Scour effect. All right, Joseph draws the 4th land and is now able to deploy some of the 4-drop. Whenever we play with the Boros color combination in Sealed, I always expect to see some of the strongest card in the format. Something like, as you can see here on screen, Daredevil, but also Monica Rambeau, or the Civil War. Also, we've seen yesterday, my friend Christian Calcano lost his winning into Aurelia, the world leader. And this is something that Boros really has a lot of, these super powerful card.
I think you have a really good point there. In general, maybe you don't see a Boros player across from you, but maybe you see a blue-white player and they're splashing red, or you see a green-white player and they're splashing red. And what you just said is something that always comes to my mind is, okay, my opponent's splashing red. There are these insane bombs in the format. Monica Rambeau transforming into Photon Living Light, or the Civil War. So I would be very likely thinking my opponent has those cards in their deck, because that is a great reason to splash for them.
Speaking of great card, Eduardo has in hand the Unbeatable Squirrel Girl, which we have seen plenty of times yesterday, winning the game. And now Eduardo goes to combat, and Joseph decides not to tap anything with a Raft Officer.
Yeah, that could signal take up the shield, that could signal Helicarrier Strike. Oh, there's a Panther's Pounce, actually. So that's going to make the Age of Shield a 3/5. That's going to eat the Spider-Man. So finally something goes right for Joseph here.
Yeah, 3, 4, but doesn't really matter.
3, 4, yeah.
And then you also make a Clue token. And now, is it time to finally play the Unbeatable Squirrel Girl, or you can even play She-Hulk and kill the Clue. But look at what just popped up right there. Looks like Seb Rohan came up in help of his brother Alex Rohan, who lost that match, and now the teams are tied, and the ones that you're seeing is the deciding match. Whoever wins this match will bring a win to their team. Will the Americans continue their undefeated run and go 11-0, or will the English and Canadian team, you have to tap triple green, or will the advance to 10-1? So we see now the Squirrel Girl, which comes into play with a Squirrel, and now we'll make extra Squirrel every time it attacks or activate its ability.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the name, the Unbeatable Squirrel Girl has that in the name. So I don't make the rules. I think Eduardo just locked up the game by playing a card that is quite often actually unbeatable.
Yeah.
I think unfortunately Joseph, very unfortunate missing the land drops, and Eduardo is so far ahead that this would take something ridiculous like the superhero Civil War, or some kind of really unexpected kill out of nowhere with something like Aurelia War Leader that you mentioned. But Eduardo is just so far ahead right now.
Looks like we have Murdoch's Crusade here to exile the Squirrel Girl.
Okay, it's a good start.
And now that ability to make squirrels is not going to be able to be activated. But unfortunately, because of that, Joseph can't really play any of his 2-drops. Sorry, I think it's 4 drops. But you do have the Clue plus the Tapper. Let's see now. Deployment Drone, we have the Khazar, so we can put land from the top of the deck.
Yeah, it looks like Eduardo is flooding out a bit. He does have 2 more islands in his hand. There's a forest in his graveyard already, but the fact that he can manipulate the top of his library with something like Futurist Forge here means that he can dig deeper into his deck, try to play more free lands off of the top with the Khazar, all the while getting ahead on cards, putting counters on his legendary token.
Yeah, so whenever you have an effect like Khazar, it reminds me like something like Brandon 6, for example, it feels like you're flooding, but you're not actually flooding because you're just cheating on cards on top of, like you're playing cards from the top of your deck. So you just naturally take draw steps that happen to be land and you just play extra land from the top of the deck. So Khazar is just adding card advantage, so you just end up having a lot of land. So ideally, you get to just play extra, like if you have a card like Visions of Love or I don't know, anything that can discard a card from your hand and draw 2 cards, then you can exploit the effect of just having a lot of extra cards in hand. But obviously, blue and green doesn't have many effects like that one.
Yeah, you're just getting ahead on resources, and you know the fact that you have a lot of lands doesn't really matter. It means that there's still a lot of spells in your deck, and you're going to be faster to draw into them than your opponent. And Eduardo still holding on to the She-Hulk, which I quite like. There hasn't really been a good time to play it, I don't think. And you also don't really want your opponent to know about it, and you want to use that as a surprise tempo play to deal with something like a web up.
Exactly.
Or something like a Civil War. That is basically Eduardo's insurance for one of the the best card in the entire format.
Yeah. So this is game 2. Joseph won game 1, and we don't know what the deck having the deck. Like Eduardo saw game 1 already. Maybe he knows that Joseph has the Civil War, so he's just waiting on his whole card.
Spider-Woman comes down, taps the token. That's not going to untap for the foreseeable future. But Eduardo still might be able to attack with the flyer. And looks like Joseph is deciding whether or not he's going to use the tapper, and he does indeed. After thinking for a bit, representing Helicarrier Strike here. The Serpent Specialist come down. It's a 1-mana 1/1 Death Touch creature that has a power-up ability. Can make it a 3/3.
Okay, so we have this mythic rare that gives haste to the activated ability of creatures. And so he was able to tap it immediately to level up the Serpent.
And Eduardo does actually play the She-Hulk right away, figuring out that, hey, you only have a 1/4, 1/3, and a 2/4 on the battlefield, so maybe if I just flat out the board with big creatures, I can just attack you while you seem to have had mana issues.
A second Spider-Woman is the draw step.
Yeah, that's a legendary creature, though, so not the best draw here for Joseph.
Yeah, I feel like that's a card that you can split among your team. Like, let's say, you know, the white player plays one, the blue player plays another one. Because, as you said, it's a legendary creature, and it's really a creature that you want to keep in play. You don't want to chump with, because, well, if you lose it, you lose its ability.
Is there a good attack that Joseph has with the Daredevil here? I don't think so.
Yeah, unfortunately, we can't fix the name in this game, but if there's a game 3, we'll be able to. 4 mana for a second Spider-Woman.
Wow, so Joseph just uses that as a way to tap the She-Hulk this turn.
Maybe we forgot there was a.
Yeah, I mean it doesn't come up that often, or in previous formats. You know, we haven't had that many legendary creatures. Here, yeah, there's a lot of interesting, popular characters that got a legendary status, and yeah, unfortunately in this situation. Joseph was forced to bin one of the 2 copies.
And of course, he chose the non-foil, which is the oldest one. So the token that you see above is the one from Khazar, which is right now a 7/7 that grows every time Eduardo puts a land into play. Okay, lots of lands in end, but again, it's kind of the nature of the Khazar, I feel like.
I think Eduardo might not even have more than 1 or 2 lands left in his deck. So his deck is right now pretty much all spells.
And looks
5.
Yeah, looks like now you're attacking with almost everything. The Hue can become a 6/6. 5/5. trample. The Serpent is, of course, a 3/3 Death Touch. The Flyer is a 2/2. What's the card that Eduardo has in hand? He moves them so quickly.
He does.
Oh, is it? No. Is it another Spider-Man to the rescue? No, I wouldn't put.
Could be a Hulk Smash. I mean, he's splashing red. Yeah. We see it on the screen. I think it is a Hulk Smash.
Okay. A card that, Alex Rohan could have played in his red-black V-Lanes deck. But I think it pairs a lot better with green because you have like higher power or even just Death Touch to just be able to fight. All right, Joseph pucks it up, and this was game number 2. And now we're going to be able to swap the name, equalize the 1-1. Whoever wins this match wins the round. It's a very exciting moment. Again, this is table 1, and the brother Rohan split games, whereas Quintonol lost to Seb and Zevin Faust defeated Alex, and now we have a game 3. Very exciting. I really love team events. I really love when you build this tension and you have both of your teammates, especially if you're the middle seat, you have both of your teammates just looking at your match. And I think it's very important to not be talking too much as a teammate, right? You want to leave your player the space. They need to give you, maybe ask you a question that's important.
Yeah, I think it depends player by player. Someone likes to get more feedback, more input from the team. Some people like to focus more on themselves and maybe just get a little bit of input during sideboarding or when there is an important decision like a mulligan decision. Hey, should I keep this two-lander? Hey, how good do you think this card is in the matchup? Have you noticed, what kind of removal have we seen in the previous games? Something that the teammates can also do in this situation is they can be the ones writing down the cards that the opponent's playing, so that when you have a tough decision, when you're thinking, hey, what can my opponent have here for 2 mana, you can just consult the notes and say, hey, I haven't seen a take up the shield. I think you're fine to make a play that would lose to it.
All right, very strong start by Joseph, who starts with a 1-drop and a 2-drop, but Eduardo is able to stand the bleeding with a Gorilla here.
Is that a Giant Growth? Wow, Eduardo is running the good old Giant Growth. He has a Hulk Smash, he has a Futurist Forge. I don't think he has a 3rd land, though. He does have a Rapid Rescue, so that's it's going to be one of the ways to try to find it. Both creatures get in there, and wow, Eduardo does not block, and that's Captain America. Wow, that's a pretty fast start from Joseph.
Yeah, and no blocking means that this Gorilla maybe can now, be used for a Hulk Smash. So very heads-up play by Eduardo to not block here. Captain America, of course, has worth 1, so he had to pay 3 mana to fight. And now, do we block or do we need to keep a creature to put a Giant Growth on?
Yeah, I think Eduardo is getting pressured so much, and the fact that he has a 3-mana 4/4 in his hand means that it seems pretty okay to do that. Wow, and we have one of the biggest high-risk, high-reward cards in the entire format, and that's the Sentry. Is Joseph going to go for it? He does. Wow, so he just jams the Sentry, hoping that it's going to solo Eduardo. It's a 5/5 with Flying, Vigilance, and Indestructible, which is obviously an incredible rate for just 4 mana, but the downside is it comes down with a token that is also Flying, Indestructible, but has to attack every turn, which means it's kind of bouncing off of the Sentry without really doing all that much. So if you don't have a lot of pressure on the battlefield and you don't have a way to deal with the Sentry, you are going to lose.
Yeah, and blue has a lot of ways to deal with the Sentry.
Yeah.
You can have Frozen in Ice or even the...
Justice is another way.
Yeah.
Yeah, the token has to run in, the Void, just bounces off of the Sentry, so no big deal, says Joseph. And now, yeah, I think this is a pretty clear way that pretty clear tell that, well, if you had a Frozen in Ice, or if you did have a Justice or a way to deal with my creature, you would have already played that. So I think Joseph is going to be feeling pretty good here about his chances. Hero in Training is the follow-up. Gains himself 2 life, going to draw a card. I think the life totals might be switched here. I think Eduardo is the one with 13 life.
Okay, so Hero in Training gains 2 life and draws a card here, but Rapid Rescue, is it finding an answer to that Sentry?
Yeah, if you pick up super sweet suit from the Rapid Rescue, it's okay, it's a permanent, but it's so telegraphed that right now it loses a lot of its power.
Yeah, man, that Sentry is now carrying Joseph to a very good position right now. 26 life against 10.
What about the absorbing man here? What can you do? So can you copy? How does that work?
You
Absorbing
can
man's
copy
what
a land usually, right? That's what
Yeah,
it does.
if you played on turn 3, you typically copy a land, so you can start deploying cards faster and ahead of the curve. But in this situation, can you copy the void or the sentry, or how does that work?
Looks like we just copied an island. That's what the blue little symbol
Okay.
above means. So now Eduardo can just use it to draw 2 cards with the forge.
And something that might have also happened this match is maybe Joseph looked over to the third match and saw that Eduardo's teammate played blue, and he already played, a couple copies of Frozen in Ice, maybe the Justice. So he figured out, hey, I think their player already has a lot of blue cards. Looks like Eduardo might be playing blue mostly for card advantage cards. I'm just going to bring in the Sentry and hope that my read is correct.
We haven't drawn an answer to the Sentry, but we have drawn a Spider-Man to the rescue, which has reach.
Does have reach if you can make it bigger, maybe with some equipment or some counters to try to block the sentry every turn. That'd be a way to do it. But the Raft security officer is gonna make that quite tough.
Yes, indeed. And let's see now. Also, the Sentry has indestructible, so we can't quite. Looks like Eduardo's just dead on board.
He does have the
I guess
Spider-Man has reach. That's not like
Spider-Man has reach, and then the officer taps it down, and then the super suit untaps it again to chump. That's a long way to chump block here. Wow. Losing to the Sentry in Team Seal, this is not... but I guess, again, against green decks is good.
He's going to untap the token here. Joseph responds by tapping it before blockers are declared. So there comes the Spider-Man. As a reach creature, gets to jump in front of the Sentry. No, that stays on the battlefield.
Okay.
Yeah, do you have another answer?
Joseph is empty-handed. Does Eduardo draw an answer?
No, he does not. I think that's it. He only has a couple lands, and there's a Giant Growth, but it's not gonna...
Well, he can connive. You can connive with the blue Lens Cycler.
Oh, yes, Aim Scientist. Okay, I thought it was another super...
Oh!
Wow, he
drew it. That's and he does have mana because the Absorbing Man is an island right now.
Okay, if it's an island, then that would be the 4th mana source required to cast the Trickster Stratagem.
Yes. So what he can do is Trickster Stratagem, put a counter on the flyer, and now Joseph will have to take 2 turns before redrawing that Sentry. Wow, perfectly timed.
Whoa, keep in mind there's an Avengers Tower on the battlefield, and I believe that these...
Oh, wow.
So, Joseph, this is an interesting spot. Do you want to activate the Avengers Tower before that happens? Do you want to have that go on the top of the library and activate the tower to put it back into your hand?
All right, we drew She-Hulk, which is another...
Yeah, that's a way to stay alive because you can put the super suit on it, but there is still the Raft security officer.
And also, like, Joseph is at 26, so it'll take a long time to win the race. So I feel like the Void comes back, and the token is legendary, so he's not going to give another token there.
Plains is the draw for Joseph. I don't think that lets him cast the Sentry and still activate the tower. He's going to be 1 mana short, but he also wants to use the officer. Wow, he's actually going to tap the 1 creature that Eduardo now has on the defense and swing for 4th. So that brings Eduardo to 1. And keep in mind, the Void has to attack every turn.
Yeah, and the Sentry is back, and Eduardo needs to top deck once again. Can he do it? He did not draw Frozen in Ice. That would have been the best card to draw here. He just drew She-Hulk. So right now, I think Eduardo is out of options.
Yeah, the fact that the Void has to attack makes the situation incredibly awkward, but that's the power of the Sentry. And there's no way Eduardo can try to sort of go for a win with like an unexpected Giant Growth because Joseph is still 20.
Yeah, Giant Growth did not end up being a good Cyber card in this matchup. Looks like you do some like desperate attack, but like, nah, I can't even do that. Yeah, the Sentry, Golden Guardian, a card that We've seen actually turn it against the player who played it a couple of times yesterday, but not in this match.
Yeah. High risk, high reward. And Joseph just had a really good draw in general. The fact that he was on the play, started with Agent Maria Hill on turn 1, followed up by a Brave Brawler, then had Captain America turn 3. That's pretty much the perfect curve. Can't really get much better than that. And he also had the Sentry very early in the game, which means that Eduardo was not able to get any attacks in. And now the life total disparity is so high that there's just no way for Eduardo to really get out of this.
I feel like we're just witnessing just a player taking their time to process.
Yeah, I mean, you want to think about all your options. Hey, am I missing something? You know, this is where you ask your teammates. But yeah, there's just nothing Eduardo can do thanks to the tapper. So congratulations to the American team, moving on to 11-0.
Very impressive. We have you know, an European event, so you know, shout out to the people that traveled all around the world. We've got a Japanese team yesterday. We have American teams, and it is very nice to see them succeeding. Although, of course, as a proud European, I have to defend my my countrymate, and I would love to see a, you know, fight back.
The Czech guys win.
No, Italians. Italians. Well, we've seen a lot of Italians doing well in the past RCs, but you know, I haven't seen many Italians doing well this weekend. But hopefully, they will rattle off some wins in the next 3 rounds, because we are exactly half of day 2. This was the 3rd match. We have 3 more rounds of Team Sealed, and then a cut to top 4. It's going to be a very, very difficult event to top 4, because normally Magic you have top 8, and but this one is top 4. It's going to be a lot harder. But it does mean that, you know, teams of 3. That does mean that there's extra slots for the top 8 up for grabs. Normally they're 8, but this time they're 12. So you know, it's going to be a very exciting time. You are. Again, just in the middle of today. Martin, what are the players that you look forward to see today?
I just want to say I've been very impressed by Zevin Faust. Not only does he play really well, he also plays incredibly fast. The way he processes information and the speed by which he processes information is very, very impressive. So yeah, no wonder this team is currently sitting at 11-0. They have been playing really well. They're well prepared. I mean, shout out to Eduardo's team as well, and the Rohans. They also went through extensive preparation. Their team did really, really well at Pro Tour Marvel Superheroes. So it looks like, you know, I like when this happens. I like when the people that put in the work, the hard work gets rewarded. So that's kind of what we're seeing here at this event. So for me, I'm just looking to see, you know, more good games of Magic, and this type of thing where the people that have put in the work, that have practiced a lot, and they play well, they get rewarded. Maybe we're going to see them in the top 4.
For sure. We have an update on the fantasy draft. This is something that I really love and look forward to every single time. And unfortunately, I say unfortunate because my team, I think neither of them made day 2. So I'm going to stay at 30 points the whole day.
I just want to say that I traded my Nassif, Edgar, Alexei team for the Shuhei's team, because I didn't notice Shuhei was here at first, and then I obviously picked him because he's a great friend of mine. But he didn't actually make day 2. The Japanese team is not playing today. The Czech team is. Both, or all 3 of Matej Malý, Dominik Prošek, and Jan Hanzalek are currently in day 2. They did win the first round. So they're doing pretty well. And yeah, other than that, I think Maria is looking incredibly strong with both of her choices in day 2 right now. So it's going to be pretty hard to catch up to her unless we have some special extra points for the winner.
Yes, indeed. Looks like Maria is ready with the winner of this past round with the Americans. So let's hear what they have to say, and then we'll be back for round number 12.
I'm here with the winning team of round 11. Hello, guys. Massive congrats to you.
Thank you. Thank you.
So you are now undefeated, which is insane.
So far, so good.
All right. So you built a whole new deck today, right?
Yes.
Could you tell us more about it? How your approach was different, or maybe similar to yesterday's?
I think our decks and our approach was pretty different today after we opened our new pool. So once you make day 2, you know, we were happy to finish 8-0.
Right.
Now everybody gets reset to 0. So it's all new decks. Our decks yesterday were good, but not maybe great. They were very synergistic. Zevin's deck was mono black, and it was excellent.
I remember you were complaining about yours.
my mono white deck was kind of humble, but it had some good pieces. And Quinn's deck was a nice burn deck. Today we opened more on the the good end of the spectrum, so we have some more powerful cards.
So you are more happy with your pull today?
I think so. Yeah. The power level is definitely higher.
All right, interesting. So Quinn, are you playing any red cards?
No, I am not playing any red cards.
And why?
Unfortunately, we gave Zevin the red cards this time, but I do have 2 black cards that are burn spells. I have the Coming of Galactus that deals direct damage, and the Hydra Infiltration. And my first round of today, I did kill my opponent with direct damage from those 2 spells. So it's kind of the same. No red cards, but still burn spells, of course.
Stand on brand, you know, you have to, even though it's not a red card.
Exactly.
All right, Zevin, could you tell us more about your team dynamic today?
Yeah, I think we did a really good job of assigning the decks to the players who would play them the best. I think we gave Joseph the white deck again. He has a lot of experience winning with the white deck after yesterday. We gave Quinn the pile of garbage with 17 colors.
So now you decided to.
And I got to play the nice, streamlined, aggressive deck with like 2-drop rares. It's nice, like perfect for me.
All right, amazing. So I guess, you know, after going undefeated so far, what are your expectations for today?
Do you guys think should we win the tournament maybe?
I would like the top 4.
You know, it's just over there.
All right. Well, he's overruled. He said he wants the top 4. Zevin said he wants to win the tournament. So we'll try and win the tournament. You're outvoted.
Well, the best luck to you.
Thank you.
Hope to see you again. To the casters.
Thank you.
All right, thanks guys.
Thank you so much, Maria. Always lovely to see these interviews with the players, and they are going for the win. I love to see the confidence in the team, and I feel like we are going to hear more from this team throughout the day. I'm Philippa, joined by Simon Nielsen, and we are ready for round 12 of this limited event Spotlight Series Marvel Superheroes. It's been fantastic to be here. It's our first round of the day that we are casting, so that's exciting. And players have brand new decks, Simon.
They do. You know, yesterday, you know, they may have opened as many bombs as it would take them in today too. But now, you know, it's a new reshuffle, and we're going to be watching the Belgians versus the Czech. We have a team of 3 phenomenal Belgian players here, starting with Christophe Gregoire, as you see here, top 8 competitor of Pro Tour Honolulu back in 2008. So an old-time Belgic Magic player up against one of the 3 Czech players here, who I believe this is going to be Jan Hanselek. Yeah, and that's exactly what we see here. So this is a team of Jan Hanselek, Maciej Mali, and Dominik Prosek. All these players here are 9-2, so they're fighting out at kind of the, you know, this is the if they lose now, you know, they're not going to be in contention for top 4. If they win and win and win and win
and win. No.
Well, then they win the tournament.
Yeah.
But yeah. All right, you see here Futurist Force from Christophe Gregoire on this blue-black control deck. We haven't seen too much from blue-black, that color combination throughout this day. And we see black-white from Jan, one of the more favored color combinations to pair your white cards with, support them with some of the black support cards. Get some good removal and maybe some of the attack alone synergies, so you can really make a lot of great attacks over a prolonged game. Maybe even some of the equipment synergies too. That's all that's present in the black and white color combo.
Definitely a very interesting color combination that can be absolutely strong. A Raft Security Officer played by Jan, that card can be really good, especially later in the game, to tap those big creatures. Right now, Christophe doesn't have any creatures, just with this futuristic Forge. As we know, blue has a lot of artifact synergy. So attacking here for Raft, 1 point of damage, dealing the first one to Christophe, and as you said, these players really need to try to win this one, otherwise they are out of contention for the top here.
Yeah, so this looks like a rare-studded hand there from Jan. The Cloak and Dagger gets met by a counterspell from We Say the Nay. So, you know, Christophe says, I would prefer it that you did not look at my hand. I would like to keep my secrets, please. It now plays a Herbie, draws a card, and gets to develop a land. Do you know what Herbie stands for?
Robot? I have no idea.
Yeah, I also kind of forgot. Maybe we see the flavor text. It's yeah, it's highly engineered robots built for interdimensional exploration. So yeah, it's true. Robot is they are in Herbie. So you're absolutely right.
Yay!
But Jan may have the better 4-drop artifact creature come on down here because he does have, I believe, a vision in hand. But he may also want to hold that until he can maybe protect it. Oh, it's not a vision. It's Captain America's shield coming on in. So that's +0, +8, and whenever you attack, you tap down the creature. Also give vigilance. So certainly a card that gets better the more powerful of an attacker you put it on, as it becomes incredibly difficult to remove in combat with the +0, +8, and even tapping down your opponent's best chump blocker. But sitting on just a RAV security officer, well, the card's not that threatening right now.
Not yet, yeah, and I want to highlight that I believe I saw in Christoph's end the Vision Quest, which is one of the reasons sometimes these players splash red. It's a very strong EZ card and can go really well with cards like Herbie and Iron Man as well.
Yes, exactly. As we now see that shield deployment drone, yeah, I absolutely agree with you, Philippe. The red splash for Vision Quest is a nice one to have access to in your boot decks, and we do see that card right there in Christoph's hand. And he actually could have played it this turn for x=4, but maybe he has better plans with that card. Maybe he has the most powerful card you can get with it, MODOK.
Ooh.
Well, that's possible that's in there. Putting 5 counters on your MODOK is on your lifelink flyer. Oh, that's going to be very brutal. Speaking of very brutal, Jan Hanselek's hand right now includes 4 lands and a single Spider Woman, which would, to be fair, be a good answer to whatever Christoph can fetch up with that Vision Quest.
Yeah, and here we have the attack from Raft.
Just passing on back. We also saw Jan just before laugh with his teammate. That's a great thing that happens in these team tournaments that doesn't usually happen in competitive Magic. That you're also just a great opportunity to have fun. You're just a group of friends out to play, and it's lovely to see a bit of laughter in the feature match areas. Now the Shield Flying card comes on in to combo with Herbie here. You blink this one out. It comes right on back, and I assume that Christoph did this in second main phase. So this will come back at end of turn, draw him a card, and then put another land into play. Maybe this was his intention the whole time of holding that Vision Quest, because he knew he could make it 2 bigger the next turn with this combination.
Yeah, and tapping here, drawing a card, and this flying card, as you say, Simon, this is a very sweet combination with the Herbie. Okay, so we are going to crew the shield.
Ooh, and I love this. It looks like Christoph is going to hold on to that Vision Quest for now. Actually, another reason you might want to hold it is that the only 2 artifact creatures in your deck is Herbie and Shield Deployment Drone. And if they're both in play, you can't actually fetch them. Vision Quest does get cards from the graveyard, so once one of them dies, well, then you can go ahead and fetch it. But Jan Hanselek's hand, he has the 2 tapping things essentially, so he's not actually well set up to kill one of these flyers, making it maybe a little bit tougher for Christoph than he would prefer.
And Simon, honestly, I didn't think about that. That's a great point. And these players for sure know exactly how many artifacts there are in the deck, what they can bring back with this Vision Quest. And as you said, if there's no options left, then Christoph here thinking on a way to get these artifact creatures into the graveyard to be able to get that bomb effect from Vision Quest. Now Spider-Woman enters the battlefield from Jan's side. It does have Flash, and it's going to tap the flying card that is going to stay tapped while the Spider-Woman is in the battlefield.
Yes, exactly. So making sure that, that is not untapping. You tap one of the attackers, one of the flyers down, takes just 2 damage right there. So not the worst as Christoph keeps developing here. That's a Shuri, which can then turn your Futurist Forge into yet another flyer here. Though I assume that Christoph would be breaking that Futurist Forge to draw some cards. But the ability we saw that actually last round, where Seven Faust won the game by using Shuri to turn the Futurist Forge into a Super Suit just to give +1 damage to his flyer. That's plays you can make with this card. So keep an eye out for that copying ability from Shuri.
And honestly, I really like these artifacts deck, Simon. I like the synergy that we sometimes can find. I just feel like at times this format can be quite fast, and having cards like Futuristic Forge can be a downside, but looks like here things are working out as Jan is struggling to find some cards to put pressure, and Christoph has this card advantage.
Yeah, exactly. No, I actually think that like if your deck has enough cheap removal, Futurist Forge is going to be an excellent card for you. And here we see the Winter Soldier, which is a great payoff for the Captain America shield, because this one gets +2/+0 for each equipment equipped to it. And so now, you know, that's a 4/10, which is going to deal a much more relevant amount of damage, threatening every turn to Christoph's life total.
Yeah, and looks like here Jan having the Orzhov rares. Very nice. Second one that we are seeing.
True, alongside the
cloak
dagger.
as well, yes. So it looks like some good reasons here to go black-white, but now only 2 planes in hand, and Jan really needs to try to find some pressure as things are going to get out of control in Christoph with card advantage. We know about the Vision Quest, just a lot of pressure from flyers. Jan's still at 17 though, so let's see who takes down the win. If the Czech team or the Belgium team.
Yes, in.
Does playing at home give you an advantage? I know in football it usually does, but in Magic I'm not sure.
I mean, it's certainly very nice that you get to sleep in your own bed, you know, like, you know, where to go for dinner. If you finished the tournament at 9 p.m. yesterday, you know, you just know that you can just go home and make yourself, you know, whatever is in your own kitchen. Like, all these things are very nice things. Now see Christoph here, go for that Vision Quest, X = 4, not paying extra into this, and does actually have an Iron Man, Master of Machines to get, so that's a huge thing. So I think what was happening the previous turns with that Vision Quest is that Christoph was waiting for Jan to spend his removal spells, and now makes the best threat you can with this Vision Quest. Iron Man, Master of Machines, gonna come in and have 4 counters. Is that a fly on the...
yeah, it's because Iron Man is flying.
Oh,
so the fly comes
so
well with the flying.
The flies. Yeah, that makes
Exactly.
sense. It also gets +1 for each artifact you control, and yeah, you have 4 artifacts right now. So it's like an 8-power thing. And now Shuri turns something else into a Spider-Man, but it's not legendary.
Oh, that's a sweet one.
So this means that, yes, the Rav Security Officer can tap down that Iron Man, but your other creature still gets to attack and get that bonus. What's the last card here? It's a 1-mana Hydraulic Helper, so that's a 2/3 that, you know, taps for mana for artifacts.
And it has Defender, so...
And it does have Defender, yeah. But the this combination here, so still gets attack with the Shield Deployment Drone, which is now actually an Iron Man, and then draws a card because an artifact has entered this turn. So that's
Amazing.
a nice lineup there from Christoph.
If you want to have an artifacts deck, this is the kind of deck that you really are looking for. And I lost so many times, Simon, to this card, Vision Quest, getting Iron Man, Master of Machines. Such a sweet combination of cards.
Yeah, they certainly go quite well together, and we see why Christoph was interested in reaching out for that little red splash in his blue-black deck here. So yeah, very, like, a lot of synergies going on. It almost feels like a blue-red deck, right? So far, he's played 0 black cards. It's only been blue cards, Vision Quest for Iron Man. But I'm sure that the reason that this deck runs black is so it gets access to some of the sweet removal spells that you get from that color.
And Jan here drew a non-land card, but I'm not sure which one, but really needed to find something other than a land, so that is good. And I have to appreciate how Christoph taps his lands.
Yeah, no, it's nice and clean. You can certainly see that he did not grow up playing Arena. That is the case there.
Very clear board state indeed.
Neither did Jan Hanselek. I've been scrolling through like his tournament history here, and he started playing Grand Prix back in 2007, and has been just like playing them steadily. So he has also a lot of experience. Of course, Christoph with similar experience and more results to boot.
Okay, and we are having attacks here from the Spider-Woman and Winter Soldier. I see Assassin that gets untapped thanks to that shield. Playing land for the turn. Oh, is this card Captain America?
Oh, it is
combo
combining with the shield.
Oh, we talked about this interaction. Can you explain it to the viewers, Simon?
So Captain America, Wings of Freedom, says when he attacks, he gives all your heroes +X, where X is his toughness.
Yep.
Only has toughness 1. He's a 3/1 flyer. First strike as well. But, well, if you put a shield on him, Well, then he's 9 toughness, and he gives +9/+9 to each hero. Worth noting, though, the only hero that Jan has is the Spider-Woman, and Captain America doesn't pump himself. So it still matters a lot. You can attack with Captain America in the air, and then attack with the Spider-Woman for like 10 damage. And so Kristoff needs to be aware of leaving back enough blockers, also taking into account that the shield will tap down one of the blockers. So presumably his 1/1 soldier token won't be able to jump and get in front of that Spider-Woman. He needs something else to also be able to block it.
And definitely, if Jan survives this turn, it would be nice to get some hero synergy, but also need some flyers, because this Iron Man is going to be trouble. But thankfully, the raft is there to be able to tap it.
Oh, I love this. Turning your hydraulic helper into an Iron Man, and now plays a second Herbie. Certainly his deck was not at all out of artifacts. He's full of them, and it's very crucial here that he did have an artifact, because that again means that once the Iron Man attacks, you get to draw a card. This Raft Security Officer can tap down, the buffed up Spider-Man, but the copy here, which is now the bit hard to keep track of, but the hydraulic helper is now a copy of Spider-Man. Also, love how thematic that is. Iron Man built the hydraulic helper to help bring him his coffee, but the hydraulic helper evolved so much with the help of a content technology that now it actually turned into a second Iron Man. Maybe his rival. As we now see Kristoff pick up a Dark Deed, which gives -4/-4 to a creature and can take out that Spider-Woman.
One of the best removals in the set, if not the best removal.
Yeah, it's incredibly good and efficient. Doesn't kill everything, cannot clear this Captain America, of course, since it has a huge shield on its butt. But the Spider-Woman, that's the only other hero, well, you can take care of that one.
Yeah, and I feel like we are building here a lot of a story in itself in this game, Simon.
I mean, also worth noting, by the way, right now, it is interesting that the Herbie is attacking, the Herbie and the shield deployment drone are attacking. So it's worth noting that, right now, the Spider-Man is attacking as a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that's 6 power coming from the Spider-Man, and then the 2 power flyers there. So Jan has to block something, and the question is, do you block the big Iron Man so that you can save some life points, or do you block the some of the flyers? You could even kill a shield deployment drone or Herbie, but you take more damage. If he blocks the big Iron Man copy there, the Dark Deed will actually be able to kill the Captain America, because it's 6 damage from that Iron Man attack right there, and then follow up with Dark Deed, pay the ward cost, and that should be enough to take out the whole 9 toughness of Captain America. It's not for sure that Gregoire actually wants to do this. He may still want to just use it on the Spider-Woman, and unlock his shield flying car, because then he has so many flyers. His deck looks excellent at killing in the air.
Yeah, we are seeing that for sure, Simon. Just so much pressure, and I feel like usually flyers are important, but in this set especially, I have lost so many times for some flying creatures going around. So very important here. These artifacts deck are great at getting some flyers to get some evasion. And Kristoff is in a great seat. I mean, he does have the options, he does have the aggression. Jan is at 6 life, so really on the back seat here. And Dark Deed is going to take care of that Captain America Wings of Freedom, of course, having to pay the ward 1. So that is gone, but the shield stays. Passing the turn here.
Got to take down that Captain America with his Dark Deed. So beautifully played there from Kristoff, kind of baiting Jan into blocking to save his life total, but then the Dark Deed took it down, and that is the win there from Kristoff.
So I feel like what we get with this game is that you should always do some Dark Deeding.
Yes, indeed. The Dark Deeds, you can have them come out sometimes if it's
not even Captain America can resist it.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. That's well, actually, I believe that on the Dark Deed artwork is Captain America.
Oh yeah, that's
it's
true.
It's just so thematic, the whole thing.
I'm telling you, yeah, this game was such a lore in itself.
Wasn't the Civil War between Captain America and Iron Man?
Yeah. Okay.
Wow.
I love that. So we are going to get a game number 2. Kristoff is going to be on the lead with 1 game up, so that means Jan is on the play. And Kristoff got to see the combo of Captain America with the shield that we've been talking about. I know that Frank had a segment with Maria where he goes into some cool interactions, and that is one of them. How do you think these players are going to play differently and sideboard for this game too?
Well, I certainly could imagine that the black-white deck wants to improve his ability to deal with flyers. He may even bring in stuff like Panther Pounce. He didn't see that much instant speed interaction, and so just have something that can give, flying to his creature for one turn, make it a blocker. Like you untap your Raft Security Officer and block a Herbie. Stuff like this could be useful. The other thing he could do is try and lean on the disadvantage of Christoph's deck is that he doesn't actually have that many big creatures. If a lot of them are flying, you're gonna be able to smash through with your bigger things. So it's possible he may have some good attackers, just like a random 3/3, for example. If he has a Quake, Shield of Agent, cards like this, he could bring them in, and they actually function pretty well as attackers into Christoph's board. But yeah, worth noting here, the fact that we have a team tournament here in Belgium has made Christoph come back out of retirement, essentially. His last tournament was the Players Tour in Brussels in 2020.
Oh,
right
that was
before
6
COVID.
years ago.
Exactly, yeah. Jan has been playing tournaments steadily throughout his whole, career, but Christoph has kind of been off of Magic for a little while, but got convinced by Tom van de Vogt and Branko Nering, who, by the way, Branko has not only a top 4 at a limited or at a team GP, he has a top 8 at a team Pro Tour.
Wow.
The last one that was in 2018, Branko was in the top 4 of that one. So a player who also used to be someone that you would really know across the European tournament circuit, and is now teaming up here with 2 other former GP crushers, Christoph Gregor and Tom van der Vogt. So it's it's truly a team, bringing back old great players.
And what a way to come back, Simon. I mean, to come back to an event like this and make day 2 is not easy. We saw that only 67 out of 552 teams made it into day 2. So imagine coming back from retirement and suddenly you qualify for the Pro Tour. I'm sure that's on the radar for the players here. And Jan took a mulligan. Christoph did keep the initial end, so let's see if Jan has to take another mulligan or if this is good enough. I mean, I see 2 lands, I see some spells. This is a Mango Keep.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's also Simon Keep. It has Shield Spike Hit and Agents of Shield, as far as I can see, and a Web Up, 3 lands. So yeah, that should be all good to go, unless the last card is not a land. I guess it's not. But this means that he's set up to have some good attackers there, like coming into turn 4. So he does have a 2-drop as well. So what is he going to play out here? And that is, Swordsman, the Sharp Scoundrel. So this one here, and whenever you attack with an equipped creature, that creature connives. Works so well with the Shield Spike Hit, and you can really see the synergies here, as now he draws the Cloak and Dagger, but does not have the 3rd land yet. This is where the Shield Spike Hit comes into play. And Christoph does not have a Dark Deed up here, because he has a mountain, but no swamp.
And definitely this helping as well with the conniving and scrying to be able to try to find the 3rd land needed to be able to start casting cards like Cloak, as you said. And Simon, I know Shield Spike Hit is your 2nd best white card in your opinion.
Yes, exactly. It's an excellent card because it lets you attack and fix your draws. A big issue with white decks is that they have no card manipulation, but they have these scries. And this is the best card manipulation you can get. Combining these two, you get to scry first and then draw a card. So he was actually ordering them in the way where he would be he could order the triggers how he wanted to, decided to scry first so he could potentially make his land drop on this turn, but no, he scryed to the bottom, drew a card, still no land there from Jan. So we'll see if there is one, next turn. He does have another go at it, especially if this Swordsman gets to survive. You even get to do another instance of scry and draw here. And
I mean, Christoph doesn't have access to black mana, so cards like Dark Deed are off the table right now, and if the Swordsman gets to leave, it's already a 4/4.
Well, Christoph actually has Modok in his hand, so he does have that card in deck to find a Vision
You
Quest.
were right then.
Yeah, wow. But decided that was not the way to go. As now we see another attack here, so it's a scry, leave that swamp on top, and then loot. And it's pretty likely, I would say, that Christoph has a We Say the Nay in hand right now. Having kept his hand and just played nothing go, nothing go. It looks a lot like a We Say the Nay. So Jan is going to be aware of this and make sure that he's only plays his worst creature here. But discards that Red Guardian. Seems like there's no such thing as creatures, Christoph's creature dealing damage in the near future, as there's no creatures in play at all. And so the question is now, which card do you play into that We Say the Nay? I think, honestly, something you could do from this position is actually keep that Red Guardian and pass the turn and just play it as a 2/2 flash. but it may be a bit too weak as the game goes longer, as like right now you got that Wii Seitin out of Christoph's hand, and you don't have to worry about it later. As we now see the Iron Man, Master of Machines, come on down, but it's facing down against a 5-5 Scoundrel. You're the Swordsman Sharp Scoundrel right there. It's threatening to become even bigger as it attacks right now. And there's also that Cloak and Dagger, which can swoop in and take care of that Iron Man or a card from Christoph's hand.
Oh, and there you go, going for the aggressive play. So the Cloak here targeting the Iron Man. But first, you also get to look at the cards in hand. So if there's a card that you really want to get rid of, you can just exile the card in hand instead of the Iron Man. So you get to choose either to exile the target creature or the card in hand. So let's take a look here at what Christoph does have. So there's that Modok, there's the Dark Deed. So some black cards that he really would like to play, but doesn't have access to black mana yet. So actually the only card that is able to cast from the cards in hand is that Futuristic Forge for some card draw.
Yeah, exactly. So there's a good reason to take Iron Man. Remember, the way Cloak and Dagger works is that you can either take the creature you point at or a card from Christoph's hand. And even though you could take the Dark Deed here to make sure that Christoph draws a Black Source. You know, he can't kill the Cloak and Dagger. But I think you're honestly totally fine, even if Christoph does exactly that. You know, the Scoundrel will be a 5-5, so it's out of range of the Dark Deed. And the Cloak and Dagger will die and then just put the Iron Man back in hand. But Christoph, you know, can't replay it right again. So you just really get to take this tempo advantage, and you're now attacking for, you know, 6 damage if you discard a spell here. So Christoph is almost dead here and needs something else to stay alive. Yeah, I do like this move here from Jan Hanselek.
Yeah, I agree. This is going to be very aggressive, going to leave Christoph at 5 points of life, and Christoph needs to find a way to deal with this Swordsman Sharp Scoundrel that has been an absolute beast. And honestly, this card, usually I see it as a 2-mana, 2/2, you know, villain that make the cut because you don't really have something better to play. But here, being an absolute beast and honestly taking this game up. So that means Jan takes game number 2, and we are going to have game number 3. And Simon, these times things were swifted where we couldn't find a black source here to cast the removal spells, to cast Modok. What do you think we're going to see game 3?
I certainly hope that what we're going to see is a game where both players, you know, like get to play to their full capacity here. You know, if we see the draw that Christoph had last game versus the draw that Jan had this game, that's what I want to see. Also, by the way, noting there in the back, we have Dominik Prosek, a known Czech player and online grinder, who is like kind of the captain of this team, playing there as well. So that's the big name that we see here.
Yep.
From that Czech team, who is also sitting at 9-2. You know, it's a great record right now, and certainly within range of making top 4 if they can make their, you know, their good pool today come together and battle some very tight matches against very strong opposition.
And this is a team event, so even if one of these players wins, doesn't necessarily mean that the team will get the points, because if the other team gets the other 2 wins on the matches that are going, that means that they will take the points. So it's a very interesting format that we don't see quite often. So you have to try your best and also rely that at least one of your teammates gets the win as well. This is going to be an interesting game. And Simon, I really liked how on game 1 you were saying like, oh, Vision Quest that can actually get Modok, and we know that there's a Modok in the deck now. So maybe game 3 we're going to see a Vision Quest getting a Modok.
And honestly, so does Jan. So he might be more aware of, for example, making sure to equip his X1s when it's about time to get to that 5th land, or if he knows about a Vision Quest in hand, and you know, it's about to get to 7 lands, like these sorts of things. Making sure to leave up his tapper so that he can tap down a Modok and not get hit by a huge lifelink swing from if it gets out from a Vision Quest, and all these sorts of things.
Is there a world where when they see the Cloak down on game number 2 and you're already so behind and that Cloak eats the battlefield, do you concede to not show Modok, or because you still have a chance to come back, you wait to see your draw and you just reveal your hand? Because the Modok is a very important card to reveal.
Yes, that's actually true. Yeah, I'm not actually sure, like, you know, like how, you know, like how much he could like really hide it in these scenarios, but it is true that like giving that information up will make it much easier for Jan to maneuver and potentially like holding on to X1s in hand. As now we see, a little bit of pass back here and there. There's certainly black mana from Christoph now, but is there also the other colors? Now Winter Soldier comes on down, and we can see the equipment setup from Jan's deck, how well he can be able to take advantage of this if he draws the Shield Spike hit. It's part of why that card is so good. And we see two more rares in Jan's hand there. That is two rares that don't go well together here, but it's Kingpin, the Kingpin of Crime, which is essentially a Doran type card. It's a 3-mana 1/5 that can attack for 5 every turn, and also Avengers Assemble, which bumps up all your heroes. But right now you're starting with curving a multicolor villain into another multicolor villain. Actually, Jan having all 3 of the black-white multicolor cards. We certainly see why this team decided to go for this color combination. Future is Forged, though, just letting Christoph load up on some cards, but he's falling behind on the board here as this Kingpin of Crime comes on in, attacking pretty effectively, and then even adding, that extort ability to a few of his cards. So, yeah, Jan is smiling a bit as revealing, yes, I do indeed have all these rares.
This is such a good card. I have lost for it in the past. The exhort mechanic is also interesting, so you can start dealing some damage to your opponent, especially when they start getting lower on life. It looks like Jan just got all the good Orzhov rares, as you were saying, Simon. So very nice to see these synergies going around. Christoph this time does not have access to red. I think Christoph started with a hand that only had access to black mana. AIM got the basic land cycle to get a island, then with Futuristic Forge, Christoph managed to get a second island, but no red inside, and there's that Lightning Strike there, which is great removal, but not able to cast it yet.
And the Dark Deed, which can't take care of that Kingpin. He's just simply too large. So it's going to be tricky here from Christoph. By the way, Christoph, the last time he top-8'd a tournament was a Grand Prix here in Brussels, 15 or 17 years ago or something. A long time ago. This also when he top-8'd his Pro Tour in Honolulu, Hawaii, in Laura Block Constructed. So, yeah, Christoph, has these results, but it's way back in the day. And now he's staring at this hand that doesn't necessarily offer him much options. He's waiting for that 5th land to be able to play the MODOK. But MODOK played on a board where the opponent doesn't have X1s. It's not actually that impressive. And so he's just playing out this Bold Biochemist here. And I wonder if he's attempting to block that Kingpin of Crime and then use the Dark Deed essentially as a combat trick. It's a risky move, but it's sometimes when you're behind enough the sort of thing you would need to do. And I'm not sure that Jan's hand can actually deal with such a play. He may end up losing the Kingpin right here.
There's a Spider Woman, but that can tap. I mean, if it's already blocked, then it doesn't do much. There's a Brave Brawler. I think there's a Red Guardian. So at least then you can take care of the creature as well.
Yeah, that's true. You would then be able to kill the Bold Biochemist, which is not nothing, but whenever you're on the offensive, so getting to use your Red Guardian is quite an advantage, actually, because it's not the easiest to do if your opponent is not attacking you to get use out of it without also like losing your own creature in the process.
So whenever you attack, you may pay 2 life. If you do, until the end of the turn, creatures you control with toughness greater than their power assign combat damage equal to their toughness rather than their power. So here, this Kingpin will attack for 5, as you said.
The synergies in Jan's deck, he has the Captain America shield to go on Captain America, but he could also put it on the Kingpin of Crime and attack for 13 damage.
Oh, wow, that's true. Oh.
So that's a huge combo right there. Well, Jan's deck is just so sweet.
That is super sweet. I think Frank needs to add this one to the list of interesting interactions.
Yeah, exactly. I hope
the eBay Live auction.
I hope that we'll get another example of this. As he now attacks both here, does he pay the life?
I think so. It's a lot of damage, right?
The Winter Soldier should be untapped, though. It does have Vigilance, but that's a smaller thing. It does seem like he marked down that he's at 19, and now the judge is pointing out that Winter Soldier should be untapped, I believe.
Yeah, maybe just making sure that the life totals are correct, and they are verifying, yeah, probably this Vigilance there. I mean, the card is already good without Vigilance, but he does have Menace. And then for 5 mana, you can return it from the graveyard to the battlefield with a finality counter on it.
Oh,
then you may attach equipment.
You're actually just playing out the Spider-Woman here, which is a great attacker with the Kingpin of Crime available, but just tapping down that Bold Biochemist, which means that Christoph's whole plan doesn't actually work. Jan did preemptively foresee what was going to happen, didn't want to lose his Kingpin of Crime, and played out the Spider-Woman to take care of that. So now Christoph does get to use his Dark Deed to take care of that Spider-Woman, gets to untap his Bold Biochemist again, but is now left again with no way to answer that Kingpin of Crime. Wow, that's really impressive there from Jan, kind of smelling that that move from Christoph. As now he hits the 5th land, and there we see MODOK. Come on in. Do you know what MODOK stands for?
No.
Oh, it's actually not even coming down here. So it's chat. If you know what MODOK stands for, please please add that to the chat.
Maybe
now we see Madam Mask come on in.
Marvelous, Octopus, Dangerous,
Why would it be
Otorino.
a dangerous otter? Knight.
I don't know. I'm joking. Web Up. Okay.
All right, Web Up takes care of Madam Mask right there. So that's the so Madam Mask, came in, didn't connive. That was the 2nd card drawn for turn, so he does leave a villain token around. But, this board state is still not really contesting with that Kingpin of Crime, which gets to rumble in right here and attack for 5 once again. So Christoph's life total is quickly dwindling. He could even attack at both here, offering the trade of Winter, the Winter Soldier and the villain token. The reason you'd want to do this is that Winter Soldier can just come back for 5 mana later in the game. So you see Christoph there snapping off that double block. Kingpin of Crime did pay 2 life again, so comes rumbling in for 5. And Jan is kind of posing as if he has a combat trick, but decides to, he has no move. So kills off that that villain token and plays the Brave Brawler over the Raft Security Officer. The reason he does this is that he has a very important card in the hand there, Avengers Assemble, which is going to give that card +2/+2 and become another good attacker. But it is also notably a 2/1 in the face of Christoph's MODOK here. So it's going to MODOK can come down, give -1/-1 to each creature, and kill off that Brave Brawler. So maybe that's a bit of a misstep there from Jan, not taking into account the MODOK that you saw in the previous games and playing around it properly.
Maybe thinking like if on turn 5 he did go for that Madame Mask, maybe that means that he didn't have MODOK, but we actually know that he did.
Yeah, and also typically MODOK is just not the best card to play when you're behind if it doesn't kill something immediately. Because, Jan could just have a removal spell for the MODOK, and then it did essentially nothing. You just played a 5-drop, as good as any other 5-drop. So we see here, Jan drawing, that's a great combination with that Avengers Assemble. That's Burrow backup, making 2 hero tokens. And once again, actually, this Kingpin can still rumble in. You still pay 2 life, and it becomes, it's a 0/4, but it still attacks for 4 damage. And we see Christoph here ending up chump blocking with that Bold Biochemist. And now here comes the Burrow backup, making 2 2/1 tokens. They're still getting, beaten down from that MODOK, which, by the way, stands for Mental Organism Designed Only for Killing. There's no flavor text on this one, but you could see it in the description of the abilities. Mental organism designed only for killing.
I love that.
Yeah, it's the devil's in the details, as they say. And Christoph's hand here, he has a perfect play to go for here. He has the Iron Man into Lightning Strike, except he can't do it.
Because he doesn't have 2nd red.
Yeah, they're both splash colors. That is a big danger when you're splashing, when you're splashing too many cards of the same color, because it actually ends up pretty frequently. You only have 1 sword to be splash color. It means you can't double spell if you need to draw them together here. So Christoph has a choice here. Does he go for the connive? Probably can't at this life total here.
The MODOK does have lifelink, but still very dangerous situation here. Those soldiers we know right now are 2/1s thanks to MODOK, but they will become 4/3s thanks to that Avengers Assemble. Good thing they're not villains, because otherwise they would be out of the battlefield at this point.
So that's a pay 3 life there to do a connive. Christoph has thought about the things he could possibly hit that would make his situation better. If he hits a land, he could play the Spider-Man and the Shield Flying card, though I'm not even sure that would help very much in this situation. So it does get to rumble in here with his 3/3 lifelinker, rebuying that life just again, and is able to, I guess, play the Shield Flying card right now, blink the MODOK so it's able to be on defense, and then also Lightning Strike something. It's not the perfect line, it certainly still doesn't look great for him. He'll probably have to end up chump blocking that Or I guess he could trade with one of the hero tokens. Trade the shield flying car for a hero token and lightning strike the other, falling down to 2 life. So that's going to be his play here. And it actually still works, even in the face of Avengers Assemble. Because, you know, they're all going to become 4/3s. And it all works out just fine.
Yeah, Avengers Assemble, such a sweet card that works so well in these hero decks. Heroes you control get +2/+2, and at the beginning of each end step you attack with a hero this turn, or a hero enter the battlefield under your control, you draw cards. So not only pumps your heroes, it also draws you cards, so you hopefully find some more.
Yeah, and it may make sense for Jan to run out that one here. I mean, obviously the shield flying card right now stands to actually eat one of the hero tokens. So it may not be he may not actually be that interested in attacking here. And if Jan, you know, has another We Say Dine, actually hasn't played any this game, and you've been countered the past 2 games, so that's certainly a card that is at the top of Jan's mind right here. It's possible that the way he should play this is to play the Avengers Assemble before combat, and then not risk the counterspell. But no, he's taking the chance here, going in, paying 2 life again. Remember, Jan's life total is also dwindling at this point. But if Christoph's plan right now is to go down to 2 life, he's also risking death to that extort. And maybe that's exactly why Jan is attacking like this. If Christoph goes for the flying car on one hero and then lightning strike the other hero, Jan just says, okay, I'm not even going to play my Avengers Assemble. I'm just going to let
another
hero
spell
die.
and exhort.
Yeah, exactly. He has a 1-drop now and a 2-drop, so he can play both of the things and deal the last 2 damage to Gregor. So that's exactly what it looks like here. No, but Jan misses lethal, maybe? Is pausing? No. Yeah, Jan misses the extort lethal right here and goes for the Avengers Assemble when it's actually unnecessary. So the Lightning Strike still resolves, still kills that hero token. You know, that one cannot be saved because it does get the -1/-1 from MODOK. And the other hero token also dies to the 3 damage from the flying car. But now Christoph is at 2. He's still in a precarious position. There's a card drawn there from Avengers Assemble. The Kingpin of Crime is not a hero, so it doesn't get the buff. And the MODOK here can still attack and buff Christoph's life total, so he's not dying to the extort next turn. But he does need to find some way to answer that Kingpin of Crime.
Absolutely, and what a turn here. I mean, this MODOK can definitely bring you back into the game. That life total will start going up from Christoph, but right now he cannot use that ability to pay 3 life and conniving as much as he would like to. Now, Christopher does have some options. There's the Iron Man that he could not play last turn to keep the red for Lightning Strike. That's always a good card to play. And then there's an Island. There's also the Futuristic Forge that can draw 2 cards.
Right, so we'll see here what is being played. It's just Iron Man and pass. Christoph is thinking, well, you could have killed me last turn if you had a 1-drop and a 2-drop, so I don't believe you have that, and I'm actually safe here at 2 life to try and double block that Kingpin of Crime. But here we go. Shield, Spike Hit, extort you once. Here's a 2-drop. It's actually the Captain America shield comboing with a Kingpin of Crime, but in a very different way. And we see, you know, the team celebrating Jan's win right there. You know, they're happy to see him succeed.
Well played here, the Czech team taking this win, but we have more matches going on for these team trios. As I said before, only your match winning is not enough for the team to get the points. You need at least 2 people from your team to win their respective match to be able to get the team win. And we have Matej now versus Thomas van der Paelt playing here their match and hoping to get the win for the team. So we do know for sure if Matej gets to win this one, then the Czech team manages to get the win. We have Origins here of Avengers 2-mana Saga that allow you to scry. Then you may put a hero creature card, but never mind, because Gorilla takes care of the Origins of the Avengers.
Oh, and we now see here, so that's the mark we see there from the Czech team having taken one match right there as, you know, these players are trading blows. Captain America Living Legend met by Hulkling, the Bumbling Bruiser. So that's a 2/3 that essentially has evolved. You know, it grows when you play bigger creatures. And Captain America is 3/4 Vigilance that untaps your creatures once each turn, the first time they tap. Thomas van der Paelt is in a very similar boat as Christopher Gregor. You know, a long-time Belgian Magic player whose last tournament was Players Tour in Brussels, 2020.
6 years ago. It doesn't feel like it was 6 years ago. I feel like because of COVID, the time just stopped having the same meaning because it definitely feels like it was not that long ago, but it has been, and we are back to Brussels 6 years after.
This is a great start there from Thomas. You know, they got his 2-drop stopped right there from the Gorilla, but Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. comboing quite well with Captain America as, you know, you do attack alone and you get +1/+1 to it. So it's really difficult to tangle with in combat there, rolling in for 4 damage. And now Mate has to see if he can set up a good double block and hope that he doesn't get blown out by you know, a trick from Thomas, or maybe he can try and race. But it's really tough to attack both of these creatures since they're also 4 toughness. You know what I see in Mache's hand? It's a Go Nuts. So he can play this Hercules here, and he can put a counter on the Hulkling. Then he can use that green mana here to
Go Nuts.
yeah, so use the Go Nuts with the teamwork ability, put another counter on, and he has to decide if he's tapping, and which thing he does put the counter on, but he can fight that Captain America right now. And maybe even attack with, I guess he can, yeah, he puts the counter on the Hercules here so that the Hulkling is able to grow later. Hercules, Prince of Power, of course, has a power-up ability that makes it indestructible, which can also, by the way, be used on defense way later in the game when you pass it 5 mana up. It's worth noting. It's a 3 mana 3/3 otherwise.
Nice
so yeah.
turn here for Mate. And I noticed that Thomas is sharing blue with teammate Christoph, because we saw Christoph play last one with that blue, red, black deck, and it looks like they are sharing blue. But to be fair, very different strategies of blue. While Christoph was going for the artifact synergy, here Thomas is more on the hero spectrum of blue-white.
Yeah, and I assume actually that basically what's happened, actually plays Miss Marvel. So his deck must be full of things that target his own creatures, like this I Am Iron Man in hand to trigger the Miss Marvel. And so that's a pretty funny build of blue-white. I wonder if he also has the Pim Technologies, or the Pim parasites. No, Pim, what's it called? Come on, help me out here, chat. The Pim particles, there we go. Thank you, chat. The 1 mana cantrip that targets your creature. It's a perfect combination with Miss Marvel. Maybe in Thomas's deck here. Now, you know, the Czech people are discussing here how to move forward with this game. Remember that Mache is also a game up here. If he wins this game, the Czech team will win the match here. So they're certainly in a favored position, but doesn't dare to attack through here. Potentially Thomas could have had a take up the shield, and it would be a huge blowout to lose one of your 4/4s in that combat, since Miss Marvel would also get a bit of a power buff if you do have that take up the shield. So decides to play around it here and just develop the board, and that's a big sigh of relief for Thomas, who actually had nothing. Plays the hero in training, draws the card, and
gains 2 life.
Goes from here. Yeah, even gains the 2 life. Yeah.
Pretty good card hero in training. Some people considering it the best card in white. I know for you it's the 3rd one after Web Up and Shield Spike.
Maybe actually the 4th one.
The 4th one. So
yeah, I
which
think
one
maybe
is the third?
Raft Security Officer is better too.
Raft is better than hero in training.
Maybe, I don't know. It's just a 2/2. It's like it's fine, but it's.
It draws you a card and gains it to life.
Yeah, I don't know. You also draw a card every turn, right? You don't need your cards to do that for you. It's like basically what it is, right? It's just like a divination type thing. But the card you draw is like, it's like, you know, a random card and then a 0 mana 2/2. And so, like, it's not that good if the 2/2 is not impactful on the board. So you need these other cards like the equipments and so on, or like the buff effects like Agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. to make that 2/2 matter. Well, in that case, the card is great. But I'd rather have the cards that make it matter first, that can, for instance, tap down my opponent's big creatures. So now we talk about big creatures here. That's a level up from Hercules, and attack with all of these big boys here. That's a 5/5 Kree Sentinel, 5/5 Hercules with Indestructible, and a 4/5 Hulkling. So Machi Mali's red-green deck, you know, we've talked about this, you know, time and time again, how I love red-green, and is moving in here. Thomas has to also consider the possibility of a Giant Growth. I know that Martin has been talking down the Giant Growth, but I actually love that card in my red-green decks because it's so often you force your opponent into double blocks because they have no other way of dealing with these big creatures.
I mean, 1 mana +3/+3?
Yeah, exactly.
Sounds great to me.
It's you know, it's the same as Ancestral Recall.
At home.
Okay, I'm not going
At
that far.
home,
I'm not
at
going that
home.
far.
Simon, today you are taking all the hot takes.
But power and toughness on the board matters a lot, and it is one way you can, you know, take over a game. Of course, you know, You can do it with flyers, you can do it in different ways. We see here the I Am Iron Man come on in, triggers the Miss Marvel, which will then draw a card first and then become a 2/4. And then afterwards, the Iron Man will have its ability to draw another card. We see their Panther Pounds. You know, that's how Thomas built his deck around this Miss Marvel. I wonder if there's 2 copies in his deck, since he has so many cards, you know, the lackluster cards like Panther Pounds to work with it. Yeah, the Iron Man, I Am Iron Man, makes this hero a 4/4, but it's still not big enough to brawl with anything. So he has to risk that double block on the 5/5 Kree Sentinel, or maybe on the Hulkling. Because if you block the 5/5 Kree Sentinel and there's a Giant Growth, you lose both your creatures. If you block it on the 4/5 Hulkling, well, then, you know, it's a bit safer. So may want to do it that way, but of course you'd rather get rid of the 5/5 if you can.
And these red and green decks are so good at applying pressure. You know, not like the strongest synergies, but just playing big creatures and attacking.
Yes, exactly. And that sometimes that's all it takes, especially if you can support them with some nice tricks, some nice instant speed fight spells, all of these things. So yeah, Thomas does go for this. Is there a Giant Growth in Maciej's head? There is! Look at this Giant Growth! +3/+3, killing 2 creatures. 9 damage to Thomas's face. Oh, I love to see it.
Simon Nielsen, 2026, Giant Growth better than Ancestor Recall. You can quote it. I know that Twitch chat is going to clip this.
The thing that Giant Growth did here is better than Ancestral Recall. Because you killed 2 creatures, which is obviously worse on card advantage than drawing 3 cards, but you also killed creatures that the opponent spent mana to develop onto the board, and I think that is better. As you now see, emergences of ideation. I wonder if it's Martin on the card viewer, as now he's been talking down that Giant Growth, being surprised that it's in people's decks, but I am absolutely not surprised. In the right style of deck, we saw it also earlier in Eduardo's deck, and I don't believe it fits very well in blue-green. You have flyers, card advantage. No. It fits if your deck has enough big stuff. That's when it's good. Agent Phil Coulson hits the battlefield from Thomas van der Pelt. It's a great rare. Pumps up all your heroes. But does he have time to make this work? Well, we'll see about that. He does have a Panther Pounds and can, draw a card from that, use the clue to draw another card. But he's under the gun right here.
Under pressure, thanks to that Giant Growth.
Yeah, indeed. And he can make the Kamala Khan, he can make it into a 4-power creature, I believe, with that Panther Pounds, right? So it gets the +1 and then becomes a 3/3 from the trigger. Yeah, he'll have 3 cards in hand. But he doesn't quite, the trigger from Miss Marvel happens before the Panther Pounds resolves. So you don't have the window to crack your clue and then make it a 5-power creature. So yeah, it's kind of interesting. I was actually wondering on the previous turn if Thomas should have held a land to make it less to make Miss Marvel bigger, but then you couldn't, last turn he spent all 6 mana he had. So I mean, this turn he is holding on to the land, but yeah, I'm not sure there was good options there. He might just have to risk another double block once again here, as this is now happening, triggering Miss Marvel, draws a card. It's a Brave Brawler. I love how every card he draws is face down or upside down. Has to turn it around. Gets that clue. This is a +1/+0 to the Miss Marvel. It's going to become a 4/4 essentially, right? 3/4 with the extra pump there. You can crack the clue, see if you draw something else, maybe a second Panther Pounds.
Oh, hero in training.
Just another hero in training, sure, but that's a little a man up against these big boys from Maciej Mali. So probably has to just run your powerful rares here into a double block, risking it again, because you're not about to take 14 damage on this turn.
Yeah, blocking it there.
Oh, actually, hold on. I think I misunderstood what Miss Marvel does. Yeah, I definitely did. So Miss Marvel doesn't set the power and toughness when the trigger happens. It just gives it this ability. And if you can grow your hand size, after the ability has triggered, Miss Marvel will still continue to see how many cards you have in hand. So that was actually much better from Thomas there, getting to just trade off the Miss Marvel, which has drawn him a few cards. It hasn't been the worst I've ever seen it be. But the Pet Avengers here from Maciej, using his last cards in hand, playing the Pet Avengers and powering it up to make a 3/2 hero tokens, and the pressure is on. Hero in training comes on in, draws a card, 2 more life for Thomas, but he has a host. He had 3 lands in hand and just this Agent of Atlas. So, he needs to block essentially 3 of these creatures. No, I guess he can go to 1 here, blocking 2 of the 5/5s. So, but it doesn't really help him.
And this is where Agent Philip Coulson can start doing some work. I mean, it will start pumping the creatures.
True.
Because Hero in Training and Agent of Atlas, they are heroes. So they will get +1/+1. But the pressure is just so immensely on Mate's side that things are not looking too good here.
Yeah, we've talked about the advantage of pushing your opponent's life total down, and if Thomas's life total was higher, well, he would have been able to just do a double block on one of these 5/5s, activate the Phil Coulson, and take the rest of the damage. But he still might want to do the double block on the 5/5, but he would also have to chump block with the Agent here. So now he's doing the triple chump and trading. I think I would have preferred here to just go to 1 life, double blocking one of the 5/5s. But yeah, he's just losing his entire board.
Oh,
the hero's dying. Thomas down to 4 life and still facing off all these big creatures as he was before. Does he have a creeper? No, he does not. That is Maciej Mali and the Czech team taking over this match here. And the Belgians are the Belgians have been defeated. We saw the celebration actually happen earlier when Jan took down the match as they were still playing in this clip when we went back in time. And yes, they were certainly very happy here, the Czech team, to beat the Belgians from history past.
And I have to ask you, Simon, so your statement, best card of the game, what was it?
Best card of this game?
Of this game.
Yeah, Jangrowth, of course.
Giant growth, better
No,
than Central
I think probably the best card of this game. Yeah, I'm not sure. I think it's probably Go Nuts if I had to actually like.
Oh.
Yeah, because it was like it also made it like it made this like really like good turn 4 where you could play a 3-drop, level up your Hulk, and then fight the Captain America, which is like that would have made the Phil Coulson much more of a threat. Would have made the blocks much better for Thomas there, but. Yeah, so just having that very efficient, cheap removal spell that works so well in your red-green deck when all your creatures are big. I really think we saw that as the setup for then forcing the double block that then got punished by Jangrowth.
Any plays that you want to highlight here throughout this game that stood up to you in any way?
Yeah, so I think that there was specifically the turn where there was a Mrs. Marvel hitting the battlefield and 2 mana up. And so there's Kree Sentinel in Maciej's hand, and he can play that. He wants to play that and bump his Hulkling, and then he can actually have a fine attack. He has 2 4-power creatures. There's only like 3 defense on the opposing side of the board. But if there is a take up the shield, he gets completely blown out. So this is where he took some time, discussed a bit with his teammates. They decided, you know what? Let's just waste our opponent's mana right here and wait with our attack until next turn when we have the Jangrowth up. And then we can make it much more impressive. So they did exactly that. Played out the 5/5, passed the turn. Next turn, powered up Hercules, played 6 land, attacked with everything, and that was the setup for that blowout. So yes, we can see the card that was the most impactful, but clearly it comes at the it comes because it has been enabled by the previous plays of this game. Yeah, that's
that.
Red-green math for you. And once again, we see the red-green deck just be absolutely incredible.
I mean, you were right. You said it from the beginning. Red, green, really good. And we have the winners interview ready, so let's hear it for them.
I'm here with the winning team of round 12. Congratulations, guys.
Thank you very much.
So how are you feeling going into this feature match?
Well, honestly, I cannot speak for the whole team.
Maybe each
but
one of you can, chime in.
Yeah. So I was just nervous, very excited, but it was easier because we played against the team that was, also filled with a few friends. So that was much easier. But of course, the tension was there.
Of course.
Yeah, I was excited, and I hope we can make top 4 and qualify to Pro Tour with my 2 great friends.
That's your goal, right? All right. And what about you?
Well, I usually tend to be pretty nervous in these kinds of spots, but it all fell off basically immediately after we sat down, so it was good.
So you were just, all into the game, or
yeah, of course.
Because
it's better to just not I don't know, keep your attention to the surroundings and just play your game.
Yeah, maybe because of the format, it's a team sealed, and maybe it was easier because you knew that your friends are here and then can support you as well, right?
Of course. We have a good captain.
Amazing. All right. So, of course, congratulations on such a great result. How did you approach this pool compared to yesterday?
Oh, maybe.
Yeah.
Well, we had the same strategy because we know that the best colors are white, blue, and green. So we always check them and see our options. And in the middle, we have the multicolor cards. So our approach was honestly the same, but of course the content was different.
Yes.
I have crazy black-white, so it was just like immediate decision. And I'm a lover for white decks, and he's the best green player ever, and he's the best player. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, so
you
so he
just
has the rest.
allocated colors based on your personality.
Absolutely, absolutely, and blue fits him very nicely.
Distribution of deck was so easy for
Really
us.
amazing. All right. Well, thank you very much, guys. Best of luck to you. Hope to see you drafting.
Can we say hi to anyone?
Of course, of course.
Yeah,
Give a shout out to your friends, family.
so we really want to thank Dobby Trading for support, and also to all our supporters, friends, and yeah, brilliant. Thank you very much.
Yeah, that's like what I wanna say also. So thank to Dobby and all friends and family and like.
Amazing.
Well, we are not in top 4 yet, but thanks to everyone, and I think everything has been said already.
Great. All right. Thank you very much. And now to the casters.
Thank you so much, Maria. And I love these team trios really putting the Gathering in Magic the Gathering. And isn't this all about it, right?
That was just a beautiful interview there, and we really got to see, you know, like the people who like come together, travel together. You know, they're old friends. They've been playing many tournaments together, like just like traveling. Like staying together, but now also actually getting to play, you know, side by side, and then winning side by side. You know, that's the, you know, like winning at Magic is nice. Winning alongside your friends kind of amplifies the whole deal. And you just saw their celebration when, you know, when Jan won his match, and there was, you know, a bunch of like fist bumps to the sides, and they were just being really happy. And you saw their emotions right here in the seats as well. Yeah, great to see that from the Czech team.
And you know, Simon, I was thinking today, because yesterday the games finished quite late. It was already 8 p.m. Here. And the teams that won and made it in day 2, they had to start really early here today. So imagine that you want to celebrate with your friends, but you also have to sleep to be able to be fresh here, because today's a long, long day with 1 team sealed plus 2 drafts if you make it into the semifinals and finals. So not easy. And you just want to celebrate with your friends, but you also need to stay together. So I anticipate a lot of celebrations today for the teams that made it into day 2. And you know, I was talking about cool card interactions. We saw one more today when we were watching that Captain America with the shield. Very nice one. We saw it on the eBay Live interactions yesterday with Frank Carson, and he has some more to show us. So let's go into our segment, Frank and Maria.
Thank you so much, Philippa and Simon, and welcome back to our interview area with Frank. So we have a special segment, our quiz segment, brought to you by eBay Live. eBay Live is a real-time live stream shopping experience on eBay. Now, Frank, tell us more about your special quizzes.
I indeed set up a quick quiz on a fun situation that can happen in this limited format, which can simultaneously test your rules knowledge or perhaps teach you some new tricks that you might not have considered before. So to set up this situation, imagine that your opponent is attacking with a creature attached with Falcon's Wing Harness, right? The equipment that gives +1/+0 and flying for exactly lethal. Now, you have a ground blocker along with a copy of I Am Iron Man in hand, right? The instant that gives a creature flying and also boosts its power and toughness. Seems like an ideal way to get out of it, right? Give your creature flying and then block their enormous equipped attacker. But to throw a wrench in the plans, the opponent also has a tapper on the battlefield.
Oh no!
So, you know, if you would give your own creature flying, they'll just tap it down, and you will lose to that exactly lethal attack. The question is there a way out of this?
What to do?
Yep.
Just leave your suggestions here in chat.
And yeah. Well, once everyone is doing that, let me just give the. Shall I just give the answer? Yeah.
Yes, how do we solve that, Frank?
So the key solution is that with I Am Iron Man, you can also target opposing artifacts, in particular that equipment, the Falcon's wing harness. And well, there is a rule that if a creature cannot be attached to another creature.
Exactly.
So if an equipment turns into a creature, then it effectively falls off. So that attacker drops out of the air, and all of a sudden, you may be able to, well, either block it, or at worst not, but it also loses the +1/+0 boost, so you are no longer being attacked by lethal damage and will be able to survive. So that's the trick with I Am Iron Man. Sometimes you want to target an opposing equipment to have it fall off. Useful to remember.
All right, that was a pretty spicy one. And again, you have to read cards carefully,
For sure.
All right, let's move on to the second one.
So for this situation, imagine that the opponent has an artifact, creature that can be sacrificed. Like imagine a Futurist Forge, say animated by I Am Iron Man, or anything else. Now, suppose that you either have She-Hulk or Abomination on the battlefield, and both have power-up abilities that would put a +1/+1 counter onto a creature, onto this particular creature, and then also you get to target up to one opposing, well, either artifact or creature, and smash or destroy or fight it.
Yes.
Now, if the opponent were then to sacrifice that creature in response, what would happen? Because we are pretty used with power-up abilities.
Exactly,
Like these are kind of the like almost every power-up ability just puts +1/+1 counters on the creature, right?
Yes, right. I guess the key is, again, to read these cards carefully, right?
Yes.
All right, Chad, do you have an answer?
So the key
Frank?
here is that these abilities have only one target. So if the target disappears, then, well, the whole ability effectively fizzles, which means that, well, that artifact or creature is not going to get destroyed, but also you don't put a +1/+1 counter onto the powered up creature. Still, the power-up ability is spent, cannot be activated ever again in that game. But this is one of the few ways where a power-up ability may not ultimately be able to put +1/+1 counters onto a creature. And even there may be scenarios where, despite having a legal target, you may want to choose not to target an opposing permanent with She-Hulk or Abomination, because you'd rather have the counter.
That's a very good point. Well, thank you so much, Frank. And again, thank you, our sponsor, eBay Live, for making this segment possible. And now back to the casters.
Hello everyone and welcome to round 13 of Magic Spotlight Series in Brussels. I'm Andrea Mengucci, joining me Martin Juza, and we're going to bring you the second to last round of this Day 2 Swiss, and then there's going to be a cut to top 4, so we have some more sealed action. Martin, did you like this segment from Maria and Frank?
I think this is great. This is why Magic is great. There's so many interesting interactions, and the more you play, the more time you dedicate to the game and to trying out all these different combinations and different interactions. The more stuff you can do, and the more agency you have over the game. So, being able to make some of these cool plays and use some of these interesting interactions in the games themselves, then feels very rewarding.
All right, the players are sit down. On the right side, we have two Pro Tour champion, Christopher Larsen, Martin Dang, in the Danish team. And on the left side...
Yeah, we have Rasmus Seebust as well. That's an old school pro from, like 20-ish years ago. On the left side, we have Benton Madsen
and an American team. So once again, we have another team of Americans doing very well in this Spotlight Series. We have seen them playing in the. We have seen the Americans winning the previous round. Actually, they pick up a draw this round. The Puglisi, Faust, and the Clark team. So they are 11-01. All right, with players are ready, and Martin Dang starts with an agent of Hydra over there.
Are the Danish players 10 wins, 2 losses, or 10 wins, 2 draws?
I would say that's 2 losses.
There was a lot of draws yesterday. So I would not be surprised, but yeah, 10 wins, 2 losses seems more likely here.
Very strong start here.
Ares God of War, yeah, we saw that in the previous match. That is one of the strongest ways to start as a red-black player. Pretty fast opener from Martin Dang, but Benton is ready with a Lightning Strike, and he does follow that up with Visions of Love. That's going to be a nice way for him to smooth out his draws, because he didn't have a third land drop, but thanks to the Vision, he was able to find it, and now all is well.
Yes, indeed. The players are, of course, very high caliber. Martin Dang won the Pro Tour Dragons of Tarkir, if I'm not mistaken, with a Tarkir Red a while ago. And Benton Madsen made the final of the Pioneer Pro Tour with Green-White Boggles. So those are some high achievement players who, it's nice to see them back in the Spotlight Series.
Yeah, certainly 2 very high-profile teams. I think Benton's team is all of them are from the New York area, so all of them representing sort of the rest of the world here, battling against our European friends and teammates.
For sure. Crimson Operative reveals a Hydra, the Discus spell, so that's going to be probably the next play, which... Yeah, I mean, it's still an extra card that you draw, you're happy with it, especially with that drain effect.
Yeah, especially at this point in the game, when both players are at a very high life total, being able to use the Hydra Infiltration to discard 2 cards from Martin's hand is going to be very nice. Although Super Skrull makes an appearance yet again, and Martin even has that Vilania's Hideout to be able to get any color of mana to use the Super Skrull's abilities. So Benton really wants to find a removal spell here, but I'm not sure if he has one. There's a Widow's Bite. That means, yeah, you can attack, but this is an attack where if you're at 20 life, you really don't want to put your Super Skrull in danger here by throwing it in front of the Crimson Operative. How do you feel about this attack?
Yeah, this is something like if you had a removal spell, you would have played pre-combat, right? To even deal that 1 extra prowess. So I would just say no block here.
Yeah, so something that immediately comes to mind also is a Super Stark Tech. That's the 2 mana equipment that gives the creature +1/+0, but also the operative has prowess, so it would be a 5 power creature. So that's something that would probably be what I would be thinking about.
Yeah. Martin attacks once again for 5 this time, sending Benton down to 12, and then I see a special card in end.
Yeah, I think that's a Red Hulk, and that's a Dark Deed, I believe. So yeah, 2 very good cards. One incredibly efficient removal spell, 2 mana instant speed -4/-4. But Martin is just very comfortably using his mana to activate the Super Skrull and kill the Crimson Operative. That way he does it on his own turn, which I really like. That way you're not going to get blown out by something like the Super Stark Deck.
Okay, so Benton here can go for the Madame Mask, but it's such a hard game to play against the Super Skrull. You just give your opponent extra abilities turn after turn.
Yeah, the Super Skrull is one of the cards in this format that if you don't have a removal spell and the game goes on for a couple turns, you're just not going to win.
Drawing a card and then discarding a card for the Connive effect, making that a 2/1 villain token. What do you think about Speedball in Benton's hand? That's not a card that we commonly see in Rakdos decks.
Speedball is not a card you typically see, so that makes me believe that maybe Benton has, I don't know, a lot of synergies where he's going to be actively looking to get that card on the battlefield and then target it with something like a Hulk Smash. Perhaps he was looking for a high-power creature. Yeah, something in that range.
Surveillance Room is such a good draw from Martin Dang, who's now able to basically just use all its ability except the card draw one on the Super Skrull.
He has the Vilania's Hideout as well, which would be able to give him blue mana also and draw himself 4 cards.
All right, then. And
yes, Super Skrull is just unbelievable. Once you untap with that creature, being able to use it every turn to either kill something or draw yourself 4 cards is that means you're going to be able to run away with the game really quickly. I had a game at the PT where I had Super Skrull and Tony Stark active in a very long game, and at some point I drew some cards at the end of my opponent's turn. They asked me, "How many cards do you have?" And I had 12 cards in hand, and they were like, "Okay, I think we've had enough." Yeah.
Vilania's Hideout, as you mentioned, can be used to cast villain creature or to be able to activate the ability of building creatures. So now Martin just plays a 6th land and passes the turn very safely with that last mode of the Super Scroll. If you're not under pressure, just drawing 4 just breaks the game.
Exactly. I really like that decision over deploying the Red Hulk, even though you would be able to add something extra to the battlefield. This way, if you draw 4, you're going to see a lot of cards. You're hopefully looking to find a removal spell.
Yeah, but here I think we just have lethal, because you can just give +4/+4 and attack in the air. So yeah, draw 4, draw for turn. I'd say the Super Scroll won this game by itself.
Yeah. And Martin's doing a nice job of showing some of the cards in his deck to us here as well. I think I saw Avengers Under Siege. That's another very strong red-black card. And yeah, he's going to demonstrate the knowledge of, hey, I've read the card as well. I'm gonna give it +4/+4 here, and that's going to be the end of the game. Of course, Benton wants to make him go through the motions. Make sure you actually do that, and they're moving on to game number 2. So both players playing red and black here. I would be looking at something like Hydra Infiltration. If I'm on the draw, I know my opponent's going to have a lot of removal spells. That sounds like a very appealing card to have to get some value from. I think Benton's also looking at the 3-mana 2/2 Ninja that has Death Touch, which has power up for 5 that also makes the opponent discard a card. So I think both players are going to be looking at possibly adding some extra value cards into their decks. And
What do you think about having Hulk Smash in the sideboard? To me, it's like one of the best red common.
Yeah, depends on your deck. Depends on how many high power creatures you have. Maybe also on how many Hulk Smashes you already have. The ideal number for me is something like, if I could choose, I'd have 2 copies of Lightning Strike, maybe 2 copies of Hulk Smash. But it also really depends on how aggressive your deck is. If you have a lot of 2-drops, if you have a lot of low power creatures, then Hulk Smash is not as effective as if you were playing a combination like red and green, for example, where you have Death Touch creatures and you have some of the bigger monsters.
Yeah, especially with a card like Speedball, I feel like Hulk Smash would be even better. But Benton decides to... Also, another thing is that maybe Hulk Smash is a card that is better on the play, because when you're on the play, you tend to have board presence, and Hulk Smash is a card that maybe on the draw, sometimes your opponent plays removal spell on your creatures, or just you have to force to trade, so you just find yourself without creatures. So I'd say that Bite Spell or just Fight Spell in general are a lot better on the play than on the
That's a really good point, yeah. I really want to see what cards does Benton have in his deck to sort of combo off with Speedball. I also wonder what the text is exactly. I wonder if he can combo it off with the Photon Blast Barrage, or if the copies don't count as a spell targeting it, but maybe it does?
Yeah, it says whenever a player casts a spell that targets Speedball, he gets +2/+2 until end of turn. You can choose new targets for that spell.
So I don't think that would work, because with Photon Blast Barrage, you put the copies on the stack.
Oh, I see.
If that's how that works, but that is something that would certainly be coming to my mind. Oh, he does have the barrage. He did draw it in his opening hand, so perhaps it works. We're gonna find out.
Speaking of combos with Photon Blast Barrage, Red Hulk is a great combo, because the Enrage triggers, and every time you ping it, it grows, and you can shoot your opponent with it. So maybe Martin Dang is the one that has the Photon Blast Barrage combo. Looks like both players are playing the that saga. Actually, I think Martin has 2 copies of the same Rakdos Rare Saga.
Is it
just different art?
Is it the Avengers Under Siege?
I think
that is a really powerful card to have.
Yeah.
Yeah, incredible value. You not only do you get to make 2 2/1 menace creatures, which means that you're going to be very well set up to attack the opponent, but also getting yourself a couple of treasures, get ahead on mana, be able to deploy some of the more expensive cards ahead of the curve.
Yeah, here, Benton used one of his premium removal spell on a 2-drop that's maybe a little bit underwhelming, so I'm assuming he does still have an answer to the Super Scroll, or he just wants to curve out. What do you think?
That is indeed a very, very aggressive play. The Volcanic Villain comes on the battlefield, instantly swings for 3. So Benton does seem like he has a more aggressive version of Red-Black than perhaps some of the more grindy builds. There's the Hydra Infiltration. Yeah, at this point, it really hurts having to discard 2 cards when you have to keep land number 4 because you want to make the land drops. At the same time, you don't want to flood out too much. So you don't want to keep too many lands. Martin also drawing a few too many 4-drops here. He just discarded the Crossbones, and his hand having 2 more 4-drops means that, I guess the choice is kind of easy. You just keep the 2 Avengers under siege, and a 4th land.
Interesting that Martin decided not to trade.
Yeah.
Usually, lifelink creatures are better off in just attacking with them, so you can get more value from them. Although, of course, the Hydra Infiltration also means that you are draining some life in the meanwhile. So, interesting play by Martin.
Yeah, and Martin just deployed the Avengers under siege, which means that he's going to have a lot of tokens if the second card is indeed a second copy. Oh, yeah, there we go. Then keeping the Kingpin around also means that, if the game goes long, I'll be able to cash in some of these tokens for extra cards and try to get a little bit of extra value that way. But Benton is pretty ready for this type of play with the Photon Barrage Blast in his hand.
Although it can't quite kill every single card. Maybe he just goes for Claw first? No, I wouldn't say that.
Yeah, I wonder how he's gonna sequence this here. If he wants to try the Claw first, maybe he's gonna attack with the Volcanic Villain. Try to get a creature in the graveyard to be able to Claw for 2, to discard the last card from Martin's hand, and then try to use the Barrage next turn. That's obviously what would work really well, knowing what's in their hand, knowing there's 2 more 2/1s coming next turn. But also using it here seems pretty appealing as well.
Yeah, I mean, if Benton knew Martin's hand, it would definitely weigh on the Photon Blast Barrage, but that's not how Magic works. We don't have the power of vision. And once again, shout out to this view that lets us see the hands of the player, making the commentary a lot better. All right, looks like Volcanic Villain is going to combat, offering the trade. Interesting.
Yeah, I think he's going for potentially for the Claw play, trigger the Hydra Infiltration, drain you for another point of damage.
Martin decides not to trade. Very interesting. Oh, no, never mind.
Yeah, he goes for the block. Yeah, I think being at 14 life already, I would be thinking, why are you offering this trade? You're 1 turn away of being able to activate the power-up ability, and it's not going to die to the Avengers Under Siege ability. So that would ring a little bit of a bell. But yeah, it worked out really well for Benton here. Follows up with that Claw, deals with the Avengers Under Siege number 2, and now he's in a much, much more comfortable position.
Yeah, we don't even need to lightning strike that 2/2 because we can just attack into it. So in the end, Martin not trading with the Kingpin Enforcer, I think turned out to be a very good play. A lot of people, I think, would have traded in that spot, so well played. And Benton, wow, Martin chooses not to play a land. Interesting. Why would you not?
Yeah, the reasons to not play lands are typically to try to protect another high-value card from something like a Ravenous Rats effect. In this set's case, it's the 3-mana Ninja. But given that Lightning Strike is something that you can use right away, Martin's not in danger of potentially getting wrecked by that.
Photon Blast Barrage here is going to be able to deal 1 damage to a villain, and then you copy it 3 times. So you can just do 1/1/1/1 on the Kingpin Enforcer, and Martin will pay 3 mana to sacrifice a villain and draw a card.
How do you like the Photon Blast Barrage in this format?
I think it's just one of the best red cards, for sure. It's been doing 2-for-1s every time we saw it on stream. I mean, I'm kind of surprised that Martin didn't play a land last turn. Just imagine he draws a Red Hulk right now. He can't deploy it.
Well, he draws a barrage of his own.
Yeah.
The Saga Chapter 3, no tokens because Martin does not control any villains.
Yeah, and now just probably go here and let this Claw trigger the Hydra Infiltration once again because you want a 2-for-1 with the Photon Blast Barrage.
Wow, this game looked like Martin's going to be dominating very easily thanks to the 2 Sagas, but Benton is able to kind of navigate his way around the tokens and around the second copy with the Claw. And now he's getting very far ahead on the battlefield himself with a Mud and Musk here. That's going to be able to create an extra token as well.
Unless you kill it with a boot on the stack.
True. That's a play that Martin has available. Very, very good point here. If you do respond to the trigger, you can deal with the 3-2, and yeah, you still get to connive, but you're not going to get yourself a token.
I'd say Benton played the last turn very well. I think it was so juicy to just go Photon Blast Barrage on those 2 tokens and attack. Instead, he offered a trade and then ended up discarding the last copy of Avengers Under Siege.
Yeah, and you might have been thinking, why didn't he use the Lightning Strike on the Madame Masque? Yeah, it's because he has the Photon Barrage Blast in his hand, and he's going to be able to do it himself. X equals 4 with the extra damage from the bars itself. That's 5 damage, so that's exactly enough to clean Benton's side of the battlefield.
Visions of Love, a card that we really rarely see in Limited, but Benton has used it twice already in this match. In Game 1 to get out of that Mana Screw situation, and now to get out of Mana Flood situation.
Yeah, these types of cards get better sort of the worse your deck is, because you're trying to filter away the less powerful cards, or you're trying to make sure that you make your land drops. But if your deck is really, really good, you have a great mana curve, lots of good removal spells. That's a card that typically doesn't make it in, but it's a perfectly fine filler that can sort of fix your decks.
And it goes very well with this card that was just played. Whenever you draw a card for every card you discarded, so if you have Visions of Love, you can gain some extra value with this legendary 2-mana 3/1, which is gonna hit the graveyard now. So no synergies with that.
The Misty Knight hero for hire.
Okay.
There's a Speedball. Yeah, we haven't really seen anything from Benton. I don't think that combos super well with it outside of perhaps a Hulk Smash. Oh, he does have a Hulk Smash in his hand too. And there's a Loki. That's a really good combo as well. And Benton instantly goes for the power up here, getting the little discount. Passes the turn with a 4-3.
And Speedball doesn't want to attack because it would just trade with the villain.
Yeah, Martin doesn't want to leave anything up to chance and just deals with the Loki right away. Doesn't want to have any funny business going on Benton's turn. Gets himself a Surveil as well, and Benton follows up with a Red Room Recruit. How do you like that card? The 2-mana 1/2 when it comes into play, it connives.
It's not a card I like. It's really like only good when you discard a spell. Otherwise, it's a very underrated card. But now with the Old Smash, not only killing the creature, but also pumping the Speedball for 2. So that's a 5 damage swing.
Wow, there we go. Yeah, not only is the Speedball a 4/4, you also get to trigger the Hydra Infiltration. All of a sudden, Martin's at 4. When we looked at Martin's hand, it looked like he was going to run away with the game super easily, but Benton was able to navigate the game around all of the powerful cards with his removal spells, and now he's the one pressing the advantage.
Yeah, Benton has played this game very well, discarded so many extra lands. You can see it in his graveyard. There's like 3 lands, and that's all the lands that he discarded to like the various connive and loot effects. And this is really the difference between the two hands. You know, they drew very similar lands, around 10 lands each, but Benton was able to discard them for value.
Speedball attacks, and does Martin take it? Does he want to try to go for the Dark Deed here? It would make it a 4/4, so that's just enough to kill it.
Ooh, Speedball, protection from removal spell, redirecting the removal spell to the 1/2, and then the combat goes through, and Benton Madsen from the United States wins the game against Ardenish.
Super team.
Super team. Yes, in the middle, for those who just joined, we have Christopher Larsen, the leading player of the year, who won a Pro Tour and came second in another Pro Tour. Just
back to back, right?
Back to back.
Yeah,
yes,
no
indeed.
big deal. That's really impressive. If think about how hard it is to even make it to the Pro Tour. To go back to back finals, that is some of the most impressive stuff you can do.
Yeah, and he's now in an impressive lead over the rest of the field as a player of the year, which is the Kai Buddha Player of the Year, an award that they added a few years ago, and we are now seeing Martin Deng sideboarding. He has those leaves from the Genesis. Team Genesis used to be a thing in the past, I remember, with Martin Mueller and some other European players.
Lucas Blahon was in the team.
Yeah,
Brad Nelson was in the team. Yeah, that was a really good team back in the days.
Yeah.
Wait, did I see that correctly? Did he look at his sideboard? And the sideboard included the Hawkeye Master Marksman. That's the 2-mana 2/2 reach first strike that has 3 more abilities. Every time it attacks, you can pay 1 mana up to 3 times to trigger one of the three abilities. That's one of the best red cards in the format. I'd be very surprised if Martin had that in the sideboard. Perhaps he's very, has a lot of black cards, doesn't have a lot of red mana, doesn't really want to maybe cast doesn't feel like he has enough red sources to cast a 2-drop on curve.
Yeah. So we are going to game 3. Martin drew 2 copies of the very powerful red and black saga, but was not enough to defeat Benton. And now the players, of course, are shuffling for the game 3, but your teammate is asking you some questions and you can have a talk about it. And very important sideboarding. We've seen the top player definitely getting into the sideboarding trench a lot. You have so many options because you open 12 boosters, and most of the time red and black is just left alone. The banned colors are the more contested ones. So you have maybe a blue-green and a white-blue deck, and the red and black is just you have all the red and black playable. So you just find yourself with hundreds cards to choose from.
I didn't quite catch if Benton ended up boarding it in, but one of the cards he was looking at was Thunderbolt's Conspiracy, which is a card that can get you a lot of value in a red-black mirror match because it says, whenever a villain you control dies, you return it to the battlefield under the owner's control with the finality counter on it, and it becomes a hero. So that's something, if the game goes long and you get to time this in a way where you flash it in when your opponent's using a removal spell on one of your creatures, you can get a lot of value from it over the course of the game.
All right, so the players are tied 1-1. No other teammates finished their game, so this might be, the first result, because of course this is a team event. You need 2 out of the 3 teammates to win in order to bring the win for your team. Looks like Benton drew lands and spells.
And he has a really fast opening draw as well. He has the yellow jacket, Heartless Marauder as a 2-drop, and there's also a Whiplash, the Vengeful Engineer, which is a 1-mana 2/2. And I believe with Benton being on the play, oh no, Martin's on the play.
Oh yeah, it's on the draw.
But Benton's in a very good position to try to break serve because his opener is really fast.
All right, let's go. Hell's Kitchen starts. Martin with a slight advantage in life total.
Well, there it is. The Whiplash Vengeful Engineer. It's a 1-mana 2/2 comes into play tapped, and whenever it attacks, if he's equipped, each opponent loses X life.
Yeah, but it hits the graveyard, has a Widow's Bite, kills it.
Yeah, there's a little bit more text, but I guess it doesn't matter now. Ares, God of War, that's a very strong turn 3 play from Martin Deng. The Whiplash is going to be able to attack, of course, because it has flying, and Speedball makes an appearance once again.
Yeah, it's a nice 1-2-3 curve by Benton, but he did that on the draw. In the mirror matchup aggro, that's very important. What are the ways to deal with Ares, God of War?
You just have to lightning strike it outside of combat, or use something like a Cruel Alliance. Hour of Defeat is a card. Maybe he has a Hulk Smash.
Yeah, Benton does have the lightning strike, although he decided to play Speedball instead. What do you think about that play?
Yeah, I think Benton's just trying to be as aggressive as possible, valuing board presence over protecting his own life total.
Huh. Speedball, once again, protected by removal spell.
Yeah, Martin here, stuck on mana. Ooh. He hasn't made a 4th land drop, so he's kind of forced to use the Photon Blast Barrage here a little bit earlier than he would like, but still, it deals with the 2-drop. I don't think he's going to be super unhappy about that.
I think Benton is going to play a removal spell this turn. Wow, he goes for the Dark Deed.
He's going to target his own.
Oh my god!
To the Ares.
Yeah, that's like a searing blaze, basically. Although I'm surprised that Benton chose the Dark Deed, because that's an answer to Super Scroll. But
That's
I guess
a very good point.
Lightning Strike can go face.
That is a very good point. Yeah, Benton's trying to be as aggressive as possible, but that's an extremely good point that you just made. Keeping the -4/-4 would have allowed him to have an answer for the Super Scroll. Should it make an appearance? Martin here is able to deploy an Avengers Under Siege, though.
Yeah, I guess Super Scroll is a 4/5, but still.
Oh, it is right.
Yeah.
We're both thinking.
I mean,
of a 3/4
but still,
creature.
yeah.
What 3/4 are we thinking of?
No, but still, like, anyway.
It's a good thought process for
Yeah,
sure.
you wanna deal like more damage than Lightning Strike, especially with a Photon Blast in end. But anyway, the fourth land arrives from Martin Dang, and Avengers Under Siege is in play now. Speedball is a hero, so it would die to the Pyroclasm second chapter of the saga. What do we do now? The Photon Blast Barrage can't take care of these villains, but you maybe just want to target your own Speedball.
Yeah, that's the thing we mentioned. Like, do the copies get put on the stack? I don't think they're being cast. You're casting the Photon Blast Barrage, but the copies, I'm not sure if they also trigger the Speedball.
Okay, so it looks like Benton is holding up mana because does he want to Lightning Strike the Speedball and redirect Martin in response? Okay, so in the end, playing
wow, yeah, look at that.
Keeping the Lightning Strike over the Dark Deed was the right play.
Yeah, it worked out really well for him.
Yeah, definitely exploiting this card, which is definitely underplayed, the Speedball.
Wow, and look at Martin's hand. There is the Super Scroll. What he's thinking is it time? Is it finally time to deploy it now? Are you more likely to still have a removal spell? Would I be better off sort of throwing in another creature that can trade with the Speedball, or maybe try to get that removal spell out of your hand and then play the Super Scroll and try to win the game with it? It's going to be interesting what he decides. Either way, it's 4 mana, and he does go for the Super Scroll. So 5 toughness, very important here. Wow, but Benton has, I think it's a Cruel Alliance and a Widow's Bite. He's pretty much ready for this type of situation.
He doesn't have double black, so he can only play Cruel Alliance this turn. Okay, Benton's thinking about it. Maybe he wants to give Death Touch to his Speedball, but...
Yeah, is he thinking, am I going to try to attack it into it, give away that I possibly have a spell that I would be able to use in combat? Do I just want to go for the Cruel Alliance right away?
Yeah, we get a little bit of a judge call, so we're going to take a break from the player and maybe come back here in the booth.
What do you think? What do you think the question is? I believe the question might be if I'm going to target my own Speedball with Cruel Alliance, it triggers the ability, it becomes bigger. Can I still tap it for... Is Teamwork 2? Is it Teamwork 2 or 3? It's Teamwork 2. So no, that's not the question. So what's the question? Yeah, I'm curious to find out what is the question that Benton has for the situation.
I spent a few days in the Netherlands with Benton. He was part of the Team Worldly Council, and Benton always has this like very strange question. Very, he's definitely a player that asks more questions than the normal. I swear, he's always coming up with some new things, some new line, and as you can see, some new ways of deck building.
But that's great. That's the type of thinking that you need in Magic. You need to be thinking about card interaction, cards, decks in like an outside the box kind of way.
Yeah.
That's how you end up, building new decks. That's something that is really important for deck builders.
I know Benton very well. I practiced with him a lot at for the last Pro Tour, and the deck he played was Grixis Death Shadow. He was actually the only Grixis Death Shadow in the room, and I practiced with him a lot. He was playing the Moon Shadow plus, Death Shadow, Dragon's Rage Channeler, a very sweet deck. Of course, we're talking about Modern. But this, finally, we get to see the faces of the rest of the team. Alan K, Andy Liu, and of course, Benton Madsen. They are 3 friends from the New York area. Last week, they were all of them at Magic on Amsterdam. Did a little bit of a tourist between the Pro Tour and the the Magic Con, and they chose Antwerp as their location. A beautiful city, of course. Okay, looks like the judge call is resolved, and Benton is back. Do we see a Cruel Alliance? We do, and then Martin drew and played a 4-mana 3/3 Death Touch Villain for turn, which once again stops the speedball, but a nice top deck from Benton in the form of Loki.
Yeah, Loki would be able to copy Widow's Bite next turn to sort of make it into a Dark Deed.
And now we see the 5th land, so Martin can play the Ninja and discard the last card of Benton.
Yeah, it's a really, really strong play. This is where the discard effects really come into play here, because very likely, very often, the last card in your hand is either going to be a removal spell or one of the powerful, expensive late game bombs. So Martin's going to be able to use the Ninja here very, very effectively to get the Widow's Bite out of Benton's hand that would have otherwise been really strong in combination with the Loki.
And now Martin's thinking about whether offering the trade with Loki or not. Benton refuses the trade, and now he's ready to top deck a spell. Let's see what it is. Because, of course, Loki with, like, let's say he draws a Dark Deed now would be a disaster.
Yeah, that's a dangerous attack. You're not in a very good position if your opponent draws a removal spell there, but it worked out for Martin, and now Benton's down to 11 life. Madame Musk is certainly going to add even more presence to the battlefield, and I'm quite curious what he's going to discard. He drew the 6th land for Red Hulk, and yeah, it's going to be the 2-drop here that's not going to be as effective at this stage of the game.
Benton drew a land. He needs to draw a spell if he wants to stay in the game, as Martin now keeps the aggression up. These games are tied at 9 life total each, and they're tied at 1 game each, so very crucial moment of the game here. Let's see. I mean, Benton can once again take the trade, but maybe he's just so far behind that he has to hope to top deck a spell and then copy that with Loki. That's the only way he can come back to the game. But also, if you go to 2, then, you know, actually to 1, he would go, oof. Yeah.
Yeah, Hour of Defeat is the card you really want to draw here, but even then, like, you're kind of so far behind right now that you're looking at drawing 2 removal spells in a row to get from this situation.
All right, Benton takes it all, goes to 1, and it's now time to top deck. Let's see.
Add a removal spell. Wow, that's a... Oh, wow, Red Room Recruit, not the most exciting one. Is he able to draw into a removal spell here? Discards the land. I can't quite see what the card is.
I think it's a claw.
It's a claw. Yeah, I can't even cast it, unfortunately. It doesn't have a second black sword there.
Martin taps out for a Red Hulk, which pumps again the crossbow and deals the final damage and wins the game. So congratulations to our Pro Tour Dragons of Tarkir champion, Martin Dang, who wins the first one for the Danes.
Nice. Well done by Martin. Both players played really, really well. I was very, very impressed by all the tricks that Benton was able to pull off with the speedball. I think that was a play that maybe even Martin didn't expect in one of the turns when he was targeting it with the Dark Deed. And it ended up being really, really, really good in that game. So perhaps that's a card a lot of players are sleeping on, but you can use it very effectively in certain decks.
All right, and now Martin stands up, or at least moves his chair, and can go in the middle of the 2 teammates who are still battling it out for the win, because again, Martin won his match, but the round isn't over. One of your 2 teammates has to win in order for the round to finish. And now we see this is game number 2 between Alan K and Rasmus Seebust. Once again, American versus Danish. And Alan K has a very powerful start here. Shield Spike It, followed by Loki, God of Mischief. And this is a Nadu at home. You pay 1 mana, you draw a card, and you can do that every turn of the game. Does Rasmus have an answer for it? And he does, in the form of Widow's Bite. It made me wonder, you know, if you want to maybe wait to guarantee the extra card, but Alan already had a 3-drop lined up, so he didn't want to skip that 2-drop. So here, Captain America arrives.
And we already mentioned that both of Rasmus's teammates are Pro Tour champions. Both Chris and Martin have won Pro Tours before, but Rasmus is no stranger to the PT top 8s himself. He actually did top 8 Pro Tour Prague in 2006. So that is literally 20 years ago, and that was a limited format as well. So he always used to be a very strong limited player.
All right, Surveillance Room puts the card in the graveyard. It was a take up the shield, maybe showing that Rasmus needs you know, it doesn't need a combat trick right now. He's under pressure. He needs either creature or removal spells. But we are pausing in combat phase before untapping. This is a very cool play. What's happening over here?
That's the thing. That's a bit of a mishap here.
Oh my god.
Normally, if the creature would spike it, would attack, it would get tapped and it would untap. With the trigger on the stack, you could play the supervillain lockup, excuse me. But in this case, the captain actually has vigilance, so it never becomes tapped. And yeah, unfortunately, in this case, playing the supervillain lockup is a play that's legal. You can do that. So unfortunately, this has not worked out really well for the Danish team.
All right, and now we see the White Widow, which comes into play as a 3/4, which is going to be not big enough to block the Captain America, unfortunately.
Yeah, Captain America is unbelievably powerful if you get that on turn 3, especially now. I'm going to make it even bigger with the shield spike it, and it's a card that can dominate the board early on if played on turn 3.
Yeah, the card that I see in hand from Rasmus is Doombot. And I have to say, we have never seen that card yesterday. That's one of the best cards in the set. That's the Mythic Rare for 6 mana that comes into play.
Dr. Doom.
Dr. Doom, I'm sorry, not Doombot. Dr. Doom, which is, you know, one of the best card in the set. We have never seen it yesterday. I was actually wondering if we would see it today, and we might. We might end up seeing it today, or it might not, because this game might end before the turn 6.
Yeah, this game is not going well for Rasmus. He goes for the block there. Alan has a super suit at instant speed thanks to the flash ability. Makes this creature into a 4/5. And now Rasmus is under even more pressure with no board presence.
Yeah, lots of equipments here. Because of the lock he got of Mischief, Alan K is just rewarded for putting more equipments in his deck over something like a pump spell, maybe. Maybe he has more copies of Loki. And now... I
think both players are trying to figure out, have I played a land? Yes. You know, have you missed a land drop? What's going on exactly? I just want to make sure I ask before I make my land drops that I don't accidentally play 2 lands in a turn. But it looks like the judges were able to figure that out very quickly.
Yeah. And Alan put the equipment on the hero in training for that reason. We see a US agent here as a 4/4.
Yeah, one of the best uncommons in the format is super flexible. The fact that you can pay for it for him with white or black mana makes it a very high pick. Because it goes into white and black decks, and the fact that the equipment is something you can move around as well means that even if it dies, you're still getting extra value from the card.
All right, and once again, Alan is figuring out how to move his equipment in order to attack through Rasmus' defense, and looks like we're attacking alone this time around to exploit the scry effect of the shield spike it.
I just want to give a shout out to Shield Spike It. That card is so powerful. It's a 1-mana equipment. Equipments tend to not be super great and limited because they open you up to getting not really 2/4/1, but to getting to losing tempo. When you play a creature, then you spend mana to play an equipment, and you spend mana to put it on the creature. Your opponent has a removal spell, and you lost a lot of tempo because you invested mana into something that doesn't really give you any board presence. But in this case, the Spike It is so cheap and makes it so much... it gives you the possibility of basically giving your creatures better stats to attack into your opponent's big creatures so that you can keep attacking every turn while surveilling. That finds you more gas, means that you're not flooding out. And it's just been one of the best cards in white in the entire set.
Yeah, Alan K, despite scrying a land to the bottom, proceeded to draw 2 more lands. So definitely flooding here, despite the very early advantage. He might just, not have an easy path as we thought. Let's see. Those hero in trainings have been, deploying some free card advantage, but they're definitely not very good attackers.
What's the card that Alan has in his hand? Is that the Night Nurse? Looks like a Night Nurse. It's a 2-mana, 2/1 flash lifelink. When it comes into play, if there was a permanent that went into your graveyard from anywhere, you get to put it back into your hand.
More lands to the bottom. So Alan really wants this hero in training to die.
Yeah, that's a very good point. So he can sort of rebuy it back into his hand with the Night Nurse.
So now Rasmus can just say, okay, should I double block here? Should I play around combat trick? Should I play around pump spells? I think the double block makes sense. Yeah, you just do it.
You're not super happy about trading one of your 4-drops here for a 3-drop creature that replaced itself. That's never a great trade to make in a game of limited because you're getting down on resources and on tempo. But in this situation, Rasmus is so far behind on the battlefield and with just 9 life that it's kind of a forced block there. He doesn't feel too happy about it, but it's just a play he has to make. That obviously works really, really well for Alan here, who gets to deploy the Night Nurse, bring back the hero, draw another card, put it on the battlefield, and yeah, it's kind of getting from bad to worse for Rasmus here.
Okay, but Rasmus has Dr. Doom. Does he have a swamp here? Because with a swamp, I think he can turn this game around. That card costs 4 and 2 black, I believe.
That's correct.
Okay, no, he doesn't have a land here, a swamp. He just plays Cloak and Dagger, so it's gonna probably target the Captain America.
Yeah, so the way this works is it's a 3-mana 2/2 with lifelink and death touch. When it comes to play, you target a creature, and then your opponent reveals their hand, and you either choose the creature on the battlefield to get exiled, or you can take a card from their hand and exile that one instead.
Yeah, we've got a 2/1 lifelink, 2 2/2s, no abilities, and that 3/4 vigilance.
I wonder if you can target an artifact with it, or if it's just a creature.
Web up. Ooh, scary. Let's see. Erasmus decides to discard the web ups. A little bit of a Mesmeric Fiend type of action for that Cloak and Dagger. And now, what are we doing here with the rest of the turn? Passing the turn.
Well, 3 cards in hand, I would be thinking, what do you have? You have been sitting on a lot of cards the entire game. You haven't played land, so clearly you have 3 non-land cards in your hand. One of them is probably going to be an expensive card, but yeah, I would be wary of something like a take up the shield this turn, which I think is actually something that Rasmus has.
Yeah, Rasmus has the 1 mana 2 damage.
Oh, the Helicarrier Strike.
Ooh, super.
It's the
Adaptoid.
Yeah.
Can target the Cloak and Dagger, getting Death Touch and Lifelink here. And there's a 2 legends in play, so that's the 3/2. Okay.
Yeah, being ahead on life total and also with presence on the battlefield means that Alan can use these heroes in training, not only to dig deeper into his deck, but also to he has plenty of time to move the equipment on them and start basically trading them for more expensive creatures from Rasmus, which is another way to get ahead on resources, ahead on tempo, and force the opponent to make blocks that they would never really want to make because they're so far behind and so low in life that they just have to do it. This makes the hero what? It's a 4/5?
We keep attacking with only 1 creature. That way, you exploit the scry effect on the shield. Because every time you draw land, basically, like, you skip the draw. So scrying here is very important. Ooh. Man. Having to combine... Having to 2-for-1 yourself to kill a hero in training is not a... It's not a great thing.
Wow, yeah. So the U.S. agent and Helicarrier Strike team up to take down a hero in training.
Rasmus just needs to draw a swamp to put that Dr. Doom into play, and then the game would be a lot better. And that's why he's preserving his life total, because the Dr. Doom draws card, but you have to lose a life every time you draw a card. So he just wants to stabilize the board with it at a higher life total. Not a swamp once again. I wonder why Rasmus didn't use the take up the shield there. It was very clean. If that's a card that...
No, I think it's a Brave Brawler.
Oh, okay, okay,
I think it has a similar picture.
It looks similar.
It is a 2-mana card. So a play that Rasmus has available is he can, if it is indeed a Brave Brawler, he can deploy that for 2 mana and use the remaining 3 to make it a 4/3 lifelinker. The problem with that is, thanks to the Supersuit and the Spike It, Alan is making his creatures 4/5 anyway. So Yeah, it's not like a 4-3 blocker is really going to change the dynamic of the battlefield. He's going to be able to deploy Cruel Alliance that takes care of the Night Nurse, and he's going to be able to use Teamwork as well and gain himself 3 life. So that's temporarily going to allow him to gain a little bit of extra life, but I think we're going to see a big swing here from Alan.
Interesting that the 2-1 lifelink was killed over the Super Adaptoid, which is now going to get which other abilities here? Vigilance, I think?
Yeah, you keep the abilities that you sort of not steal, but that you copy from the other creatures. So you're gonna have
lifelink.
You have lifelink. I think you have Death Touch as well.
Yeah, Death Touch. I think Vigilance.
Vigilance, and now you're gonna have Vigilance. So now you're gonna have what? It's a 3.
It's like 7 Vigilance because you untap it with the shield and the Captain America.
A legendary creature died though, so you only have
That's a 4.
What's the 4?
Yeah, it's a 4.
And how much toughness do you have? It's 2, 3, 4, 5. So it's a 4, 4, 5. Yeah, once again, way too big for Rasmus to be able to profitably block with his Brave Brawler.
Okay, lifelink, Death Touch, Vigilance. Those are the abilities. And Rasmus, I think you champ block in the spot. Nope.
Yeah, I mean, either way, it's not looking great.
It's not, but like I think, the Doctor Doom can really take the game over if Rasmus draws a swamp. Let's see.
All right, let's see. It's now or never. I guess you can maybe survive one more turn, but wow, it is a 6 land, but it is not a black source.
Crazy. You've got 6 lands in your 2 colors deck, and you can't cast a double color card.
Yeah, I think you can buy yourself one more turn, though, if you power up the Brave Brawler. It's going to be a 4-3 lifelinker. So if Alan makes another attack here with just one creature, you would be able to soak up the damage. But yeah, that giant-sized flying ant is going to tap the lifelinker at the end of turn, and that's going to allow Alan to swing for lethal. So the Americans getting the game there.
Getting the game there, but still not tied. We have seen Martin Dang winning table A, so with Christopher Larsen still playing and Rasmus still playing, the Danes now just need to win one of their game 3 to win the match. So is it still their game to lose? But, we've seen Rasmus. He has a very strong black-white deck. Alan on the other side, we have seen him using those equipments very well and what blue and white has been doing very well this weekend, but we haven't seen any bomb from his blue-white side. A lot of, commons and uncommons, which is, it's great, but in this team sealed, mythic rares and, powerful cards are definitely very, very important and, something that brings victories in the limited format.
Yeah, I mean, blue-white certainly can win in this format without the rares, like Avengers Assembled or some of the mythics, splashing for the superhero Civil War. But it's certainly a deck where you can just draft a really good curve with a lot of flyers. You can use the equipment like Shield Spiked, plus a Web Up or a Frozen in Ice to take care of a Reach Blocker. And you can certainly win without rares, but yeah, it is a lot more fun when your pool also has the cards,
of course,
like Captain Marvel, like the superhero Civil War, or the Avengers Assembled.
All right, looks like we are gonna go to the table B, where Christopher Larsen, the leading player of the year from Denmark, is ahead 1-0 against Andy Liu from New York, and this is just game 2. So the players have been playing for a very long time, for 43 minutes, as we see now, and this is a pretty overwhelming board state to look at, so let's try to understand what's going on here. Christopher has drawn a lot of extra cards with a Bold Biochemist, has a Loki, which will draw him more cards, and has Khazar, which draws him more cards. So maybe, he's actually in danger of decking himself. On the other side, we also have Bold Biochemist, as well as Killmonger and another Khazar. So the players have a very similar deck in the seat, and we see another super powerful card in Wolverine.
Wow, when Christopher is able to use a depower in response, which means that the Wolverine gets -4/-0, Christopher's going to get to draw a card, and the fight does resolve, but it means that Wolverine is dealing 0 damage.
Yeah, very interesting play. Oh, I told you about it.
5 cards
5
left?
cards. I told you about it because look at this board set. There's so many extra cards, but Christopher is now... Oh, wait. Can the blue-green rare over there copy the shield deployment drone because it's an artifact? So will it get flying? And I see Andy Liu doesn't have any flyers, so I think that's the way Christopher wants to win this game.
The beginning of your first main phase until your next turn, Absorbing Man becomes a copy of up to one target artifact.
Yeah.
Non-aura, enchantment, or land. So I think you can copy the deployment drone
and attack for 6.
And make it into, yeah.
So that's the plan for Christopher, who will want to kill the opponent in 2 attack here. You have 6 + 6.
Yeah, what a crazy game. I'm still kind of trying to make sense of the board state here and what exactly happened and what exactly is going to happen. And if Christopher looks to be attacking in the air, the board seems to be completely clogged up.
Yeah, I think this is a typical game where, okay, just moved, because that thing can't attack. It just came into play now. Christopher can look at the top card anytime he wants because he has Khazar, whereas Andy doesn't. Andy has the token of Khazar, funnily enough, so that meant that he probably played Khazar throughout the game as well.
I think what's happening here is that Christopher's sort of lining up the blogs here, saying, hey, if you're going to attack, or if you're thinking about making a big attack, I might as well think in advance about, how am I going to make my blocks if I'm going to have enough creatures to block here, because they do only have 4 minutes and 45 seconds left in the game.
Yeah, and also this is just the game number 2. So if Andy would win, they would still need table C, which is the one from Rasmus, to finish in a win. Because in a team event, if only one player finishes a game, well, that match counts as a win. You finish the game basically 1-0. So, playing for the draw is not thrilling, and Christopher Larson is not rushing the opponent in any time, especially, here in the feature match, you have judges who look over for any slow play warning, so you don't have to worry about that too much. And now Christopher is looking over at Rasmussen as, his teammate is still battling it out in his game 3. We've seen him already with that black-white deck. The Wolverine Fierce Spider has haste, of course, but it's not going to be any reason to attack because the depower made it into a -1 power creature.
Yeah, that's a good point that can get kind of forgotten if you spend a lot of time thinking about, hey, what am I going to do? That's a thing that is very, very easy to miss because at this point it happened, 2-3 minutes ago. So hopefully Andy's not going to make an attack thinking that the Wolverine would be able to deal 3 damage.
Well, Christopher gently put it back.
Okay.
So kind of helped him out. And Christopher, of course, one of the nicest players to play against. He always, definitely a fair play player. All right, Christopher is telling your opponent, please make a play. You've been thinking for 2 minutes.
Yeah, it is. This is a situation where it is perfectly fine to just say, hey, we got to watch the clock. It's a complicated board position, but you still have to make plays within a reasonable time frame. And yeah, I think it's been long enough where...
And look at that. Now Christopher is just saying, if you attack with all, this is how I would block. I swear. That's exactly what's happening here.
Yep. Lining up the blocks.
Wow. Look at this. I'm sure that this is actually what's happening. Like, Christopher is just telling the opponent, I don't think you have good blocks because this is how I would block. And
so what would happen? The biochemists are bouncing off of each other. The Absorbing Man would eat the Undercover Scroll. The Killmonger kills a token, but the rest of the creatures are also either trading. Looks like Christopher would just come up on the exchange there. So Andy just passes the turn, and that is another land for Christopher.
Yeah, Christopher has 5 lands in hand with... no, wait.
12 lands on the battlefield.
Absorbing Man targeting the shield draws a card for Loki.
Yeah.
But it's a May. Is it a May, Loki?
Not quite sure.
Not quite sure. Let's give it a read. Loki, God of Mischief, one of the cards that saw play even in Modern last
Draw a card. There is no choice. You have to draw a card.
What about Absorbing Man? Can you choose not to copy anything? Because that would be, a way to avoid that. But anyway, Andy goes to 6 here, plays a second Khazar, and looks like Christopher just has it, right?
I think he has six.
There's no rich creature.
Yeah. Congratulations.
Christopher Larsen from Denmark wins the round alongside his teammates Martin Deng, and the players win 2-0, advancing to 11-1-1 in a great spot to make the top 4 of this team event.
Yeah, did you get to catch the record? Was it X1 or was it X2 before coming into the round?
No, I think Christopher team had an. Oh yeah, you might be right. They were X2, whereas the Americans were X1-1.
What do you think the record's going to be needed to make the top 4?
Can't say.
It's a big event.
Yeah, big event, and also top 4 cut. This is not an event that we often see top 4 cut. You know, normally in the normal Spotlight series, you need X2. To make top 8, or some X2 one make it. This one is top 4 cut, but there were a lot of draws, so we can't quite know if the Danes are able to get in the top 8 with a draw next round. We definitely hope so, because it would be amazing to have a powerful European team with some very big names in the top 4 of this tournament.
Yeah, I think you're mostly looking at X2. I don't think X2-1 is going to be enough, but yeah, obviously it depends on exactly how the pairings also end up playing out in the last round. If you even have teams where both of the teams can afford to draw, I'm sure the players are going to be looking at it on the final standings before the last round, or on the standings before the last round gets to start. And
because this was round 13. It just finished. So we only have round 14, and then it's going to be the cut to top 4. So next round is going to be very, very important, both for the players and for you as a viewer. It's very exciting to see, these, important high-stake match for the Pro Tour invite, because yes, there are 12 Pro Tour invites up for grab, and they go to only the top 4. There's no pass down, so only the players who make it to the top 4. And I heard that the Danes with Maria are ready for an interview. So let's go there and let's hear what they have to say, and then see you back for round number 14.
Thank you so much, Mango. Thank you so much, Maureen. So I'm here with the winner team of round 13, the Danes. Hello, guys.
Hey.
Congratulations. How are you?
Really good, I would assume. A little hot after the feature match. It was a little warm in there.
I would imagine, of course. So now, could you tell us more about your team? How did you guys meet? What's your team dynamic?
We met decades ago. We've known each other for like 20 plus years.
All right.
Denmark coming out.
So like Team Sealed was your opportunity to come together, right? And to try and win this amazing trophy.
I mean, this is more about like just getting the guys together. Rasmus here hasn't touched a Magic card for 15 years.
Oh my God.
Dang.
Could you tell us more, maybe?
I mean, I just stopped playing.
Just speak to the mic.
I stopped playing Magic 15 years ago. I was going back to school. I was also playing poker at the time. But I still speak with all these guys, and at some point Christopher just called me up and he's like, well, our first 4 choices were not available, what are you doing? And I was like, well, I guess I can fly down for this Grand Prix. Thank you for being the 5th choice, but...
Yeah, the rules of Magic are still the same, even after 15 years, right?
Yeah.
That's amazing. All right, well, of course, everybody knows Christopher. You won the Pro Tour, you're in the Pro Tour circle, so... How are you feeling about this event?
I want to.
It is very.
I also want a Pro Tour. I just want to put that out. I mean, we tested for the last PT coming in. Like Team Sealed has been a great opportunity to like just bring back some of the old guys. Haven't played, plays a little bit. Play at all is Kenton himself. It's just Team Sealed just has everything good for like if you want to play, get to play with a good card, multiple packs, play with your friends. Chattering. People don't speak Danish, so you get to speak a lot of like over the table speaking Danish.
All right, so yeah, about that team communication, Martin, maybe you can tell us more. How did you, I mean, of course, we all realize that you are all good friends, but I mean, when playing, it is maybe a little bit different, right? How do you communicate during the game?
Well, we are a tight little group of
Only in Danish.
Like all the Danish people are like a tight little group. We are, as he said, we have been friends for many years. Like it's such a huge, well, not a huge, but it's an advantage that we can communicate, and we know that the other people will not be able to understand us, because we know kind of like all the Danes that are here. So if we meet one of them, of course we can.
Then
we'll work around it. But for now, like we have only been meeting like other people, and we have so much fun. Like we can talk in between matches and like this guy, he's full of jokes. All like, even in the most serious situations, which I dislike. No, I love it. I love it. I love it.
You love to see it. Honestly, love your energy. The best of luck to you. And now back to the casters.
Hey, well, welcome back. And I just want to say this for me is why the team events are so fun. The fact that you can grab 3 of your friends, come together, play the event. Even if your friend has not played Magic in the last 15 years, like Chris mentioned, you're still, these are still people you like to hang out with. You can still prepare together. You can still kind of get your friend up to speed. And this is why everybody's been enjoying the team events so much.
Yeah, I mean, there's 1,600 players, and if it wasn't a team event, maybe it would have been a 800 players tournament. You can see in that team, Martin Dang and Rasmussen wouldn't have played if it was a different format. So definitely, Wizards, if you're watching, make more team event because the players love it. We love it. Martin has been talking about Limited for 2 days straight. He's been loving it, and we are excited for round 14 and then a top 4 draft, which we will cover for sure. So stay tuned for more Magic, and now a message from our sponsors. Denmark!
I see that you're excited for round 14. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Spotlight Series Marvel Superheroes. I'm Philippa, joined by the one and only Simon Nielsen, and we are ready for the last round of Swiss before we go into our top 4 and we get to see players play draft, which is going to be something new here that we are going to see. But before we get into that, we have some win-and-ins for you guys. So these people are really close to make it into the top 4 and get that invitation to the Pro Tour. And let's take a look at standings after round 13. Any teams that you know? I mean, I've heard you root for the Danes.
Yes, exactly. So this is the breakdown of the top few teams. We've seen Seven Faust, Quintanoli, Joseph, Puglisi. This team is undefeated, 12-0-1. They did pick up an unintentional draw, but now they're in a spot where they can just take an intentional draw, and they can do so against the team we just saw win. Martin Dang, Chris Larsen, and Rasmus Seebest. Two Pro Tour winners, multiple Pro Tour winners on this team. Pro Tour top 8s for all of the members here from this old school Danish team. Christopher is kind of both old school and new school, and they are drawing here on table 1 against Seven Faust. The other members we're seeing, though, if we could go back to the slide for a moment, is that we have the matchup of Alexa Telerov leading his team of Serbian and Croatian players. So Stepan Sucic and Filip Tetera. This team is up against Lev Tuchenko, Marius Heck, and Tarkan Koch. So these are playing a win and in. That's spot number 3 in our top 4. That's these teams playing that matchup. And then we have a team we've seen before. Oliver Rouse, Jasper Grimmer, and Torav Severin. Toffel, our commentator friend here, is playing on table number 3, another win and in against the team we just saw lose. They lost, but they're not out. Benson Madsen, Alan Key, and Andy Liu, they are playing once again. And we're going to be watching Benson's red-black deck go at it right again with that speedball and all those removal spells. So that's what's going on here. That's another clean win and in. That will be the 4th spot in that top 8.
And you know, if Toralf ends up winning this thing with his team, then he would be the second caster here of Infinity Spotlight Series to win a Spotlight Series. The first one was Simon Nielsen, yourself. So you're a caster. One of the events you didn't cast. You came to play the Spotlight Series. You won the whole thing. Now Toralf, he casted with us the last event. He came to play with his friends, and now he's doing very well in the tournament. So next Spotlight Series, I'm playing.
Oh, yeah, you should. Yeah, that's how it works. Yeah, and speaking of Toffel's team here, let's see what we know about that team here. You know, they are the 3 guys there. Toffel in the middle, and Jasper Grimmer to your left there, the tall guy, and of course Oliver Rausch. You know, they're 3 friends from Germany, and Severin, you know, we saw him win a Pro Tour in Barcelona in 2019, you know, with his Tron deck. You know, right now he's, you know, been making YouTube videos and such on a very popular YouTube channel. They're a good friend of the show. We also have you know, the other 2 team members. Jasper Grimmer has, you know, come out of the woodwork. She has GP top 4 before in team events, and has also had his own GP top 8 as well, and he is, you know, coming back. You know, haven't been playing Magic in a while, but of course, you know, when you can temp with this type of event, you do not want to miss it. And they're really, you know, prioritizing the sharp communication and the smiles.
I love it, and the quotes here as well. This is one of the events you don't want to miss. You are playing with your friends. I love that. Honestly, the best part of playing team events, you get to come with your friends and just try to win some Magic. It sounds like the perfect weekend to me. So everyone stay tuned, see what events we have here at Funfinity, and maybe you can come with your friends, maybe not a team event, but still to play, which is really, really fun. And Simon, why do you think the attendance was so big for this event? I mean, Emenko referred that after COVID, this has been the biggest European event since then. So what do you think? Why this event? Why here? Why now? Why this format?
Just, I mean, they said it, you know, in that little slide before. This is the one event you do not want to miss. It's been so long since we have team events. People are coming in droves. They just want to play these events that are, you know, amplified fun. It's fun to win alone. It is so much more fun to win with your teammates.
Have you played Team Tiro events before?
Yeah, I have. Actually, with Andrea as well in Bologna.
Who was the third person?
That was Mattia Rizzi.
Oh.
So, yeah, we, you know, I have some experience there. You know, I played with other Danish players. I played with Canister. You know, I played with a few different people over the course of the years. And yeah, I mean, I do love these tournaments too. They're very fun, and I'm a little bit jealous, maybe.
Yeah, we have a bit of fear of missing out, and we have a slide ready to show you here, a graphic. So let's take a look at this. So this is the lineup, stacked lineup. We have 30 trophies, 26 champions in this event. And Simon, so many well-known names to the public came here to play this weekend. What is happening? This is madness.
Yes, it truly is. So many accomplished players, and now we're down to very, very few who can put a second trophy into their hat. You know, Javier Dominguez, not in contention anymore. Gabriel Nassif, not in contention anymore. It is Torav Severin and Christopher Larsen and Martin Dang. Those 3 are the ones who can get that trophy. Of course, Chris Larsen and Martin Dang would be sharing it since they're on the same team.
Absolutely insane lineup, honestly. This is one of the events for the books, and I'm really excited to get into who gets to get into this top 4. I'm excited to see Draft 1 with the semifinals and Draft 2 with the finals. This is going to showcase really the talent of players, because, you know, with Sealed, you hope to get a good pool, and they did that. They won, but that's not enough, because day 2 you have a fresh new pool of Sealed cards. You play 6 rounds of Swiss on day 2, and then you have the top 4 with a brand new draft, which these team drafts are quite different than normal drafts, because you are passing the cards to your opponents.
Yes, indeed. We're going to be very fun to watch the draft. Honestly, we're going to be covering the finals, and I'm just so excited to do a draft coverage for the first time, sitting on this side of the commentary booth. It's going to be pretty interesting to see, analyzing how the players are doing it in live time.
Absolutely, and we have players already here for round 14, the last round of Swiss. As a reminder, this is a win and into our top 4. Of course, that's 4 teams. That means 12 players, and those players will get an invitation to the next Pro Tour. A Pro Tour that I know, Simon, you are also trying to qualify. You're going to play RC Gen, trying to get there. You also, I think, are qualified for the Arena Championship. So a lot of interesting ways to qualify for the Pro Tour.
Want to qualify for the Pro Tour Noctis right there. That set looks super cool. So hopefully that. This is Benton Madsen, second place at Pro Tour Phyrexia in Philadelphia. Lost to Reed Duke in the finals. He was playing Boggles at that event. That was his breakout event. He's been steadily staying on the Pro Tour for a while. Him and his 2 friends from New York are playing, came together for this event. They played the MagicCon last weekend and then also played here. It's perfect, perfectly planned to have the this tournament so close to Amsterdam. It's a couple hours of train ride away, and you can kind of get to do a little extended stay, a little vacation. Take your time between the 2 weekends and then come for the battles here in the actual weekend, as we see Benton with the bad aim here, throwing the dice off the table as him and Oliver Rausch are deciding who gets to go first.
Perfect Euro summer plans, Simon. Players here going to MagicCon Amsterdam, which was a blast, and now this tournament being super fun so far. I love how expressive Benton is.
Yeah, we can see what's going on. We can't see the die rolls, but we can certainly see what's going on still. That was very clearly a, some re-roll, and then Benton didn't roll high, and then Oliver rolled high, and that was Oliver going first, I believe.
We will now confirm if that is true, but looks like that. And these lands that Benton is playing with, I've seen a lot this weekend. I feel like this has been the choice of basics for the tournament. Because I think this is the 3rd player. Oh, actually, it's Oliver's deck. It's the 3rd player that I see with these lands. And players are shuffling up. We saw Benton play here before with this very aggressive Rakdos deck. And, yep, starting here. So looks like they did win the die roll, maybe.
Oh, so maybe maybe it was not about that at all. Maybe we can't read into these expressions. So yeah, we'll see how it goes. They're waiting for the go time to start. I have a correction, by the way. On table 1, it was not a draw. It was actually the team of Quintanole conceding to Chris Larson's team. There's a good reason for that. Quinn and Chris are teammates, and set each other up here as Benton kept a hand that does not have black. We saw this deck in action just last round. His red-black deck that's so chock full of removal spells and really making cards like this low-key look quite nice. Even has the speedball in there. Oliver Rausch, we saw him yesterday. He played blue-red. What's he doing today? Playing blue-red again. Seems like the team has opened a similar enough pool to just distribute the deck similarly as yesterday. And you kind of, there's the advantage where you play what you know, because Oliver spent the entire day yesterday playing these blue-red removal heavy decks, and maybe on another such deck right here.
When in doubt, isn't them out.
The only person we've seen win with blue-red in the feature match area has been Seven Faust. So it's this color combination has been losing a lot, and we'll see if the trend continues. But of course, it is the red mirror as interesting. The Wondrous Wasp comes on down, taps the Loki. It does not prevent damage here, but it does mean that the Loki loses his ability, and this is pretty smart for Oliver, making sure that if Benton has, let's say, a Vision of Love or something, doesn't get the opportunity to activate Loki and then play that spell. Benton, on the other hand, can't play any of that, can't do anything at all, actually. Well, I mean, he has, actually, I guess, has the Vision of Love and the Lightning Strike, but does not have the 3rd land here. So it's probably going to run out that. No, kills the Wondrous Wasp here. Wants to make his Loki live. If he top decks the land next turn, he can go for that play where he copies the Vision of Love and gets so much advantage. Or if it's a Swamp, he can even, copy a removal spell.
That's the dream, but we have their shield deployment drone, and that's going to make a 1/1.
Yeah, 2/2 flyer makes a 1/1 here. There's a 3rd land there for Benton. So he can now activate the Loki, play the Vision of Love, but he just passes the turn. Is Vision of Love an instant?
I think it is. Usually these cards are instants, right?
All right.
But,
Yeah,
but,
well, I mean,
but
they have been sorcery for a while.
Let's have the card viewer
Yes,
show
exactly.
it just to be sure. I feel like this is a card that we usually don't play that much. It's not one of the most played cards in red.
Yeah,
it's good maybe when you have a bit of a worse deck.
Yeah, exactly. And sometimes these red decks is where you tend to be the worst decks at the table. That was not quite the case for Martin Dang's deck we saw last round with multiple copies of Avengers on the siege. But this is an attack there from the deployment drone and his driver coming on in for 3 damage. And Benton is just passing there. Yeah, there's the Justice. Vance Astrovik, so that's the best mana wall we've ever seen. Trying to bind to the Loki. Benson says, okay, I'm going to activate the ability. Loki doesn't actually need to be in play when the ability, like when you play your spell. So just activating right now should be enough. You can even discard the Loki to the Vision of Love, actually, which is pretty funny, and maybe something he's interested in doing.
Okay, 2 mana, Vision of Love. That it is.
Play this. There's the copy. What do you discard? There's also this Volcanic Villain, which is not necessarily the most impressive card, and then 3 black removal spells. So yeah, thus just start by chucking that Volcanic Villain in the graveyard. Let's see if we can find a swamp. There it is. 2 more lands. Do you discard the Mountain now? And Benton does decide to do that. That makes him curve very beautifully next turn, playing the Loki and the back on. There's 2 more swamps. Now Benton's mana is fully set up, and he may even be on the precipice of flooding as he picks up, the 4th land in a row. Or 5th, maybe? I think there was 5 lands in a row on top of his deck.
Maybe
a little
just
pocket.
Wished a bit too much for the lands.
Yes, exactly.
Sometimes be careful what you wish for. There's actually a movie about this is Obsession.
Oh,
If
yes,
you
exactly.
heard about it. So be careful what you wish for. Yeah, so playing Loki here again. 2 mana up. Passing the turn to Oliver Roche. There's Dark Deed in hand, I believe, maybe, or Bite.
So it's Widow's Bite and Dark Deed, and I believe another removal spell as well. That's Cruel Alliance, yeah. So Benson's hand is chock full of removal, and that's exactly how he built this deck. And trying to just play a few cards that can take advantage of that. Like the creatures in this deck, maybe not so good, but if they can enable the removal spells, maybe that is totally fine. Starts by taking the 5 damage, though. Does not move a finger, and once again, Oliver does not want Benson to untap with that Loki, wants to minimize that. He is suspecting that Benton's deck is built to really make this card good, because if you're playing Loki in your Team Seal deck, well, that's probably a good reason for it.
Yeah, Trickster Stratagem here, very good card. In blue, good way to take care of things. And here we are going to have that Widow's Bite, -2/-2 on the Justice. And what is not great against removal? When your opponent is just going super wide in the board. That's one of the reasons why I really like cards like Shield Deployment Drone.
Yeah, exactly. We actually see the question here for the judge. Do you get to connive if the target has left the battlefield? And you do not, because the creature has to be in play to be able to connive. It's the creature who performs the action, not the player. So it goes back to Benton here. Got to get good use out of that Widow's Bite. Draws here, and that's a Yellow Jacket. So that's a very reasonable 2-drop to play here. Yellow Jacket, Menacing Marauder. And, now, gets to pass again with his 2 removal spells, or could even, run another one of them at the Shield Deployment Drone. But it's, as you mentioned, it's just not the most, the most pleasant thing to keep spending your removal spells on these, small creatures that came with more small creatures.
Yep, so things looking pretty close here. And we have to see what Oliver can do. As a reminder, this is a win and into top 4. Of course, it's a team event, so that means that even if one of these players managed to win their match, doesn't necessarily mean that their team will win the round.
It's true.
So a bit complex. And I see Yasmin here in the chat trying to understand if this is live or not. And Jasmine, one of Toralf's friends that is playing this match, and also was caster here last week.
Yeah, exactly. So this is actually about as live as it can get as the Loki Laufrison comes back into play. We see here Benson actually hold on to the removal spell, and this is what's part of his game plan here. He's going to play the Loki and not level up. Use the Cruel Alliance there to get rid of that Kree Sentinel, 5/5 reach creature, so he can get in with Yellow Jacket. Benson's whole plan right now is that he wants to hold on to that Dark Deed so he can use the Loki to get a 2-for-1. He's at the precipice of flooding. His card's not very impressive. He doesn't have a win con necessarily. So he wants to milk as much value out of his cards as possible, while also not dying in the process, because he was at a lower life total. But now getting the 3 life from Cruel Alliance and 2 life from that Yellow Jacket, it becomes a 2/2 lifelink flyer when you've played a villain. he kind of pads that life total and makes sure that he has time to play his card advantage ways. Oliver, on the other hand, wants to make sure that he does not get outground here and while still putting pressure on Benson. So he's once again going to go for that Loki, make sure that his card advantage does not happen and make sure that he makes the best card advantage plays he can make. I wonder, it seems like he has a Falcon Winged Wonder in hand as well, but declined playing it just because he did not want Benson to untap, and it would have been catastrophe for Oliver if he'd played the Falcon, and Benson would have been able to use the Dark Deed to kill 2 flyers at once.
But question, how many cards does Oliver has in hand? Because now there's a very interesting card in Benton's hand.
Claw, and there is 2 creatures in the graveyard, so Oliver has to reveal his entire hand of 3 cards for this one, and there's nothing to do. I don't think he has an instant he can play. Maybe he has something that he's thinking about. This also makes the Yellow Jacket, do the essentially draining 2 life from Oliver every time there's a villain being played, and there it is. Super Suit was the consideration for Oliver. Do you want to just play that out right now? But it's so, you can see the grin on his face. He certainly feels the downside of having that Super Suit being revealed, so he doesn't get to ambush that Yellow Jacket like he planned to do. And now the Yellow Jacket comes on in, and Oliver has to think, okay, well, you're still standing the Yellow Jacket, but I have Super Suit to untap my flyer and block it, so you must have a removal spell. Am I still willing to force you to use the removal spell on this shield deployment drone? Something that Oliver can do, for example, is he could maybe guess that it could be Lightning Strike, not Dark Deed in the hand of Benson. And you're actually incentivized to hold on to the Super Suit to try and protect your flyer for that reason. So yeah, it's kind of interesting. And the life totals are, if this attack goes through, the life totals are evening up 14 to 14. And the game is evening up as a result as well. Getting that extra 2-for-1 from the Claw is a big deal in a game that, a small game like this.
Yeah, things going really interesting here. Very close game. And this Yellow Jacket definitely slowly but surely putting some pressure on. Playing the Super Suit there.
Oh, Oliver is going to do it. It says, yes, I will force you to use your removal spell now so you don't spend it on anything later. Because right now, the shield deployment drone is not actually a threat, and Benton could just sit on that removal spell for ages. But this lets Oliver potentially top deck some of his more powerful cards, like, let's say, an Iron Man Master of Machines and those types of things. He's sitting there with just the Truck Toss in hand. He can put the Super Suit on that Soldier token and defend just fine against Claw. And then all there's left is that Yellow Jacket. This is truly a small game, as in when everything dies and you're left with just the small bits and pieces. This is the type of game that Benson's deck, is excellent at enabling. The question is his deck also excellent at being in that game?
Oh, Flying Car!
Oliver has a big punish there, passed without equipping the Super Suit, which is a bit of a, there's a bit of a tell that he would not spend that mana there, but presumably keeping up the Truck Toss is what Benton was thinking. But now gets to ambush with that Shield Flying Car and gets to block that Yellow Jacket, take it out of commission here. And Benton did not top deck yet another instant speed removal spell, so 2 damage goes on through to Oliver. And that is a big win. When the game is like this and it's all small pieces, every 2-for-1 you can get is a big, big deal.
Flying Car here being absolutely amazing for Oliver Rush, that now able to be in the driver's seat.
Yeah,
all
literally in the driver's seat, actually.
Yes,
It's a car. Yeah, he's going to be able to also push a lot of damage towards Benton. And remember that Benton also knows about this Truck Toss, so he can't take too much damage as well. Before, if he falls to 4 life, he is going to be in trouble. So 14 right now gets to choose whether to equip or not. Oliver decides not to equip, just sends 3. It doesn't actually change the clock to add that +1 extra power. So instead, just equips to the Soldier token and passes the turn here. There's a mystery card and that Truck Toss in hand. We'll see what Benson has. Keeps sending in that Claw. 2 damage. Passes right on back. There's at least a Swamp. Maybe another dead card in hand here. Maybe he did draw that crucial removal spell for the Shield Flying Car.
Land here for Oliver is the top deck. And
these players are playing for the top 4, the chance to draft against some of the greats like Christopher Larson and Alex Rohan, or not Alex Rohan, sorry, and Seven Faust. These people who've been crushing it lately at tournaments. Joseph Puglisi Clark as well, runner-up at the regional championship, and so that's, these players are playing for the chance to draft against them in the top 4 for these Marvel trophies. It's a big deal, and getting in for 4 damage with that shield flying car, down to 7 life is Benton. If he takes another hit from that flying car, the truck toss will end the game. There's a land, but it's not the life gain land. It's the untapped land there, the Dark Fortress. Attacks for 2, cannot block with this. Benton is resigned. He has 2 swamps in hand. He knows he has nothing left to do. All Oliver needs to do here is crew that vehicle, get in that car, send 3 damage at Benton's, and then send the truck toss upstairs.
And 3 + 4 is 7.
Well, now it's 8.
Now it's 8. Oh.
Coming in for 4, and there's the truck toss.
And that is game here. Oliver Rush taking game number 1 for Germany. But we are still going to have game number 2. And let's see what we have sideboarded. Benton going to be on the play game 2 once again. And we know that deck tries to be aggressive. Simon, what did you think it lacked in Benton's hand here to be able to take over this game?
Well, the thing is that he just had a lot of removal spells and could play this 2-for-1 game. The big thing that happened was that Oliver was very aware of dealing with that Loki, making sure that Benton went up on cards the least amount possible. The only thing he got to do was play that Vision of Love. And there was actually a big issue with that Vision of Love. You discard the cards before you draw. And if Benton had known there would be a pocket of 5 lands on top, he would have for sure wanted to hold on to his Volcanic Villain and wait until he can discard the land later. Because if he had the Volcanic Villain as a 5-power attacker after its power up, that would actually have been a huge difference in this game, forcing potentially the truck toss to hit that, buying him more time, and being more of a threat. But that's not at all how the game played out there. And then of course drawing that shield flying car in a moment where Benton didn't know about it. Honestly, Oliver made that play with Super Suit, where he played it right into the removal spell he expected was there. And part of that was that he knew that he had cards like Shield Flying Car in his deck, where he wanted to bait out the removal spell. And the next turn he got, to eat the creature. It lined up very fortunately for him in that sense. So essentially, what happened there was Benton tried to make the game small and had a lot of ways to gain small bits of card advantage and removal spells, but Oliver's deck was better at going up on cards and ended up winning as a result. Also, drawing a few less lands matters a lot when you're in these small games.
Absolutely, and we are going ready here for game number 2, where I'm sure Benton hopes to get a bit more cards to play and not flood as much. And let's see how things play off. Also, it was the first time that I see a flying card suited up.
It's true. It is. So you can certainly put a Super Suit on your flying car. In that case, I guess it's just new tires and such.
Yeah, that's true. Right after you go to the mechanic, Yeah. And these cards are upside down, so that makes it a bit difficult.
Ooh,
okay, there we go.
Love when you draw your hand like this, 1 card at a time, and you see, this hand is unplayable, 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 and then you draw the mountain. It's snap keep. That's exactly what happened here. And Benton's hand is very aggressive too. He goes turn 1 Whiplash into turn 2 Speed and attacks for 4. And so when you have this deck that's full of removal spells, if you get to start by developing threats, and then you start killing everything, that's another thing that kind of didn't go Benton's way in the first game there. That matters a lot.
Definitely a very interesting hand here from Benton. And here Oliver is consulting with the team whether to keep or not, because this is one of the good things about team trios. I feel like the mulligan keep decision is such a complex one that is nice to get a second opinion. And Simon, are you the kind of person that looks at all the cards at once, or do you go one by one to try to...
I think I look at 4 cards at once, and then I draw them one by one, and I'm like, please draw the land, please draw the land.
I do the same.
Yeah,
usually 3 or 4, and then I start. Yeah, I agree. So here, Benton already decided to keep this great hand.
He even has an Ares God of War to follow up there on turn number 3. I don't believe we saw that in the last match against Martin Dang, who also had an Ares God of War in his own deck. So that's it was truly a mirror match last round. But this time, it's against the blue-red deck that we haven't seen win very much, but it took down this match as well. And there's the Surveillance Room that I believe Oliver was boarding in. He was at least looking at that card when he was deciding how to sideboard, and does decide to keep the card on top there. Maybe looking for a 2-drop to play, but here's the speed coming along in alongside the Whiplash. So Whiplash just this 1-mana 2/2 speed, 2-mana 2/2 haste, and can become unblockable whenever you play a non-creature spell, or at least, you know, virtually unblockable, as there's not that many haste creatures in the set.
A lot of speed in Benton's card draw, because there's also Speedball.
Oh, true. Yes, exactly. So got all the speedsters there. And this, by the way, is Loki, God of Mischief. But does not matter, as Ares, God of War, comes on in. And if Oliver wants to block and trade here, well, the cards just come right back into Benson's hand. And so Oliver's not keen on that. He wants to keep this Loki in play and start drawing cards from it. We've seen him. That's why he plays the card like Super Suit, which is a great combo with Loki.
Yeah, Loki definitely a great card, God of Mischief, a God Sorceress Villain. And this is the alternative art. I've never seen it.
Yeah, it is. No, it's actually also the Magicon promo, right? You have, so I believe you have seen the art.
Oh, yes, yes, it's a Magicon promo.
But it also exists in the PAX 2 Open, and that's what Oliver Rausch and his teammates have done here, as Oliver needs to find a way to deal with that Ares, but in order to do that, he needs access to red mana, and so has to spend his entire turn land cycling this. Oh, interesting. Goes for the island, not the mountain. I wonder if this means that there's a depower in his hand.
Very interesting choice there.
Oh, it's an Aerial Doombot instead. So this is not going to help him that much, and he may have to rely pretty heavily on that surveillance room in order to have it rely on that surveillance room in order to use his Hulk Smash. But there's also, the creatures are too small to really fight against that Ares. It's actually a very similar game as we saw Seven Faust play. Blue Red against an Ares and not being able to answer it because the Hulk Smash is not big enough. It's almost like the same story exact, as now their whole team is rumbling on in.
And Ares God of War is such a good one because you can just attack freely.
Yeah.
Now, if your creatures die, they will come back. And now we have Speedball, so full speed here for Benton Madsen.
Oliver's out to 4 from this curve out here from Benton. It is just working out perfectly for him. And Oliver's defenses of stuff like Aerial Doombot. You know, this is a card I like a lot in draft, but it's possible that when you're on the draw and team sealed against, you know, some of these aggressive decks, you need to board it out. Though, of course, Oliver had no indication that Benton's deck was this aggressive looking at game number 1. I think the only indication was that he chose to play Yellow Jacket in his deck, because otherwise there's just a bunch of removal spells and card advantage sources. Now we see Hulk Smash takes out that speed. That does not trigger Loki. Loki only triggers when ability targets something, and this is of course a spell, so gets to pass right back. But drawing that mountain though may give Oliver a slight chance to stabilize here, but he needs a way to get rid of that Ares, and I'm not sure what it could even be. Maybe it's a Wondrous Wasp, but oh no, the attack comes first here, and then Benson says, I'm going to Window Spite my own Speedball. Why? Because it redirects and pumps the Speedball, redirecting to that Loki, and Oliver does not like that. Scoops up the cards, is unable to defend against that curve out from Benson, and the game is squared up. They're now going into game 3 here, and if they win, they put their team in a good position to get into the top 4. There's a lot of tension on this match.
But now Benson, that has the big aggressive deck, is going to be on the draw. So how do you manage trying to be the aggressor knowing that you're on the draw, which is a much more difficult spot to curve out? Because your curve 1, 2, 3 is not as great if you're on the draw, right?
It's kind of true, but there's also the sort of thing where when you're on the draw, you're more likely to hit your curve out because you have that extra draw to hit your extra color, your third land, your 2-drop, whatever it may be. Though it's also possible that Benton, you know, could slightly shift the strategy, because we've seen that his deck also has these card advantage sources and the ability to grind, and so he might actually board out some of his aggressive cards like Whiplash and Speed and replace them with cards that help him play the card advantage game, like, you know, the Visions of Love and such. So you can actually completely change your deck depending on play and draw and team sealed when you're working with a big sideboard like this.
And honestly, Simon, I've been really impressed with Speedball, because I was watching the last match that Martin and Andrea were commenting on, where again we saw Benton play the Speedball, and it was just amazing. And again, here, very good card, just being able to redirect the targets and then give +2/+2. Is this card growing on you more and more this weekend when you see it here play?
Oh, I love Speedball.
So you were already a Speedball fan.
Yeah. I mean, I haven't seen him in like this red-black, like heavy removal spell deck. I've only played it with it in red-green and red-white and such. But it's certainly like it's certainly the type of card that I kind of reward you for having a bunch of removal spells, since you start by pointing it at Speedball and then at the opponent's creature. So every removal spell gives him +2/+2, meaning he's kind of a 3-mana 4/4 for a few turns while you're spending your removal. And that combination is kind of neat. Not too many other big combos in Benson's deck for it, though. It may also be the sort of thing where it's kind of like the last extra playable to fill out his red-black deck. We certainly see that the creature quality is not quite there for his deck. His removal quality is very much there. You just need to support it. He also has cards like Hulk Smash, which needs things with power, and Speedball does have power.
That is true. And somebody in chat is asking if the 3 matches from the teams are parallel.
Yes, they are indeed. They're played at the same time when we're watching Benson Mashing against Oliver Rausch, but we also have on the middle table, we have Alan Key up against Toralf Severin, and then we have Andy Liu against Jasper Grimmer at the very back end of the table. Maybe Andy and Alan are reversed, I'm not actually sure. But this is what's going on there, and they're also playing their matches, and they're updating their teammates on what's going on. But now we see this Aerial Doombot be much, much better than it was in the previous game.
I was thinking exactly that. I was going to tell you, Simon, right now, the same exact team. On the play, much better now, this card. And Benton not doing much. I mean, there's some removal there, but there's no access to red. And I just saw on Benton's face, he was not happy having to keep this hand, I believe.
Yeah, this is just a few removal spells, and I love this from Oliver. I believe he had a Hawkeye, Master Marksman, that he refused to play early because he's seen the Widow's Bites and the Dark Deeds and the Lightning Strikes and all that in Benton's deck, and he wanted to bait out the removal spells before he plays his powerful rare. And there's the third land from Benton, and he now gets to play, well, does he have a Baron Helmet Zemo? No, just has to go Cruel Alliance on that Aerial Doombot. Once again, you can see his hand has Loki and such, and he's much more setting up to try and play this game where he kills everything Oliver has. We'll see if Oliver runs out of gas. Now has to play out the Hawkeye here after baiting out 2 removal spells, but Benton is not done. The only reason he wasted a removal spell on that shield deployment drone is that he has more Cruel Alliances here where they came from. That's the second one, and he still has yet another removal spell. 2 more actually lined up in hand, especially once he finds that red source.
But this little 1/1 is starting to do some damage. And now we have Irby. Irby is great. I feel like Oliver has these cards that they enter and they do something. Either he needs to create a little soldier or here to draw a card. This Benton strategy to remove things will put him a bit in a precarious situation, but this Red Room Recruit here gets the land that Benton was looking for. The question is, what do you discard?
Yes, this is perfect. Not only does the Recruit kind of dig him further and gets rid of the Speedball, which doesn't really fit in his current plan of killing everything. It also blocks the Soldier token, so you don't have to worry about that anymore. But I do agree with you. The Herbie Scout unit is the perfect type of card against the game plan that Benton has in this game. I love how we see the differences between what Benton's deck looked like in game 2 when he was on the play and these games that he's been on the draw.
Yeah, completely different games here, and Oliver getting the chance to develop things and make just Benton's removal be a bit more awkward and leave him not so much in a good spot. But Benton still has access to a lot of cards, and now the mana base is there. So let's see how this game plays out. As for 2 mana, we get the Hulk Smash targeting that Loki. So Loki is gone, and we are attacking for 2 with Irby, leaving Benton here down to 14 points of life. Oliver still at 20. Land, and we have Ares again, God of War. So this is a 4/3, and whenever a creature you attack dies, you return it to your hand, I believe.
Yes, it's a specifically attacking creature, right? So you can kill something after combat if needed. But Oliver is having a think about this. Let's the Red Room Recruit come on in for 2 damage. Let's see if he has an answer for that Ares. A Lightning Strike perhaps would be good here. But no, it is just a Wasp. It's actually pretty good there. Tapping down that Ares, removing that ability, and now it will not come back if it's killed in combat. And Oliver is really setting up here for a good aerial offense. Of course, Benson still has that Dark Deed to kill one of these flyers. So he's not out of it yet, and actually has a pretty good round game here. So Benson has to think now, do you clear away the flyer? Do you clear away the Wasp right now? And he does decide to spend his removal spell here. He takes less damage, and Oliver allows that to happen. Did pick up a Lightning Strike, so actually has that answer for Ares if he wants to. He could also go for maybe a Trickster Stratagem or something here post-combat, now that Benson is tapped out.
How is the Wondrous Wasp a human hero? Shouldn't it be like a insect?
No, because it's like an Ant-Man's fellow. So basically what they do is that they learn how to shrink themselves. And so that's why it's Ant-Man and Wondrous Wasp. They're not actually like Spider-Man, where they kind of got fused with the animal. It's just a nickname for them being small.
Good thing you have the lore, Simon, and we had Lightning Strike there take care our God of War.
I had to research so much of this. I was just like wondering, like, who is the? Because I was asking the same question. I looked it up. It's like, oh, I see. Okay, and it's related to Pym particles and all of these things.
Oh my God! I have to be honest. I haven't watched a lot of the movies, so I didn't have the knowledge. I'm only just now realizing. But we have Hulk Smash here on the shield deployment drone, taking care of one of the flyers. So trying to chip away at these flying damage that Oliver keeps presenting, and Benton down to 11 life.
Yeah, this was actually the last turn there for Oliver. Was a perfect turn cycle for him. Got to play a 3-drop. Again, another thing that played so well against removal, and also remove the Ares in the same heartbeat. So the question is now, he's sitting at 5 lands. Now he kind of just wants to keep on drawing as many spells as he can, keep up that pressure. The Herbie's going to chug in there. The 2 soldier tokens are still being blanked by that Red Room Recruit. We see again, when you have a lot of removal spells, it's very nice to repair them with good blockers so that you can ignore some of the creatures. In this sense, the Red Room Recruit is by itself answering both of the soldier tokens and making them essentially blank. The only way it works, though, is if your deck also has a way, something it's playing towards, some way to win. And we haven't seen that from Benton. The only way we've seen him win is by putting on pressure, and his deck is not doing that right now.
And I'm not sure if Benton has access to something like the Avengers Saga.
The Avengers Under Siege. Yeah, I'm not sure either. We don't have deck lists for this match, but there's a second Loki, Laufeyson, coming on in, and Benton can actually power that up as well, since that is reduced, and then he'll do exactly that. So there's a bigger threat right there, and it all happens. Oliver has not spent any of his cards, just untapping here and taking his turn. I wonder, I think I saw a Trickster Stratagem in his hand earlier, and he might be, yes, he held onto an island before, so he could discard it to the Connive, and now he gets to play that stratagem, make the Herbie bigger, and put the Loki away, and then really gets to take advantage of how Benton got a bit aggressive there and traded, like attack for 2, but now he's going to take 2 damage on the backswing from these soldier tokens. Has to decide if that Loki's going second from the top on the bottom. It's a difficult choice, but it's probably not the type of card he's looking for. A bit too weak for his taste is.
And the lower you are at life and the grimmer that the game looks, the more that you have to be selective with what you can draw. In other circumstances, Loki would be always a great second from the top card, but here Benton needs something specific to take care of these flying damage. And speaking of Loki, now we have Loki, God of Mischief, on Oliver's side.
Yeah, just, Benton about to take his turn, and Oliver says, no, I am not done. I drew into this perfect spell, so once again got to spend my mana exactly how I wanted to. Got to spend exact 6 mana there. Things are going well for Oliver, and with Benton down to just 5 life. That's a justice. Bouncing one of these creatures. You can bounce the Misty Knight, hero for hire, but you can also bounce the 2/3, and that means these 1/1s can get in once again, and also there's a card draw from that Loki, since you did target something with an ability. And yeah, I think Oliver's probably happy to just attack with everything right now, because that means that Benton has to trade off the Misty Knight for that Loki and go down to 1 life, and I'm not sure what Benton can even draw. Maybe he has a Massacre Girl in the deck, or maybe a Modok.
A Modok
that would be
great.
brutal on this board.
Okay, is it a Modok or not?
Modok or bust. It is something. Red Room Recruit.
Okay, trying to find something. But now it cannot be Modok because there's not enough
it's just
mana.
a Hulk Smash. There's so much removal in Benton's deck, but we see Oliver's deck lines up so well against that. And now we're seeing Blue-Red clinch another win today, both the times against Red-Black. We see who's the champion of this matchup. That is Oliver Rausch taking it down for the German team right there. Now he's looking over at his teammates. Hey, now only one of you has to win your match, and we advance to another top 4. It's another team top 4 finish for Toralf and Jasper, who top 4'd in Amsterdam alongside Arne Huschenbeth, another one of our casters.
Very well done here, and honestly the game was super interesting. I really like the way that Oliver just kept going with these white creatures that just made it so difficult for Benton to remove, and all this removal got worse and worse, and then just the fact that the Flyers kept applying so much pressure.
All right, we're going to be watching the middle table here with Toralf Severin, aka Tuffle, our friend of the caster booth there, and up against one of the other New Yorkers there as he's now coming in and out of focus as we're figuring out exactly where he is. Yeah, we need glasses, that's for sure. I need double glasses, apparently.
Okay, players are already here to get ready, and we are going to see this match. Is it going Germany or USA taking the win? Oh, things are going already.
Yeah, that is Andy Liu we see here. And we just saw him, his blue-green deck against Chris Larsen last round, where we was in this huge board stall, and Chris had like 2 cards left in the deck when he won the game. Now it's a, it is another green mirror, but looks to be of a very different character as Toralf sends a Hellcat on turn 2, which signals to me that his deck has a lot of forests, and he may even have the unbeatable Squirrel Girl, as that's a big payoff for having a lot of forests.
Absolutely.
Here, Rapid Rescue being cast there for Andy Liu, following up that turn 2 Undercover Scroll, grabs a land that's an AIM Labs, the blue-black land there, and plays a Hydraulic Helper. So he has a lot of mana development right now, but can he capitalize on that? The Hydraulic Helper not at its best in blue-green, because there's not that many artifacts to ramp into, and indeed we see Kasarv the Savage Lands in his hands, but the Hydraulic Helper will not help with that one.
Not in much help.
It does block the Hellcat though, so that's not nothing. And Tuffle here is in the tank of how to proceed. I wonder if he's also playing a blue-green deck. I see the blue-green land in hand there, PIM Technologies, which is the laboratory where they shrink themselves, Ant-Man and the Wasp.
The things that you know, Simon. All right, playing here 2-1 trample, and whenever you put a +1/+1 counter on a creature, you're also going to put it there, Knight of the Wondergar.
Love this from Toralf here. I was thinking, are you going to attack into that 2/3 here? And essentially, like, Andy can just eat this creature for free, but it's going to come back with a plus counter, and then also put a plus counter on the Knight of Wondergar, and Tuffle is totally happy to do this, and make sure that he can attack next turn. Andy says, yeah, you know what? I'm not taking the 2 damage. I'm going to be a big butt creature next turn with this Pet Avenger, so I'm okay with you having 2 3/3s in play, and I'm happy that you kind of wasted your 2/2 there. PIM Technologies does come into play, and that's 1 life for Toralf.
All right, Toralf here playing a land, passing the turn, and let's see what Andy Liu can do. There is some ramp there with an Undercover Scroll. We can have Pet Avengers be the play for the turn, but let's see what other options Andy has.
Yeah, there's like, he drew Mr. Hyde for turn, but that's not, that's not the most efficient use of mana. Can't play the Kasar since the Hydraulic Helper only plays can't play non-artifact spells, so it does not work for Kasarv the Savage Lands. But this Pet Avenger is here, still doing a good job of defending the board. Can Tuffle have some way to get rid of this Pet Avengers? It's not that easy in blue-green to get rid of a 4/4. He has some other ways to break through. Tap it down, get it out of the way temporarily, or have a trick to break through. We'll see here what he's up to.
Not easy to take care of a Dragon, Cat, Dog, Bird, Frog, Hero.
Yeah, you have to take care of all 5 at once. It's a tough job.
Tough job, but Toralf trying to get through, and let's see if he has a combination of heroes and villains here.
I think this is a Go Nuts, actually, that he's thinking about how to use. He can fight the Undercover Scroll and cut Andy off of resources there, because he noticed that Andy missed a land drop, and so that might be impactful. Or you could fight your Death Toucher on the Pet Avengers and then go into attacking. Or you can teamwork this one, tapping apparently 4? What's going on with that? You don't need to tap that much. Put a counter on the Hellcat. That also puts a counter on the Knight of Wondergar. And this lets Hellcat attack. Yeah, this makes a lot of sense. So you made the Knight of Wondergar fight. And I guess there's some confusion with is this Serpent tapped or not for the teamwork? And I guess it is legal to tap it alongside the other ones for teamwork. So I guess that is what Toralf did here. But now the Hellcat is coming on in. It has died once, so it has no more abilities to come back once again. But Andy has to decide whether to take 4 and does decide to do that here, keeping his Pet Avengers around. But it is going to be tough, though, because the Pet Avengers best job right now is kind of trading for one of Tuffle's creatures. So I wonder if it's because, it's because of this. Andy has Depower in hand, which is a way that he can blow out Tuffle next turn when, you know, there comes an attack and he goes to block there. There's a Wolverine being picked up from Andy Liu, but he does not have red mana nor a 4th land as well. And this is actually a pretty tough spot, because if you wanted to use your D power in combat here, well, he's no longer able to do that and also play something else, because his hand is like Frozen Eyes, Mr. Hyde, etc. So he might just be forced to play out a Mr. Hyde and pass the turn right back. And if he keeps on playing this way where he takes the damage, well, I mean, he's going to be losing his life points very quickly. So decides to go for instead Frozen Eyes, take away some of the bleeding. But that card, Premium Removal, going on a Knight of Wundagore is a big, big win for Toffel. And there it is. I called it. Unbeatable Squirrel Girl in the hand. This deck is mostly mono green.
This card is absolutely insane. The more that it stays alive, the more that it becomes difficult to deal with.
Oh, he also has a cool card from the bonus sheet. Unnatural Growth. At the beginning of combat, double the power and toughness of all of your creatures. Toffel's deck is sweet.
Another reason to be very high on green, because that card is 4 in its 4 green sources. So now it makes sense, the mono green. I love it. And Andy Liu really needed that Undercover Scroll to get access to mana, and now really getting punished for that being removed with Go Nuts.
Wow.
So actually the Go Nuts decision there from Torolf was great to take care of the Undercover Scroll that was providing Andy Liu with some mana. Now cannot play things like the Wolverine and needs to play these 2/2.
Is there a land? There is a land. Toffel's hand was stuck with 4 drops and 5 drops. He also has the Cosmic Cube in that hand. So drawing that 4th land here, able to now play the Squirrel Girl, or maybe even just run out the Trickster Stratagem to get a Connive and dig towards that 4th land. Now he's going to decide which of these to do here. And you always see when your opponent taps the lands and then thinks, well, you know, they may mean they have options. They lands on tap again. Toffel is thinking it through. Which is actually better. Normally you would think, yeah, you just slam your rare, but it's not always as obvious as that. So now we see Andy Liu put a die on top of his deck to remind himself to use the Mr. Hyde's ability in his upkeep.
And you know, one thing, Simon, when I thought season opponent and I see a hand like Torolf as right now, I'm like, oh no. You know, when you thought season, they have like not one option, 2, 3, and it's not enough. So this hand is absolutely insane. And now we have the unbeatable Squirrel Girl that it's going to make a little squirrel when it enters and also attacks. So Torolf here developing the board. And Andy Liu gets to pick the 4th land, but it's not a red source, so cannot cast his Wolverine.
Yeah, I could imagine that Andy is feeling pretty bad that he used his Frozen Eyes on that 2-drop rather than the unbeatable Squirrel Girl. And remember, by the way, the German team already won one of these matches here. We're, by the way, back in time here. You know, like you can see the clock here. We're back to watch the start of this match here. So this is no longer live. But we're watching game 1 of this matchup as now Andy has to pass back here and try and ambush the Squirrel Girl in combat with that D-Power. But I would be surprised if Torolf attacks here unless he draws the 5th land there for that Unnatural Growth.
There's Bold Biochemist as well, and here played by Andy Liu. And you were saying, Simon, that there's a Cosmic Cube in Torolf's hand, so he did draw the 5th land. Now, do you go 5th land, Cosmic Cube, attack with the Squirrel Girl, make a squirrel, and then you get the ability from the Cosmic Cube, or do you go for something like the Unnatural Growth and that just your creatures start to being insanely big?
Yeah, it's a big question here. I think I would go for the Unnatural Growth because it attacking with the Squirrel Girl into this board, you know, it kind of risks it dying, whereas if you make it +4/+4, it's much less easy for it to die. And also if there's a counterspell in Andy's hand, you know, that could be possible from the way this game is played out. This is the first turn where he's passing with 2 mana up, and the Unnatural Growth is probably your worst card. So it makes a lot of sense here for Toffel to start with the Unnatural Growth. Also, if you start with that one and then next turn play the Cosmic Cube, you could get an 8-drop.
But also, if you go for Cosmic Cube, attack here with the Squirrel Girl, you're going to make a 1/1 token, and then you're going to get probably some creature to play because you're going to look at the top 6, and you're going to get a 4-drop or less. And then you an actual draw, and then you get like to attack with a lot of things.
Yeah, the Squirrel Girl is going to die, though. So like the big question is, like, are you okay giving up your Squirrel Girl to get a free card, and do you want to risk your Cosmic Cube into a potential counterspell here?
I really like this card, I'm going to be honest. And Torolf deciding to go here for Cosmic Cube.
And he looks like he was not expecting it to resolve, so he might have even actually figured that the Unnatural Growth is the better card. Does attack with both creatures here, so the Squirrel Girl is not going to be long for this world, but it does mean that he'll get, you know, a free card off the top. It can cost 4 or less. And he's decided not to attack with that Okay, ends up attacking with the Serpent Specialist. Anyways, makes that Squirrel, which looks like an insect right now.
You can also get a removal spell, so then your Squirrel Girl doesn't die, right? Because it's 4 cards.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, if you kill the Mr. Hyde, then there's not enough power on Andy Liu's side.
There's a Frozen and Ice.
Ooh, yeah, and this Justice does the exact thing there. So that was the calculated risk from Tuffle there, bouncing that Mr. Hyde, and that's not where he wants to be. He takes a while to get going, and if he gets bounced, well, it's just so bad for you. So this is a big, big tempo swing from Tuffle, and now that Squirrel Girl is staying alive. Yeah, good call there from Tuffle.
Very nice here. And next turn with a Natural Growth. If that resolves with this board, things are going to be looking so sweet for Toralf.
All right, so Andy Liu goes here for that D-Power, -4 to the Serpent Specialist, and does get to eat it in combat. We saw Tuffle's hesitation. Does he want to attack with it or not? And decided to go for it, just in case that the Squirrel Girl got killed before the trigger of Cosmic Cube resolved. But I guess that didn't end up mattering. There's a Go Nuts, so that could potentially take care of at least the Justice. Still no way to cast out Wolverine. No red mana showing. Taking off that Undercover Scroll was a huge game changer for this game here. But maybe Andy can play something else and then use the Go Nuts. Just has to tap out there for Kassar of the Savage Lands. And honestly, this Hydraulic Helper has just been able to be tapped for mana a single time and not even blocking that well.
Very well played here, and that Squirrel Girl leaves to tell another turn, and this is going to be absolutely insane now with that card in hand. And Simon, somebody was asking if Andy Liu couldn't depower the Squirrel Girl when she's attacking in response to the Cosmic Cube trigger.
Yes, he could have absolutely done that. That's a good call. That would have completely blown out Tuffle, and I didn't even think about that, and neither did Andy, so that was a big missed opportunity. That could have totally swung this game, you know, more towards Andy's favor, as the Justice would have not even hit the battlefield, and the Squirrel Girl would be dead. So yeah, that's a big, big deal. And then, like, Tuffle would have not have had a good attack the next turn as well. He would have had no creature. So that's actually huge, the way that happened, because this Cosmic Cube does trigger on resolution. Now we see here, holding again the Unnatural Growth and running out that Trickster's Stratagem. Question is, do you bounce the Kassar, do you bounce the Zabu, or do you bounce one of the other things here? You want to maybe make your Squirrel Girl bigger and attack with it once again, or you just connive onto that Justice so that you can get a 3-drop from the top here. And it does seem like he's wanting to target the Zabu, removing the most amount of power and toughness from Andy's board. That token has Landfall, get a plus counter, so it's going to grow over time.
Absolutely, that is going to grow indeed. And here, Toralf getting rid of that forest. No more lands needed for now, but that doesn't put a +1/+1 counter now on the creature that connived. Yeah, some decisions here for Toralf that is on the driver's seat, but this is only game number 1, and we already know that one of Toralf's teammates won the game, Oliver versus Bentham, that we saw in the previous match. And Cosmic Cube, such a sweet card, Simon.
Yes, it is indeed. Tuffle here is considering now this Go Nuts, and where does it go? You can use your Squirrel Girl to fight that Kassar of the Savage Land, but you can also make a play where you put the counter on the Insect token, use that to fight, so that you can attack with the Squirrel Girl, because right now the Squirrel Girl will have some damage marked on it. Instead, we're doing this, we're tapping it for teamwork, putting a counter on Justice, fighting with the Squirrel Girl. You do not need to put the counter on the same creature you fight with, and let's see, go looking for a 3-drop. There's at least a Spider-Man to the rescue, and that is good enough here, just getting a 3/2 into play right here. Justice comes on in for 3 damage, and Andy Liu's life total is dwindling, and you know, all of these rares in play are also making it more difficult. Toralf's deck just looks so cool.
Very sweet mono green deck indeed, with some splash there for blue. Really love to see it.
Yeah, splashing Justice and Trickster Stratagem, those are some good splashes. And notably, they did not make Oliver Rausch's deck, because that's actually, like, Tuffle literally looked over at the blue-red opponent with his mono green deck and said, I want this card and this card from your deck, figuring that the blue-red deck was good enough as is. And there is the Unnatural Growth, showing it to Andy, figuring, yeah, you're probably going to need to read this one. And what does it say? Double? Yes, it does indeed. All of these creatures get double power and toughness. That is every Timmy's dream. Look at the size of this board as they now attack, and the Cosmic Cube will trigger again.
This is going to be such a big attack. Oh my god. And Natural Growth is one of those cards that you are not expecting to see in the Marvel Superheroes limited set.
No, absolutely not. It's back from Shadows, or not Shadows, so in the Innistrad Midnight Hunt set. And that's, we see, that's 3 islands, 4 islands. That's more islands that I thought was going to be in Tuffle's deck there. And he looks at just a single stature there. That's all he can get with his free 8-drop. But Andy Liu has seen enough. He just wanted to see an extra card from Tuffle's deck and scoops up those cards.
Toralf taking game 1 with this absolutely insane, almost mono green deck. And Simon, what did you think of this build from Toralf?
Well, actually, I'm starting to doubt that it's almost mono green. We saw 4 islands and a statue there, and I'm so surprised these cards are in the deck. I guess stature is like fine if it's played later than turn 1, but I assume Toffle can't have more than like 7 blue sources in his deck if he wanted to support the like triple green, quadruple green, etc. And so that's why I'm a bit surprised to see stature. No, the 1-drop with a double blue activation cost doesn't really seem like the perfect fit for his deck. But I guess it is a something that can really finish some games, and maybe that's exactly why he put that card in his deck. Yeah, I do love to see the big sizing, and I especially love to see that he didn't just build his deck exactly as mono green, but reached out and took some interaction from his teammates so that his deck just doesn't fold over and die to any rare.
I love to see this, and honestly, Simon, this is such an important match for the teams here because this is a win and in to top 4, and top 4 gets the invitation for the Pro Tour. So that means if the team wins this match, they will qualify for the Pro Tour. Not only you, but your 2 friends as well, which is so special. So this is so much pressure, especially if your teammates finish the game earlier and they are 1-1, and now it depends on you. That pressure must be absolutely insane.
Yeah, I mentioned the reason that these people want to win is that they get to draft next round. That's kind of like where my mind was at. But of course, the players here are looking for that Pro Tour invite and the ability to gamble or to play for those Marvel trophies that are on the line for the winning team of this tournament. And yes, you say qualifying for the Pro Tour with your mates is just another level of it. You know who you're traveling with.
Yeah,
you know who you're preparing with. That's your boys right there. And so that's exactly what these players have in mind as they're moving into this game number 2. Tuffle does not know it yet because remember we went back in time. I believe that they're still in game 2 with the Benton versus Oliver match going on next to him. But if Tuffle wins this next game or the one after that, he will be in top 4 alongside Jasper Grimmer and Oliver Rausch.
And there's one advantage that Toralf's team has, is that they are German. They can speak German. I don't know if the other team speaks German because they are from America. So if they only are able to communicate between English with themselves, then the German team can understand. Yes. But they cannot understand the German team.
That is true indeed, though it's a bit of a risk, of course, that it's possible that Benson, for example, speaks German. He would not, surprise me if that is the case. He does at least have a Danish last name, so there must be some European family history there. As these players are sideboarding up for game number 2, and Andy Liu, of course, has to figure out exactly how to deal with this mono green beast from Toralf. Certainly not something he expected to face when he was preparing to play Green Mirrors. And this is a very different style of green, much more like red green, honestly.
And Twitch chat, YouTube, I know that you are watching us. I want to see you in the comments. Let us know where you are watching from. I hope you are enjoying this Team Trios limited event. So far, it has been so much fun to cast this one alongside with Simon. We have been seeing so many players that are familiar faces and so many different decks. It's been a blast.
Yes, indeed, it's been so fun to watch all of these limited matches and see the teams, as they go along. It's also nice we automatically get to watch 2 matches per round because of this setup. And I think we've been incredibly fortunate to have that work out that way, where our recorded matches are the ones that are still going after our first live match. Of course, we don't know that when we choose that from the beginning, which one we're watching live, which ones we're watching recorded. This one is recorded right now, as there's a little bit of a whisper going on there between Tuffle and Rausch. I wonder if we actually saw that, when we were watching their match happen. Now we're watching it happen from the other side here, in this time travel technologies we have going on there.
Very cool stream, and honestly, a lot of work put from the production, because this is a different kind of format that what we have done before. So shout out to the production team putting an amazing show here this weekend and really putting the extra effort so we can get to see these matches and really get the feeling of what these teams are going through. Now we have game number 2 with Thoralf having 1 win up. That means that Andy Liu will be on the play. Let's see now if he does manage to find the lands needed to try to survive against this very stompy Thoralf Severin deck. All right, Andy on the play, and he keeps the 7 cards, playing tap land, getting 1 life, passing the turn, and Thoralf playing Forest, passing the turn.
And we there see, you know, another card that's being splashed in Andy's deck. We saw the Black Lands last game, but no reason for them. And it is, of course, Killmonger, one of the most popular cards to splash in your green decks, since it is such a powerful way to answer anything. No Hellcat this turn from Thoralf Severin. No 1/2 drops at all. I wonder how many he even has in his deck. You know, when you're playing mono green, he probably doesn't have. It might be limited a bit in the number of 2 drops he could even put in his deck. But they choose to keep this hand, and there may be a good reason for it. I see a Spider-Man to the rescue. That's not going to help him defend. I see a Go Nuts. Well, it's not live right now, but I do see that Cosmic Cube that maybe Andy Liu has sideboarded in a way to be more prepared for. Mr. Hyde, Monster Within. It's a 3-mana 2/2, and at the beginning of your upkeep, it gets a counter, or you can remove the counter to draw a card. You can remove a counter from anything, actually. And now it's attacking here as a 3/3. Spider-Man to the rescue. Rescues 12 life total here. Doesn't get to block, but no, there is a punishing punch. Andy is just double-checking. Wait, so does this have indestructible when it comes into play? There's something about that. Do I get blown out if I do this? But no, you do not. He can kill that just fine. Paying the 3 mana. Now there's the red source for the Wolverine. Yeah, Andy's deck, is it? No, it's not full 5 color, right? But it does mean that if he draws the Wolverine, he'll be able to cast that too. And the Mr. Hyde got in for damage there. There's the Pet Avengers, but now the Mr. Hyde is set up to remove that counter and draw a card. It's essentially a slow Phyrexian Arena, or it can just be a threat that grows out of control. Very flexible card there, even if it is slow.
Definitely a lovely card, and we saw a very interesting interaction yesterday of Mr. Hyde with Jessica Jones, where I believe it was Gabriel Nassif was just removing the stun counter with Mr. Hyde to draw cards. So that was super sweet interaction, and I feel like this set has a lot of those nice ones. But now it's only a 2/2, and there's the Pet Avengers on the other side. Let's play the Serpent Specialist. That's a 1/1, and immediately powering it up to become a 3/3 Death Touch.
Yes, indeed. It is not, not the most impressive turn 5 here from Andy Liu. I assume he would have loved to be able to play something like Kassar of the Savage Lands. I actually think he has that card in hand, and he even has an untapped land to go with it. The other blue-black land in his hand being the Hidden Grotto. But decides not to go for that yet, instead trying to defend a bit from that Pet Avengers, playing out your Death Toucher, and then playing your Kassar of the Savage Lands when you have your land drop still remaining, so you can immediately trigger your landfall, or maybe play the land from the top of your library. So that's what's going on in Andy Liu's mind there as he plays the 3/3 Death Toucher instead of the Kassar. But now Thoralf has the opening here. He can play the Cosmic Cube and just send the Doggo, Catto, Birdo, Froggo, Hero into the fray. Or he can wait. So the question is, will you go for it? Will you take the gamble? There may just be 5 lands and a statue on top. It may not be super safe, and so just decides to increase his board size instead. Play the Aim Scientist. Make sure that the turn he plays Cosmic Cube, he's guaranteed to have another attacker the following turn, so he's not just left with that around.
Absolutely. That's what I was going to say exactly. Like, if you do not manage to get it, then your next turn is just not great. So not risking it there. And we have a Go Nuts taking care of Mr. Hyde and making that Pet Avengers a 5/5 using the aim for teamwork.
That's another good reason. One good reason why Andy played that Serpent Specialist as well is that it's another thing that has counters on it. So normally with Mr. Hyde, you can only draw the card every second turn. But the Serpent Specialist is a great combo with it because it has the 2 counters, but it's Death Touch, so it doesn't really need the counters, and it's very happy to see them removed to Mr. Hyde. And so Toffel declined on playing the Cosmic Cube, instead making sure that he had the Go Nuts to kill off that Mr. Hyde before more cards have been drawn from Andy. And now he gets to run out this Kassar of the Savage Land and see if there's a land on top to be played. Seems like no. Seems like he has to play the land from hand instead. Get that counter on the Zabu, the landfall token there, or the creature token with landfall. But now Toffel gets to untap here, and yes, he has to run one of his attackers into a Death Toucher, but then next turn he will still have another attacker, and the way might be much clearer. He could also, as he did last time, hit an interaction spell. Does Andy have an answer to this? No, he's tapped out. Toffel just has to decide which thing to attack with. If you attack with your 4/4, well, you trade your worst creature for the Death Toucher, but you do give Andy the opportunity to double block with Kazu and Zabu, Khazar and Zabu, and leave his Death Toucher around. Whereas if you attack with your Pet Avengers, there's no such decision. You could also just attack with both of them. You know, you are behind in a life race, but this Cosmic Cube is going to give you so much tempo that it probably will buy you back that.
That is true. And this Cosmic Cube being such a powerful card, we've seen it here before, but they're off thinking which card to use to attack. And by the way, Zabu, another card that works really well with the Mr. Ide, because you can just, you know, play a land, put a counter on it, and then you can remove the counter.
That's true, yeah.
To draw cards.
Yeah,
so.
Good thing that Mr. Hyde got killed there for that reason. Toffel decides to only attack with the Pet Avengers. It's no. Sending in both. You're playing green Stumpy for a reason. This does let Andy do the double block and the trade with the Death Toucher, clearing off the board, unless Toffel can hit another creature here. That's the second Spider-Man to the rescue. Not the most powerful card, but also a Trickster's Stratagem that you get to play right now here in combat. Pointed at that Serpent Specialist and connive onto your AIM Scientist, making it 5/5, and that would actually make the double block unable for Andy Liu. So this is the perfect hit here, securing that both of his attackers get to live, or at least Andy would have to trade both of his creatures for one of the attackers, which is painful to say the least.
And 10 damage is no joke. Putting it second from the top.
Yeah, I think it makes sense to put it back second from the top, but what actually it does, though, is it does rob him of a potential land drop, since you know you draw the card for turn, and then the Serpent Specialist will be on top, and you won't get the land. So Andy's thinking twice, making sure, do I actually need the land to curve out the way I want? He has Bolt Biochemist in hand, Killmonger, and the Go Nuts. So if he has that 7th land, he could actually play out his entire hand, but he's declining. No, I do not need to do that. He also has the information on what he's going to draw next turn, and that may be good enough here. But now we see the connive there from Toffel. Do you discard, you know, another copy of that AIM Scientists, or a different spell that is the one it seems? You know, he could discard the Forest, but it's really nice to get the counter here, making both creatures 5/5. Lining up your combat so your opponent doesn't have good blocks just makes your life so much easier here.
And let's see here what Andy Liu decides to do at 24 life, so pretty comfortable life total. Yeah. So 14 now, taking 10 damage and drawing card for the turn. And there's a Go Nuts.
Yeah, there is the Go Nuts. He drew Pet Avengers for turn, but these creatures are too big now, and there's a Death Toucher on top. He can't quite use that, so I wonder if he's going to be playing Killmonger out here, maybe sacrificing that Kazu, or playing Bolt Biochemist and sacrificing that one, making sure that his Killmonger is 5 power, so he can actually tussle with one of these attackers here. He could also just play the Killmonger and kill the Cosmic Cube, because it does, the Killmonger does say non-land permanent. You just have to play the ward, though, so you're falling pretty far behind on the board, and you have to give up your Khazar, which is a pretty big deal. But getting rid of the Cosmic Cube may be well worth it.
Tough decision here for Andy Liu. That goes for that Killmongering, and that is going to take care of Cosmic Cube. Of course, having to pay Ward 2. The Zabu still in play, and we are going to tap it.
To attack. Okay.
Attack. Ooh.
So it's a bit interesting here, because Toffel could play the 7th land and attack with the Pet Avengers, and then you can't double block anymore. But call damage control and call an ambulance too. This is crazy. Getting back that Cosmic Cube. Andy Liu did so much to get that into play. Hits the Squirrel Girl. He just puts it into play immediately. No, there's a Justice. Would you rather have the Justice and bounce the Killmonger so none of your cards can be killed in combat? You get in for 10 damage, pushing Andy down to 4. Yes, he can replay that Killmonger, but it's like, what are you even going to sacrifice at this point? It might make a lot of sense to put Justice, Vance Asterik into play from that Cosmic Cube. Such a powerful combination. We've seen it before. Does decide to go for Squirrel Girl, though, and let Andy make that trade. Now there's just more and more problems being generated. When your deck has a lot of bombs and Cosmic Cube to find the bombs, well, that's a way you can, present your opponent with 2 problems where they can only answer 1.
Simon, such a sweet deck, honestly, and this has been an amazing game. And I feel bad for Andy Liu. I mean, so much trouble taking care of that Cosmic Cube and that call damage control. I mean, Andy Liu needs its own damage control at this point.
Truly. I wonder if that's a sideboard card from Toffel. Knowing he's playing against green and they have lots of ways to blow up artifacts, and so that it actually would be realistic for this exact scenario to happen, where the Cosmic Cube goes in the graveyard. Andy, though, he's not out of it yet. He still has that Go Nuts. He has the Serpent Specialist, but does he have triple green? No, he can't play all 3 spells here. Taps the Zabo, kills the Squirrel Girl, now has a 5/5, hope that a Cosmic Cube bricks.
9 life, that's the total life of Andy Liu, and that Cosmic Cube really helping out Thoralf, not ran out of gas, and we know there's still a natural growth in the deck.
Yeah, that would not work immediately when you get it off Cosmic Cube, since we're past the point it triggers. But here's a good play Thoralf can make before you go to attacks. You play the Spider-Man to the rescue, tap it, make your 5/5 indestructible, and then send it in. Essentially using it on the aggressive mode. It doesn't give indestructible to an attacker, so you can't wait and use it as a trick, but you can use it preemptively and secure that your 5/5 gets through. The only thing you want when you have a Cosmic Cube around is make sure that you keep getting good attacks in. So that would be a very nice line here for him. He also has a Doc Samson in hand, and I believe can play the land and the Doc Samson as well, follow that up, just to have another creature on the board. But he's taking his sweet time, making sure that this is actually how he wants to do it.
And there's 19 minutes left on the clock, so playing that Spider-Man there and going to go for the attack.
The M's of Doc Samson, in case he hits something that comes in with counters. There's the natural growth. Look at that face. Should I get that? But there's a super strength. It's like a super strength too. He can just play that, chuck that on his 5/5 attacker, and that's gonna force a trump lock right now from that Pet Avengers. What a hit there from Toffel. But he can also, you know what, super strength, it's better than a natural growth. Just get that right now, and yeah, you can see there from Andy, the resignation. I can't possibly beat this. How would you have super strength in your Cosmic Cube deck? So many 5-drops from Toffel here, and this is just so much fun to watch his deck do exactly what it's meant to. This is how maybe the Berlin team here going to take their slot into the top 4, getting those Pro Tour invites. Andy Liu's team from New York, they came so close, losing to Chris Larson and his team, and then losing to Thoralf Severin and his team, 2 Pro Tour champions, taking down Andy Liu 2 rounds in a row and robbing them of their chance at that Pro Tour. Plays the Biochemist, draws some cards, can play out the Serpent Specialist there to have a Death Toucher, and are you dead? I think you're still dead to that 9/9 trample. There's no way to get rid of that. And Andy here pauses, smiles, and considers.
And Simon, we don't need damage control at this point. We need a full-on ambulance here for Andy Liu, because this is such a strong board state from Thoralf. And honestly, nothing that Andy Liu could have done this game, I believe. It was just strong card after strong card, good games. That means that's
the match. You see them celebrate there. Okay, that was not that much celebration. You see them celebrate there, give the handshakes all across the board. Of course, the team there from New York staying after the Magic Con, Benson Madsen, Andy Liu, and their last teammate, Alan Key. They ended up losing this one, but good effort to them. Made a deep run, but this is the Berlin team. Jasper Grimmer coming back to the game. Thoralf Severin doing what he does best, showing up to tournaments. We saw him win the regional championships just a few years ago as well in Naples, and now he's back at it again with another top finish here.
I mean, amazing, and I mean, this is teamwork. I love to see it. Very well played from the American team as well. We have seen them a lot here throughout the weekend, and definitely a good display of magic. But I guess their season has come to an end here, at least in this tournament, but I know that we will see them more in next tournaments. Now, congratulations to Thoralf's team here into advancing into our top 4.
Yes.
That is so difficult because we had 552 teams on day 1. Only 67 teams made it into day 2, and we are looking for the top 4 teams, 12 players that will make it into our top 4 and get an invitation to the next Pro Tour. Amazing stuff.
Amazing stuff. We also even have a result from the other match. So we know that Chris Larson and his team is in, and we know, of course, that Joseph Puglisi Clark and his team is in. But the last member of this top 4 is going to be Lev Duchenko, Tarkan Koch, and Marius Heck. So these were the other matches here. I know they beat the Czech team, and I was talking to them, previous round. They won that round, they won another round, and they won this round here to get into that top 4. Congratulations to this team as well.
Congratulations, and congratulations to the team that just won. We are going to have an interview with them right now.
I'm here with the winning team's captain of the last round of Swiss, Thoralf. Hello, how you've been? Massive congrats.
Thank you. It's been a good day.
So you are now advancing to the first draft.
Correct.
So what are your thoughts in going into this?
So when we were last year, I said everything is great about team, right?
Right.
And now you have to get the experience of qualifying for Pro Tour together.
Exactly.
So we know we're going to play all of them. That's so unique, because usually if you qualify, you're yourself, right? But now you know you will get to do them as a team.
Right.
And for drafting, I don't know how team draft plays out, because nobody practiced really for that. I think like you play some seals because you don't expect really to get in this position. So it's a bit different than normal draft. So you're gonna have to adjust, but kind of everything is free for now. It's
exactly.
like.
Have you played draft before? I mean, have you played in this format?
Like the drafts are fine, but in team draft, there's a big difference because there's less packs, and you also, every card in the pool will be going to your opponents if you don't take them.
Exactly.
So there's a lot of synergy and countering, like something you need to give to your opponents. And yeah, it's in the end the decks are quite weak or weaker because you play you pick a lot of cards that you don't play. It's almost like a mind game.
Yeah, exactly. Have you decided yet how you're going to strategize? How to prepare for it, because sometimes you have to, cut some of the good cards.
Yes. So luckily, in the first few picks, you take what is good and then you play it. Later, if you're not the colors, then you have to kind of play the guessing game if the person to your right or left is their colors, because if they aren't, they have a dilemma of taking the card or passing it. And you have to get a really nice feeling in the first booster or second, what you get, what the boosters say. But in doubt, if you open like any of the probably top 10 to 15 cards that you won't play, you have to play them, take them. Like even in this, like especially in this set, where everything is so good.
Exactly.
Like if you open, I guess if you open a Superhero Silver War, you just take it and find a way to play it. But like a lot of the mythics, you're just taking.
Right. So I can feel that you have a pretty clear picture on what's going on.
Right.
But so far, what has been your favorite moment of the tournament?
So my deck in the day 2 is really bad. Like it's strangely, it has 2 to 3 really good cards, and then the rest, I was kind of saying like, you pick the best deck, you pick the best deck. I will make something out of green and whatever color makes the most sense. Right. And we have an Unbeatable Spurgra, and we have the Cube, the artifact, which is really, really good, but the rest of the base is really bad. So we decided to make a solid deck that wins some of the time, and it performed really badly. Like my opponent had a lot of removal spells. I lost the first 3 matches. I was like lucky they won, but the first 3 were really rough.
Right.
But then I realized there's no way I'm probably winning fairly, so I kind of have to go like to the extreme and play a lot of cards that I don't think I would have played like from the beginning. There's like a 5-mana enchanted that gives +4/+4, which is kind of really just sideboard material at best. And we also have a card from the booster played, like the Side Shift, which doubles every power in attacking, which is 4 green, really bad, like hardly playable.
Listen, nobody expects that, right?
All right, no, my opponent was in 16 and I played the card and it's like, I guess I have to jump now because I'm dead to my creatures. So, and the cards in combination, doubling your power and toughness, and the cube was really good, and it was really fun. Like I didn't play the best deck, but if you've seen the feature match, you see what the deck could do.
All right, I see. Well, the best of luck to you, to your team.
Yes.
And thank you so much.
Right, thank you.
Thank you so much, Marie and Thoralf. And honestly, Twitch chat was going crazy on how sweet this deck from Thoralf was. And he was just like, yeah, I just had some good cards, but the rest was so bad. It didn't seem like that at all. I mean, that deck crushed it. So at least here on coverage, he did amazingly well. And that is putting this team into our top 4. So we will see more from them. And also from Twitch chat, because I was reading as they were reacting to this interview, I have to say, a lot of people are complimenting your shirt, Simon. And I even got a bit jealous, like, because everyone is saying that your drip looks really cool. So you're like looking super nice with this shirt. So Twitch chat loving how you presented here yourself today.
Thank you so much. Can we also get a bit of love for Philippa's outfit in the Twitch chat? Please, please.
Now that was just a pick me girl moment. Like, come on. But we have a bracket here to see our top for the weekend. So let's take a look here at our top for the weekend and what we are going to see the bracket from top 4. Simon, what do you think of these teams?
Yes, exactly. And we see also the theme here. There's 2 German teams there. Lev Duchenko, Tarkan Karch, and Marius Heck, also stemming from Germany. We don't know much about this team, but hopefully we can learn more about them. They're up against Martin Dang, Christopher Larsen, and Rasmus Seebast. Rasmus coming in, out of another one of the old players coming out of retirement there. Martin Dang hasn't also been playing too much recently, though has a Pro Tour win in Brussels, actually. In Brussels in 2015. And Christopher Larsen has a Pro Tour win, well, about like 4 months ago. And another Pro Tour finals in Las Vegas. So yeah, Chris Larsen on the roll right now and kind of, carrying this team. But honestly, Tuffle mentioned that people, have not been practiced for team draft. This is a squad who has team drafted a lot with each other. They know what's up with team draft. They've been doing it before. Martin Dang and Chris Larsen has top 4'd a team tournament before together. Or no, sorry, that was Michael Bundy, not Martin Dang, Chris Larsen and Thomas Enevoldsen. And so I think Chris especially, but also the other 2 players, old school Danish Magic involves a lot of team drafting. So they're going to be ready for it. 7Faust, Joseph Polisi Clark is on the other bracket there, and they're going to be up against the Germans. We just watched Tuffle and his team. And so these are people who have been, like drafting a lot of team draft in the Cube, Magic Online Cube team drafting. They're part of that server as well, some of these people. And so they might still have some knowledge of how to exactly navigate that. It's going to be interesting to see what their draft is going to look like, and we're going to see that play out on camera just after this segment.
I'm really excited to see that. And Simon, this weekend has been about the stories, about the teams, not only the ones that win, but also the ones that come here and they made an impact on us. And this is one of these teams. We just saw them lose Benton's team, and it was such a good team. They came all the way from America, and they've been doing lovely. We had multiple times them here on the scene. So before they go out of this tournament, we actually have an interview with them. So let's hear what they have to say.
Lovely.
I'm here with the team captain of, sadly, the losing team of the last round of Swiss. Andy, hi. How are you feeling after this whirlwind of Magic?
I'm sure that it's going to sting more later because I think we basically lost 2 win-ins in a row, but it was still a lot of fun. And actually, I came into this tournament saying, like, I really hope we get some future matches because, I don't know, these were actually only my 2nd and 3rd future matches ever.
Right.
And so
did you enjoy it?
It's a lot of fun. Yeah, I mean, it really makes you feel like you're playing high stakes Magic, right? Like,
of course.
It's just being under the cameras. It's different from just, even if you're at the top tables, it's not quite the same thing.
Absolutely. Well, now that the tournament is over for you, sadly, what were your highlights?
Highlights? Honestly, I think just the team experience. I absolutely love my team. Much love. Alan, Benton. Couldn't have asked for better teammates. We came very, very close, and
Right.
I don't think there's any shame in that. Very happy with the results.
Honestly, very good run. Absolutely, you should be proud of yourself, and I hope you had great fun. So what now? What are you looking to play next?
Well, actually, there's not very much Magic in August, I guess. I'm qualified for at least one of the 2 RCs in September, so I guess it's time to gear up and start playing Modern. Which, yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's actually a little bit sad that this is kind of probably the last time I'll be playing Marvel Superheroes, but I mean, like literally this morning over coffee, we were talking about how this is going to be the last team sealed pool we ever build of this format, which is a little bittersweet.
Yeah.
But, at the end of the day, like, it couldn't have been a more enjoyable experience.
Yeah, it was such a good time, right?
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much. Happy to have you here. And yeah, the best of luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello everyone and welcome to the top 4 of Magic Spotlight Series Marvel Superhero here in Brussels. I'm Andrea Mengucci, joining me Martin Juza, and we're about to cast the semifinals, the top 4. Finally, we take Seal Deck away, throw it out of the window, and we're just doing booster
I'm keeping
draft.
my seals.
No, throw it out.
Okay.
That and the sleeves, because we're drafting now, team draft, the best form of Magic according to me, Martin.
Yeah, team draft.
And a lot of Magic player out there, and probably if you are watching, you love Limited, you love team draft, and only 4 teams will get to do such thing out of the 552 that enrolled the tournament Saturday morning. These are 2 of them of the top 4 teams, but first let's focus on what is team draft. It's a 6-player draft, not an 8 one like we used to see. 2 teams of 3 players seated alternatively. Then you play, of course, 3 packs of booster draft each, like a normal draft. There is no communication during the draft. So again, once again, like a normal draft, you can communicate during construction and during gameplay, but not during the draft. And then 1 round, each player plays 1 match only. So we will not be seeing the classic, best of 9 team draft like, we might be used to play. But this is only 1 single round where each team has to win 2 out of 3, just like we had to do in the Seal deck. So here you see that the players are actually ready. Let's quickly talk about them. We have the Americans, Zevin Faust, John Puglisi Clark, and Quinton Knoll, who came all the way from America to play the Pro Tour last week. And now they dominated the field, finishing first in Swiss. Against them, the Germans, captained by Pro Tour champion Thoralf Severin, alongside his 2 teammates from Germany as well, Oliver Rausch and Jasper Grimmer. So it is and we're starting. Martin.
All right, there we go. So looks like we're going to be watching Zevin's draft, and he's quickly moving some cards to the front. I saw a Widow's Bite. That's one of the removal spells. Secret Illusion. That is a blue removal spell. I think the card is a little slow. You kind of want to play it later on in the game. Widow's Bite looks pretty strong to me. The blue removal spell might be more appealing if you value blue better as a color. And then other than that, there's a 2-mana black enchantment that you want to play in a heavy villain deck.
Yeah, so one different thing that happens in draft is that you actually want to kind of trick your neighbor. So here, if Zevin thinks that the 2 best cards in this pack are black, taking 1 black card and shipping 1 to the side is very important. So here, I believe he ended up taking the Widow's Bite, passing the, that 1-mana 2/2 and the Secret Illusion to the side. And now we have the pick number 2 going up. Of course, we're going to only see the point of view of Zevin Faust, the most accomplished player out of this top 8.
Yeah, exactly. As you mentioned, you want to kind of hook the person behind you into the same colors as you. Pack number 2, we have the Epic Fight. That's a 3-mana green card that doubles the power and toughness of a creature and fights with one of your opponent's creatures.
Yeah.
There's also Ant-Man. There is the Brave Brawler. That's a really good white 2-drop. Looks like Zevin is also looking at Ninja and Futuristic Forge.
And now we have to fix our glasses a little bit to make sure we are seeing well. Wow, looks like it takes Futuristic Forge over Epic Fight.
I actually quite like that. I really like the blue-black decks in this format. Card advantage and removal. Just a really good strategy. And you don't even really need rares in those types of decks to go 3-0.
I read on Twitter that Zevin Faust went undefeated in 2 days. He hasn't lost a match yet.
That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, he's also, again, fresh off 2 Pro Tour top 8 throughout the past 2 years. So definitely a very strong player at the moment. Ooh, looks like he picked up another Futuristic Forge.
Futuristic Forge number 2. I don't see too many other very exciting cards. So yeah, he's setting himself up pretty well for a blue-black control deck. He's also noting which cards he's passing behind him. That's something really important to know as well. What is the most likely color combination the person behind me is drafting, which means what am I going to expect to get passed in pack 2? And also he's thinking about, all right, what is the most likely color combination the person in front of me is drafting?
Yeah, passing the drone, which is always a nice little card that, you of course you don't want to prioritize right now, but it's a card that goes in every deck, and especially in this team draft deck where the power level might be a little bit lower.
Yeah, here the difference from a regular draft is you're drafting with just 6 players, not 8. So there's way less booster packs than you would normally have, so the decks tend to be a little bit worse overall. 2 copies of Murdoch's Crusade. There's a Viv Vision as well. There's a Tuma. That's the Merfolk Lord.
Giving a read to Mrs. Marvel, but I don't think blue-black is the deck for that card.
He's also shifting a
nice view here.
Stark deck in front of the pack.
I think you take Star Tech just also to cut black.
I think that card is great in black-white, but it's not a card I'm actively looking to play in a blue-black deck. So he's going to take the Atuna, which is just a card advantage card. It's really good if you have a lot of removal. And there's a decent amount of Merfolk in the format. There's also a Lord of Atlantis on the bonus sheet, by the way.
Yeah. Looks like we've got our Frank Karsten, who sequestered the first 4 picks to make sure the first pick was indeed Widow's Bite, because the camera went briefly off of it. But so thank you so much, Frank, for helping us over there. Looks like pick 5 is underway. So currently Zevin has 3 blue card and a black card, I believe. And now it makes a bad face as the pack doesn't have...
This pack is Hydraulic Helper. That's a card that's pretty decent in blue-black, especially if you already have 2 copies of Futurist Forge. There's also I Am Iron Man. There's a blue-black dual land. Viv Vision is a card you would like to get from one of the earlier packs. And he actually takes I Am Iron Man. Wow, I'm quite surprised by that. I thought the Hydraulic Helper might be very useful with the 2 copies of Futuristic Forge, but maybe he's going to wield those later on.
Also, Iron Man plays very well with the Futuristic Forge. You can turn one of those Forge into a 4/4 and block out of nowhere. Maybe your opponent just expects you to... Ooh, wow. Some nice technology here showing the cards as well that we talk about. But yeah, so something like you can... Ooh, Bold Biochemist. That's a quite late one, huh?
Yeah, the blue 2-mana card advantage cards are very sought after in this draft format. So that is a pretty late... sort of gift, and it does signal that blue is quite open, and I think Zevin's going to be pretty happy about solidifying himself in blue, and he's still going to be shopping around for that second color.
Okay, D-Power is a filler, I would say. So not too bad.
Yeah, it's a filler card. It does a little bit of a better job in green-blue, where you have some of the Death Touch creatures that you can pair pretty well with it. What do you think?
It took the black plan.
Oh, okay. So that's a 2-mana black plan where if a villain comes onto your side of the battlefield, you get to put a counter on the plan, and once it has 5 counters, you can play 2 cards off of the top of your opponent's library for free. There's a Ninja of the Hand.
Yes, this is the second pick. The pack already wheeled.
Wow, and the fact that he takes the Ninja really quickly over the blue-green Ant-Man, which would also go pretty well with the blue cards he already has, I think that signals that he's also quite comfortable drafting the blue-black deck, and he would rather be blue-black than blue-green here.
Could be also... I mean, in a normal draft environment, you would say, oh, I passed Epic Fight, so I don't want to be green. But in a team draft, if you passed Epic Fight, you actually don't mind going green. So this is something that, again, the team environment is different than a normal draft.
He picks up the 3-mana 2/2 Flash with Unblockable.
That's a very late Serpent. And the Gorilla. So green looks to be open. If this was maybe... Yeah, I mean, you can definitely consider switching to blue-green. There's not that many strong black card it took, honestly.
And keep in mind that this is a team draft, so you should also be very mindful of the cards that you're passing to the person behind you. He takes the Mole Man here. He really doesn't want to pass any good playables to the person behind him. So even if the pack doesn't have anything for him, he's going to be thinking about what am I going to be cutting from this pack for my opponents.
Because you know that most likely the person you're passing to is green, because you passed them an Epic Fight in third pick. And this is something very important, because again, your teammates will have to play against the person you're passing to, so you're actually helping your teammate. And you don't only have to focus on your score, you have to focus also on your score of your teammate. All right.
So he rounded up the pack with a couple of medium to mediocre playables, but the first eight or so picks, I think he's going to be quite happy about that. He has a lot of blue card advantage spells, and he can still choose whether he's going to be playing black or green, depending on what's going to be coming from the other side. And he's also still open to just playing any other second color. If you open something like Captain Marvel or Avengers Assembled or something completely busted from white, then there's still the possibility to jump ship.
Yeah, so far just a bunch of commons and uncommons, nothing of, not worth it. But the Futuristic Forge and the Bolt by Yokimis definitely give Zevin a lot of card advantage. So he just needs to round out his deck with some removal spell, just like good early plays. And yeah, he already puts the card down before.
Look at Thorolf. Thorolf is looking at a lot of black cards. He has Electra as possibly his first pick, and Thorolf is passing to Zevin. So this is working out really well for the Germans if he did indeed hook Zevin on the black cards.
I mean, if you looked at the draft, the black didn't look open at all.
That's true. That's true.
Like the Zevin has just a bunch of mediocre black cards, in my opinion. But I mean, again, this is just team draft. You really just end up having worse decks because people cut more often than in the normal draft.
The decks are going to look a lot worse in this team draft than what they looked at the during the sealed portion.
Yeah, I feel like green was definitely open with a very late mold man.
So what do we have? Herbie, there's a Cruel Alliance, there's a Baron Strucker. This is the 3-mana blue Merfolk. There's flying, and every time you cast a non-creature spell for each blue pip in the mana cost, you create a 1/1 token. That goes really well with Atuma.
Yeah, I don't know if you mentioned it, but it's a Merfolk.
It's a Merfolk,
and it makes Merfolk. And Atuna cares if you attack with Merfolk.
Exactly.
But I don't think you take that over Cruel Alliance anyway.
Yeah, I think the fact that you are very solidly in black and you're still unsure about your second color means that you're happily going to be slamming the Cruel Alliance here. And the blue Merfolk is actually something I would expect to quite likely wheel around the table, because the 2 blue in the mana cost makes it quite restrictive, and it doesn't go into that many decks. It would really be great in Zevin's deck, though.
Yeah, for sure. So we're hoping for that to wheel, although there's not that many blue cards in this pack. So if somebody's blue, and they might just, pick that one up. But I think I'm with you. I think we will wield them more. All right, pick number 2 of pack 2. Let's see what we get.
Echo, one of the most underrated cards in the format. Trickster's Stratagem, that's the best blue common according to 17 lands. And we also get Killmonger. That's a card you can very easily splash. The upside of Killmonger is it kills any permanent, not just a creature. So it's a card that sort of gives you a little bit of insurance against cards like Cosmic Cube or something else that could dominate the battlefield.
Although for Killmonger, you obviously need things to sacrifice, and Zevin is pretty low, I think, on just cheap creature in general. He doesn't have that 2-mana 1/1 that when it dies makes a villain, or the 2-mana 1/2 that connives. So he chooses to go for the more safe pick, which is the Trickster Stratagem here. Although he's passing a very strong card in Killmonger, and this is not something you want to do normally in draft. But then again, it's not that he took a bad card anyway.
Yeah, Trickster Stratagem, as good as a removal spell in this format. The fact that it goes second from the top still means it's going to get the card off the battlefield for long enough. Ninja of the Hand, that's the Abomination. Masters of Evil.
Abomination, definitely one of the strongest card in this pack, alongside with the enchantment that exiles a creature and the green White Tiger. But unfortunately, these 3 cards aren't the color of Zevin.
Yeah, and this is where now you really have to make a decision. Like, am I green or am I black? I have a lot of blue cards. Blue and black, I think, goes well together with what I already have. But green is looking more open than black. So what am I most likely going to end up in? And looks like Zevin really wants to be blue-black.
Yeah, Zevin just came to the draft saying, I just want to be blue-black. He's definitely forcing black over green, which at this point makes sense. He's kind of committed. He picked way too many black cards to switch into that Abomination there. Let's see now. Wow.
That's a late hero in training.
Yeah, and an Aerial Doombot as well as Roxanne.
So Roxanne Brute says whenever you draw a second card in your turn, you get to put a +1/+1 counter on a creature you control, or on any creature, which is really good in combination with all the card advantage cards he already has. But at the same time, if you have a lot of cards that draw cards, your deck also wants to play a lot of cheap cards, which means Aerial Doombot is a consideration as well, and Vilenia's Hideout is also a land that's going to win you a lot of late games.
Yeah, I'm surprised not to see the Vilenia's Hideout pick here, but Roxanne Brute is both a security valve for those mana screw games, color screw games, as well as a win condition. So it's the pickup here.
Opens up a splash possibility as well. There's a second copy of Vilenia's Hideout. What else?
I believe the Green Saga is the 5-drop. It's not too good. Not something that you're missing out. And now I think the pick is between Atlantis Attack or Vilenius Hideout.
Atlantis Attacks is something that you might want to pick up if you're planning on wheeling the blue Merfolk that creates Merfolk tokens every time you cast a blue non-creature card with multiple blue pips in the mana cost.
Instead, it just goes for the very quick Vilenius Hideout.
Yeah. Safe pick, opens you up to possibly splash a villain from another color.
Zevin drafts as fast as he plays, I have to say. He plays very fast. Ooh, look at that land.
Subterranean Cavern, that's a green-black.
That might splash, although he didn't take that many green cards.
Yeah, but the Hydra Troopers, not the most high-value card, but given that you might be fighting for playables, maybe it's just better to take a 3-drop and just have a playable card for yourself than to hope that maybe I'm going to open something green that I might want to splash like a Killmonger.
Okay, we have the I Am Iron Man. This was the pack with Namor.
That's the original pack, so it did not wheel. That's interesting.
Yeah, it's a shame because Namor would have been a decent addition to the deck. I Am Iron Man, although it's not that bad with the 2 Forge that Zevin has. So they probably both of the I Am Iron Man will make the cut.
Yeah, the 2 I Am Iron Mans are going to be pretty good in combination with the Futurist Forge. Where you can go turn 2 Forge, turn 3 you play a land, it looks like you don't have a creature on the battlefield, and then you can use I Am Iron Man to turn the Forge into a 4/4 and have a surprise blocker for your opponent's 2 or 3 drop.
So Martin, you said that Mr. Echo is an underrated card, so I'm assuming you think it's a good card.
Yeah, it copies abilities of creatures, so you can, for example, land cycle that Roxen Brute, use Echo to copy that, find 2 lands instead of 1. And there's just a lot of creatures in general in this format that have useful activated or triggered abilities. Like Power Up, so that Bold Biochemist, for example, that Zevin already has, is another card that pairs up really, really nicely with Echo.
Yeah, and now we see a hate pick, this Burrow backup. And this is something that doesn't happen at a normal draft. If you drafted a PT, you are taking the card that you're most likely to play. For example, here, a Kree Sentinel, I think, maybe, or I don't know.
Wow.
Another card.
Yeah, certainly a counter pick there, followed up by another Vilenius Hideout. Wow. So he's going to be pretty happy about that if he opens something like a Super Skrull. That's going to allow him to activate all the abilities, but it's also just a really good card to have for the late game.
Yeah.
Unliving Legionnaire, that's a card that I don't mind playing in these scrappy drafts where you're fighting for playables, especially if you have some good value creatures to bring back. And I think Toralf behind him would have been really happy to see the Legionnaire, considering he already has the Electra that pairs really nicely with the Wolf.
Yeah, I am super surprised to see Vilenius Hideout that late. To me, that means that there is nobody in red-black. To me, that's a signal that if you're going to open some like Vilenius card, like payoff in pack 3, you can just wheel them because nobody's interested in Villain's strategies in this draft. All right, let's take a look at this pack. I'd say that it started very well with Cruel Alliance into the stratagem, but it didn't really go that well.
Yeah, I wouldn't be super excited about my deck so far, but hey, keep in mind, we're drafting with only 6 players. These decks are going to be much less powerful on average than what you're used to having in an 8-man pod. So I think Zevin's deck actually looks pretty good. He does have removal spells. He has a lot of card draw, and then it doesn't really matter all that much what you filled the deck with in the middle. It just kind of matters that you have a decent curve. He already has a lot of stuff for the late game. He has 2 copies of the Hideout. Biochemist, 2 Forges, so he's certainly not going to lose a long game because he's going to be drawing a lot of cards. And as long as you have removal, you're also not going to be losing 2 bombs on the other side of the battlefield. So now you just kind of have to fill your curve with some reasonable creatures.
What is the things that he's missing? What's the things that he look forward to the most in the next pack?
Some reasonable creatures for the mana curve. That's kind of what I'm looking for. I want to have like at least 1, maybe 2 more removal spells, something like a We Say Dine, and then the creatures in the middle. They need to be more defensive rather than offensive. So the 3-mana flash 2/2 unblockable, for example, that's not a card I'm looking to play in this type of deck, because I'm looking to have blockers and I'm looking to sit behind my defensive creatures, drawing extra cards from Forges and Biochemists. Using my removal spells to deal with your high value creatures, and then eventually winning the game with card advantage.
Yeah, also, I believe there's still 0 rares outside of that plan in Zevin picks. So hopefully we get to open a strong blue or black card, something like the leader, or as you mentioned before, Super Skrull would be the best cards for Zevin to open. Let's see what the third pack shows us here as the players are now able to see it.
There's an aerial drone, there's a yellow jacket that doesn't really go super well in this type of deck because you're not going to be playing too many villains and you're mostly going to have non-creature spells. Jade Hulk is a card that you can splash, but I don't think that's a villain, that's a hero.
Yeah, you can't. Zevin didn't take the green-black land, and this card is very hard to splash, although it's extremely powerful, and he knows that the player to his left is most likely going to be green. So by taking that, he's denying a card to his enemies. And considering that this pack is very shallow, he might just hate draft the She-Hulk here.
Yeah, Ares, is that a villain? That's a villain. I mean, you can kind of splash that, but that's... I don't know, attacks each able, that is something you're not super excited to have in a defensive deck.
And it's also a card that I think is going to wheel, or at least nobody is red-black, because we saw the villain land wheeling, so I don't expect to see a red-black villain deck. But that's the card that Zevin decides to take, Ares, God of War.
Interesting.
Okay, more...
Wow, that's a Madame Hydra. That's another card you can splash easily with the 2 copies of Vilenia's Hideout.
Yeah, this is the classic spot where, you know, your first pack was so bad that you had to take a card that's not that exciting, and then you get past a pack that you would love to take 2 cards from.
We say DNA fits the mana curve really well, though. That's a card that he's going to be pretty happy to have either way. And as you said, maybe you can expect there not to be a villain player, so you might get that Madame Hydra back. Although keep in mind that, players are often incentivized to make these defensive or counter drafting picks where they don't want to have a powerful card go around the table late as a 8th or 9th pick.
Yeah, we say DNA is extremely powerful with the Forge because you're incentivized to just pass the turn with mana up, and you have things to do if your opponent doesn't play anything. These counters magic are, you know, very, very good and limited if you can if your opponent can't exploit that. All right, what do we see here? Third pick, not exciting once again.
Yeah, Red Room Recruit or AIM Scientists. Kind of just depends on whether you want to pick a 2-drop or 4-drop. Both cards are kind of equally on the same power level. It just depends on what are you trying to fill your mana curve with. Are you missing 2-drops? Are you missing more expensive cards?
Yeah, a card that we've seen a lot in these days. A very, you know, decent card when you discard a spell, and pretty underwhelming when you discard a land. And sometimes, you know, you don't have options. You have to discard a land because you have way too many. You don't want to discard spells. But again, it's a villain, so we can connive on it with our Vilenia's Hideout that we have 2 copies of. Okay, what do we have here?
Another Futurist Forge. There's a giant-sized flying ant. There's a Stature as well. And
this pack is so good for him.
Is that the Ironheart?
That's a rare
flyer that I think it has Improvise. Yeah. I mean, it's decent. It's a 3/4 flyer, and you already have a lot of artifacts, so that might actually be a decent card for your deck.
Although I expect that card to wheel, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, now you're getting like 3 cards back when you see this spec next time. So I'd be surprised. I'd be surprised if that came back. Yeah, so a decent flyer. Looks like he really values the card advantage cards. Goes for a 3rd copy of Futurist Forge.
Yeah. Futurist Forge with the 2 copies of Iron Man definitely is very good in this deck.
Rocks and Brute, that's a card you're pretty happy to have at the top of your curve, especially with all the card draw effects that you have. Other than that, the Super Suit is certainly not a card that you're looking to play in a deck like that where you're not going to have a lot of creatures. Keep in mind now, he has the 2 Rocks and Brutes in his pile already. So if he adds 1, let's say Forest into his deck, that means he would already be playing 3 green sources. So he can still splash something like a She-Hulk, although at this point, at this stage of the draft, it is unlikely to be past a card of that caliber.
Okay, that is a white bonus sheet card. We have the Koi Plot, Pim Particle, Pim Technologies, but unfortunately we chose not to take that She-Hulk. we have these like very powerful mythic rare if you're green.
Yeah, it looks like he's gonna
draft.
Looks like he's gonna counter draft here. He's not gonna pass a good valuable green creature to the person behind him.
Yeah, maybe the seed of this draft was green-blue, I would say. Okay, this was the opening pack. We wheeled Arian Doombot.
There's an Aerial Doombot, and honestly, I'd be pretty happy about adding that to my deck. You already have a lot of card draw. You want to play some cheap cards to make sure you get cards out of your hand, and you don't really have a lot of good finishers. And this is a card that, you know, when you invest the 6 mana into it, it actually turns into an Air Elemental, which is a very solid finisher. So I'd be pretty happy about putting that into my deck at this point. Madame Hydra did wheel, but it looks like he's going to take a 2-drop.
Yeah, which is not a bad one. The 2-mana 1/1 Agents of Hydra. Martin, what do you think about Atlantis Attack? Because Zevin saw it twice and never considered it, just always skipped it.
Yeah, it's a card I like in blue-green, where you can cast it a little bit ahead of the curve, and you typically also have high-powered creatures in play, so you can use them for teamwork. In blue-black, it's okay. It's, you know, it can give you a 6/5 hexproof creature, which sometimes also is a great finisher. But I don't think Zevin has a great deck for it.
We're counter-drafting an Agent Maria Hill, passing on a Mr. Fantastic. And this was the pack where we had also Stature and, you know, all the exciting blue cards with the Giant Flying Ant as well. So unfortunately, I'm wrong.
It did wheel. You were right. The Ironheart made it back. So that's a 5-mana 3/4 flyer that has improvised. So you might actually be pretty happy about picking that up.
You can tap the Forge, so it can be like a 4-drop 3/4 flyer. Non-creature spell you control, you cast, have improvise. So, you know, with the 3 Forges that you have, you're definitely going to be happy to have this card in your pile.
Super Suit was the pickup in the last pack. And yeah, looks like he's just going to take one of the red 2-drops out of this pack.
Looks like we have I would say, a medium black-green deck. You know, nothing special. But again, this is a team draft, and you're happy to just have a deck with curve, with removal spell, and with some win conditions.
Yeah, I think you could certainly feel the fact that you were drafting behind a person that's sharing at least one color with you. I think Toralf is going to be maybe the happier player here when he finds out that both of them were black, because he didn't really give Zevin any good black cards. There's a couple of, like, you know, middle of the pack type of cards. Cruel Alliance is, I think, Zevin's best card. He does have a lot of card advantage. That's really one way to win games in this format. But overall, the card quality, not as high as I think Zevin was hoping for.
Yeah, the Futuristic Forge, it really depends on how strong do we think the Futuristic Forge are, because Zevin just snap picked them every time he saw one. So he might just be like, my deck is great. I have 3 Futuristic Forge. I have some removal spell. I'm just going to grind my opponent, and then, you know, I will win the late game because of how strong Futuristic Forge is. Although, of course, you know, we've seen Team Sealed for 2 days, so we're used to very strong decks. And now this is, a big step down in power level. I'm very excited to see what the Germans can come up with. We know, of course, their team is piloted by by Thor of Severin, the Pro Tour champion in 2019 Barcelona. And, I get to work with Toralf a lot. So he's actually coming in my hometown in a few weeks. We're going to do some content together. So I'm super happy to see him, back to the Pro Tour. He just told me, he hasn't played a Pro Tour in a while. So I was very happy because all these 3 people, Jasper Grimmer, Thor of Severin, and Oliver Rausch, are now qualified for the Pro Tour. And Severin and Grimmer made top 4 at the Team Limited GP Amsterdam in 2018. Back then with Arne Uschenberth. Now they swapped Arne with, Rausch, and they managed to have this great success. So very happy to see them. This is the one event you don't want to miss because you're playing with your friends. They saying that this is clearly true. We have been reading that and seeing that a lot throughout this event. We've seen that Christopher Larsen brought back 2 players that haven't played Magic in a long time to, the second place in the Swiss. So it's definitely some friendship event. Martin, if you had played this tournament, who would you have teamed with?
I would have immediately messaged Shuhei. We have played a lot of team events together, so I think that would be my preferred teammate number one. And we played a lot of team events with Corey Burghardt. That said, he is from America. That's a pretty long way. Although you could say
Corey
Shuhei.
Corey was here last week though at the Pro Tour, so
that's true.
You could have held him for a few more days, like a lot of people did, like the Americans did, the ones that are here. But we are going to show you one more draft.
Yeah, I think we're going to be able to take a look at the perspective of one of the German players.
Yes.
And I think we're probably also looking at actually Zevin's turn one, round one opponent.
Yes.
Or when round one, Zevin's opponent in the match. There's no more round. So let's take a look at what we have in pack number one.
Oliver Rausch, there it is. This is the A player, and we're going to be covering his point of view. Meanwhile, this, of course, is a pre-recorded draft. The players have been now sequestered, and now they are building their draft without being able to talk to anyone on their phone. We have a Krang over there. That's the blue and black uncommon. We have an Agent 13. That's very strong. What is the rare?
The rare, I don't think that's a particularly powerful card, but Agent 13 is a card that immediately stands out to me from this pack. It's one color. Unlike Gang, you don't have to immediately look at playing two colors. So Agent 13 for me, cheap, high-value card, produces card advantage over the course of the game. There's a lot of really good two-drops in white, so it's not, it doesn't really take a lot of effort to instantly get value from it when you play it on turn 3. You're also looking at 2 copies of Murdoch's Crusade. One of them could make your way back around the table to you. So for me, this is an Agent 13.
Yeah, and in team draft, what you're looking for is you have to imagine what the opponent, what the next person after you is taking, and you can get into that color. This is a completely different, environment than a normal draft. So maybe he's taking, my next person is gonna probably take a shield deployment drone, so I'm looking to go into blue here. Let's see what how pick 2 goes. We see a Go Nuts. Titania is a very strong card.
Go Nuts Titania, wow, Hour of Defeat, and the Mole Man. The Mole Man, I think, is a little overrated. I don't think that card is as strong as it looks. Hour of Defeat and Go Nuts, 2 removal spells. They're obviously always great. Night Nurse is another high-value card. And Titania, I personally really, really like that card. 3 mana, 5/5. Those are stats way ahead of the curve. Plus, it works really well with Go Nuts in the green decks.
And also to keep you open, you can draft either green or black. So it's hybrid cards are very, very strong. But here, it looks like Oliver is not considering that. It's still in the middle of the pack. So we're probably going for. Looks like that is the 2
Night Nurse. Yeah, he wants to stay white. Picks the Night Nurse here. Doesn't also want to send any good white cards behind him. So I like that. I like to stay on color and just make sure that I'm picking up high-value cards.
Bold Biochemist, Avenger Tower. That's I want to say pretty easy pick, right? Avenger Tower is incredible.
I like Avengers Tower quite a bit. I do not hesitate to even first pick that card out of a pack. It's going to win you any long game. I think the card is excellent. Bold Biochemist as well is a high-value card. It's a 2-drop that is very powerful in the late game by being able to draw you 2 extra cards. So for me, it's between these 2 cards. Ares, God of War, is also a high-power card, but as you mentioned before, red-black, not that great in this format.
We already saw the point of view of Zevin Faust, so we have a little bit of a spoiler of what's going to happen. I feel like you can kind of also understand how did the draft go between Oliver and Zevin, the 2 pick in between. This is the pack that Zevin opened, and we can also actually map what happened. So the person next to him did not take the black card that we assumed, the 1-mana 2/2.
Yeah, this pack is really weak. You're looking at Kree Sentinel or the Thing potentially being the 2 best cards in the pack. There's also the red 2-drop, 2-mana 3/1 that says 2-tap, discard a card, and draw X cards equal to the number of cards you discarded this turn. Other than that, I'm not terribly excited about any cards from the rest. Kree Sentinels, it's the 2-mana, or Kree Commando, the 3-mana 2/1 white creature. That's not really a white card you want to have.
Yeah, not the most exciting 4th pick, that Kree Sentinel, but again, this pack was very, very weak by Zevin. All right, we're going to go to pick number 5 here. So far, we have 2 white cards, a land, and a Kree Sentinel. And the players are now picking up their 5th pick. We see a Brawl.
Yeah, Brave Brawler seems like a relatively straightforward pick out of this pack if you want to keep taking white cards. It's a very good 2-drop. Later in the game, turns into a 4/3 lifelinker, so it's a very relevant threat on the battlefield, even though it's a 2-mana card. So for me, that sounds like a relatively easy pick here.
What do you think about Luke Cage?
Yeah, it's good in these types of games, in a format where you're only drafting out of 18 booster packs, unlike 24 that you normally have in an 8-man pod. It certainly gets better in this type of environment, but Brave Brawler for me is just such a good card that I'm very happy to pick it up here.
All right, we have Agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. That's a pretty solid 3-drop. And he's also picking the, put into the front the 4-mana discard 2 cards, which, Oliver doesn't have any black cards, so I think you just take the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. now.
Yeah, Agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. certainly looks very appealing here. The Hydra Infiltration is a card that is very strong in black-white specifically, because that's the color combination that benefits you the most from attacking with exactly 1 creature. So that was the reason why he was considering it, but ends up going with the white card and just stays on color, which means he's going to be very open for the rest of the draft still. And he's going to be able to choose a second color later. One of the Murdoch's Crusades did end up wheeling. I think he's going to be pretty happy about that. Viv Vision is also a card that I quite like in this format for the same reasons as with Luke Cage. It's a format where the decks are going to be a little bit worse in terms of power level, and this is a card that can easily win you the game in the late game.
Yeah, Murdoch's Crusade wheeling means that probably only one other person is white, which is a great place to be because white is the best color in the format, and only having 2 players drafting white I think is a nice thing. Kree Commando is a filler, but Oliver doesn't care about that. He's willing to ship it in exchange of a blue-black gain land. Yeah,
still keeps himself open for the second color, possibly for some sorts of splashes. The lands are very high picks in this format because there's so many bombs in this format and cards that transform, and you can splash cards that are incredibly powerful. That keeping yourself open by picking the lands highly is typically a very, very smart decision. Yeah, yet another pack that's not super exciting. Looks like he's going to be looking at Deep Power here as the only playable blue card, and a Kree Commando as a white 3-mana flyer. The stats are not great, but again, in this format, the Kree Commandos might just be a fine playable.
Yeah, I mean, you need playable, and let's see now. Wow, we're just taking everything, all the lands. It's like a mono white 5-color. Okay, Dead Equipment. I've never actually seen Dead Equipment being played by anyone. Do you have any experiences with it?
I have bad experiences with it because I try to lure my opponent into, they attack with their 2/2 equipped with the Vibranium Energy Daggers into my 2/2. I blocked, and at the turn I tried to cast Hulk Smash to destroy the daggers and hopefully have the 2/2 die, only to realize that Vibranium makes this indestructible. So that was not a very good play by me, and I ended up getting 2 for Ode.
Yeah, I mean, this is something that you learn for sure at the beginning of the... You never really play against that card, so you might not know that it has indestructible. All right, let's take a look at the deck. We have a lot of white cards, and some of them are very good, I'd say. Agent 13, Murdoch's Crusade, you're not too unhappy about this start, I think.
Yeah, you don't have a removal spell or like a super high value card other than Agent 13. You do have Murdoch's Crusade. That's not great against a blue-white deck, for example. It's really good against green. As we know, it might not be so good against Zevin. But I'll be pretty happy. I have a good curve. I'm looking at 2 good white 2-drops. I am looking at 2 to 4 3-drops. I think the flying creatures might actually be quite okay, and Avengers Tower is something that can win me the long game. The thing I would be very unsure about is what is my second color, but that's a good place to be in. You can still keep shopping around a little bit and see what's open in pack number 2.
Exactly. This is a kind of a dream case scenario. You keep yourself open. You're able to only take white cards, which is the best color in the format. So now you can open any, white bomb. Either it's a white-red bomb or a white-blue bomb or a white-black bomb, and you can just get in that color combination or get past a white-red bomb. If your opponent, if the teammate next to you, your enemy next to you is like blue-black and opened a white-red saga, maybe, takes a strong removal spell over it and passes you to white-red saga.
If my teammate does that in a top 4 team draft, they end up passing to our opponent's Civil War, then that'd probably be the last team event we would play together. But hey, Division, one of the strongest colorless cards in the entire format, and we're also looking at Origin of the Avenger. So this is a very tough pick. Both cards are incredibly powerful.
Yeah, very, very good pack here, finally. It's been a while that we've seen a strong pack. Well, this pack so far have been bad, but Division and the White's Rare Saga.
So what I would be thinking here is, if I pick Division and I'm passing the White Saga on my right, that means I'm going to get to play a really powerful card, while the person next to me might not even be white, and they're unlikely to be white because they were passing me a lot of white cards. So this way, I'm guaranteeing that I'm going to play a bomb, and the card I'm passing, the second bomb, might not even go to the person's deck behind me. So it's a much better scenario that taking the White Saga for myself and passing the person behind me on the enemy team Division, which my teammates would not be very happy about.
Of course. Also, you might actually wheel one of these 2 white cards, because if there's only one other white player, you might actually wheel one of these 2 white cards. Here, we're giving a read to this green saga. It's not very good. We're going to pass it. Ooh, it's a strong uncommon.
Wow. Yeah, Agent 13, number 2. I would be very happy about that. The rest of the pack does not look particularly powerful. There is a shield deployment drone. I think that the Falcon's Wings Harness is a card that would be really strong in this white deck as well, because you have a lot of ground creatures that benefit from connecting or being able to attack. Agent 13 with a flying creature is a pretty good combination. So that's something I would be hoping to wheel out of this pack, and potentially thinking, hey, maybe blue could be my second color if that makes the wheel.
Yeah, still super open here. Picking up a colorless card and a white card again. Very good spot Oliver is in. Let's see what happens here. Ooh.
Trickster's Stratagem. So that so far looks like the best card in the pack. There is another special version, Colleen Wing.
Would you take Avenger's Tower, or would you take the Stratagem here?
If that is indeed... Avenger's Tower is really good. He already has a lot of heroes. Yeah, that's interesting, but considering he already has one Avenger's Tower, I think I'm taking the Trickster Stratagem. I think it's about time to make the choice.
Yeah, exactly. I wanted to ask you, when is the time to make the choice?
Yeah, I mean, you can certainly still keep shopping around. The Avengers Tower is perfectly fine. But by taking the Trickster Stratagem, I'm also potentially taking it for my opponent, and it's a really strong card. It looks like he's going to go for the Avengers Tower here, though. Making the safe pick here, it's certainly going to go into his deck, 100%, and it's going to be a very powerful card. So it also fixes his mana in case he picks up more heroes.
Herbie, Luke Cage, and a lot of glare. No, Raft Security Officer looks like the pick to me here.
Yeah, Herbie is great with Agent 13 because it gives you a flying creature that very likely gets to attack. But I like Raft Security Officer a lot as well, because you don't have a lot of 2-drops, you only have 2. So that's a good card to already have on the battlefield. Plus, you don't have a lot of removal, and the Security Officer does a good job of that.
Of course. Raft Security Officer, one of the strongest white common, but very, very good card. It's not an ally, though, so it cannot be searched by the Avengers Tower, which Oliver has 2 copies of.
Okay. Yeah, I think so far Oliver is probably pretty happy. Like, I'm picking high-value white cards. I'm not sure what my second color is yet. But hey, my deck's looking pretty decent. I have 2 really high-value lands. So far, so good.
We continue with taking white cards here. Capitan Marvel Spaceborne is going to be the pickup here. Is a Sarah Angel with a light upside. Have you ever got to use its upside in a meaningful way?
Yeah, I did. I played a green-white deck, and I was able to use Go Nuts at instant speed, which was super convenient. But yeah, as you mentioned, Sarah Angel creatures not as great these days as they were 20 years ago. But still, in this format in particular, when you're drafting from less packs, it's going to be a pretty good finisher for any white deck.
Wow, Borrow Backup and Super Villain Lockdown. That's a crazy strong pack for being this late.
Wow, and a Helicarrier Strike as well. So he gets a choice between 2 removal spells, and borrow backup means 2 creatures for the price of 1 card that also fixes your mana in case you want to land cycle. So I think the super villain lockup is the most powerful card, and that's insane. That's also what he's going to end up taking from this pack.
Yeah, this pack was definitely missing blue and black, so I think the people to the left are blue and black alongside Zevin. And now, unfortunately, no more, immediate pick. We have to take a green-white card, probably.
Yeah, Black Panther here looks like the pickup. Vilenia's Hideout might be a consideration to counter draft from the enemy team.
Not exciting card. I'm definitely not going to be green-white because of this card.
Yeah.
So I basically just say, sure, I'm still mono-white, basically.
World War. Oh, wow, there's the Falcon's Wings harness. I would be very excited to pick that up. Let's see if Oliver considers that card as well, or if he's going to stay on color by taking the pounds.
Yeah, we don't want to select the second color. Oliver keeps on staying extremely open, and it looks like he's taking the Panther Pounds, which is a card that goes, pretty well with Agent 13. You just fly your creature and attack alone, get some more extra clues. Really just collect all the clues. Okay, crowd of true believers, but looks like we're going maybe green with this Wakanda.
Yeah, Wakandan Royal Guard is a card I really like in green-white. It looks like with the Black Panther pickup, Oliver might just be looking at making green his second color here. He's considering Giant Growth or Luke Cage. I don't think he has a lot of 4-drops, so Luke here certainly would be a reasonable pickup, and looks like he goes for the Pump Spell instead because he doesn't have a lot of combat tricks.
Especially with the 2 Agent 13. I think curving out Agent 13 onto Luke Cage and then attacking with a 4/5 indestructible. Every turn you get a clue. I think Luke Cage is, I don't want to say it's a good card because it's obviously like not that good, but I think it's underrated. People don't really respect it, and I've been drafting some white decks, and Luke Cage has been a decent feeler for me.
Training Regimen and Super Strength were the pickups from the last couple packs. So I think Oliver is looking at solidifying himself in green and white.
That's a decent playable, the 1-drop there. But gets passed over. Wow. Yeah, so I think we are right now mono white with green as the main second color. But let's say now we open a bomb in white red or a bomb in white blue. I think he's still in time to switch.
Yeah, what I want to look at during this
review period is how much fixing do I have? Do I have a Lens Cycler? Did I pick something up? I have a Kree Sentinel. So what happens if I open, the Superhero Civil War, for example? I'm looking to be green-white, but what are my white cards? Or what are my green cards? How likely am I to end up green-white? Are they high value, or should I consider switching if I open something else? Looks like most of the good cards are just white. You don't really have to end up in green-white. So I think Oliver is still going to see what he opens because most of the green cards are just kind of filler material. But what do you think about that enchantment, the training
regime? I quite like that card in blue-green, but there's a lot of cards that benefit you from putting counters on your creatures in blue-green. In green-white, not as great, but in this format with decks of lower overall power level, it might actually be a pretty good card because it does give you value every single turn.
Yeah, looks like we have a decent curve and like some removal spells in the form of Crusade, Lockup, and some Pump Spell. Yeah, I would say we are more green-white than I thought. I think there's a lot of green picks, so I think it's going to be impossible for him to just ditch green completely at this point. It's kind of locked into maybe like a splash color if he opens one of those a powerful multicolor card that shares white. But white definitely looks open, and I think he's going to be fed up in this pack 3 because it was very open in pack 1, so that's usually what happens in draft. Okay.
All right, pack number 3, what do we get?
What do we get here? Do we get a powerful...
Do we get a Bomb Stature? That's the 3/4 flyer that ended up in Zevin's pack. We say the nay. I don't think that's going to be a consideration.
Abomination is a nice card.
More likely green. There is a Brave Brawler. I think looking at picking up a 2-drop here would be quite nice because we have 2 Agent 13s, which means that we really want to have a 2-drop on the battlefield. There's also
Patriot.
The Shield Wielder. Yeah, the Patriot. And...
Which of these two drops do you think is better, Brave Brawler or Patriot?
I like Brave Brawler better because it does become a bigger threat in the late game, but the Shield Wielder is very powerful as well, and I guess sometimes it might depend on whether I have a lot of other good targets worth protecting.
But looks like Oliver decides to go for the Abomination, locking himself into green-white. Abomination, I think it's a... If you know you're 100% green, Abomination is just a better card, I think. Like, yes, it's a 4-drop and not a 2-drop, but this is such a powerful card that can just get a 2-for-1 and just drop a 5/5 on the table, trample.
I wonder if Oliver is also making a bit of a gamble here by saying, hey, I think one of the white 2-drops might wheel based on what happened in the previous packs. Mr. Hyde, I quite like that card. Provides a lot of value over the course of the game. I think the games here, the decks are going to be a bit scrappy. I think that's a card that can easily win me the game by itself. That said, Wakandan Drone Flock is also a card that's perfectly serviceable in the white decks. You would like to pick up a flyer to go with the Agent 13. So either way, I think you're going to be pretty happy about picking one of these.
Makes sense. I like Mr. Hyde. Maybe with the Regiman, you put counters on things. You can just draw a card every turn instead of just drawing a card every other turn. Looks like we're taking the Flock, though, which makes sense. I think this is actually the right pick. There's also the green-white land, which you might wheel. That's always nice to get some fixing, because right now he doesn't have any fixing. I mean, he has the Avenger Towers.
All right, what's the pickup here? I think that's the card we saw in the previous draft, but I'm not sure.
We have seen this card wheeling a lot. Oh, it's a Contracted Effort. Like, when you reach upkeep, a creature you control gains flying until end of turn. If you control... Okay. Okay, so every time... I see. So every time you give something... Yeah, not very good. You basically just help your team. But looks like we're selecting a Colleen Wing Street Samurai.
Yeah, here the choice is between Colleen Wing or the Spider-Man. I personally would value 2-drops a little higher than 3s. I think your pack already has a lot of 3-mana cards, and you have the 2 Kree Commandos available as well. But looks like he did pick up the Spider-Man, which certainly has more utility during the game.
Agent of Atlas is a serviceable 2-drop. The Dinosaur is a nice top ender as well as a mana fixer. Let's see if we want to go for the cheap card or the expensive card here. I think, Martin, you I want to shout out you because I think you made just a golden rule in my Magic career. You once said in an article or whatever, when in doubt, just take the cheaper card. And this is something that really stuck with me. And anytime a pick like this shows up, when I'm in doubt between two cards on similar power level, I just take the cheaper card.
Yeah, and that's because you can never have too many cheap cards. It's hard to go wrong by having too many cheap cards because that means you can usually double spell and just have more presence on the battlefield. Especially here, when you have double Agent 13, you really want to start the game with a 2-drop to immediately create value from it. But it looks like Oliver values the bigger creature more, takes up the Savage Land Dinosaur, and follows up with a nice late gift of Okoye Dora Millier Leader.
Yeah, this card is very strong. It provides you 2 1/1 soldiers, which can then attack with first strike. We don't have, unfortunately, any shield spike kit. That would be an amazing card to power up those tokens.
The 2 cards you want to pair with Okoye are Political Triumph. That's the white 1-mana plan. That ends up buffing your entire board once you play 4 creatures. And that was also the 2-mana White Saga earlier that also buffs your entire board. We have Agent Maria Hill. There's a take up the shield, which I think would be really good for Oliver's deck, who doesn't really have a lot of combat tricks.
And a Murdoch's Crusade. This is really strong pack for white. Hoping that one of these 2 wheels. We've seen earlier passing packs with 2 white cards and one of them wheeling. So it is, I think, possible that there's only one other white drafter at the table and we get to draw. Actually, I think I remembered this pack. This is when Zevin counter-drafted Agent Maria Hill. So had Zevin not counter-drafted Agent Maria Hill, we could have gotten.
Look at that. And the 2-drop did actually wheel out of this pack. So he did get a Brave Brawler out of this pack where he earlier took, was it the Herbie or was it one of the 4-drops? He took a 4-drop, I think.
Yeah.
So that was a little bit of a gamble that paid off very nicely here, wheeling a 2-drop for the agents, and he's going to be pretty happy about that.
Abomination.
Oh, Abomination was the pick, right.
Okay, is that a green-white land? It is. What do you think about that 3-mana 3/3 that adds more counter to
the broker? Yeah, I think the broker could be okay with the training regime. But it's a card that I think is going to be better in blue-green again, because you're gonna just have more creatures with counters in general. And in this green-white deck, I mean, it's still a 3-mana 3/3. It can attack, but I think your deck already has a lot of 3-drops, and you're not going to have that many creatures with counters. So I like picking up the land here as well, because the mana is not going to fix itself.
I love the name of this green-white land. It's Gathering Place, much like the Spotlight Series Marvel Superheroes in Brussels, which, just to remind you, it's the biggest Spotlight Series ever in Europe, the biggest event, after COVID. So this was definitely a gathering place where a lot of these people are happy to play Magic all together. And now we see a surveillance room. What do you think about that land?
Yeah, I like to play that land, even if I was playing a single color deck. The Surveil effect is really strong. Sometimes it feels kind of like drawing half a card. Sometimes you're going to keep a 2-lander. You're going to be able to use this to help you find your 3rd land. So overall, yeah, a land that I value quite highly and that I'm always happy to pick up. Moonstone Harsh Mistress was the pickup here that I think is more of a counter draft rather than something he's looking to play.
Giant Grow, once again. I think Oliver, honestly, he understood that green was open with those very late picks in Pack 2. There was never really a bomb that let him chose to go somewhere. So I think he navigated this draft very well and ends up in a very solid deck. I would say that his deck overall is as a slightly higher power level than the one from Zevin, although Zevin matchup maybe favors blue-black against green-white.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure. I think it's going to be a very evenly matched up match between the two decks. I think both players ended up with, decent cards, decent playables, but nobody really has like a bomb where I'm like, oh wow, guys, hey, look, I got 2 mythics, solidly in white. Look at my deck. I'm just gonna, every time I draw this, I'm just gonna win the game with it. That didn't really happen. Both players just have solid decks. I think it's just gonna be very open, and I don't think we have a clear favorite here.
Yeah, I'd say that Division, backed up by some combat trick, could take over the game. Zevin doesn't have that many hard removal spells. He has like a Cruel Alliance, but he doesn't have Frozen in Ice. He doesn't have Hour of Defeat. So Division is the card that maybe can take over the game. But yeah, as you mentioned, outside of that, the power level is definitely not the highest. So Martin, hot take. Who do you think is going to win between Zevin and Oliver?
I'm going to say Oliver, but it's going to be really close.
All right, so we hear it first. Martin is predicting a win from Oliver, but that doesn't mean that the Germans will win, because then they have also one of their teammates need to win the next match. But here we have it. Wow, I love to see that, the flags are all matching. We don't have any mixed teams here. We have on the first Swiss, top left, the Americans, Zevin Faust, Joseph Puisi-Clark, Quinton Old, which is a very high accomplished team of very young players. And they're playing against the Germans of Oliver Rausch, Tora Severin, Jasper Grimmer, captained by Torolf, of course, the Pro Tour champion of 2019 Barcelona with Tron. And then we have the Danish with 2 Pro Tour champion in Martin Dang and Christopher Larsen, who is the current leader of the Pro Tour Player of the Year race, the Kai Buddha Player of the Year race, and then Rasmus Seebust, an old school player to round that team up. And then finally, we have another German team of Lev Duchenko, Terkan Koch, and Marius Heck. And they're going to be battling each other to then finish the, end up with one more draft. Because remember, you're seeing a draft right now, but the players, if they advance to the next round, will change their deck, will toss it away and get a new draft deck.
Which team are you picking to win the event?
I'm going to choose for Christopher Larsen. Okay. He has such a strong momentum this year. He's the player of the head of the player of the year. He plays some amazing Magic. He has such a good time playing, and he plays with 2 very good friends. So he is my pick for winning the event.
Yeah, I think I have to agree with you. 2 Pro Tour champions, Rasmus himself, not a slouch as well, with a Pro Tour top 8 experience. So yeah, I think that the Danish team certainly looks very strongly positioned.
Looks like Maria is ready with an eBay Live segment, so we're gonna go to her, and then we're coming back to watch the quarterfinals, the semifinals between Americans and Germans. See you soon.
All right, so welcome to the interview area with me and Frank. And this segment is brought to you by eBay Live. Yet again, eBay Live is a real-time live stream shopping experience on eBay. And this segment is going to be very special and is called Sideboard Seminar. So the class is on with Frank. All right, Frank. So what do you think is the most underappreciated part of limited format?
Well, perhaps unsurprisingly, given the title of the
gave it away,
this
right?
particular session, it is sideboarding. Now, when you're drafting or building sealed decks, your 40 cards in the main deck are, of course, going to be the most important part, but you have a lot of flexibility with the sideboard. This is not just something for constructed. Sideboarding actually does matter quite a bit in limited. This is amplified even more in Team Sealed, where you have such a huge sideboard because you are building from like 12 packs, so many awesome options. In Team Draft, probably much less, because Team Draft decks are often kind of scrappy. Maybe you were hate drafting, sometimes even difficult to get to 23 playables. But for like regular Sealed and regular Draft, sideboarding is still of the essence. Yeah.
All right, so what would you say is a good example of good sideboard cards in this format, which is Marvel Superheroes?
Well, in general, like some of the obvious answers are, okay, if you play against, say, some sort of bomb, like the Superhero Civil War, then you may want to board in answers to that, like a Gorilla, if you have an additional one in the sideboard.
Right.
Yeah, anything that answers an opposing bomb that helps, or if the opponent wrecked you with like a turn 2 Agent Phil Coulson, perhaps board in any additional removal spells if you have like a Widow's Bite in your sideboard to take it out before it gets out of hand. That is obviously valuable. But it goes way beyond that. I think varying your creature sizes based on what the opponent has is also quite important. For example, if the opponent has a bunch of like 3/3s, then I may board out some of my 2/3s because they don't really trade up well.
Makes sense.
But 3/4s get much more valuable. Or conversely, if the opponent has like a bunch of like 3/2s, then my 3/3s are not as useful, but my 2/1s become way more valuable. I habitually just write down notes on all the cards my opponents play during their turns, and then I use that to like vary my creature base while sideboarding, even just vanilla ones, to set up better trades in subsequent games.
Amazing, amazing tips, for sure. Now, do things change depending on whether you're going first or drawing first? Because I know that in highly competitive tournaments, it matters a lot.
It does, actually, and that's perhaps even like the biggest part of sideboarding, also in limited, because you can sometimes vary your entire strategy based on who's on the play or who's on the draw. So there are a number of cards that are much better on the play, but get much worse on the draw. So you may want to board them in when you're on the play, out on the draw. Examples can include like creatures with evasion, like Human Torch. Or like pump effects I like much better when I'm on the play, like team tactics, giving trample and double strike.
Right.
Because when you're on the play, you're much more often on the offense, just by nature of the game, right? You go first.
Exactly.
But when you're on the draw, then you're often like defensive, and those sorts of effects like drop in value. Also a card like Visions of Villainy, right, where you draw cards and lose life. I like to have that on the play, because when you're on the play, right, again, you're typically the beat down, so your own life total doesn't matter as much.
Exactly.
And I like to have some additional card draw because, well, you have a card fewer than your opponent.
Right.
When you're on the draw, that sort of effect declines in value because, well, you don't always have time to play card draw spells. You're already a card up by nature of being on the draw. Your own life total becomes more important. And yeah, so that's cards that get better on play or draw. The Human Torch can also like ping opponents for direct damage. Another effect that gets better on the play because you're going to be assaulting your opponent's life total. Yeah.
Yes. When you're playing from behind, it's a totally different story, right? So yeah, how things change when you are on a draw then?
Yeah, it's kind of the converse, because when you're on the draw, I often try to board into more of a controlling role. then I want to protect my own life total, set up good blocks, and just stay alive. Ultimately, leverage that extra resource, because I started with an additional card for value, so cards that deal with, say, opposing attackers. Cards like Super Villain Lockup are much better on the draw. I may even board them out on the play, because your opponent will likely be attacking. Or like good blockers, good reach blockers, for instance, like Spider-Man to the rescue, which not only is a good blocker due to reach, but also has an ability to potentially save your blockers. Another effect that is better when you are going to be in the defensive or controlling role when you're on the draw. D-Power, like similarly, you want to have access to that when the opponent is the aggressor, when the opponent is attacking.
Absolutely.
So when you're on the draw, you're more often going to be in such a situation, and these are the cards I want to have. Just recognizing these opportunities for how cards can change in value based on play or draw, and maybe like I often board in 4 or 5 cards in every limited game, can help you quite a bit in well, just getting those little edges.
Absolutely. So, thank you so much, Frank. I think those points are so valuable and so insightful. And I feel like Magic Marvel Super Heroes set was so good, and it still is. I know that a lot of players here and around the world at other events enjoyed it thoroughly. But what about you? What do you think about this format?
I've enjoyed it quite a lot. I think it throws us back into the real fundamentals of Limited, because in my experience the games tend to go somewhat long, because there is not, I mean, there are some pockets of synergy, but it's not like a hyper synergy format where you can only draft around the theme. Right. It just brings us back to the core of Limited play, which is, draft like a good curve, have a good mix of like removal spells for the opposing bombs and save them in game, as well as like a good creature base. Making sure that you have ways to like actually win the game, and like sideboard well, flyers become more important. It just brings us back to the
basics,
to the fundamentals of Limited. Exactly. And I actually love to see that. Those are some of my favorite formats, because I do feel like the games reward skill. And we also saw that this weekend with lots of awesome teams just reaching the elimination rounds.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much again, Frank. It was always great, to learn from you, and I'm pretty sure that people watching appreciate it as well. All right, well, huge thanks to eBay Live for making it possible, and now to the casters.
Hello and welcome to the semifinals of Marvel Super Heroes Spotlight Series here in Brussels. I'm Andrea Mengucci, joining me, Martin Juza, and we just casted the drafts of our A player. So we had Zevin Faust and Oliver Rausch. They're actually battling against each other. Blue-black on one side, green-white on the other side, perfectly matched.
Yeah, and I think the decks are pretty even in power level. For Oliver, one of the most important things in the matchup is going to be playing a 2-drop. He really wants to start being aggressive. If he doesn't, if Zevin gets more than enough time, he's just going to be able to draw through his deck with all the Futurist Forges and Bold Biochemists. And basically, if I'm Oliver, I'm trying to make sure I don't give my opponent too much time to take over the game with extra cards.
Yeah, one thing we haven't talked about is that Zevi knew before starting the draft that he was going to be on the play. And this is definitely something that matters, because if your 2-drop is a Futuristic Forge, you'd rather be on the play.
Yeah, it's certainly a card that gets better when you're on the play, when you're under less pressure. But in general, I don't think knowing where in the play would significantly impact the picks that I'm making. I'm not going to be trying to draft a Boros aggro deck or anything like that, although that is something we might see in the draft if we end up covering some of the other games. There's a Boros aggro deck with 15 lands.
15 lands?
15 lands.
All right, interesting. Okay, so looks like we have the end of the fantasy draft.
Okay.
I don't think anyone made the top 4 of our team, so I think we have a winner, and it is Maria, who did a very solid lead on you, Martin. But still, you finished second. Not too bad with your teams from Czech Republic. Do you want to talk? Actually, first, let's talk about Maria. Her team had an amazing day one, but unfortunately, both of their team didn't really convert to a top 4 finish. We saw the Roans and Eduardo starting very well with 3-0, but unfortunately then crashing out at 3-3. So they still had a nice finish at X4, whereas the Nassif Magahayesh Polo team went X3-2, I believe. So decent performances, much better than the rest of us who, I wasn't even able to make any people in the day 2, but you did. Tell me about your team.
Yeah, I mean, congratulations to Maria, just having a really good eye on the field and picking 2 teams that ended up making day 2. My team, my pick for who's gonna go 8-0 or win the tournament possibly was the Czech team of Matej Malý, Dominik Prošek, and Jan Hanzalek. They ended up not having that great of day 1 as they thought when they saw the rares and the pool. They ended up going 6-2, and they ended up 1 draw away from the top 8 by going 11-3. So they're still pretty happy. It's a top 8 finish. It's not top 4, what you're looking for to pick up the Pro Tour invites. But they were still pretty happy about making a deep run. And yeah, the Japanese team of Shuhei Kenta and Shinya did not end up making day 2.
All right, take a look at the prizes. We have a total of $60,000 in prize pool. We have, lots of money to the top 20 teams. And we also have a Pro Tour Noctis invite to the top 4 competitor. And we already know that some of them already an invite. The Americans are already on the tour. And of course, Christian Larsen is already on the tour. But I believe the rest of the top 4 will get now Pro Tour invites. And this is an amazing way to get back into the game. You get dragged into the tournament from some of your friends, and then all of a sudden you find yourself invited to the Pro Tour. This is great, and I think Christopher Larsen is definitely very proud of what he accomplished this weekend.
What do you think is the best card in this limited environment?
You mean not strongest, just like the best card?
The card that you would most likely want to open as your pack 1, pick 1, or during the draft if you were playing.
Okay, interesting question. Well, just recently I had a first pack leader, and I think that was amazing. But maybe my answer goes to Cosmic Cube.
Okay.
A card that I think is just very powerful. It goes in every color, so you're open, and that's very hard to remove with that word too, and just takes the game over. And we've seen it taking the game over every time it was in feature match. So I think my answer goes to Cosmic Cube, just for how flexible it is.
Yeah, that's true. Great choice. One of the best possible pack 1, pick 1s, or one of the best possible cards to have in your deck in general. There's another card that's quite unbeatable, and it is the superhero Civil War. And I can tell you the Americans ended up with a copy of that in one of their decks. And Christopher Larsen also ended up opening one of his own in the other draft, in the other semifinals that's going on. So yeah, it's going to be interesting seeing how all of this plays out. The matchup we're going to be watching is Oliver against Zevin here. And as you said, Zevin's going to be on the play, which is going to be quite huge in this matchup because his deck is a little bit slower than Oliver's. And I think that might actually possibly make the difference here. So yeah, depending on how quickly can Oliver curve out, that's where I would be able to say, is he more likely to win or not?
Speaking of curve out, I think Zevin has a Neural Doombot on turn 1 and a Futuristic Forge on turn 2, so that's a decent curve. And on the other hand, Oliver does keep, so I think we are ready to go. They're just waiting for the judges to tell them that they can go, and we can tell the judges, yeah, you guys can go, you guys can go. Aerial Doombot, this is the, 1-mana, 1/1 flyer, evasive creature that eventually takes over the game with the power-up, becoming a 4/4. So very strong start.
Yeah, it looks like filler level material, but your deck has a lot of card draw. You're happy to play some cheap cards to get cards out of your hand, and eventually it turns into a 4/4 flyer that can easily take over the game. So a card that I'm pretty happy playing in blue, white, blue, black, even blue, green. It's basically good in every color combination, because even blue, red, that's the color combination that takes that likes to play the most artifacts.
Yeah, so looks like the player is still waiting on the go. Maybe they want to start all together. in order to. But this event is untimed. The top 8 is untimed. This is what happens in this elimination bracket of the competitive matches. Sometimes, the team event might take even longer because of that reason. Looks like we can go. Aerial Doombot. Let's go.
And Oliver ended up playing both of his Giant Growth. He has the Savage Land Dinosaur as well at the top of his curve. In general, his deck looked pretty good. Decent curve, 4 2-drops, 4 3-drops, some 4-drops, some tricks. The 2 copies of Giant Growth. So yeah, just a solid green-white deck, but a lot of how he's going to be able to do is going to depend on whether or not he has a turn 2 creature to enable that Agent 13.
Ooh,
and wow, there's a Brave Brawler right off the top.
Yes, indeed. That's the 2-mana, 2/1 lifelink. And now Zevin had one of his 3 futuristic forge. He took them very high. And now he follows that up with,
are you kidding?
Wow, that's the 5-mana, 3/4 flying with Improvise. And now he's going to give non-creature spells you cast have Improvise. So from now on, if he wants, he can tap those 2 artifacts to discount.
Yeah, okay, can I change my answer of who I'm favoring in this match? With this start, on the play, having a 3/4 flyer on the battlefield on turn 3 and 2 more permanents, I would have to favor Zevin quite by a significant margin too.
Agent 13, unfortunately not able to attack. This is kind of what happens when you're on the draw. That card is maybe a little bit worse on the draw. And now it looks like we are improvising. This is a mechanic that we're very familiar with in Modern with Kappa Cannoneer. And I love to see that now in Draft as well with Zevin Faust, who is doing what here? Non-creature spells you cast have Improvise. Yep. Wow.
Cast another Futurist Forge.
And draws a Swamp, so he doesn't have to cycle that Roxenbrute. He can just go ahead and play the Ninja.
Yeah, Ninja of the Hand looks nice here if you want to use all your mana. Otherwise, the black 2-drop would be better at trying to stop the Brawler, for example, Agents of Hydra. And he also leaves the 3/4 flyer on the defense because he certainly doesn't want to give Oliver any extra cards thanks to the Agent 13 here.
What do you think about Oliver putting his creature right in the middle of the table, making Zevin, just like some board state presence?
Yeah.
Looks like we're just going Forest Go. We don't have any play this turn, and not even can level up because that would be 5 mana.
Yeah, I think Oliver ended up being perhaps a little short on playables. He did spend a couple extra picks on, picking up those Avenger Towers highly. That is going to be certainly a card that can win him the long game here. But he has to play 2 copies of Giant Growth. He's playing a Super Strength as well, which is typically not a card you want to have against a blue-black deck. But yeah, that's kind of how the draft went, and this is what he's working with.
Yeah, Zevin has 2 Roxenbrute in hand. He chose to go for the Ninja of the Hand and then power it up. What do you think about this play?
Yeah, I mean, you're just kind of solidifying your defenses here, using all your mana every turn. I would be very happy about doing that. Wow, discarding the 2nd copy of Agent 13 and end of turn land cycling the Savage Land Dinosaur. I would be thinking, well, what are you going to play at 5 mana here that is going to be so powerful?
What do you think about not attacking with the flyer over there?
I think Zevin is just saying, hey, listen, if this game goes long, I have 4 more cards here on the battlefield, the 2 Forges waiting for me. I have an Aerial Doombot that's going to become a 4/4, and I don't really have to rush anywhere. I can just sit here for a little bit, draw a bunch of cards, get a removal spell ready, and then start attacking with flyers and maybe put you on a 3-turn clock.
Yeah, and Oliver has in hand that Super Villain lockup, as well as, could have had the Ale Carrier removal spell, the 1-mana deal 4. So that's why, Zevin didn't want to attack there. And now we see Captain Marvel. That's a 5-mana 4/4. So that can maybe trade with the Aerial Doombot. If there's a land.
If I'm Zevin, I'm also pretty happy about the fact that Oliver just land cycled to get a Plains and not a Mountain, for example, which could signal something like a superhero Civil War that I would have to be afraid and take into consideration. So the fact that he's only playing green-white would certainly make me feel a lot less nervous.
Now playing one of those brutes, holding in hand the 2nd copy and a non land spell. But yeah, the Zevin has so many ways to use his mana right now. He has 2 Forge in play and the Doom bot, so he's definitely not going to float out this game.
Yeah, and the 2 Roxanne Brutes are going to play very nicely with the Futurist Forge as well, because he's going to be able to start drawing 2 cards a turn pretty easily once he gets them into play, and he can start putting extra counters on his creatures.
Okay, looks like we're tapping out for Super Strength.
Okay. So that's certainly a way to try to win the game. Hey, do you have removal? If you don't, well, you're going to be in trouble. You're doing a lot of stuff. You can potentially draw a lot of cards, but that's going to take time. And time is something you might not have when you're looking at this 8/8 flying, trample, vigilance, and ward creature. So now Zevin is going to be trying to do his best to dig into that Cruel Alliance, because I don't think he has a Frozen in Ice or anything like that.
We have talked about this, that one of the weaknesses of Zevin deck was that he was very short on removal spells. And this combination of cards, the Captain Marvel plus Super Strength, may actually be the way that Oliver manages to get down this card advantage battle that Zevin wanted to play. Oh, that's a promo. That's funny. He just got handed an Electra, which would definitely be very nice here. But unfortunately, that's just a promo for top 48ing the Spotlight series, and not actually, that doesn't go in hand, unfortunately.
So a second card was drawn with the Futurist Forge. So there's a counter that goes on top of the Ironheart.
Yeah.
The Ninja attacks for 3. And Zevin's going to pass instead of playing the Roxanne Brute, which makes sense if you're digging into the Cruel Alliance. How many outs does Zevin actually have?
I mean, what Zevin can do is he can grow his flyer enough to become 8 power, because he has the Roxanne Brute is going to give another counter, and then he can level up the Doombot. But we saw that Oliver has in hand at least 1 Giant Growth. So he will put his Captain Marvel to 11.
11 possibly. Yeah, he has a clue as well. He can start drawing some extra cards himself. And hey, that's certainly a way to win the game. You know, 8/8 flying, trample, vigilance. That is a creature that requires you to find a removal spell. Otherwise, you're gonna be quickly very dead.
Yeah, Zevin has 1 copy of Cruel Alliance in this deck. Let's see if he draws it. Both Biochemist and the Red Room Recruit.
Wow, so trigger of the Brood, you did draw your second card for the turn, and Zevin ends up putting the counter on the Doombot. So right now he has a what? He has a 4/5 flyer, and he has a...
He said no blocks.
Oh my god, is it lethal?
Double Giant Growth, win the game.
Wow.
Wow,
Well, I'm really glad I picked Oliver, huh?
Yeah, you told me you wanted to change your pick. You told me you wanted to change your pick.
That is something that I did not have on my bingo card. You're playing against a blue-black deck that's doing all the things. They're drawing all the cards.
Yeah.
They have 17 cards in the battlefield, and you just put a Super Strength on your flyer, and next turn slam to Giant Growth, attack for 20 in 2 turns. Thank you very much.
Yeah, that was an impressive win for Oliver Rausch, who takes game 1, and yeah, Zevin would really love to. I mean, it's not that he passed any removal, so he just didn't see a single one.
This tells you a lot about this format. This format is one with just 6 players around the table, so only 18 packs get open instead of 24 when you play a normal 8-man pod. So the decks are going to be much lower on power level than normal, and you're going to have to make the best out of playing with slightly weaker cards than you would normally play. And also, congratulations and shout out to Oliver here for just figuring out, hey, if this game goes long, I'm certainly not winning. Let me just slam this Super Strength on my flyer. Sure, if you have a removal spell, it's going to be a blowout. But if you don't, I'm just going to win the game before you can start drawing all the cards, and it worked out.
Yeah, the way that Zevin played was he drew before block, looking for the Widow's Bite to give Death Touch to his flyer because he could improvise and cast it that turn, but he didn't find it, so he just said no blocks, and then he just died. All right, the middle seat, we see Quintanol versus Jasper Grimmer, and this is game 1. So Quinn is on a Rakdos villain deck, whereas Jasper is on a Bantha deck, it seems.
I think Quinn is actually playing white as one. He's the one with the superhero Civil War, if I remember things correctly. So he's on a 3-color deck. himself, but the Superhero Civil War is certainly one of the best cards in the entire format.
Super strong curve here by Quinn, who even got to loot away that 1-drop that can return later on. So we got a 2-drop into a 3-drop into a 4-drop, and the 4-drop being Abomination, Terrifying Titan, a very strong one. So Jasper definitely on the back foot here. Once again, they were on the draw. It's very powerful to be ahead in a team event because all your team gets to be on the play. So it's a huge advantage.
Wow, and there's a Frozen in Ice on the Abomination, and Jasper goes for an attack here. Content with taking 4 on the backswing and attacking for 3 with the Ant-Man's army. The two duels that he played are going to help in this race a little bit by gaining 2 life. But
yeah, definitely a surprising attack there.
Quinn has to be pretty happy about that. Just keeps attacking. There's a Ronin as well. No equipment to be seen just yet, though.
Jasper is now taking the turn. He has a lot of lands as well as that treasure, so he can play a 6-drop this turn if he wants. The Ant-Man's army very good in the green decks. Definitely surprised to see the attack. If you look at this race, you know, you would think you want to block, but maybe he has like fight spells, so he wants to keep creature around.
Yeah. These are the types of things you should think about when you play a game of Limited. Why is my opponent making the plays that they're making? Let's say they have a 2/2 creature and I have a 3/2 creature, and they don't want to trade. Let's say I'm attacking with the 3/2 creature. They're not willing to trade for their 2/2, which is typically a very good trade for them. So I'm going to start thinking, why are they doing that? Are they trying to win the game faster? Do they have something like an overrun effect? Are they trying to fireball me? These are all things you should be thinking about. Hydra. 4 mana, discard 2. Pretty good here, getting rid of Atlantis attacks, Hydra Infiltration.
Yeah, it was what it was. Punishing Punch was in end, so that's why Jasper didn't want to trade. Quinn had the Mind Rot that just let Jasper just, you know, dead to those creatures. So a very aggressive curve by Quinn. 2, 3, 4 removal spell Mind Rot for the win. So we saw the Americans now taking a game, and now we can maybe return to table A. We will see what the protection shows us. Okay. Looks like we're jumping back to the live game in the middle of game 2. Let's see what the board state looks like here. These are the players, once again, Zevin Faust versus Oliver Rausch, and this is turn number 4. Zevin just cycled maybe ideally took that swamp to play a 3-drop, and Oliver also was without the 2-drop. So a much slower game than the previous one, where Zevin just started with a turn 3/4 flyer.
Yeah, a slower game is something that suits Zevin much better than Oliver. But as we saw in the previous game, all you need is a big flyer and a super strength, and suddenly we might be looking at a turn 2 clock again.
All right. Let's see, Zevin without a Forge, despite playing 3 copy of that, kind of unlucky without having that opening. And now, we don't quite see what's in his hand, but definitely a tough choice. Maybe Trickster Stratagem here. Offering the trade.
Offers the trade, yeah, interesting. Follows up with a Bolt Biochemist and passing the turn, so possibly sitting on something like We Say the Nay, perhaps a Widow's Bite, maybe another Lens Cycling ability.
Yeah, and now Agent 13 is a nice one with the Agent of Shield, but we know that Zevin, as you mentioned, might have 2 different ways to deal with the Agent 13. Although Giant Growth can save the
Sharon Carter.
Agent 13 from the -2/-2 effect. Let's see if he has it.
Oh, no Giant Growth. All right. So Agent 13 Sharon Carter. Whoa, wait a minute. Do we have a Giant Growth?
Nope.
Oliver says, you know what? Let me think about it. No, I'm not going to play it.
Do you think he has it?
I don't know, but I'm not sure what to think about it, honestly. If you do have a Giant Growth,
you play it.
I would expect to play there because you can immediately create a clue and basically buy the card back that way. So if I have a Giant Growth, I'm certainly happily using it to essentially counter your Widow's Bite.
But he like bluffed it basically, right?
Yeah, it would be really funny if he ends up having it this game and you know at some point blows up Zevin in combat with it.
Isn't it the last card of the end? I don't know, maybe not.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Anyway, we have Murdoch's Crusade, which can kill the brutes. Not too many.
Yeah, it can kill the 2 brutes. It can kill the Iron Heart that Zevin also played in the first game, the 5-mana 3/4 flyer that grants your artifact, your non-creature spells improvise. So given that Oliver probably saw 3 targets, that's probably the reason why he does it. Oh wow, so that might have been a second reason not to use a Giant Growth, is that Oliver has a second copy of Agent Carter. And now...
Which is a legendary creature.
Yeah, which is a legendary creature. So a play he has available to him now is to attack with this Agent of Shield. Trigger, get a clue. It's a 3/5. Sure, you can trade it for that Ninja of the Hand, but I'm still going to be up a card on this whole exchange.
Well, I guess you can block and make the opponent discard, so it's like a equal. You made a clue, and then make you discard a card.
Okay, so now... yeah, if you want to give yourself more information to work with, you can crack the clue first before deciding what to discard. And looks like Plains was the pickup, so Oliver is looking at potentially getting rid of one of the lands, but he also has a Savage Land Dinosaur he could possibly play next turn. So it depends on what he wants to do.
Yeah, I mean, I think getting rid of a land makes sense. This is a matchup where the green-white deck can definitely flood out. Unlike Zevin's deck, who has a lot of things to do with his lands. He has Biochemist, he has 3 Forges, and all the power-up card. The green-white deck tends to not have that many ways to draw extra cards. Sorry, to use the extra mana.
Land pass from Zevin, that might look weird, but he does have the Bold Biochemist in play. He can activate it, put a counter on it, get himself a 2/4. And that'd be a pretty good blocker against Agent 13. So, yeah, unless Oliver has a way to change power and toughness on Agent 13, and that's a great way to do that. So suddenly we're looking at a 5/4. It's a great tempo play for Oliver here. And Agent's going to come in, make a clue, no blocks.
Very strong play here with this Wakandan Royal Guard, which is not only able to pump that Agent 13, but also get a clue. And again, Oliver is fighting the fight of card advantage.
And you know what he just drew? He just picked up a copy of We Say Thee Nay, but that was just 1 turn too late.
Okay. What is this 4-drop?
Trickster's Stratagem. So that's going to be a way to deal with Agent 13 for now, putting it possibly second from the top or on the bottom. And Zevin is also targeting his own Bolt Biochemist here, potentially looking at making it 3/5 to be able to block the Wakandan Royal Guard.
Unfortunately not. There are maybe too many lands in the hand of Zevin Faust, who decides to discard a land, holding up the We Say Thee Nay.
But I think if you're Oliver, obviously you don't love losing your best card on the battlefield, but you have already used it to gain some advantage. You're creating 2 clue tokens. And now there's still 1 token left, and Zevin is at 12. So I think it kind of did its job pretty well.
But I think he didn't lose. I think he put it back on top of the deck.
He did? Okay.
Yeah, I think so. Drawing Plains is very good here. We can cast that Dinosaur. I mean, Zevin didn't have We Say Thee Nay last turn, right? Well, what's the worst? What's going to happen?
Yeah. That's a very appealing play for sure. You know, last turn, the Wakandan Royal Guard resolved, creating a huge swing in the game. So now if the Dinosaur also resolves, that would certainly put Zevin in a very far behind position.
Maybe here we start by attacking.
Something Simon's pointing out, I Am Iron Man would be a really good card here because it would make the Biochemist 4/4, but it also has the counter on it, making itself into a 5/5, eating the Wakandan Royal Guard, unless Oliver has a Giant Growth.
Or the Spider-Man to the rescue.
But it's I think it's all for a non-attacking creature, so that wouldn't work too well here. But we're going to find out whether he has the Giant Growth or not.
Wow, I Am Iron Man here being a huge blowout, destroying a 5-drop and drawing a card.
Yeah, amazing tempo play here for Zevin. The only downside is that you have to tap out. So should there be a 7/6 trample dino on the way to the battlefield, that would make it a bit unfortunate if you're Zeven.
I Am Iron Man, definitely an underrated card, I feel like. There's so many ways that card is just fantastic.
And there it is, Oliver sensing that, this is a great time for me to get the dino into play. And hey, it's 7 power, you know, there is not going to be a way for you to deal with that with the bold biochemics. So you better find your copy of Cruel Alliance or else.
Okay, what do we have here? We have Aerial Doombot, and I think he has in hand the 3/2 that takes back a creature.
Yeah, he has the Unliving Legionnaire that could come up next turn as a 5/4 flying creature that can bring something back from the graveyard. And right now he has what? He has 6 power and 8 toughness on the battlefield. So actually the perfect number to double block the Savage Land Dinosaur. What would be bad for you in this case is a Giant Growth, or finally the Murdoch's Crusade, now that you found a really good target for it.
Yeah, Murdoch's Crusade, one of the 2 copies of Oliver Rausch, goes onto the Aerial Doombot, and now the Dinosaur can crunch in. Zevino's already at 12. I believe Oliver also has the Agent 13, so it will be deployed here, but it will be countered.
Yeah, Oliver was almost trying to counter the Murdoch's Crusade with We Say the Name, but then realized that, or Zevin was trying to do that, but realized Oliver still had 4 mana up exactly to be able to pay for that, so was not able to stop it. And yeah, now the Dino put you to 5, so it's going to be removal spell or trying to come up with enough toughness on the battlefield to double block the Dino next turn.
Well, you can tap 7 mana and play this 5/4 flyer that returns a creature.
Okay. 1, 2, 3. So 2 mana left over. It's a 5/4. What are we going to bring back?
You only have another 4/4 menace. No, Ninja. You can't cast it now, but it will be casted in next turn. And Oliver will try to empty his hand as much as he can.
So what is Oliver looking for here? Does he have another Murdoch's Crusade? Giant Growth would be pretty nice. He has a clue in play, Avengers Tower as well, but this is not the case where he can do that. What he can do is you can also play the Spider-Man pre-combat.
Okay, why?
To tap it and give the Savage Land Dinosaur indestructible, because you're going to be sending it in. It doesn't mean that you have to cast it in combat. It's perfectly fine if you do that before you attack, because the opponent is at 5 and they're going to be forced to block here no matter what happens.
It's a very good play, Martin. Let's see if Oliver sees it. This basically just tells you have to chump with the Biochemist.
Yeah, exactly. I think Oliver is going to go for that. He does hold the Spider-Man on the top of his hand there. Yeah, there's a Spider-Man, comes to the battlefield. He's going to tap it and give the Dino indestructible. Yeah, you're going to be forced to block here. And what if I have a Giant Growth?
Yeah, you could just double block at this point. So you take no damage, but you do let Oliver choose which creature to kill. Which creature do you kill here?
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at the Legionnaire for sure. It's a 5/4 flyer, but it looks like Oliver might have a trick. Okay, he's going to try to draw into the Giant Growth. Does he have it? No, it's a Plains.
Is it? Looks like a green card to me. But anyway, Zevin will stay at 5 life with that Ninja coming down, the 3/3 Death Touch. And Oliver passes the turn with still 3 cards in hand, kind of crazy. And that Avengers Tower in play, so definitely fighting this value game.
Ninja of the hand hits the battlefield. Zevin instantly pays the power-up cost as well. Oliver gets rid of a supervillain lockup.
And the Cruel Alliance.
Wow!
The draw this turn.
That is an excellent pickup.
Yeah, we have to exile that dinosaur. And now Oliver actually finds himself in need of something here. Ooh, Panther Pounce would have won the game. Would have won the game had Oliver not top decked that Cruel Alliance.
Crazy.
But
yeah.
it is fine. I mean, Oliver has been drawing so many cards. Sorry, Zevin has been drawing so many cards in 2 games, and this is the first time he drew the Cruel Alliance. But it does mean that if Oliver draws Super Strength, then it is a lot of damage to trample.
How many cards does Zevin have? Is he
only the 4/4 Menace? He only has one card in hand.
Just the Brood?
I think so.
Yeah, so Oliver's got to have a couple of turns to try to find a super strength or a flying creature to try to finish the game here. He does have the Avenger Tower. What is he looking to get from his deck? Is there something?
Captain Marvel would be the best.
Oh,
bro.
right. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, and that's probably a hero, right?
That is a hero. Yeah.
Abomination here. That's a 4-mana 4/4 trample that next turn, if Oliver draws a land, can become a 5/5, killing this Roxanne Brute. Oh, but that's an Iron Man.
Wow, I am Iron Man. Okay.
Okay. Roxanne Brute puts a second counter only if you draw a second card. So that means that if Iron Man is played now, the Brute can give a counter to something. Let's see what Zevin chooses to do, because he's very far behind in the race, so he can't quite just attack here.
I wonder if he offers an attack with the Death Touch creature here, possibly hoping that the opponent would block with the Spider-Man. No, he attacks with the Bold Alchemist. Yeah. All right, I'm attacking with a 2/4 into your 4/4. What do you think is going on?
Well, this trick actually happened before, so
yeah,
you can think about a second Iron Man. And now he's talking to his teammate, to Torov, him like he's attacking like this. What should I do? But I feel like being a 17, you just take it, right?
Exactly. He can have Widowbite. He can have a second copy of I Am Iron Man. I'm sure there are some other cards we're not thinking of as well. But yeah, given the fact that you're at 17, I think I would be happy to take it here. And if Oliver doesn't block, I think Zevin might fire off the I Am Iron Man here just to dig deeper into his deck and put an extra counter on the Brute, so that even if Oliver draws a land here, he wouldn't be able to fight off the Brute.
Yeah, I mean, it's a 3-mana card that deals 3 damage to the face, draws a card, and puts a +1/+1 counter on the Brute.
Yeah.
That's a definitely strong play. And once again, Zevin, I just want to shout out how well he plays and how fast he plays. You know, it looks like I'm watching, I don't know, in a LSV or Shota Yazoka at the in action here, which I definitely love. Balanced by the Germans, who are taking their time. This is an untimed top 4, and you can ask the middle player, you know, Pro Tour winner level, Torov Severin, about a play. You definitely do that. So we have, you know, of course we have judges which will tell you, you know, you have to make a play. After 1 minute and a half, you have to make a play.
You still have to play at reasonable speed because there's a coverage team and a production team that also wants to go home at the end of the day. But yeah, I mean, we have to close the hole at some point, and you're still expected to make plays at a reasonable pace.
Okay. To us, it would be a no block, but because we know there's an I Am Iron Man in end, what if Zevin is just bluffing? Is the 2 damage worth it? Would he ever bluff at this stage of the game?
Being down 8 to 17 in the life total race, I think he would be very unlikely to bluff. But hey, Oliver goes for the block anyway. Blocks with the Abomination and sees the bad news. So yeah, +1/+1 counter is going to be put somewhere. It goes on the Brute, and Zevin also drew a card in the process.
Wow. Take up the shield.
Wow, so that actually makes the Abomination into a 5/5. So that's why Oliver thought so long. He didn't want to make it too obvious. Yeah, I mean...
Yeah, we didn't know this information. Yeah. Take up the shield was the mystery card. And now we...
The Vision? Is that the Vision?
Is that the Vision?
Is that the Vision?
All right, that counter on the Abomination doesn't mean that we powered it up. So we can now top... we don't have 7, never mind. Otherwise, you can just power it up and kill the Brute. That would be brutal.
Yeah, 7th mana would be insane here. To kill the Brute, make your guy a 6/6, attack with both. So even if the Ninja trades with the Abomination, it has Trample, so you would still be able to deal 6 to Zevin, and he would be left with no board here.
Oh,
it is the Vision. Wow.
And now we can go Panther.
Yeah, Panther Pounce basically gives you protection because you can give your creature indestructible. So even if Zevin has something like Hour of Defeat, which we know he doesn't actually, you would have a card in your hand that would be able to protect the vision.
Yeah, you could also go Panther Pounds, draw a card. Maybe he finds a land and they can crack a clue.
Yeah.
I think what your line makes more sense. Just you're winning not for sure, but you're winning, so you just might as well just play around a removal spell.
Zevin kind of going off with all his card draw. Forge into Red Room Recruit. The storm count is currently 3 if you're keeping track.
Yeah, and now we can draw 2 cards in the turn, but Zevin is empty-handed. If Oliver draws a land, well, I guess now the Brute became 6/6, so the Abomination doesn't kill it anymore. Well, it does kill it, but it dies in the process.
What Zevin does not have is flying creatures, and Division can also gain double strike. Wow, and Zevin instantly sees it, just extends the hand. Wow, congratulations to Oliver, who picks up the match here. Yeah, I mean, who did you pick in the match again?
I picked the Americans because you two picked the Germans. So Oliver Rausch with a quick 2-0. He played very well.
Wow.
He drafted very well. So now Zevin, if he picks up his first loss of the weekend, remember, his teammates posted on Twitter that he went undefeated in 2 days, and he's now staring down, unfortunately, his first loss in one of the most important matches, which is the semifinals one.
Yeah, his deck was certainly missing a little bit of extra interaction, some removal spells, Frozen in Ice, Hour of Defeat, Cruel Alliance. Those were the cards he was looking for. And whether they were not opened or the other players were also heavily in black, which I think is what happened. I think there's at least 2 or 3 other black drafters at the table. It just didn't work out.
Okay, looks like we are going to the beginning of the semifinals of the match between Torolf and Joseph Puglisi Clark. We have a little bit of a pre-recorded match here. What do you see here?
Yeah, Joseph, I believe, is the player with the aggressive Boros deck that is playing 15 lands here. So we might be seeing something we haven't seen in the feature match area this weekend. A deck so low to the ground that you're happy playing 50 lands.
I just noticed one thing. Torolf is blue-black, and he was passing to Zevin, who is also blue-black.
I think Torolf is playing, I think 4 colors. I think he's green, he's black for a couple of removal spells, and Electra. Not actually quite sure what the red is for, but yeah, when I was watching him build, there was a lot of dual lands, there's a lot of colors. But yeah, it looks like his main colors are green, black, and blue.
Okay. Now, Joseph plays this here in training, who can be equipped by the Orc Ice Bow to then be able to attack into the Hydraulic Helper.
Yeah, a lot worse here than if it was a Shield Spike-It, because you would rather be trying to dig deeper into your deck with the Scry effect. But hey, you have to start somewhere. So 1 damage off of the bow gets taken from Torolf's life total, and yeah, he's gonna have a choice whether he wants to trade a creature for it or take 3 damage here.
All right. Well, this is probably blocked with Hydraulic Helper, unless you really need the mana for something.
Yeah, if I see my opponent play a Hawkeye's Bow in an aggressive deck, I'm trying to protect my life total. I'm certainly not trying to raise here or be like, yeah, I'll take some damage, use my life total as a resource. I'm certainly trying to protect it as much as possible. I don't think Torolf has a 4th land here, though.
Yeah, speaking of protecting, take up the shield, protect the hero in training, making it into a 4/3 indestructible lifelink creature. And now Joseph has the 1-mana removal spell on that deploying shield drone here.
Okay, Helicarrier Strike takes care of the flyer. I think Torolf is okay with that. He has We Say Dine, but he also has Titania in his hand, which is a 3-mana 5/5. Yes, it does come with the downside of having to discard a card, but you're casting a card with stats so far ahead of the curve that you're pretty happy with that. And wow, Joseph is getting quite unlucky here because, as we mentioned, his deck is playing 15 lands. I think there's 3 more mountains in his hand, so he's already halved the lands deep into his entire deck.
Yeah, so let's talk about Titania, because of course this is a 2-for, like you're 2-for-1ing yourself. Yep. But look at the card that Torolf just discarded, Atlantis Attack. That card, yes, it's 1 card in hand, but if we come into play, it would be relevant so late in the game that this game might be already resolved by the time. So Titania here basically just brick-walling the hero in training very early in the curve.
Exactly, the stats, like 5/5 is stopping a hero that was buffed with an extra counter from Take Up the Shield, and also is wearing an equipment. And still, it's not enough to attack through Titania, something that Toralf invested only 3 mana into last turn.
Yeah, this was a card that was, I believe, passed by Oliver, so it got to Toralf quite late, I think, in that first pack. And now we see Toralf with the 4th mana. He can play his Repulsory Blast on that hero in training, which to me seems like a pretty strong play here. And Joseph doesn't really have a response. He's just holding 2 more lands and the Hulk Smash. So I think he's just letting that hero in training die and then taking 6 damage.
This is the downside of aggro decks in this format, and that is if you flood out, if you ever draw a few too many lands, then there's almost no way of coming back unless your deck has something incredibly powerful, like Captain Marvel or the superhero Civil War or some other absolute bombs. This is where the power-up creatures come into play, or the blue card draw spells that allow you to do something with your mana later in the game as well. And yeah, that is a nice combo. What do we have here?
We have a nice combo here. Okai Young Avenger plus Okai's Bow. It's one of the combo that Frank Carson featured in his eBay Live shoutouts. And what happens here is that whenever Okai Young Avenger attacks, it deals 1 damage for the Okai's Bow +2. Sorry, +3, which is the power of Okai. So that's like attacking for 6, basically.
And that's also something that is threatening possibly something like a Photon Blast Barrage. If Joseph has that next turn, then each copy of the barrage would be dealing 3 damage.
Ooh.
Now I'm questioning myself whether Toralf is actually playing green or not, but I do think I saw some green cards. I think he had a Killmonger in his deck, I think.
Yeah, makes sense, right? Because he received the Killmonger from Zevin at some point in the draft.
This looks like his mana is a bit shaky, but I did see a lot of dual lands that he picked up throughout the draft. So,
and also land cyclers.
Plus the cyclers, yeah.
Okay, we for sure. I remember him getting a Kree Sentinel at some point late in the draft, which made the cut for sure. Joseph drew an extra land, I believe. He's on 8 right now, so very tough luck for the American team, who we already know as a loss. This is a pre-recorded match, so we are watching game 1 of this round, and then now once again we see the
he just puts the Electra into play. I'm gonna kill you. Wait, what happened? Yeah, all right. No, they're just joking. They're just joking. This is I think that was the promo card.
Yes.
For attending the event. So
no, this is for the top 48.
For the top 48. Okay.
The foil. Attending Electra for everyone.
Regular version.
And a foil one for the top 48. Okay. That card should probably go in my cube because I still have Shriekmaw in my cube. Probably Electra is better.
Hulk Smash. So something about Hawkeye is that it can come up in games if you haven't drafted the set too much. If your opponent has a Hawkeye, you have a 4/4 in play, and you draw, let's say, one of the green fight spells, Go Nuts. You're gonna play Go Nuts. You're gonna target your 4/4 and their Hawkeye. You're going to be very disappointed to find out that the Hawkeye is going to deal 4 damage back to your 4/4 because it counts itself as well, and all the non-combat damage includes fight spells and fighting. Because that is happening outside of combat, so that would deal with the 4/4.
A lot of interesting situations here happening. Toralf has the Widow's Bite, which can reduce the power of Hawkeye. But first, let's talk about Ward. Joseph discarded a card instead of paying 2 to play around Wisedine, which is in
Wow, yeah, really heads up play there.
Very heads up play there. But now we have a Widow's Bite, which is going to give the bow, the Hawkeye -2/-2, meaning that now it's a 2-power creature. So the Hulk Smash cannot
deal with the 5/5. Yeah, so that means it's a -2 +1 from the bow. So it's a 1-power creature +2 damage from the fight, but that's still only 3 damage to deal to Titania. So Joseph has to pass the turn, and there is Madame Mosk.
Ooh, very strong follow-up here by Toralf, who still has the green card in hand, which is the Khazar.
Yeah, wow.
We're definitely keeping that one, right?
I would be tempted to discard the Wisedine, considering my opponent just played around it. But hey, it could still be relevant later, and they might still draw something like the Cube or the Civil War. Like there might still be an expensive card that it's gonna be able to counter. So the island is unlikely to make a difference here. So it certainly seems better to sit on the counterspell.
I feel like We Say Dene is so hard to play around. It's not Quench. You know, paying unless you pay 4, it's like almost impossible to play around. I mean, if you play a 2-drop, sure, but if you play like a 5-drop or a 4-drop, which I guess, as you mentioned, he's a 15 lands deck, so he doesn't have that many. But Toralf doesn't know it. This is game 1. You know, he can definitely play around like Boro backup, for example. And what did Joseph draw here? That's another Hulk Smash.
Yeah, and this is the downside of Boros. Your deck at this point is full of very cheap cards, which are typically not great top decks later in the game. Any land drawn past maybe land number 4, maybe 5 feels like a dead draw, and the average power level of cards you're going to be drawing at this point is going to be much lower than Toralf. So this is a deck that really wants to win quickly. And if it doesn't, then your odds of winning in the late game are going down quite a bit.
Hulk Smash, once again, this time we're paying for the ward, and then we're attacking right away. So Okai deals 4 damage.
Interesting.
Guess we can double block it now, right?
Yeah. What are you thinking? One last card in Joseph's hand. Already used Helicarrier Strike, I believe.
And take up the shield as well.
Or to take up the shield and 2 copies of Hulk Smash. Are you reading Joseph for another?
And you know your teammate has to take up the shield.
Right.
I mean, I would block this card.
15 life. Considering the 2 cards in your hand are a green card you cannot cast, that is great in the long game if you can survive long enough to play it, and a We Say Dene, which is currently not doing all that much. I think I would be also inclined to block here because I'm just trying to protect my life total and make sure I live for as long as possible to try to draw into that green source.
Yeah, I mean, this is not actually over as much as we thought. Like, Toralf definitely has the advantage in the late game, but right now, after he double blocks, he just does a 2-1 menace, and like 2 cards in it are not that powerful. So I think if Toralf takes this trade, is like ahead, but not as firmly as we thought.
Yeah. I mean, the Hulk Smash was an amazing pickup. The 5/5 Titania was doing an incredible job, just completely breaking Joseph's side of the battlefield. So yeah, that was a great pickup that allowed him to basically get back into the game. And Toralf doesn't look like he wants to block. I mean, maybe he's also thinking, what if I just race you?
He's gonna say no block. I think he has the pen in hand.
Or is that the pen trick?
Is it a pen trick? There's not much to trick. The opponent just attacked here. We know the hand of Joseph is a land. Okay, Joseph saying, make a play, please. Double block. Trade.
Oh, I like the double block. I think just saying, hey, you know, if the double block works, I'm getting a high value card off of the battlefield. That means I'm not going to have to be afraid of the Photon Blast Barrage or something along those lines. I'm still going to be ahead on the battlefield with a 2/1 token, and I'm going to buy myself so much extra time to draw into that green source. Something that's interesting here is, do you attack with the 2/1? Given that you have We Say Dene in hand, and you might want to tap it for teamwork. To try to counter something more expensive.
Super Adaptoid is a 1/2 with Menace. Toralf pick up actually a 2/2 with Menace reach now, so I guess we just can't stay back now, so we have to attack. Unless, as you said, we want to play around a 3-drop or whatever.
Yeah, I think I would do. Yeah, I think I would just pass and kind of say like, oh yeah, I kind of forgot I have Menace, and your guys has Menace as well, and sit on my Quench.
It's hard to forget when it's literally written right there. And
oh right, Menace. Yeah, I can't block. Ooh, I could have attacked. Oh, yeah. All right, I'll take.
On Arena, you can try and block, and then it says illegal block. You know. What's the match score? The Germans are up a match.
Wow, and there is the green sword. So the patience and the protecting Toralf's life total looks like it might just get rewarded. Now he attacks. It's also land number 7 conveniently. He's going to play the Khazar. He's going to create a 2/2 token that has an ability that whenever you that has a landfall ability. Whenever a land you control enters the battlefield, it gets a +1/+1 counter, and you can also conveniently play lands off of the top of your library, just like with something like Courser of Kruphix.
Yeah, and the Torov has 2 lands in hand, so he will be making those +1/+1 counter. He was putting those. Okay, Joseph draws 1 more land here. And he has the Murdoch Crusade, which is not good enough to do anything on this board state. Zabu, here it is. The legendary cat. We have seen a lot of this token because basically, like, this is one of the best uncommon in the set. If you have it in sealed, somebody's gonna play it. You splash it, it just really always sees play. I remember seeing the stats of blue-white, and somehow Khazar was like, might be wrong here, but like the top uncommon of blue-white, which definitely surprised me.
Yeah.
All right, looks like Joseph deals some damage, but now it's going to take a lot back because Torov has put in a counter there.
Yeah, unfortunately for Joseph, he just ended up drawing too many lands.
Torov also has a lot of lands, but his deck, I feel like, is more prone to flooding than the opponent. Attacking for
2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 8. Yeah, right. Yeah, that's a 2-turn clock.
And Torov just passes.
Do your worst.
Go. Joseph on top draws. And
that's the shield spike it. I mean, yeah, it means that your creature is going to be able to sort of gain vigilance this way as well, but
it's not enough.
I don't think that's enough. There are 2 creatures with 3 power, so this is going to be a situation where Joseph is going to end up bluffing. But I think if you look at this, it is pretty clear that you just drew the shield spike it, which means that last turn you didn't have a way to deal with the board. Now you drew a card that doesn't affect it, which means that you're extremely unlikely to have a card that would be able to kill a creature here.
And also Torov has a counter spell, so you will for sure threaten lethal next turn and win this game. So we already know that Oliver Rausch defeated Zevin Faust, and we are going to be seeing Torov Severin winning game number 1 here in this turn. But again, we have to win 2 more matches before, sorry, 2 more, the whole match before advancing to the final.
Ultra Drone is the play. And wow, okay, Toralf picks up game number 1. That was quite a long game. Considering Joseph flooded out, he was able to still put up quite a big fight. Thanks to the 2 copies of Hulk Smash that was able to take care of Titania.
Yes, so far we've seen the Germans winning every single game because Oliver won 2-0 and now Torov won the first game. So to our knowledge, the players are over there. We are showing you all the games that we have, all the games that we can, so you can still root for the Americans to get the title here in Brussels. And here the players are resolving their mulligan. We see that I believe Joseph has a 6-card in with only 2 mountains, but I might have not seen this right, whereas Torov has a nice Sultai mana base.
Okay, so this time Joseph is quick on the battlefield with a 2-mana 3/1 that has an ability to untap. You can discard a card, then draw a card for each card you have discarded this turn. I think, considering how fast his deck is, he's mostly going to be looking to attack with it, although if you don't have a 3rd land, you might be thinking more about activating this to try to dig deeper into your deck.
No third land.
So flood and screw. That's very unfortunate for Joseph here, but he might also have there's a removal spell, so at least he gets rid of the drone.
Hulk Smash kills the drone.
Oh, and he passes the turn again. The fact that he's not willing to activate the Knight to draw cards, that tells me that there's probably another Hulk Smash. You probably have a couple of 2-drops that or 2-mana removal spells that you're trying to kill my creature. I really like that Toralf is going to just kill the creature here. Take things slow. Hey, if you don't have lands, I'm just going to kill your only creature. I'm going to develop, and my more expensive cards, more high-value cards are going to take over the game later in the game.
Joseph has a decision between the Speedball and the Iron Fist. Lands on the Iron Fist. And now we see Madame Mask, one of the best cards in black. 5 mana for a 3/2 plus a 2/1 menace that also gets to loot a card. And a place was drawn. So Joseph can now cast all the cards in his deck. And whenever you cast a creature, he can... Oh, he has one of the combo. Wow. Check this out, Martin.
Pounds. Yeah,
you have Panther Pounds, Speedball, and Iron Fist. This is an incredible combo. Again, this combination was featured by Frank Karsten in one of his, panel of the 30 interaction of Marvel superheroes. And we're going to see a Joseph here showing it to us. Speedball, that's the 3-mana 2/2 that... changes the target, gets bigger and bigger.
Okay, so talk me through it. What's going to happen here?
Okay, so we are going to play Panther Pounds on the Titan Fist. Ability on the stack, we are going to deal 2 damage. And then Panther Pounds untaps it, and then we can deal 3 damage. Joseph used it to kill the opponent creatures here and gets a clue. So this is a 2-card combo between Panther Pounds and Iron Fist. Very powerful.
And you get a clue in the process, so you just completely cleaned the Toralf's side of the battlefield, and you get yourself a clue. That's not too bad.
It's a very strong combo, and now you have the Speedball for the next games. But wow, this is so sad. A Killmonger without any effect. Just a 4-mana 5/4 there.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty good. 4 mana, 5/4, those are good stats against what Joseph currently has on the battlefield. So despite not really killing anything with it, I think Toralf is going to be pretty happy about getting himself a big high toughness creature into play. Okay. The Origins of the Avengers. That is also a very good card here. It's a good it's a good value card. First, you scry 2, so you're gonna scry away all the lands most likely. Try to look for some more action, and then on chapter number 2, you may put a hero creature with value 3 or less onto the battlefield. And if you don't, you get to draw a card. So most of the time, you're just gonna draw an extra card to get even more value from it. And then on chapter 3, it's gonna put a +1/+1 counter on every creature you have on the battlefield.
Yes, indeed, but we can't get past that 5/4, so Joseph just has to pass the turn, but Toralf has an Atlantis attack this turn, I believe, with a 5-power creature in play, meaning that he can bounce the Speedball and the Iron Fist and put a 6/5 X-proof creature in play, if I saw correctly. I don't want to be 100% sure about this, but I think Toralf hand is 3 lands Atlantis attack. Which still doesn't mean that he wins the game. Still, the game is open. Let's see if that's actually the card that I saw.
I really like Toralf's mana base. He seemed like he was picking the lands very highly, and that allowed him to pick up a lot of the high value cards that he was seeing during the draft, and make a 4-color deck. But the power level of his cards is very, very high.
It's important that you don't choose Speedball, because if you bounce that, if you target Speedball, maybe you can bounce back the Killmonger, which I don't even know how bad it is, but yeah. Anyway, we drew an extra card. Joseph all of a sudden finds himself in a flood situation.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Plays the Iron Fist again, and then the Patriot.
He has 3 lands in hand. He also scried away at least 1 land to the bottom.
Did he scry the planes? Because I thought he kept it on top.
Oh, he kept it?
I might have seen it wrong. Anyway, did Toralf draw a spell? Because I feel like if he's just sitting on lands as well, he doesn't really have...
Great attacks.
I mean, maybe you still attack.
There it is.
No, I was going to say, he doesn't have great attacks, but I feel like you're attacking for 11 here, and you're at 17. The thing is that Joseph is going to put a +1/+1 counter on all his creatures. So he's attacking back for 9, at least.
Yeah, well, we'll see if he does attack back for 9, because he's taking 11 right now. So you might start thinking about how am I going to deal with Toralf's creatures, because I can't just go all in if I don't draw another creature. So yeah, really, really tough situation here for Joseph. Not quite sure how to get out of that situation. Yeah, I'm sure he's thinking about what do I have in my deck, what are the outs.
Yeah, I've been told that you definitely don't want to bounce the speedball with Atlantis Attack, because what happens is that you not only get to bounce other things, but you also get a 6-5 X-proof. So, Torov definitely played this well. This is something that might happen to you if you play on Arena against speedball with Atlantis Attack. I don't know if does Arena give you the warnings? Are you sure you want to do this?
In some cases, if you're targeting your own creatures with something, it typically asks you, "Are you sure that, you want to use Justice to bounce your own permanent?" But yeah, in this case, that would not end up too well for you.
All right, let's see now. Torov. He's now talking to his teammate. Maybe this is the moment when Zevin was attacking with the 2-4 with Iron Man in hand, and they talked about what was the play. Because again, we are walking back a little bit in time, and we are playing some pre-recorded game for you to give you as much content as possible. Torov, did you draw a spell this turn? Because you knew you had 3 lands in hand last turn.
Wow, another land. I mean, the life gain from the lands also that adds up, and there's Titania. The upside of the card being very flexible is that, yeah, now it's turn 5, and you can just, or it's turn 7, you can just cast it for 5 mana without discarding a card. And the 5/5 creature is still going to be one of the biggest creatures on the battlefield.
Joseph drew a 2/2 haste.
Speed.
Does he have?
Wow, and he has to pass the turn.
Oh my god.
Yeah, so what you're looking at now is with the Patriot, you can make something big enough to take down one of Toral's creatures. What did he draw?
I think he drew another Atlantis Attack.
Oh, wow. Okay. So as long as he doesn't target the speedball, he should be fine.
I don't know if he did. I just gasped because, we just see the cards for such a small fraction of second, but I think that was an Atlantis Attack. Let's see.
Yeah, there's not many cards that are going to be better in a situation like this. I think Toralv is thinking, am I going to attack first? What's the most likely thing that's going to happen? Should I bounce something before I attack? Does Iron Fist only trigger if you target it with your own card? I think it does, right? I don't think it targets it triggers for opponent's cards.
Torf is in the tank, but I mean, if you just drew the Atlantis Attack, you can't be too much in the tank here. Maybe you just don't want to put the Leviathan, you just bounce 2 creatures. But nah, you definitely do that. But maybe you didn't draw Atlantis Attack, we'll see. I definitely appreciate this, view from the left to the right, because you get to see a little bit more of the player's hand. I was watching some other coverage that has like top to bottom, and I don't think you get to see as much of that. And now Torov seems like he wants to attack with the 5/5 and a 5/4. Joseph doesn't have good double blocks here, and then I think he's gonna use.
Wow.
No, I guess he didn't have Atlantis Attack then. Or maybe Patriot can give X-proof. All right, looks like we will be double blocking here. Yeah, maybe Torov actually has the Atlantis Attack, but is just hoping that the Patriot gets used so that he can bounce it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, looks like there's going to be a quick double block on the Titania. That seems very appealing. Plus, speed is blocking Killmonger, which means that Patriot's going to be able to buff speed +2/+0. That means it's going to have 4 power, and that'll be able to trade for the Killmonger. So
excellent.
Overall, a pretty good exchange for Joseph, who's got to be pretty happy about that. And yeah, you were right. It was a second Atlantis attacks, and yeah, that's another 6/5 hexproof. I don't think Joe has cards in his deck that are going to be able to get him out of this. Even the superhero Civil War would not be good enough here because of hexproof.
Yeah, looks like the Germans are in a great shape. We already know that Table A was a win. Wow. Torov drew back to back.
Wow.
Cards here. And now Joseph just takes 6, goes to 3, and extends the hand. And Torov Severin wins 2-0. The Germans have defeated the Americans here with a pretty undefeated score of 2-0-2-0. We don't know what happened in Table C, but that doesn't matter, because as long as 2 players have their win, they win that match, they advance to the finals. It is a pleasure to see my fellow content creator Torov Severin not only qualifying to the Pro Tour, but maybe become a Spotlight Series champion. Congratulations to the team of Zevin Faust, Joseph Puisi-Clark, and Quinton Knoll, some very young and talented player, which we hear so much of them from, the RC circuit, the Pro Tour, the Worlds. They have achieved a lot. So yeah, very good to see them here in Europe. And congratulations to the good result.
Yeah, excellent performance by the American team. I think this might have been the first match they lost all weekend. I thought they were maybe 12 wins and a draw, and then they ended up scooping the last round to Chris's team. And yeah, that sounds like that's the first real loss they took all weekend. I thought they played really well. They drafted well. The games were really nice. I think Toralf ended up making the most out of a kind of a scrappy draft. He picked the lens very highly. That really paid off because he was able to splash for cards like Killmonger. He also had some high-value cards like Khazar, and he ended up winning against Boros aggro with 50 lands with 2 copies of Atlantis Attacks, a 7-drop that typically requires you to wait quite a bit before you can cast it.
Yeah, I'd say the Boros player had some unfortunate draws. True. Flooding out in game 1, missing the land on turn 3 in game 2. So that was not the best luck for Joseph Puisi-Clark. But regardless of that, Toralf, of course, drafted a great deck, played very well, and now advances to the final. So now we're going to take a small break. And then we're going to come back with the final draft and the final, of course, gameplay. First, now we have the winners interview with Maria and the team of Tora Severin and the rest of the crew. See you there.
I'm here with the winners of semifinals of the Spotlight Marvel Superheroes. Guys, huge congratulations.
Thank you.
Well, first of all, amazing run. Congrats on making top 4. I know that you haven't been qualified to the upcoming Pro Tour before. So first of all, let's talk maybe about that. What does it mean for each one of you to qualify for the Pro Tour Noctis in February next year?
I paused for the last 7 years of competitive Magic, so it's weird to come back, but also I have a run of not going negative in a Pro Tour ever, so I hope to keep that.
Nice, impressive. Thurl?
Yeah, we all haven't played since this century, not century, what is decade? So yeah, century is a bit long. So it's nice, can't complain. It's very exciting.
Back on the Pro Tour, huh?
Yes. So it's the first step.
Yeah, I was trying to qualify for 8 months or 7 months or something. So it's nice to be back. It was the goal, and I reached it. And I now also reached it with great teammates, and we can play together, which is awesome.
Great. So tell us more about your match in the semis. How was it? How were you preparing? What were your thoughts going into it, basically?
So as I said the last time, the decks were pretty bad across the board, I would say. But everybody's deck is kind of bad, so it levels out. You play, or at least consider playing a lot of cards you've never considered before.
Right.
I guess that's kind of the card of the weekends. That's this 5-mana aura that gives us 4 and trample. It's like if I would have bet before that, that I play it, I said I hope not. It got us here. Now you won with it as well. Yep. So
listen.
You have to. That's the cool part. Magic nowadays is a lot about taking the really good cards and then all of them work, but you kind of don't have to get creative anymore because all of the cards do a lot and they also fulfill themselves. It's payoff and execution and all of that. So here you have to just play some cards or even some synergies where you go oh God, I would normally not do that, but this is what I have. When you pick maybe 10 unplayables because you picked them from the other team, so you don't have that many cards left you can do a deck from.
Exactly. I would imagine that it is very different, but you had a good strategy in mind and it totally paid off, right?
Yeah, our strategy was basically there are creatures that cycle for lands, so you take them because you can splash everything that you want to hate, and then you can also play them because they're really good. Take the lands that make 2 colors and pray that you get the good cards, and that should stabilize you to play a game. Our opponents played a very different strategy. They had a lot of very high focus decks, and they worked out, but I don't know if they were unlucky or not, but
yeah,
there might be something missing because you're...
It's going to be interesting to see their perspective, of course. But now you're going to play the finals. So first of all, what would it mean for you to win this tournament?
$25,000 worth of a trophy, I heard.
That's, that's what you get. But like, what would it mean to you? Like,
I don't know.
The whole thing.
I don't mean to be like
title,
really humble, but I've won something that's bigger than this, so I would give it to you and say what
For me, it would mean a lot because first of all, it's my favorite format, like playing as a team. And also, I top 8'd 2 other team events, once with this team and once with another team, but both were not top 4 and were not qualifying. So this one is already big, and winning it all would be awesome, obviously.
And for you?
Yeah, I don't think I can add that much. Yeah, it's obviously great.
Yeah.
But as a Magic player, you often have the mindset that the top 8 is the goal, basically, or here the top 4, and winning is just not that much because also in the community there's the sentiment that consistency is more, not more rewarding, but yeah, more important and yeah, looked up on.
Right.
So yeah.
Winning is just a bonus, right?
Well, a hefty bonus now, but yes, exactly.
All right. Well, the best luck to you and to the casters.
And that was a pleasure, watching some true Germans showing their emotions for achieving such a big thing. Always a pleasure, always a pleasure. Joking. I love Toralf, I love his energy. I love to be watching him in the final. Very exciting stuff. Thank you so much for watching. This will be the last time that you see me and Martin. But first, actually, let's see the bracket. Let's see who won on the other side. Was it the Danes or was it the Germans? Will we have a German mirror match in the final? Let's take a look at the bracket. Oh, he was the Danes. So Martin Dehn, Christopher Larsen, and Rasmus Seebast bested the German opposition of Lev Duchenko, Tark Koch, and Marius Heck. And now we have a very, very powerful final. Somebody mentioned in the chat a very funny that Toralf Sever and Christopher Larsen might be the biggest differences in height of a match in a while. So we can maybe ask Frank Carson about it. Regardless of that, hope you guys enjoyed the commentary of me and Martin. It was a pleasure. Martin, you really showed all of your passion for Limited, because people at home, Martin is just one of the Limited all-star. Again, you made so much content that I have read in my younger time. So it was a pleasure to cast Limited games with you. It was very fun. The Marvel Super Heroes is an amazing set. Now I really look forward to the next one, which is actually going to happen next weekend. We have the pre-release of a new Magic set. So very exciting stuff. If you love Limited, there is never ending of that. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much, Martin.
Yeah, it was great. I want to give a shout out to everybody here, all the teams that made this a really fun event for us to commentate and watch. And I want to, if any WotC people are watching, we want more Limited events, please, especially Team Limited. This event was great. The format was great. Shout out to Marvel Super Heroes. Amazing format. It was fun. We had a lot of awesome games in the feature match area. Lots of interesting interaction. I really loved Frank's segment about the interesting things that can come up during the game, and I hope you were able to take something away from the matches, and maybe you're going to be able to use that at your next FNM or when you're drafting at home with your friends.
For sure.
Yeah.
Shout out also to the old international player that traveled all the way an extra week to play this event after the Pro Tour. And one of them is actually going to be interviewed now from Maria. We have the loser interview of the super team, Zevin Faust, Quinton Knoll, and Joseph Puglisi Clark. Let's hear what they say and see you next time.
I'm here with another team that made top 4 here at Brussels Spotlight Magic. Marvel Super Heroes. Well, first of all, congratulations on such a great result. Unfortunately, you lost the semis.
12-1, no good. Unfortunate.
I mean, still an amazing run. So top 4 here gets a Pro Tour invite at the upcoming Pro Tour Noctis in February. And I know that Quinn and Zevin already had their invites,
Just
but for
me.
you, Joseph, it's new, right? This particular invite. So
Yes.
what it meant for you in particular?
I was very excited. I've played 2 PTs before, and I'm qualified for the World Championships at the end of the year, but every time you play the PT, it really, really makes you want to come back and play again.
Of course.
So I tried in Vegas, and my team got 6th place. So I decided we'd try again, signed these 2 up. I said, surely we can improve upon 6th.
Right.
Well,
And you did.
we did.
You did. I
So,
mean, amazing run.
Can't really complain about that.
All right. So what was the highlight of the tournament for all of you?
What do you think? You go first.
Highlight. Well,
Winning a match?
winning a match was good. That didn't happen very often. I think a lot of the time, there was a couple matches where I was scared. I hadn't started my game 3 yet, and I was kind of scared because my opponent's deck was really good. And then I would look to my left, and they would be all handshaking their opponents. And I knew that meant we won. And so that was a really nice feeling. to Just not have my match matter very much because they were always winning.
Interesting.
For me, my favorite was definitely our 12th win, where it locked us for top 8.
Right.
And I was the last game, but I didn't know it because I was extremely focused on the game. I was playing the cards and just very locked in. I finally win the game, and then Zevin pats me on the back and he says, "Congratulations." Oh, we won. Oh my
Nice.
God. So
Yeah, that's
that was very
that's
good.
feeling, right?
Yeah, I think my favorite part was probably when I got to boast Baron Helmet Zemo on game 1 by casting Hour of Defeat on my own Super Scroll to put 15 black pips in my graveyard and win a game up against a flipped Photon and a Avengers Assemble that I kind of had no business winning otherwise. And I was really happy that Baron Zemo, like one of my favorite cards in the set, that I feel like really does not get as much justice as the card deserves, just got to show that he was really good there.
Nice. That's great. We just talked with Thoral's team about their draft strategy and how they felt that yours was different. So maybe you could elaborate on that more. How were you strategizing for the team draft?
The team draft we were kind of excited for. Quinn is one of the best team drafters on the planet, usually in Vintage Cube. But in this format, you know, the skills I was hoping would carry over, and they did. He won his match. I was a little scared during the draft portion. The first couple picks, it became clear to me that Boros was the open color pair for me. And I ended up drafting a kind of cool Speedball, Iron Fist, untap my own creatures deck,
Nice.
which was really cool, but I'd never drafted before even one time. So that's a little scary in the top 4 draft due to an archetype that you've never done before.
Right.
But I think my deck was okay, so.
Of
What
course.
about you?
It's Magic.
I spent most of the draft taking every copy of Futurist Forge I could find, which I thought was going to work out, but I didn't end up getting quite enough removal, and it certainly did not line up well. I think probably would have done it again, but maybe Futurist Forge not as good as I thought the card was.
That's a nice takeaway. Well, I hope, guys, that you had so much fun, and you definitely should be proud of yourself. We loved having you. Now, if you want to give somebody a shout out, say hi to your friends, family, go for it.
Hello, John. See you at home. I'm going to bring back a nice, we pipped you in the finish, so sucks for you.
I would like to shout out my wonderful teammates. I'm pretty fortunate to be a part of both Team Scrap Heap, which we are, and also Team Cosmos, and they're both 2 wonderful groups of people. So I'm very happy about that.
I'd like to tell Jesse Hampton and Charles Wong, my teammates from Vegas 3 weeks ago, where we also top 4'd, that I think it's clear we know who the best player on that team was.
Nice. All right, guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And then to the casters.
It was Charles.
Thank you so much, Maria. Love to hear more about the players. And looks like we indeed know who the best player on that team was. That settles it. And we are ready here for the finals. I mean, so much time. We had 552 teams yesterday. Day 1 compete. Teams of 3 players. 67 advanced into day 2. So that's a harsh cut. And then we had 4. And now we have 2 teams left. 6 players. They already qualified for the Pro Tour. They are going to be playing that one. But they want to take the trophy because we have a very sweet trophy for the winner here this weekend.
Yes, the Infinity Gauntlets, the 3 gauntlets, with, the inlaid gemstone as well, representing the Mind Stone. These trophies are exclusive. The only other 3 of this specific kind, they got given out in Las Vegas to the winning team there. That was, Tom Martell and, of course, Sam Black and Greg Dyer. So, now you're going to find 3 new champions to hoist these trophies, and it's just going to be awesome to see. Also, I just want to highlight, Seven Faust, top 4ing both of the team limited events on separate teams. That's very impressive.
Very impressive indeed. But before we go into the finals, we want to know more about the players that made it there, and we want to get to know our teams. Here is the first one with Rasmus Seebust, Christopher Larsen, Martin Dang, 3 of the best Danish players of all time. Do you agree with that, Simon?
I absolutely do, and these are all-timers. Look at those results 10 years apart. Rasmus Seebust made the top 8 of a Pro Tour Prague in 2006. That's original Ravnica Limited. Martin Dang wins Pro Tour Dragons of Zakir in 2015, and then not long after that wins a limited GP in Liverpool with and also in limited there. Christopher Larsen, yes, he wins Pro Tour Lorwyn Eclipse in 2026, going 6-0 in draft at that Pro Tour, but he also won a team event alongside Michael Bonde and Thomas Enevoldsen. There was another GP actually in Liverpool in 2018, I believe. So, these players are not just like, players who have a good results, but they specifically have good results in limited, and they are just here to show what is up. Jasper Grimmer, Toralf Severin, Oliver Rausch, these 3 people from Germany, a lot of them probably Berlin based, at least know that Toralf is there in the middle. He's our Pro Tour champion from the Mythic Championship. The Mythic Championship 4 in Barcelona. That was the Hogag Pro Tour that he won with Tron, and he's standing alongside teammate Jasper Grimmer, who actually made a team event top 4 previously in Amsterdam, close to here, alongside Tuffel, and then now they've replaced their teammate Arne Huschenbeth with Oliver Rausch, and we must say that has to be an upgrade, since they made the top 4 once again. So great to see these 3 Germans here, and I talked to Jasper and Toralf on Friday, and said hi to them, like long time no see. I haven't seen Jasper in a while, and it's these are friends of mine, and so are the Danish players playing there. So it's just incredible to see.
Honestly, Germans versus Danish, this is my World Cup, the Magic one, very interesting one, and I'm excited to see who takes it all and who takes those beautiful trophies. Now, you saw draft 1 in the semifinals, but there is going to be a draft 2. That's right. They are going to be drafting, and they need to draft this one really carefully because you are passing the cards to your opponent. How does this work when you're doing Team Trios draft?
Yes, so the way it works is that you're seated around the table so that you're changing players from Team A, player from Team B, from Team A, etc. You can see the setup right here. So that's Christopher Larsen we're going to be watching, passing to Oliver Rausch, who we watched in the last draft, passing to Seebust, to Tuffel, to Martin Dang, and to Jasper Grimmer. That's the order here, and we're going to be cracking the packs here. And as I mentioned, the Danes have been team drafting a lot, but of course, Toralf's team just came off a win against a tough opponent. The only people to actually defeat the Puglisi Clark team there. So they're probably feeling it that they can do it. And there we see Chris Larsen with the good handshake towards Jasper, showing that friendliness, one of the most friendly people on the Pro Tour, and in the lead for Player of the Year race right now. Christopher has been absolutely crushing it. Let's see what he is working with right now.
And we see there the trophies that they really want. We are going to start seing here the options that our players there's a super villain here that on top, then there's Raft Security Officer as well. We saw how strong that card is. Super villain lockup, a very good removal spell as well. There's some other options. Anything that you want to highlight, Simon?
Yeah, so it's I think it makes sense that he's deciding between the two white cards. There's also Winter Soldier, but that one is not as good of a first pick. It is a multicolor card, and so locks you in more. The Raft Security Officer just keeps you very flexible. It's something you can play out. Very much an overperformer in this set. It's been a while since we had tappers, and this one is fairly efficient at that, since it often only costs 1 mana to tap down something from the opponent. So I think this is what Chris is considering, and he's just looking at the potential wheels from this pack. You know, the one difference between this and normal draft is that the wheels come back fast. You know, there's going to be 8 cards left in the pack when the wheel comes around, because there's only 5 other players taking the pickings from that one. So you can more accurately predict what comes back and maybe even read through that what the people passing to you are doing. Let's see here, pack number 2.
Let's see pack number 2. And Christopher passing the rare on pack 1.
Oh, I see what's there. That's the Spy Kit.
Ooh, yeah, you really like this card.
Yes, I do. And it's, I think, like a pretty good follow-up to another white common here. What I really like about the Spy Kit is that if you just drafted like white dudes, you draft a bunch of 2-drops and such, you may not necessarily be able to get through the opposing creatures, not make good attacks. You may be prone to flooding, as we saw, you know, Joseph do. He did have Spy Kit in his deck, but didn't draw it in time. Whereas if you start your draft with 1 or 2 of these, you can much more safely draft white despite not having rares, because you know that a Spy Kit will carry your attackers into actually functioning, and you can keep, you know, scrying the lands to the bottom and keep drawing spells. And that's very powerful. So this is a good pickup. It's kind of dangerous to stick to white if you don't have rare payoffs for it, but yeah, this is you know, a good reason there. And now we see here second Spy Kit, but also some incredible blue commons there with the Shield Deployment Drone and the Frozen in Ice.
There's also the L-Carrier Strike has some removal. Frozen in Ice, one of the best removal spells of the set. So as you said, some interesting cards there in blue. And here, Christopher Larsen needs to make a choice. Yeah. There's also the Astonishing Ant-Man, which is a rare that passed in blue and green.
Is that also an Avengers Tower, actually, I believe? That could certainly be a consideration, but yeah, no, Chris just keeps on cutting the white cards, making sure that his pack 2 is going to be better. It's certainly I consider Deployment Drone and Frozen Ice to be better cards than the Spy Kit, but since you started with 2 white cards already, well, you know, that one has a bit more advantage. And now you know that like any little thinker you draft, any random, you know, like Agent Maria Hill, yes, it's going to be a totally fine card to have because you can suit it up and it can attack for 3, 4, 5, depending on how many of these effects that buff it up you get. You also have the choice between Hour of Defeat, though. And so once again, choosing between the on-color card or the off-color removal spell that is the objectively more powerful card.
There's also the Borrow Backup, very strong card. And Agent Maria Hill, very good. You already passed L-Carrier Strike. That card is absolutely working well with Agent Maria Hill, so maybe if that somehow passed,
yeah, it could potentially come back. It's like it's totally within the realm of possibility, and so Chris is going to be aware of that. And look at his curve, by the way. He has a 2-drop and 3 1-cost things, so he's very low to the ground here, and it makes him much more flexible to pick up the cards he wants. And there we see a big blue signal with the Falcon, also the giant-sized flying ant, but of course Falcon being the better option of those.
And so far, Christopher Larsen only picking white cards, so that keeping him pretty open into deciding what is the potential second color to go to. And there's some options here going with blue, so choosing that Falcon there, very strong card, 3/4 flyer that's going to make you a 1/1 legendary bird that flies, and when it attacks, it scries 1.
Yeah, so that pack had no white cards, though. So this is kind of what you expect, though. White is the most contested color in the draft. And so you expect it kind of goes like this. You pick a few white cards early. You better make sure they're good and that you've cut white, because now you're not going to see anything anymore. There is Iron Fist. We saw that combo well with Panther Pounce, which is a card we also saw leap around the table. I want to highlight the Shield Helicarrier. You wouldn't normally think of this as a white card, but actually works pretty well in some of these white decks as just another thing where, like, your big board horde of like, random creatures you've amassed can actually get to fly over the opponent's defenses with that one. But takes out the Iron Fist here. I'm guessing planning to wheel that Panther Pounce and combine these two for greater effects. Let's see what we get here. Oh, I guess I need
You forgot your glasses.
Yes, exactly. We see that Panther Pounce or a Blazing Crescendo. Both of these work well with Iron Fist. No blue coming around at this point. There's also a green-white land you could consider. If you end up in green-white, it's nice to have the dual lands to secure that, but Chris here just drafting the trick that goes with the Iron Fist, kind of, setting up for a combo here. Getting to kill 2 creatures for 1 mana and making a clue is very, very powerful.
Definitely a very interesting combat trick. And we do have some options here. There's Cry Commandos here as the only white card in the pack. And Christopher decides, okay, let's pick that card. 3 mana, 2/1 Flying Vigilance, and it has prowess, so can be scary and can work pretty well as well if you have ways to make it grow faster.
And that was his card on the wheel right there. Let's see, Avengers Tower wheeling. That is quite surprising. But also that second Iron Fist, he probably noticed that was there, which is why he took the Panther Pounce, because he's drafting around this specific combo. And yeah, getting paid off for that. But passing the Avengers Tower, specifically in team draft, it's harder to make playables. And so lands get lower peak order value because they're taking up the spot of a playable. And you may actually risk having to run some real bad cards in your deck. So that's why we see the Avengers Tower go much later than it would in an arena draft. And there's that second Panther Pounce. So you see, the advantage of looking over the cards that you can wheel, and especially in a team draft setting. And Chris planned this all out. When he saw that second Iron Fist, he was like, okay, I know that, I know there's Iron Fist number 2 and the Panther Pounce coming around, and I can set this up nicely. There's a Quinlan Warrior, just a totally fine 2-drop, and even is a hero for this deck.
Things looking very nicely here. And can we explain to people at home how does these works with this combination of cards?
Yeah, the Blazing Crescendo works perfectly here as well. So, whoop. So the Panther Pounce says that you untap the creature, and Iron Fist says if it's targeted, you get the ability to tap and deal damage equal to Iron Fist power. So the way it works is that you play your Panther Pounce on the Iron Fist. In response, there's a trigger that happens then. You let the trigger resolve. Now Iron Fist has the ability. Still in response to your Panther Pounce, you can then activate Shoot for 2, let Panther Pounce resolve, untap your Iron Fist, and then shoot something for 3. So you shoot for 2 to something, shoot for 3 to something, and then you make that clue. It's an incredibly potent combination, and it's exactly what Chris is working with here, having 2 copies of each of these, as well as the 2 spike hits.
Thoughts after pack 1, Simon.
Yes, exactly. And so what this also enables him to do is draft this deck that currently does not have much removal here. He only has the supervillain, or he has the Raft Security Officer is the only removal equivalent there. And you see Chris already laying down the packs. He knows what's in his lane, and he's just going to be waiting to crack that second pack here. Just chilling in his seat. But yeah, the fact that the Iron Fist can kind of replace removal spells, because right now he has spent a lot of his non-creature slots on pump spells. A Blazing Crescendo, 2 shield spike hits, and that Panther Pounce. As we take a look over at these other players, Martin Dang, and then now Charles Severin, who we're going to be watching draft next. That's one of our other Pro Tour champions at the table. There are 3 Pro Tour champions sitting at this table here. Martin Dang and Charles Severin, and of course, Chris Larson from just this year.
Let's take a look here at the second pack, and let's see if Christopher manages to get some nice rare or mythic in these colors, or something that is worth going for.
Just some removal spells and 2-drops. He would be totally happy with any of that, making his deck function. Because he has all the non-creature support he needs, but he needs to build out his creature base right now.
Okay, let's take a look here at what options Christopher Larson has. And
yeah, there is a rare, the Scarlet Witch, but it's not very good for this archetype here. The Hollywood hero, not all that interesting, but the Spider-Woman does count as interaction. There's also Patriot as a good 2-drop you could consider, and even the Take Up the Shield to help protect your precious combo. You're kind of hoping to wield this crowd of 2 relievers, potentially, if you are set up for that style. It works so well with Shield Spike Hit, because you can equip that on turn 2, attack, untap, and then pump itself. So that combination attacks for 3 on turn 2. So I'm gonna guess he's gonna go with the Spider-Woman here. It kind of does 2 things. It's both a creature for the pump spells as well as a piece of interaction. And his curve is very, very low right now, so he can certainly afford to take 4-drops. This is the big advantage of taking the cheap cards, is that he doesn't have to like sacrifice power level for curve, because he already has the curve.
Absolutely. So let's see here now what Christopher Larsen gets passed by, and let's see if more cards into this Boros deck that is so far very sweet. So there's the Loki there. We saw this card be really good with spells, especially these cheaper spells that is able to copy them.
Yeah, and I believe that's going to be the best pick here, though it's certainly not happy with that. You could also take the Gathering Place, the green-white land that comes into play untapped. That's a huge difference between those that come into play tapped or not, because it makes it much more smooth in your aggro deck and potentially opens up, if you open a Wolverine or something, you're going to be able to maybe splash that. Though you don't really want to be splashing in this archetype, as it's, very much centered around, curving out perfectly and dealing a lot of damage. And if you have, a single tap land or forest in your deck, you could trip that up greatly. So just a totally fine pick. Picking a 2-drop here, it's not your favorite, but it can work with some of the cards in your deck already.
And if people watching at home were one of the cards from this set, what card would they be? Crowd of True Believers.
Yes.
Let's take a look here at this pack now.
That's completely empty, except for actually a super, super important card. That's this one, the Asgardian Citadel. When you're drafting these aggro decks, very low curve, you want to be running 16 or even 15 lands. That is not viable if you don't have dual lands. You're just simply not going to have enough sources of each of your colors. You're going to have white 2-drops and red 2-drops in your deck. You want 8 sources of each, ideally more. You want to hit your colors consistently so you don't stumble, because if you stumble, you don't curve out fast enough, and then it's easy for the opponent to stabilize. So the dual lands for these aggro decks are incredibly important. I cannot state that enough. And I think Chris is actually going to be pretty happy to pick that up right here, even though there was no playable red and white cards in the pack.
That's what makes it better, right? Because there was no playable, so you do get to pick this land.
Yes, exactly. Well, even if there was a playable, I think he might have considered the land still. There's Helicarrier Strike and Speedball. Speedball, of course, working well with your whole game plan. The question is, can you table it right here? And Chris does not risk that. Just takes the Speedball here, and with all these pump spells, yeah, it's going to work pretty well for him. And at least they're going to make the Speedball able to be attacking as a 4/4 more often. I'm actually sure I like the Speedball that much in this deck specifically. He doesn't have that many pump spells, and some of his non-creature slots are taken up by the Shield Spy kits, which don't really work well with Speedball. So I think I would have actually liked to see the Helicarrier Strike, so you make sure that you also have some removal spells or interaction pieces in
Also works very well with Agent Maria Hill.
Oh, true. That's a really good point. Yeah, he does have the Agent Maria Hill. So it's the first pick so far I've disagreed with Chris on. But he might have, more plans in store for the Speedball. Or maybe he's just trying to teach his teammate Martin Dang how exactly that card works.
What is this 5-mana rare card, Simon, that I see there?
The 5-mana rare is the Iron Fluctuator or something. It's a 5-mana card with Improvise, so you can use your artifacts to cast it, and then it taps for 3 mana. It's certainly not at all
no, not good.
Or Chris's deck at all.
Not a Cosmic Cube.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's called the Arc Reactor, actually, now I think about it. It's in the heart of Iron Man. But he just hate drafts a Punishing Punch, and yeah, now it's really surprising to me that these packs keep having not much for him. There's the Mockingbird, which would look to synergize well with the deck he's doing, but I believe the Wakandan Drone Flock is actually the better card. Chris disagrees with me again on that one and takes the Mockingbird. I really like Wakandan Drone Flock in these Spy Kit decks. You just make sure that you do not draw land number 5, 6, or you kind of top out your curve and keep drawing spells. And then it's also a good evasive attacker. The Mockingbird, though, it's much more prone to dying without leaving any value behind, and it also needs to be enabled to really do a lot. Just 2/2 double strike is a little bit vanilla if it doesn't get the plus counter. But his deck is full of Panther Pounces, and so that does make Mockingbird better. You can really hit for a lot. Here he picks up Crowd of True Believers, as I mentioned, a good combination with those Shield Spy Kits, and I believe that was on the wheel. So he's at least happy that even though he has a couple packs without many playables, some of the white cards are slipping through. Let's see if he can pick something up good from this pack here.
We saw this pack before, so let's see what wheeled. There's this land that you mentioned, so that is a potential because it does not enter tapped, which, as you said, makes a very big difference. So Gathering Place, is this a consideration?
he also picked up that Punishing Punch earlier, remember? And so it is actually within the range that he could be splashing that card. It's a powerful one to splash, and it's a fight spell, which works so well with Iron Fist because you get to both have your removal spell and also use the Iron Fist to kill something. So I think he's not too unhappy to have that here. You could consider a super speed here just to have another one of these tricks, but I've never put this card in my deck, and I hope I can survive this format without doing it. So Ultron Drone it is, though he's also hoping not to play this card. But if his creature base ends up being slim, you could use it in a pinch.
Super Strength, your favorite card, Simon.
It certainly is. Yeah, you do have the Speedball, and you're considering a green splash. Putting Super Strength in this deck, not completely unrealistic. That's not maybe crazy, but I don't think that that's out of the realm of possibility. I probably would have picked the green-red land, though, so actually support that splash better, and you can maybe pick up a Super Strength in the next pack. You know, it's a card you kind of get for free. So again, I do disagree with this pick, but I understand where he's coming from. You know, putting Super Strength on a Speedball makes it essentially hexproof creature with a +4/+4 tremble, and it's really hard to deal with. The Energy Daggers, I know that Martin and Mango were talking about this, and I've actually been pretty happy with the Energy Daggers in some of these white decks. I don't think the type of deck that Chris is playing here, though, is one of those. He has more tricks to break through and doesn't really need the Energy Daggers. But if you're a white deck with just a bunch of like small, bad creatures, you have like maybe maybe some hero in training and such, and you just need to make them big, the Vibranium Energy Daggers can actually work, especially if you have some of the black equipment synergies.
And off back to Simon.
Yes.
First of all, is there any clear signs that you've been getting from this table?
Any signs in terms of like what the other people at the table are doing? Yeah, so it's a bit interesting to me. I think what's happening is that probably at the other corner of the table, maybe Toffel specifically and one of his neighbors or two of them are drafting white. Because what we saw was that the white kind of dried up right before the wheel, which is when these people have been picking up. And then some of the packs that Chris has opened has had enough white cards that you could reliably wheel something from them. And so he has done that. For example, that Crowded Through Relievers in his pile right now. I think the biggest issue with Chris's deck right now is maybe lacking, a few more 2-drops, and then he really just wants some interaction, so he doesn't have to rely so heavily on the Iron Fist, like Lightning Strike, Web Up, these sorts of things. Like, you really like to include that as well in his deck. The Spider-Woman does help quite a bit, though. For this deck right now. So yeah, I'm really looking for like Brave Brawlers and the like. And of course, if he wouldn't say no to like a Monica Rambeau or a Superhero Civil War in Pack 3.
For things, that would be a great one. Would Monica Rambeau, you think, be a best potential card that he could get on Pack 3, or is there anything else that you can remember, like even from the bonus sheet, like the Aurelia or...
Sword of Fire and Ice is still the best card you can open. So I think that is even better than... But Photon is probably pretty high up there when you already red-white. May even be better.
There's this Superhero Civil War as well in Boros. Very interesting card.
Yes, actually the team, the team did have a Superhero Civil War in their pool. I believe that was Rasmus who had that before. In the semifinals, it was actually Chris who lost this match. Martin Dangan and Rasmus Sebast winning and putting them into this finals. And there's that Super Strength that I talked about may be available for taking in this pack. There's a green-white land as well, and then there is this Take Up the Shield, which I think is the strongest card in this pack, but Chris is not that happy with this. Are you going to hate draft a Loki? And that's exactly what he does here. Yeah, not shipping this one onto his mate. He knew that he passed so many blue cards in pack number 1, right? He kept taking the slightly worse white cards over the better blue cards, and so he expects that Oliver is going into blue, and so he wants to take away the Loki from Oliver. Paying attention to that sort of things also matter a lot in Team Sealed. Let's see, he had opened like a green rare or something. It would be much more reasonable to pass that, because it's less likely that Oliver's green, and maybe it goes through to your teammate who may be green. So there's a bit of a difference there, and of course, you're also not giving up that much. Take up the shield, yes, it would be good in his deck, but he already has a lot of tricks. And there is a limit to how many combat tricks you can put in your deck, especially when you also have 2 pieces of equipment.
So no Loki, God of Mischief, but now there's that Brave Brawler that I know that you were mentioning that is one of the cards that Christopher really needed to find or wanted to find.
Exactly. I do think, in general, I just really think that his deck right now just needs card quality, because he has some cute synergies and such, but like ultimately his cards are relatively weak. Putting 2 copies of Panther Pounce in your deck when you don't draw the Iron Fist is just not very impressive. Of course, he also has the Mockingbird and the Speedball, who are other cards that are kind of synergize with it. But then, like, he might have to have some underpowered 3-drops. Maybe he has to play the Kree Commando, etc. So just having some good, solid 2-drops in his decks really help a long way. Maybe something that can bait out removal spells from his opponent so that his combo can survive. This sort of thing is what he's looking for.
And you told me these drafts tend to be a bit more scrappier, just because players are doing these that Christopher Larsen also did to hate pick and not pass, like, that you're passing to your opponent, so not passing so many great cards. So let's take a look here at this pack now. Simon, what do you think Christopher might be thinking here?
Yeah, he's thinking, oh no. There's no playable for him in this pack. There's only the Kree Sentinel. I mentioned the Shield Helicarrier, but I don't think that works for this deck. It works for much more board-centric white deck. So he's considering that Baron Strucker as the strongest card in the pack, taking that away from the Black Drafter. Again, he passed that Hour of Defeat. It's very possible that Oliver next to him is blue-black specifically. And so you can just make Oliver's deck worse. Yes, Chris himself is not going to be facing Oliver, but Martin Dang is, and so you're going to make Martin's match much easier. And even if you end up losing, maybe Martin wins, maybe Rasmus wins, and they still win the tournament. So that's what's going through his head here with these hate picks.
And we do have Repulsor Blast here. This is a great removal spell. Deals 5 damage to a creature, and you can teamwork to deal 2 damage to the opponent as well.
And works well with Agent Maria Hill. It's actually close. I generally would prefer to have Patriot over the Repulsor Blast, but he really needs removal spells, and it makes his Agent Maria Hill better. So I do like taking this Repulsor Blast here. It is a totally fine removal spell. I would say it's been a bit underrated by the community. It looks so bad, but it's just fine. If your opponent plays a Pet Avengers, you just this is just what you need.
So Repulsor Blast was the choice. Do you think the deck is looking solid so far, or does Christopher still need to find something, Simon?
Yeah, I would have preferred to have a few more flying creatures. Oh, that's a Lightning Strike. That's great. Agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. is another one I wanted to highlight as this is kind of how I want my white decks to look. You can have pretty high card quality, and he doesn't really have that here. It's much more scrappy and trying to put together synergy. If he draws his Iron Fist together with Panther Pounce, I think his power level is pretty high. If that doesn't get disrupted, but seeing cards like Lightning Strike here is going to help a lot with making sure that his deck is actually functional. So I would say, maybe for a team draft, maybe it's like a 5 out of 10, 6 out of 10. It's not actually looking that good.
Just as a note, I've noticed a lot of blue and green cards passing, or at least some rare ones. People just don't like this color combination.
Yeah, I think blue-green is pretty good, but the issue is that the blue-green multicolor cards are generally just not that strong, and so they end up going by the wayside pretty often. Now picking here between White Widow, Free Agent, and the Crowd of True Believers. Having the second one of these, you can absolutely play 2 when you have 2 spy kits. But again, when your creatures are not that strong individually, you may not actually be able to get through that easily. And instead, he's actually choosing this here, prioritizing a little bit of creature quality. White Widow is also not an amazing card, but it does just mean that he gets a bit more size, makes it a bit easier to actually get through in combat, because what you really want is to have some good toughness. There's the green-white land that did wheel, as expected. You could pick up this War Machine. You do have these pump spells, and so it's not unrealistic that you can make this card work, but it's not that good it's not that good of a card. I think, I'm not sure. I mean, splashing the Punishing Punch is also kind of a, maybe not that great. I think I would have picked the green-white land there. I think I would have picked the red-green land there and just run the Punishing Punch out 3 duels. Probably I think that would have made his deck better than having War Machine and whatever else he picked. But yeah, now we see again good green cards there. There's the White Tiger wheeling. It is definitely not supposed to do that. We saw in the last draft too, where Seven was kind of underrating the green cards, passing them along, and his deck ended up suffering as a result. And maybe similar things happening here, but here we see something Chris doing very genius. I mentioned that he thinks Oliver is blue-black. So he takes the Visions of Villainy from the blue-black player and passing the White Tiger across to his teammate that he predicts is going to be green. This is just high-level team drafting we see here from Chris. His deck is kind of an abomination. It's not very good, but he's been trying to make the other people's drafts worse, and maybe he can steal a match, and that would be incredible. So we'll see here. There's Hex Magic. No, not really for him. Takes the 10 rings, just in case someone is tempted to play that card. I have actually seen that card 3-0 a draft.
Really?
Yes. You know which color combination?
No.
Red-white.
Oh, okay.
But like red-white control deck with tons of removal spells, which is not at all what Chris is doing here. The Winter Soldier came on back, and yeah, just passing on that Ant-Man. You know, the Ant-Man cards, they're just not very good. And this is why you know, they go so late. Even the blue-green decks aren't that happy to run the uncommon Ant-Man there, Colony Commander. So I wonder if Chris can even like stitch together enough playables here. He's been having a rough time of it. He may have to put the stuff like the Stark Industries Executive in his deck. There's the Burning Sana Plaza coming back around the second time. Maybe that was his master plan all along, and maybe he will actually still end up splashing that Punishing Punch. Look at Tuffle though. He looks happy, and we may get to see why in a moment as the players are now counting out the cards, making sure that they have all 42.
To be fair, Toralf always seems happy, so
Yes.
I don't know how much that says, but we will know because we will see his draft seat next. And let me tell you, this is one of the funnest things, in my opinion, to do, and more interesting things. Like we saw things from Christopher Larsen's seat, but we are going to see this draft all over again, and we are going to understand why some things passed. We are going to have more insights on what the players draft, and we are going to see things throughout Toralf Severin's seat. So that is super interesting. And I want to ask you, Simon, what did you think of Christopher Larsen's choices? What did you think that he read that players around him are doing, and things that we would have done differently?
Yeah, so what Chris did here kind of highlights a strategy you can take and the risks associated with that. So what he did was that he picked a card of a color, and it's like the best color you can get in. Then he had a good reason to move into white, which I personally think is the Spike Hit. As in, like, when you have the Spike Hit, your white decks function better, so it's much safer to do it. Then he got a second Spike Hit, now even safer. But what he did by that is he passed good cards of other colors. He took Agent Maria Hill over the Hour of Defeat. And so he starts with like all these white cards, but he's given up power level for that. He passed good blue and black cards for them. And so it's a bit of a gamble, because if the white is very close, then you pick the only white cards here. Well, you're gambling that your pack 2 is going to pay up for it. And it did not in this case. His power level is just not there as you would hope to when you like start solidly in white. So I think there is like, you know, at least 2 other white drafters at the table competing with him for the cards, or at least other people maybe hate drafting him too. You know, that could be happening as well. So he has a plan. His deck is very all in on these Iron Fist synergies, you know, the Panther Pounds on Mockingbird trying to deal a lot of damage. He has a reasonable curve, but he doesn't even have that many 2-drops here. That's a bit dangerous as well for his deck. So yeah, I would say not the best showing for the white aggro decks here and what the Shield Spike Hit decks can look like. I think this is actually a pretty poor deck for Shield Spike Hit, all in all.
But you also told me before, because we were talking, you said usually these drafts end up the decks just not being as strong, because as we saw several times, and you mentioned, Christopher was doing some plays that were not necessarily what is good for him, but hoping to cut some of the opponents that he thinks are on these colors. So do you think we're going to just to see a lower power level? Also, we've been watching Sealed all day yesterday and today, Team Trio Sealed, and draft is just completely different, right?
Yeah, and it's funny because normally in normal draft and normal sealed, you know, normal draft is more powerful than normal sealed because you get to curate your packs. But it's actually the exact opposite for team sealed and team draft, where in team sealed, it's like kind of the most powerful limited format you can see because like all the rares get split to like the right person, and you kind of, it's kind of like you're building a sealed deck out of 12 packs and then 3 people are doing that. But since they don't overlap much, it's not an issue. Whereas in team draft, well, now it's out of 18 packs and you're splitting between 6 players. So like you just have like, you know, 50% less packs up for yourself, and you're not cooperating. You're fighting amongst each other. You're hate picking. You're like trying to trip each other up, and so the power level goes way, way, way down. And so that's what we will see here. So yes, this is, you know, his opponent's decks could just also not be very good and have some, you know, stinkers in there, like a Kree Commando that I'm pretty sure that Chris is going to have to end up putting in his deck.
Curious to see how things turn out, and now we are going to do something very interesting in my opinion. We are going to see the same draft read from Toralf Severin's side. So let's take a look at what picks he made, and let's take a look at a completely different seat, and if it ended up feeling the same, that the cards were just not passing as much, or if he just got lucky and got everything flowing on his side. Curious to see. He has a bracelet saying B, so he's player B. Each player is on each team is A, B, C. B goes versus B, A goes versus A, C goes versus C.
Yep, exactly. And so, I mean, it's easy for the B players to find each other because those are always in the middle seat. But from A and C, it can often be a bit of a confusion. So just making sure that the pairings are right. That's why we have these bracelets. And his opponent is Chris Larsen. So we're going to see two Pro Tour champions go up against each other. There's an Hour of Defeat, but there's a Dark Deed, even better first pick. Kassar, even better first pick. And is that an Absorbing Man? No, it's yeah, it is an Absorbing Man. We've seen, Toffel also win with this card. That was on Saturday. So we'll see, how exactly he can, how exactly he chooses this. I predict he's going to be picking the Kassar. It's better to take the single-colored card over the multicolored one.
Curious to see what he picks. We also saw there on an agent, Maria Hill, some black removal as well. So that could be, going there for our blue and green card, which is interesting because I was telling you, like, the blue-green cards are passing.
Yeah, it's true. I wonder if they're all going to end up in Toralf's possession or if he ends up pivoting away from this. One issue with picking a multicolor card that's not very splashable, and this one is way better when you play it on curve, is that, it leaves you with less flexibility. You maybe more often have to abandon your first pick. And I don't think the power level of Absorbing Man, when it works, is enough to pay you off for this, whereas Kassar is a very splashable card. There's an Undercover Scroll, though. That's a great card when you're a green deck, but it's fighting alongside that Killmonger, which is one of the best uncommons there. So again, the question between, do you pick the consistency or do you pick the higher power ceiling? And we saw Toralf in the last draft. He was drafting a 4-color deck, and he may not actually be that unhappy just picking for high power level and just making the mana work somehow. There's a lot of dual lands in this set.
Yeah, really considering here what to do if going for the Golgari card or for just green. So Killmonger here, Scourge of Wakanda is the choice. Very strong card, but that means that Toralf already has 3 different colors in the first 2 picks.
It also means like he's setting Dang right into green. He passed Kassar into Undercover Scroll, which is very likely that Dang picked up there. So there's also the issue with you having 2 green cards, but you also passed 2 green cards. So now the question is, well, there's a good card for blue-green. I do like blue-green as an archetype. It's been performing especially well in the best of 3 queues on Magic Online. The reason being that it lines up well into the white decks that are there. The big green stuff lines up well. And you kind of play blue-green as more of a tempo deck, developing onto the board and have cards like Shield Deployment Drone support, the other good green cards that develop well to the board, and then using cards like Trickster's Stratagem to trip the opponent up. So Shield Deployment Drone, perfectly fitting with his plan right now. He's trying to memorize what can wheel out of this pack.
Absolutely working very well. We'll Killmonger because you can just use your 1/1 white soldier, sacrifice it, and destroy a non-land permanent. So right now, if Toralf here can find access to some mana fixing, things are looking quite promising. We have a mole here. We also have the white tiger that we see pass later, but in a different pack, I believe, to Christopher Larsen in the past. There's also a big dinosaur there.
Yeah, so you can pick the card for land fixing. It looks like Toralf had already made up his mind, but I do believe that White Tiger is the more powerful card. Both Biochemist also an option, but I think White Tiger is a fairly strong uncommon there. But it's possible that Toralf already knows that he's going to be a multicolor deck, and so might favor the basic land cycler, and actually does that right here, passing on White Tiger. Again, like, he's a green drafter and putting Dang right into green. Normally when you draft, this is a bad thing. In team draft, what he can actually be doing here is he can trip up Dang. There's no way if Dang has picked great uncommon, great common, great uncommon of green, that he can move out of the color combination. It means that you get a bad pack 2, yes, but Dang gets an awful pack 3, and you can also completely cut him off for the rest of this pack. So it's possible that, yes, you tank your own win rate a bit, but Dang, who's going to be facing against Jasper Grimmer, remember, that's how it works, or or going to be facing against Oliver Rausch, that's a way you can trip your teammate up and make it easier. But Oliver Rausch's deck is also being sabotaged by Chris, and so you can see how everyone is sabotaging each other here as now Kang Temporal Tyrant gets picked. Not that powerful of a card, but it looks like Toffel is thinking about drafting like the Sultai concoction, and then Kang would work quite well. He could also be drafting just straight blue-black and splash the 2 green cards. It's a very possible thing. And look at this, Frozen Ice and Shield Deployment Drone went straight through Oliver, straight through Rasmus, and all all the way to Toffel. He is surprised to see these cards that late, and he hasn't even made up his mind which one is better. I believe, normally I would believe that Shield Deployment Drone is better, but he's looking to be potentially more of a multicolor deck, and then maybe you just want to secure the removal spell while you can. But this is kind of crazy. Even sees the Astonishing Ant-Man as an option for your Sultai deck. It's kind of crazy.
Completely different experience from Christopher to Toralf. Christopher just sometimes feeling that just had to choose the only playable or not too many options, and so far Toralf having trouble because there are so many options available and so much card quality for his colors so far.
Exactly, and it's not even because they drafted differently where Toralf kept himself open. No, he also kind of went head first into a specific archetype. And now again, considering the Land Cycler instead of the Go Nuts, I think Toralf is very aware that he may just end up blue-black here. That's also the base he drafted in the last draft, so he's quite aware of how this is going to work, and he knew that his mana base was salvaged by these Land Cyclers, so he's going to try and do that again. But now we see a much more empty pack here. Kingpin's Enforcers, though, I think is a very reasonable black card, but does take the Wakandan Royal Guard, which works well if you're in blue-green. You know, it's just like a nice thing you can ramp into if you get up some Ant-Man's armies and such. Play this one on turn 4. It's reasonably good, but it does not work that well with his blue, with his blue and black cards so far. So yeah, we'll see exactly if he's still thinking about maybe just being straight Sultai or what the plan is. Yeah, that Serpent is a great pick for him there. Ironheart, not the best enabled in this deck because you won't have as many artifacts as we saw Seven Faust do it in the previous draft. So let's pick up the Serpent Specialist here, moving back towards green as he's trying to feel out exactly which combination of these 3 colors he wants to be.
This is still pack 1, so Toralf gets to still try to find things, and that mole passed.
Yeah, the Mole Man wheeling all the way around. There's also Hydra Infiltration as a great card, the Quinjet as a piece of fixing, and Toffel just takes the green-white line. He doesn't have any white cards yet, but he could get them later, and so it just enables him to potentially pick, let's say, a Web Up in pack 3 or something. And the advantage of picking the lands really highly in team draft is that you already want to be hate drafting and taking the good cards no matter which color they are. So if you have drafted the fixing, well, it lets you, the cards that you hate drafting, you can also just put them in your deck. I believe he should take Aim Synthoids here, but he does not. Aim Synthoids is a totally fine card to fill up your curve in some of these decks here. But Beast Erudite Aerialist works pretty well with the Wakandan Royal Guard he picked up, and maybe he can make something work out of that. That's the second green-white land in Charles' possession there. So yeah, he's now looking for the opportunity to splash white. It's kind of like, you know, with 2 Land Cyclers and that white land, yeah, that's pretty reasonable that he could just play a Web Up in his deck without working any harder for it, other than, I guess, putting a Plains in his deck, which is a real cost.
What did you think of this first pack for Toralf, Simon?
Well, I think it's pretty clear to him that he should be blue. He didn't see that much blue after that Shield Deployment Drone and Frozen in Ice, but part of that is just there weren't that many blue cards presented to him. I believe, did he see no, the Falcon did not come back. Okay, so there is a blue drafter in between him and Chris, or at least someone who hate drafted the Falcon. But I think from his perspective, I think he should probably just be leaning blue-green as a base. You saw that Serpent Specialist come late. That's kind of where the playables were at. But he's very open to play any sort of bomb he opens. I think, even though he's a Sultai base, I think if he opens the Superhero Civil War, I think he'll pick it and put it in his deck. A red-white card.
Interesting. Yeah, so keeping things a bit open here, getting possibilities. We also saw him prioritize some mana fixing there.
Yes, exactly.
So curious to see what happens pack 2 and what Toralf gets to draft here.
He also has some power level. The thing he's missing, though, is he's this like multicolor deck, but he has no removal right now, and he has no 2-mana plays. So his deck may end up slow and clunky, and he could get run over by this red-white deck from Chris Larson. So that's something that I'm interested to see. Does he actually shore up his defensive speed here in pack number 2? And also, remember, he passed a lot of green. I don't think he'll be seeing many green cards this pack. And that's on purpose. You know, like he's going to be cutting the green in next pack, but this is how it would look. There's a piece of interaction, Frozen in Ice. And he could definitely consider that. There's also a Widow's Bite as well, though I believe that is weaker. Specifically, I like the removal spells that you can just reach out and kill any bomb, no questions asked, and that's exactly what Frozen in Ice does for you. Whereas the Widow's Bite does help him as being an early play, but the issue is that he may not have enough. You know, right now he's looking to be blue-green base and may not be able to support a black card on turn 2.
Very interesting. Going for the removal, really prioritizing the removal spells and passing some very sweet cards in the process, especially in black. As you said, Widow's Bite, but there's also a Claw there. So
yeah, we actually see the cards that are taken out of this pack. The RAF Security Officer and the Hawkeye are the next two cards to be taken, because Chris didn't see any of those. So there's actually a red drafter and a white drafter passing through him. So despite Chris's best efforts to cut red and white, it did not work. Let's see here. There's a card that's good to splash, another removal spell. Punishing Punch, also a consideration, but something to remember is that he may not have enough early creatures to like really support that Punishing Punch. It only works if you have creatures in play, and his deck is looking a bit more clunky, a bit more controlling. There's also the consideration here. I don't think he can pick it here, but the Gorilla looks particularly nice. You know, it solves an angle of interaction he doesn't have yet. He can't interact with artifacts and enchantments, and it solves the 2-drop slot, and it's even a reach creature, which can also matter. I guess he has the deployment drone, so he's kind of fine in the air. But, you know, is going to be taking the hour off the feet here for the splash. He has picked up no black fixing so far, but he does have the land cyclers, and he's hoping for maybe a few dual lands in the right direction.
Yeah, definitely Gorilla being a very interesting card. Unfortunately, he cannot sacrifice it to destroy artifact creatures, only non-artifacts, only non-creatures. So, very interesting one. Now we have Widow's Bite there. We also have some blue cards that Toralf is looking at.
Yes, there's that Iron Man, but you're not splashing that direction. So I believe he'll just going to take up the Widow's Bite here and just see if he can make the mana work for it. It's his first 2-cost card, so a little applause to Toffel there for finally picking his first 2-drop.
Better late than never.
And it's an off-color one.
Hey, I mean, it's still pack 2, so a lot of things can still happen as our players are looking at those trophies that they really want to win. Imagine finishing the weekend and you and your friends have Pro Tour invites and matching amazing trophies. Okay, let's take a look here at this pack now. What options? We do have counter magic. There's also some fixing that Toralf could use. There's tricksters as well that we know has been a very interesting way to removal. Okay, so tricksters plus the gem I think is the pick here.
Complete disregard for your curve here. I believe you should have taken the We Say the Nay. I do agree that it's a weaker card, but your deck is chock full of powerful 4-drops, and your curve is looking awful at the moment. We Say the Nay is a great 2-drop because it can still trade with something on the opponent's turn 2 or 3. Of course, a bit unreliable, but I think his plan right now is that he's going to be spending the first 2 turns setting up his mana. He's going to be basic land cycling, playing tap lands and such, so he has no time for things like We Say the Nay and just goes for power. Let's see if that pays off for him when he's up against Chris Larson. There's a gift for him there, the blue-black land. I believe he's very happy to get his first piece of black mana fixing, making that Widow's Bite a more reliable early game play and making his mana base come together in a cohesive way here. He also has the 2 white lands still, but so far nothing of interest to play off those white lands.
Very interesting. So here getting Aim Labs, that is a way to going to help Toralf fix this deck, which is not absolutely sure yet what exact colors are going to be played. We have some blue cards, green, black, so things are still a bit open there. And we go into the next pack. There's some sweet black cards there, Madame Mask. There's also Agents of Hydra.
Yeah, the Agents of Hydra, I know, is a totally fine 2-drops in the black decks, but the issue is he's not really looking to be a black deck at the moment. I think the Bold Biochemist is going to be awesome for him, actually, but I wonder if he's thinking that he's more black than I currently think he is, because just having the Bold Biochemist as a 2-drop and a card advantage engine, but no, I think he takes this... the conspiracy and the Thunderbolt's conspiracy, thinking that it's better than it actually is. He doesn't have that many villains. It's a pretty clunky card. It doesn't work against the white exile removal. It's not that strong of a card, but it does work, I guess, pretty well with this Claw that's coming back now. So his deck is moving more and more towards black, and this is kind of predictable. As we mentioned, there's not much green in pack 1, so I think he's seeing himself right now as a blue-black base and not going to be playing many of the green cards he picked up in pack 1.
Passing that Ninjas of the Hand now to pick Claw, so passing a good creature as well. in black.
That is true. There's also that rapid rescue would work well at enabling the claw, but again, he should pick the hydraulic helper here. Please, Tuffle. please just pick a 2-drop. I beg of you. No, he's not gonna do it.
You don't know.
Oh no!
I mean, but it's a great 3-drop though. Come on, Simon.
My poor heart. I can't take it.
It's okay, Simon. Pack 3 is still going to happen.
Come on.
Kingpin's Enforcer is a great 3-drop.
He's sure going to pick the Iron Man. He's looking at the 3-drop again. I wonder if actually this is a strategy from... Yeah, this is crazy. Of course, both of those 2-drops are not that good in his deck. Like, he doesn't have that many artifacts to really support that. And the Weed Sedine Wield, how incredible. Picking that up right here. I wonder if he's actually thinking of himself as more of a green-black deck at the moment, but I don't think so. He might also just be thinking that he's a straight all 3 colors. But I wonder if there's a strategy of his that like he knows that the draft is lower power level, and so he doesn't want to be spending his card slots on low power level 2-drops. He wants to be overpowering the opponent, and he's fine skipping the 2-drop, knowing that the weaker decks is not as likely to overrun him, and then he can mess up the board with those bigger creatures. That's an Agent of Hydra there that could certainly go in his deck and shore up that slot. I do believe he's in pretty good possession here to just be a blue-black base deck.
Looks like that's the choice there. Picking a white card as the last choice, and now getting past a non-land. Actually, getting past a foiled rare, and he was laughing about it.
Funny.
Arc Reactor. So I guess this is why Toralf was laughing so much. People were saying Toralf must have a great deck because he's laughing a lot right now. But actually, it was just that last pick Arc Reactor foil.
Yeah, no, so much disrespect for that card. It is a totally reasonable one to have. But yeah, he does pass that along. Or like does get that in like everyone else has passed that along, so that Toralf gets that in his pack.
And Toralf here looking at this deck after 2 packs. Simon, what did you think so far of these 2 packs? Do you think that, for example, Toralf compared with Christopher Larsen is in a stronger position after these 2 packs, weaker, or what do you think is going through his mind right now?
Yeah, so I think the important bit here is he kind of he set up the bait and switch and then kind of got bait and switched himself, where he picked put some original green cards, but then got caught in pack 2 predictably, because again he passed so many good green cards over towards Dang, yeah, we're now just figuring out, looking at the cards there. That Serpent Specialist and Wakandan Royal Garden Sergeant are moved to the back, and I believe he does not believe he's these colors right now. But this also means that his fixing is not actually there for these green cards, the Absorbing Man and the Killmonger. He has a blue-black land, but he doesn't actually have any lands that are blue-green or blue or green-black to help splash those. So maybe that's a bit of an issue here with his deck. He also is lacking a bit of card advantage, and so I would love to see cards like Futurist Forge enter his pile here in pack number 2.
All right, let's see pack number 3. It's the last pack, and for sure, Toralf is looking to build this deck and finish things off. So far, things looking pretty decent. Let's see if we get the final touches that will glue this deck together. We already saw Christopher Larsen and Isit. He ended up with a Dr. Doom, Dr. Doom.
Wow, that is a big reward for being in black, and he even has the Thunderbolts conspiracy in case Dr. Doom would die. He can get it right back. Yeah, this is a big thing, and now Tuffle already knows that he's picking. He's just looking what could potentially wheel from this pack here. Oh, there's the Robot Domination, giving that a look over. That card is better than people think for sure, and it could be the sort of card advantage that he would be needing. But yeah, Dr. Doom here is also a source of card advantage and something to work towards. This is a huge win for his deck.
And look at his face, he's not even smiling right now. He's hiding this okay, I got this.
He trusted the heart of the cards. He knew that he was going to get, paid off here in pack number 3.
Wow, absolutely bomb. This might be one of the best cards that he could have gotten this pack, and Dr. Doom it is. So we do have that Atlantis Attacks, which is a very good finisher.
Yeah, we saw him actually win. we saw him win the last round with a blue-black deck with a Lance's attacks. He had 2 of them in that deck. And so I think he's pretty happy to pick it up here, knowing that his strategy works, passing along, the Bold Biochemist and such, which, I guess it's a reasonably similar power level card. There's the second Kassar, though. That's also not one you're happy to pass, and maybe you should even consider picking it here, because you could splash that. That's the exact same thing you did in the last draft, but his fixing right now is not really for that green. You can see Tuffle react to that. He's trying to figure out, wait, which fixing pieces did I actually pick? Can I do this? And just picks the Atlantis attacks, takes it safe, passing another Kassar in the direction of Martin Dang, whose green pile is looking fatter and fatter.
And it looks like Toralf now with the end game pretty set up with that Dr. Doom Atlantis attack. Now the question is the curve consistent? As you said, there were some packs that Toralf didn't really get those 2 drops when needed, and now we have that shield flying card, but it's a 3-drop, which we know that Toralf picked plenty of.
Yeah, and I think it's just a straight-up worse card than Madame Mask. So I actually believe that he should not be taking the shield flying card here. It's just not that good. It does work quite well with the deployment drone,
and
but
with Doom as well.
Yeah, that's brutal actually. If that works, so maybe that's fine. But yeah, it does pick up that shield flying car here. Moving on here to the next pick.
Let's see here, and Toralf really getting rewarded so far. That Dr. Doom honestly was exactly what he was looking for to tie this deck up, and I am sure he's happy with the things that he got so far, especially maybe when we compared with Christopher Larsen that didn't really manage to get any bomb, any way to finish the game. So curious to see how this goes, but does have a very aggressive deck compared with Toralf, for example, and very strong maybe early game. Now we got Frozen in Ice. Some removal, but again, 3 mana.
Yes, yeah, it's true. I mean, that is clogging up. But I do like that his deck has a lot of hard removal, making it worthwhile here. Still no fixing really for those green cards here. And so it's possible that he just cannot even play Absorbing Man and Killmonger in his final build. We'll see how exactly that works out as he goes into the next pick here.
Curious to see how this draft is going to end and what he will end up choosing. So there's their Pet Avengers, White Tiger, so a lot of green cards actually passing.
Yeah, we know what happened to the White Tiger. That's the one that Chris had in his hands and passed along, trying to pass through Oliver Rausch into the hands of Rasmus Sebast.
Interesting choice, and Toralf here considering what to do. There's also that Plumbing Punch. There's
Yeah, I think he's picking the punch here, but I am actually surprised. The Futurist Forge is just perfect for what his deck wants to do. He's full of removal spells, but he's lacking a bit of card advantage and getting to find that Dr. Doom. But instead, he takes the Punishing Punch, still expecting to be splashing green. And the fixing is just not quite there for it. He's going to have to run multiple forests alongside those 2 basic land cyclers to make it happen. And it's a bit of a risky business, as now this pack here doesn't really offer him much. There's another dual land, but it's in the wrong direction. Black and white, not really what he's interested in. I actually believe that Ultron Drone is a better card than Echo Perceptive Prodigy.
Let's see if Toralf agrees. Looks like no, because Toralf getting here the Echo.
Echo is, to be fair, well, it's really nice with Dr. Doom, but maybe a bit overkill. It's also nice with land cyclers, where you can actually copy that and get to search up 2 lands. That's the second copy of We Say DNA, but Falcon as well is a nice, powerful 5-drop there. Yeah, it seems like, Tuffle is really in a good spot here for these blue cards. We know Chris is not blue, but it's also very possible that the people between Chris and Tuffle are also not blue, so that there's just a bunch of
taking
blue
the
drafters there.
Yeah, needing the curve.
Just needing the curve there. I do like that, finally getting to, see some,
You were begging him.
Respect for that. Yeah, I was begging him. He heard. This Bold Biochemist, though, I wonder if he's just, does not value the card advantage at all. Because the Hydra Infiltration and the Bold Biochemist are just good cards to have in his deck, and he's just not even considering them, rather picking this Land Cycler so he can support his Green Splash.
Okay, let's go. Let's see what are these last picks of this draft. That has been an intense one for sure. I love seeing things from both perspectives, Simon. Let's do it again next week, okay? So there's a rapid rescue now.
Yeah, but he's not really. He should just take the surveillance room there. That would help a bit with the splashes, and also just helps fix the draw sometimes. That surveil is pretty powerful. Worth noting, by the way, that last draft, Toralf drafted a blue-black deck with Atlantis attacks splashing like multiple colors. And so here he's once again drafting blue-black, just splashing green now, not multiple colors. And he was up against a red-white aggressive deck with 15 lands. And now he's going to be up against Chris Larsen now, red-white deck with very aggressive red-white deck. So it's kind of like a repeat performance there for Toffel almost. It's as if they didn't draft again and just replayed the same matches all over.
All right,
last pick there. I don't believe that goes in his deck. Sadly, not that many artifacts to sacrifice into that, and no artifacts he's interested in splashing. Just takes another 3-drop right there. Takes that away from Dang. I do actually have a bit of a reveal to do as we're finishing up this draft. Because I've been looking at what the table has been drafting, and there's some surprises in store for us.
Oh, you've been looking?
I've been sneak peeking at the at what the has been drafted by the rest of the players here. We do have that info from the judges, and so it's going to be interesting to hear. So I mentioned that Martin Dang, right? Sheerling Green.
Yeah.
I passed him many green cards. No, what actually happened is that he took the Dark Deed pick 2 instead of the Kassar. Passed the Kassar along. Then again, he did not take the green card next time because he knew he passed the Kassar.
Yes.
And so all the green cards that Toffel didn't take, the Scroll and so on, got passed along until his teammate Jasper Grimmer, who's in red-green with double Kassar, Scrolls, like all these things.
Oh,
and he's slashing multiple removal spells. So that's what happened there. Martin Dang instead, he picked some of that black cards, kind of kept his options open, and then he saw that Frozen in Ice come like pick 5 or something, or maybe even 6, when there was the shield deployment drone that Toffel took, and took that as a signal to move into blue. So Dang is blue-black, right next to Toffel, who's also blue and black.
What?
Yes.
Oh, wow. I mean, I'm impressed because we saw a lot of decent cards passing in blue-black for Toralf throughout the draft.
Yes, exactly. No, I think blue-black was just very deep, and it just so happened that it could be 2 drafters in this color combination next to each other. Not much synergy, not much going on there. It's just a bunch of removal spells and card advantage. But the card advantage is mostly what Dang has in his deck, not Toffel. Also, I mentioned Chris's path there. So there's actually no white drafters passing to Chris. It's blue-black, red-green. So he's white, red. And he's passing to Oliver Rausch, who's also white-red.
Oh, wow. I mean,
that happened again. So it's kind of surprising, but what happened there is that he picked up a good white rare. He had to fill Coulson, so he just wanted to stay white, come hell and hot water. And then, there's just some red cards he kind of got to flow through. He got the Hawkeye in pack 2, and so he has this red-white deck going on. And then the last person on the team, Rasmus Sebast, is also in white, and he's in white-black. So actually not a black drafter passing to Toffel there. And yeah, things are getting kind of surprising. It's certainly very clear, though, that no one respected green. Is the only green drafter at the table is Jasper Grimmer, and his deck looks amazing.
I mean, we saw so many green cards, and we kept asking, I mean, these amazing cards keep passing. We had that White Tiger so late on that Christopher Larsen seat. So incredible to see how these things are moving, and I'm very curious to see how these decks turned out. And Simon, I honestly, I was just commentating the picks, and I didn't even realize that you were looking in the meantime at the draft. So I can call you Electra because you are sneaky.
Yes, exactly. I've been sneaking around there, letting you do the commentary of the draft as I was figuring out the overview of the draft. I do love doing that when I say do love doing that as if I've covered a ton of drafts. It's the first time I get to cover draft. And you too, right?
Me too. I'm so excited. And it's the finals, and we are going to give these amazing trophies. And you know what? Before we get into the finals, there are so many cool interactions this set, so many cool things that you can do with the cards that sometimes you don't see at first sight. We had some of those happening throughout the draft that we were commenting, oh, you can use flying card with Doom, that's a pretty cool one, but there are some more intricate ones, and who else to explain you that? Frank and Maria. So let's take a look at this segment.
Welcome back to the interview area. I'm Maria with Frank again to bring you all the fun interactions from Marvel Superhero set. So I guess without any further ado, Frank, let's get into it, right?
I indeed selected 5 more sweet 2-card interactions that you can assemble in your own drafts, or that we might also see in many of these team sealed decks over this weekend, where people can build decks from 12 booster packs, making it even easier to assemble sweet combinations.
All right. So our first pair is Political Triumph and Okoye Dora Milaje leader. I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly. If not, I'm so sorry.
Sounds good to me.
Political Triumph is a 1 white mana enchantment plan. Whenever a creature you control enters, scry 1 and put a plan counter on this enchantment. When the 4th plan counter is put on this enchantment, sacrifice it, draw a card, and put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control. And Okoye is a 4 mana creature, 3 and 1 white, 3/2. When Okoye enters, create 2 1/1 white soldier creature tokens. Attack and creature tokens you control have first strike.
Yep, so here the main thing I want to point out is that Political Triumph is a very powerful effect, but the most of its power is contained in that sacrifice ability after putting on the 4 plan counters. Well, sometimes finding 4 creatures to trigger it can be a bit difficult, especially if you only draw the Political Triumph in a mid-game. Okoye, on the other hand, almost gets you there single-handedly.
Exactly.
3 creatures on the battlefield, 3 counters onto the plan, you're almost there.
Absolutely. Looks very, very powerful altogether. All right, our second pair is Shang-Chi, Master of Kung Fu, and Kree Sentinel. So Shang-Chi is a 2 mana, 1 and 1 green creature, 2/2. You may activate abilities of creatures you control as though those creatures had haste. And it also has an activate ability for tap. Add 2 mana of any 1 color. Spend this mana only to activate abilities of creature sources. And Kree Sentinel is a 5 mana creature, 4 and 1 red, 5/5 with reach and basic land cycling 2.
Yep, so Shang-Chi is mainly in this set, I would guess, to enable the various power-up abilities. But there is a difference between creatures and creature sources. Shang-Chi doesn't just let you spend the mana towards creatures you have on a battlefield. It works towards any creature source. So if you want to use the basic land cycling ability of the Kree Sentinel, well, it's a creature source, it's a creature card in your hand, and that's why Shang-Chi can actually be used to pay the mana for that. It's a handy way of using that mana that otherwise can be difficult to spend into, well, a land if you are low on lands.
Absolutely.
Easy to miss, but potentially very valuable.
Yeah, that's a good point. That it is indeed very easy to miss, but so I think we can all appreciate that you're pointing it out. All right, next up is Echo, Perceptive Prodigy, and AIM Scientist. So Echo is a 3 mana creature, 2 and 1 blue, 1/4 with Vigilance. It has an activate ability for 1 mana and tap. Copy target activated or triggered ability you control from a creature source. You may choose new targets for the copy. And AIM Scientist is a 4 mana creature, 3 and 1 blue, 3/3. When this creature enters, it connives, and it also has a basic land cycler, so another land cycler, so a lot of them in the segments today.
And another card that says creature source.
Right.
So again, you can actually land cycle the AIM Scientists and then copy that effect with Echo to, well, get 2 lands for it from your library. So you can use the Echo to not only, if you were to play the AIM Scientists, copy the connive effect, double connive, always nice.
Yeah. Why not?
And you would probably do that if you already have more than enough lands and just want to put some creatures on the battlefield. But if you're low on lands, well, remember, creature source also works for these basic land cyclers.
Yeah, it is very nice now, and also conniving is such a great mechanic, isn't it?
Yep, I love it. It adds some decisions to the game. It lets you filter your draws. In this set, even activate some of the draw 2 synergies.
Exactly.
So connive is perfectly placed, I would say.
Absolutely. All right, let's move on to the next pair, which is Captain America Living Legend and Agent Phil Coulson. So Captain America is a 3 mana creature, 1 white and 1 blue, 3/4 with Vigilance. Whenever a creature you control becomes tapped during your turn, if it's the first time that creature has become tapped this turn, untap it. And Agent Phil Coulson is a 2 mana creature, 1 and 1 white, 2/2 with Vigilance and an activate ability for tap. Put a +1/+1 counter on each other hero you control. And of course, both of them are heroes.
Yeah, and then this combo is almost self-explanatory. It is an awesome 2-3 curve if you can assemble it. Mainly if you tap Agent Phil Coulson to, well, boost all of your heroes, Captain America will untap it, letting you get another crack at that ability. So that's not just 1+1/+1 counter on all your heroes per turn cycle, it's 2.
Right. So
Just make sure to activate it on your own turn, because that is what Captain America looks for.
exactly. So this can be just an incredible curve.
If your opponent doesn't have a removal spell, like these are going to get out of hand quickly.
Absolutely. All right, and last but not least for our fun segment is Ultron Artificial Malevolence with Vibranium Energy Daggers. So Ultron is a 3-mana artifact creature, 2/4. Whenever another non-token artifact you control enters, you may pay 2 mana. If you do, create a token that's a copy of it. If the token isn't a creature, it becomes a 2/2 robot villain creature in addition to its other types. And Vibranium is a 1-mana artifact equipment with Indestructible. Equipped creature gets +2/+2, and equipped cost is 3.
Yep. So here, the key thing is that the Vibranium Energy Daggers has Indestructible. This typically doesn't matter too much as an artifact, because it is somewhat of an underwhelming equipment that the opponent will rarely spend a removal spell on. But once it turns into a creature, well, an indestructible creature will block all day, and that is a powerful combination.
Absolutely.
Because even if the opponent has an 8/8, a 9/9, doesn't matter, Indestructible will happily block it. Now, you might...
Maybe attack 2, Frank?
Oh, yes. Although, I mean, then it can easily be blocked by any 2/3 or bigger.
That makes sense.
It's typically better
to
as a
block.
blocker.
Exactly.
But, you know, if all goes wrong, you can easily attack with it too. Now, there is a bit of a weirdness if you then have a creature that's also an equipment.
Oh, right.
Like if you were to activate it, like can you even activate it? What happens? Well,
that's a good point.
As it turns out, well, you are still allowed to activate the equip ability. It just won't really do anything because creatures cannot be attached to other creatures, so it would effectively fizzle that ability with no effect.
All right.
But so that's useful to know. But this is mainly going to be a sweet, indestructible creature. So if you drafted Ultron, maybe you can put that Vibranium Energy Daggers that might otherwise end up in your sideboard into your main deck, because this is a useful interaction for sure.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much, Frank. And we'll see you in the next segment.
You know what? I will buy all these interactions. Lovely segment here. Frank, Carson, and Maria always bringing us the best interactions that sometimes we don't think about, but end up playing a part, especially in this limited format. Now, we did see them draft. Now we will see them face each other for the finals. I mean, we had 1,600 players. 12 are left, 6 are left, but only 3 will take the trophy. So let's see if it's Toralf's team or if it's Christopher Larsen team, as we are seeing them here as our first players. Let's take a look. We know what they drafted. Simon, predictions with the decks that we are familiar with now.
Yes, exactly. So we see, Chris come down there with a 2-drop, and the 3-drop Iron Fist got countered by the We Say Thee Nay. Very important for Tuffle to have that here. The Kingpin's Enforcers, he picked this over a 2-drop, but now it allowed him to curve out perfectly. I believe he actually took both of these out of the same pack in the We Say Thee Nay wheeled, right?
Yeah, true.
So that's what happened there. So Chris's deck ended up in this red-white deck, but it does have some kind of stinkers in there. He has to play the Stark Industries Executive. He has to play Super Speed, and he's splashing for Super Strength. That's his only green card. Not splashing Punishing Punch, splashing Super Strength.
You called it, though.
Yeah, so that's really cool to see. Tuffle, on the other hand, he's this blue-black deck, and he's splashing some of the green cards, Absorbing Man and and the Killmonger off of 2 Forest and the basic land cyclers. So it's a bit of a greedy splash there, but it's very much warranted in his deck. His deck, though, has not very many cheap plays. He only has a single 2-drop alongside those 2 we say, Dine. And now we see here, that is a Blazing Crescendo on that Loki. So it's getting copied, actually. And that means that Loki gets to 3 toughness, gets to eat that Kingpin Enforcers. No instant speed removal spell from Toralf there. And now these 2 cards that Chris flipped, well, he can play both of them on his next turn. That was a great combo there. Loki plus Blazing Crescendo.
And Echo here is the card played by Toralf, 3 mana creature. Now we do see that Loki attacking. We know that it can be powered up, and Christopher Larsen does have the mana to do so, but doesn't get powered up, just damage goes through, and then uses 2 mana to play that Rafts.
His hand is just 4 lands. We see these Boros decks. This happens time and time again. It's so easy to draw too many lands in these decks. And he's already playing, enough unplayable. So he probably also has to play 17 lands in this deck.
Yep, things going quite fast here and full speed on to these finals. This is our first match that we are watching, but there are happening simultaneously 2 other matches. And the team that gets at least the 2 wins gets the victory, the trophy. This one is for all the marbles.
Well, yeah, all the
marvels.
All the marvels, yes, exactly. That's exactly what's going on. The full gauntlet is what they're playing for here. As Toralf is considering which 4-drop to play here. He can play the Kang, the Temporal Tyrant. Coming on down there, it has a triggered ability when you draw your second card each turn, and whenever it attacks your Connive, it's also just a 3/4 blocker here and can actually threaten to trade with this Loki. Though, of course, the Wrath Security Officer can tap it down, but there's a Repulsor Blast, and Chris might just be so happy just killing off that Kang there. But no, what he's going to do? He's going to utilize the fact that he's flooding out and make sure that he spends his mana as best possible. So he can spend 1 mana to tap the Kang and then spend 5 mana to make the Loki bigger. And then next turn he can do Repulsor Blast and copy it.
Ooh, I like that.
His big plan here. We'll see if Tuffle is going to disrupt that with the Trickster Stratagem here, or if he's just going to slam his 6-drop Dr. Doom. There's also the Punishing Punch in Tuffle's hand. That's the 3rd green card that he's splashing. But I think actually he will just go for this play right here. That is a Trickster Stratagem on that Loki, not allowing Chris to copy something. We saw that play out as well the last time we covered a match. Where it was, being played against the German team there, stopping the Loki, and now,
putting a Widow's Bite in the graveyard.
Toralf doing the same thing there, making sure to get rid of Loki, and it's kind of crazy when you see this card of Widow's Bite. You know something must be up. His hand must be good, though the Widow's Bite is currently not killing anything anyways, as Chris here plays the tap land, gains a life, passes the turn. Can again use the Wrath Security Officer.
Oh, wow. This is the Atlantis attack. Wow. And there's also Dr. Doom. There are choices here. And looks like Christopher Larsen getting doomed this game here. And look at that. Dr. Doom. Christopher Larsen opts for a good top deck. But of course, we know the top deck is going to be Loki.
Yeah, so it doesn't even work for him here. He can top deck the Loki. He has to copy a Panther Pounce, in his hand here. And so, maybe he gets to do something cool where you copy it with Loki, you get to fly up multiple things, and you win the race in the air. But against that Punishing Punch in Toralf's hand, well, it's going to be pretty hard to actually make that happen. As now, there's the Shield Flying Kit as well to blink that. And you know what? The Atlantis attacks happens as well. And Chris is just like, yeah, I'm going to, scoop up all of my cards there. That was too much to beat.
5 minutes. 5 minutes was what it took to get all of these madness going on. And things looking pretty good here for Toralf this game. Let's see game 2, what we might see different. Also, Christopher Larsen on the play, maybe trying to be more aggressive and seeing if Toralf doesn't get to this later game. But at the same time, we are switching because we are seeing things happening in real time. This is Jasper Grimmer versus Rasmus Seibast. And tell me about this board state. What is happening here, Simon?
Yes, so right now we have Rasmus just going off with his white deck. He's stuck on 3 lands, though, it seems. Just connived with that Red Room Recruit right there. And there's a Hulk Gamma Goliath on the opposite side of the table. So Rasmus actually is attacking into it, willfully giving up one of his creatures to deal just 3 damage. That's kind of unexpected here. And I don't even think he can have a card to really punish. Oh, he could have Helicarrier Strike.
Oh, that's a good one.
He actually has 2 copies of that in his deck. So that's what he's representing here. He's willing to give up one of his creatures and that Helicarrier Strike to get rid of the Hulk. That's for good reason, because next turn it would get equipped and it would be 13 toughness and impossible to beat in combat.
Look at the life totals. Jasper at 11 lives. So this is not an easy choice because, as you know, things can get dicey pretty fast, and that is a web up, but that's the wrong card. He wanted to show a different one and shows a Wakanda. That's not the right one. Okay, there we go. It's an Helicarrier Strike.
Okay, just revealing a little bit of extra information, but yeah, you know, it's more like, you know, can you beat all these? Because next thing you play, I'm just gonna web up it and attack for 5 again, and then Jasper will be down to 3 lives. So he really wants to be playing multiple things on this turn. But his deck, his red-green deck here, is very good at that. He has a great curve. He's the only green grafter at the table. He's kind of had the golden seed. His deck, I would say, of all of them, this is the one that does not look like a team draft deck.
That is true. And taking a read there at the Captain America's shield, and I mean, things looking pretty dicey here for Jasper at 8 life. And as a reminder, on the other side, we just saw Thoralf Severin win game 1 versus Christopher Larsen. So if Rasmus wins this one, this puts things pretty even so far for where we are seeing in the stream. But this is that green-red deck that you were talking about with access to so many things. So look at this, playing that Khazar and making a Zabu token.
Yeah, making the Zabu token there. You saw Jasper briefly consider playing the Alien Invasion, but that one actually not very good when you're behind into this aggressive deck, because it does not, you know, these tokens can never block. They always have to attack every turn. But yeah, there's a land drop to go alongside that Khazar, and that's the perfect card to have right here, because you really wanted 2 things to add to the board so that you can still block even after that web up comes down and exiles something. But oh, there's even the Go Nuts. So Jasper gets the double spell on this turn and completely obliterate Rasmus's board. And the question is, do you want to do that? You also know there's a Wakandan drone in Rasmus's hand, and maybe you would rather save that Go Nuts for that. He knows what's on top of the deck. He's conferring with his teammate what exactly should be the play at this point. Remember that Toffel right now is just shuffling up and sideboarding, so has a little bit of free time there to aid Jasper in this game.
And I've read somewhere that Rasmus hasn't played Magic in quite a long time, so coming back from retirement?
Yes, exactly. The last time I saw Rasmus was actually at a different team event in Florence back in, I believe that must have been 2015 or something. Maybe at a PTQ around the same area as like when I saw Rasmus last. So, you know, that's like 10 years ago. And, you know, I don't know how much he's been playing, you know, on Arena or such, but he used to be someone who was quite a beast at Magic and had been playing it a lot. He just has the raw natural talent for this game. And, you know, now, you know, he is, you know, in this prime position, playing that web up, getting rid of the Zabu, and taking advantage of that Khazar being tapped here, as it only fought away that crowd of true believers. That's an interesting choice there for Jasper, but choosing to fight the one. Yeah, why did he actually fight that one and not others? I guess he just did not want that it to buff the flyer, because now he fell down to 4 life, and he can survive at least 1 hit from that Wakandan shield, Wakandan drone flock that is coming in. So yeah, that's honestly kind of interesting choice there for him. He has this Alien Invasion, which he might just have to play out right now. As he plays the Los Diablos missile base from the top, having multiple dual lands on color in your 2-color deck just means your mana base is great. And
gaining 1 point of life in the process, which he desperately needs for all these points of life that he can get.
Yes, as he's trying to survive here against Rasmus, who we know has 4 spells in hand because he has been missing land drops. There's the Alien Invasion, there's the equipment onto Khazar, and now Jasper gets to push damage the other way here. So makes the Alien token, which, you know, likely we actually have an Alien token in the stack, but you know, we'll see.
You know, you were the one that got the token, Simon, on Friday.
The token stack is bigger now than it was when I got it, so maybe they have more. Oh, there's an Alien token. Okay. I do remember seeing that, but they might have to use backsides for the future ones.
It's only a 1/1.
Oh, there's more. Yeah, it starts by being just a 1-1. Next one that gets made is a 2-2. Next one is a 3-3 and so on. The downside of this card is that the tokens have to attack, make the beginning of combat. So it's often you end up just running them into a blocker and not actually doing any damage. As we now see Kassar come in. Vigilance from that Captain America shield. You know, the Kassar has a big butt, unable to be broken through, and this web up has already been spent. So unless Rasmus has even more removal spells here, he is going to be in trouble. I do also know he has a Panther Pounce in his deck. There is a removal spell. That's
Hour of
the Defeat. Gets to Surveil and push Jasper down to just 1 life.
1 life and 1 dream, and these tokens have to attack, right?
Yes, the Alien Invasion does actual 0 on defense. It cannot defend. This card, the thing it does is that it gives you inevitability. If the game goes 5 more turns, no way Jasper can lose, because he'll just, you know, like amass more and more tokens and eventually kill Rasmus. But you know, that's a big if the game goes 5 more turns. That Take Up the Shield put into the graveyard, that's a big question there, because that's a good card, but it doesn't really do much when your opponent's at 1 and you only have ground attackers. And then we see Rasmus's hand, it's 3 lands and a go nuts. Sure, he can make an alien and he can fight one of these creatures, but the other alien still has to attack here, and he actually can't survive from this position. How crazy is that?
What if you give Vigilance to your alien?
Oh! True. That's a good point. Yes, you can equip the alien there, give it Vigilance, and attack with it. Then you re-equip the Captain America shield onto the 2-2 so that it's big enough to actually fight and kill something. Right, that does work indeed. Okay, so Jasper gets to stay alive by the skin of his teeth right here.
All right, let's see. Here fighting tooth and nail to stay alive. Let's see if that will be enough. Let's look at the top card. Is that going to be good enough or not? I guess it is.
He does keep that on top. Remember that in table B there we had Toffel take the first game there, and I'm hoping that our producers gives us updates whenever a game finishes so we can keep you live as well. But these are coming on in for 3 damage, and then you can do the fight. Actually, it makes sense to not move the shield. You just fight and kill your own alien, making sure that you have the bigger blocker so that, you know, it can't die to, let's say, a Widow's Bite or something. It would be awkward to lose to that from this position.
All right.
Finds the 5th land. What is the payoff for that in his deck? Or is he just going to run out that drone flock, asking Jasper, hey, do you have a way to stop this flyer?
There is the Wakanda drone, but Jasper knew about this creature here, and he decided to put a card on top. So I'm curious to see what that one is going to be.
Okay, so we see here, oh, and actually Jasper knew what was on top. Kind of forgot about the Wakanda drone flock, and there is not an answer. So yeah, Rasmus not being punished for accidentally revealing the flyer from his hand. And we're now moving on to table A here, where we have Martin Dang. Or maybe we're not. Okay, but maybe actually table B is ready to play again. So we'll see where we're moving here. But you are moving on to table A, seeing what's going on. So that's the red-white deck from Oliver Rausch up against Martin Dang's blue-black deck. Martin's deck has all the card advantage, but not that much removal. He's instead running 2 copies of Super Suit in his deck as kind of a trick to, help aid these combat situations whenever his opponent outsizes his creatures. But he has 2 copies of both Biochemist and the Futurist Forge, so he's very much got the card draw that Toffel's deck may be lacking. And so that's kind of how these 2 blue-black decks traded. They were right next to each other and they traded their efforts. It's Dang's turn. He's attacking, and this Misty Knight is trading off with a Red Room Recruit. We do again see some missed land drops here from the white deck as Oliver is stuck on 3 lands. Does he have a trick though, or is he just going to use that Misty Knight to discard a card and dig towards his 4th land?
Thinking what to do here, paying 2 mana. There is 2 red mana, so that is not going to be the Take Up the Shield.
Yeah, just
discarding a card, drawing a card, so just using the ability, drawing another land, so that is good. We get the 4th land.
That's exactly, and with 1 white mana, I can't really do much. It should just let that happen. The Kingpin's Enforcers, enchanted with that Super Suit, gets in, so that's 3 lifelink damage, and, look at that life total from Oliver. He's very much down in the dumps here, and against that Hydra Infiltration every turn that will drain him for 1, well, he's going to be in trouble having to play defense with his red-white deck up against this blue-black deck. It has so much card advantage.
That's a good card to draw Elcarrier Strike, so that can take care of something that is attacking. So it will...
The Enforcers right now with that Super Suit has 5 toughness. So they
you also have take up the shield, right? So maybe you could block, use it. I mean, I think there is a take up the shield, right?
Yeah, we did see that. So, yeah, maybe Oliver's best play here is just plain go, and it's possible that Martin just kind of sniffs out what's going on and just doesn't even attack at all, just develops his board with all the cards he drew. As we see, both teams laughing there. They are certainly like very jovial teams, especially Tuffle and Chris are some people who like to joke a lot. Martin Dang, by the way, no slouch himself in Limited, has won a Pro Tour, has won a Limited Grand Prix. I used to sleep in share hotel room with Martin for years and years when I first started playing, since he had a platinum hotel room he got for every Pro Tour, and I was a poor student, so I got to enjoy getting a free hotel room from Martin. Me and Müller shared the other bed, typically in his room, how that worked out. And so very, very thankful for Martin throughout my early Magic career. I was teaming with him for years.
Very interesting. We have some backstory here, love to hear. And here, Oliver decided going for what kind of drawn flock, maybe, thinking maybe Martin will not attack. As you said, Simon maybe just developing the board otherwise. So, playing a 3/3 flyer, getting 2 scry, trying to find something needed on the side. And you are doing some math.
Yeah, I was just trying to figure out if that Helicarrier Strike play would have even worked, because there's a second super suit in hand. But I think Martin has different uses for that super suit, because he also has a Ronin in hand right now, so he can start using those suits as removal spells, as kind of like free removal spells. You just pay life for them as the way, like a snuff out, like Mengu described them. So all he needs to do, Martin, right now is break through 1 point of damage. He can attack with both creatures, and Oliver has to chump block, or he doesn't have to chump. He's at 5 life, so he can take a little bit of a beating here. He can block on that 2/5 or 2/4 with his 3/3, but probably wants to double block if that's the case. Regardless of what he does, actually, the super suit is going to blow him out here, because he can't just take the damage. That's 5 damage. So you have to just put this block in front here, and then Martin gets to leverage that super suit for extra value. He could put the Patriot in front as well, but it's only 5 damage. Oh, and actually there's a Stolen Stark tech as well. Martin's deck with all the instant speed equipment there. Yeah, and takes the game 1 there. So right now, what's the score? We have the Danes have won on table A and table C, and in the middle we have the Germans up a game as Chris Larsen tries to spook out his opponent there. Now we're returning to the middle table and seeing what's going on. No, we're watching Jasper Grimmer against Rasmus Seebast.
On game number 2. We are live right now, so we are trying to update things as they are happening. Things are moving, and we are trying to keep up with the board states, and we get right into game number 2 between Jasper and Rasmus Seebast. Let's see here what the players are doing. First returns, not much going on. Lands, but no spells yet.
At least Rasmus is happy to have hit his land drops, but not having a curve out might prove troublesome against Jasper's deck, which certainly has the middle game. Well, I mean, that's at least what you would think, but he ended up losing the middle game before. That's because his life total was low. Right now, Rasmus cannot punish that life total, and it may be a very different deal. I wonder if he has a flash creature here, or if he's thinking about what to play on this turn. No, he has 2 4-drops in hand. He just does not have a play here.
Yeah, no play here, and I mean, not much to do.
I have, by the way, an update from the middle table. Apparently there was a long judge call, a 20-minute judge call for whatever reason. And so that's why play has been paused there, and we've been watching what has been happening on the other stages there. Again, a reminder that the Danes are up 2 games, 2-1 across the board, but of course in different matches. And so, if that keeps happening, they will be our champions. But the Germans have plenty of games left to get back that. And what they really want is that if we can have an upset in either table A or table C, winning the next 2 games in one of those, well, then Tuffle just needs to win 1 game and secure the match for the Germans. So here we see turn 4 for Jasper Grimmer. He plays the Pet Avengers after some consideration. And Rasmus has nothing else to do. He kept his hand on the draw with no early plays. I believe he has a web up, and that's part of why he kept it, so he could at least, get rid of, a potential creature from Jasper. So now the Hour of Defeat will take care of the Pet Avengers, and we'll see how the Surveil goes.
Surveilling one here out of the feet, a good way to curve out removal. If there's a web up, that can be saved for later on, maybe even when Rasmus can then do another spell. So here optimizing mana, passing the turn. Let's see what Jasper gets to do. That Pet Avengers is gone, but there's 5 mana now. And for example, this is a very good Gamma Goliath, Ulk Gamma Goliath. This is a big creature, 6/5.
Yes, indeed. That one is huge here, but Rasmus's deck has a lot of removal spells for a black-white deck. I believe the reason he went into black-white was a pack one, pick one, Cloak and Dagger. That would, at least looking at his picks, be the my best guess as to why he's in this color combination. And so that even adds to the web up, the Hour of the Feast, the Helicarrier strikes. You can see how his deck is chock full of removal. Let's move back into the middle table here, as now they're done with their judge call, and we have Chris Larsen here on the board and attacking. There's a Widow's Spite trying to disrupt this combat, hitting the White Widow. That's a bit of a flavor fail, I would say. And what's going on right here? Oh, that's the target. He puts the dice in.
Those are a lot of dice.
Notice what is this White Widow's Bite hitting? And it's giving -2/-2. So now in combat, this Enforcers gets lightning struck, but no, there's a We Say the Nay, and the exchanges end up being good for Chris. He must have been wondering, why did you not use the teamwork on that Widow's Bite? And that's a good reason for it. He has a different thing to teamwork, and Chris maybe did not realize that. As now he's getting hit by this lifelinker here. Toralf in an okay position. There's a 3/3 attacking back the other way. And let's see here if Toffel can play a good blocker. He can. That's Kang, Temple Tyrant, a 3/4. And Chris has the Vision of Love, but is deciding not to play it here, waiting until he has a better idea of what to discard, as he has the Super Strength in hand and the green land to go with it. So that's why he didn't want to discard his extra land there, using Spider-Woman now to tap down the Kang and get in more damage.
And Spider-Woman, that card is very good. Now that it's going to keep being tapped while Spider-Woman is in the battlefield. So definitely Toralf wants to find a way to deal with that. There's a Frozen and Ice. How does it work with Frozen and Ice and Spider-Woman Secret Agent?
That does not work because the trigger has already happened, and it only cares about the permanent named Spider-Woman being in play, not that she has abilities or not. So it's not a continued ability of her to keep the thing tapped. It's just the trigger that has already happened. So that does not work at all. And Toralf here can use this claw now to take a look at Chris's hand, but actually there's no creatures in the yard, so he is going to ask Chris to discard a card. Will he discard that Super Strength or discard that Visions of Love? That's going to be the question here.
All right, let's go. Claw Sonic Subjugator. It has Sonic Attack.
Oh, and wow, this is so cool. With the trigger on the stack, Toralf sacrifices it, putting the first creature in the graveyard. And so Claw sees himself in the graveyard as the trigger resolves and forces Chris to reveal both of his cards.
I love these.
Toffel is just so smart.
Yes, that was such a heads-up player. I love that.
Honestly,
I would never thought of that. That was such a smart play.
Honestly, I've been making videos with like Minguchi and Toffel, and such. And I think of the three of us, Toffel is the best player.
Wow,
yeah,
nice.
High praise.
I mean, he is a very good player. Absolutely, and here this weekend showcasing, and it just feels good because he's such a team player, so it feels good that he's doing well in a team trio events. Christopher Larsen, also amazing player, and has been giving us a lot to the game, so lovely to see these two players, and they are just in a good mood. Look at that. They are playing for the finals, but they are just having a good time.
Yeah, very easy to root for either of these players here. As Toffel now has to, probably didn't expect to see a Super Strength in Chris's deck, and I wonder if he's thinking that it may be a Cyborg card, but no, that is in the main deck here, just getting to enough playable for Chris, or potentially working with that Speedball. So essentially Toffel could take away that Visions of Love, let the Super Strength hit him, and then use the Frozen in Ice to take care of it. Or alternatively, he could take away the Super Strength, and then he gets to save the Frozen in Ice for a potential top deck bomb that Chris might have. And that may actually be the safer play, though you do leave Chris, if he top decks a land, well, then the Vision of Love will turn that right into something useful. So if we do actually see Toffel here go with that play, get rid of your Visions of Love, make sure that if you draw a land, it's actually a bad draw, hitting in with that Lifelinker, and that is a race right now that Toffel is winning. Chris is engaging in this race where he's attacked for 3, but takes 2 damage, and gives Toffel 2 life every turn. But what is this? Oh, it's the Iron Fist. That's a combo with that Super Strength right now. Attack for 3, Toffel down to 12 here, and so the life totals go up and down for each player there. I mean, mostly down for Chris's side. As now we see the
Agents of the Hydra here.
Agents of Hydra combining with that Kingpin's Enforcers. And is still holding on to Punishing Punch. Yes, of course, he knows about this Super Strength right now. So he's actually in a good position here too. In response to a Super Strength, he can sacrifice the Agents of Hydra, put that second creature in the graveyard, and then use the Punishing Punch that's now enabled for 1 mana to kill something. So that's very efficient there. Toffel really using that Kingpin's Enforcers to enable his creatures in graveyard.
Things are looking pretty good right now, but we are swapping into a game 3 now. So looks like Jasper here going for what it can be the winner's attack. So look at this, attacking here with this White Tiger, with the Ulk, Gamma Goliath, 2 more creatures, just a lot of creatures, and Rasmus at 11 life. Let's see here what Rasmus decides to do. This is going to be a tough one. There's 2 cards that can block. Quake, Agents of Shield, and Cloak and Dagger entwined.
Wow, yeah, Rasmus is really under the beatdown here. We saw him have this slow development here and really gave Jasper time for his deck to do his thing, though. We are, on the precipice of Jasper taking down this game number 2 here. The Cloak and Dagger does have Death Touch, and there is that Take Up the Shield here. So there's the 8-mana activation on Hulk.
Oh, wow.
5 counters on it. Can Rasmus survive this? Yes, the Take Up the Shield. But is it enough here? So he's going to be taking 3 plus 2, and then there'll be 10 damage coming on over. So that's 15 damage, and Rasmus would only be gaining 3 life. So he has to use the Take Up the Shield on the Quake, not on the Cloak and Dagger. And then he would be surviving at like 2 life, I believe. Oh, actually, the Knight of Wundagore would also get a counter from this power-up ability. Important to remember. So actually, it's 16 damage coming on through, and Rasmus here would be, or actually, it's 17 now, because yeah, 17 damage coming on through. Rasmus is gaining 6, and he's actually still exactly dead from this attack here. I believe it's 13, or 11 power Goliath, right? So it's 9 coming through there. Oh no, it's 15 damage coming through.
Cloak also has lifelink, right?
Yes, it does. 15 damage coming through, and 6 life being gained. So Rasmus all the way down to 3 life, it seems. Okay, so I guess I'm a little bit off on my math. That's okay. Sometimes I can be off, but certainly not a good position. But he did actually kind of help stabilize there. Quake as a 4/4, that is holding back both of these creatures as it stands on the board. And so maybe he can claw back into this game. Let's see what his follow-up is. It's going to be a Luke Cage Power Man. That's another big blocker here. So what does Jasper have to break through this position? Just a mountain, but that's the Vision. That's his good rare that he has in his deck here.
Let's see here what Jasper can do to finish up this game. Rasmus is at 3. Maybe a Lightning Strike would do it.
The Vision here, 2/5 flyer with Vigilance. Any non-creature spell would give this double strike and finish the game. But of course, Rasmus is not interested in that happening. He has a web up to deal with it, and also gets to tap down something. But decides not to do that. Attacks here with the Luke Cage. Understands that he needs to finish the game. Gets in for 4 here, and then follows up with another creature, I assume. No, he has the Panther Punch. So he's baiting Jasper. Do you want to attack here, or am I just bluffing? Am I making a crazy attack here? Or can you get through? What is this? Another mountain. And if Jasper attacks here, he gets so blown out.
And I have an update that Thorolf actually won.
Wow,
that means that he won the full match there. So we already have our first match winner. That puts the German team ahead. And if Jasper wins this one and the next game as well, then that is it for Team Germany. But we also know that on the other match, the Danish team was also up a game. So let's see here if any of the German players can take it back.
Wait, what is it? Oh, so Rasmus is actually tapping down the attacker rather than risking it here. So he could have been... Oh, I see what's happening here. So I think Jasper maybe just passed the turn there. I'm unclear. Yeah, I think he just passed the turn. And then Rasmus decided that his best play there was just to remove a blocker, which, yeah, I'm not sure I kind of agree with, because actually you kind of have Jasper in a stronghold there if you just hold on to that Panther Pounce. But by playing it out right now, you get to crack the clue. So let's see if he has a good plan there. Yeah, he just knows he wants to unload his hand. He had a 2-drop and a 3-drop to play. And now Jasper down to 12 life. Can Rasmus take this game? That would be a complete upset here and bring the match close, bring the match completely even here.
Steven, let's see how things are going up. And when we watched this match first, Jasper was completely obliterating things, attacking for a lot, and Rasmus just barely staying alive. But things have twisted.
Yeah, twisted and changed here. Rasmus getting, I think, a bit punished there for using that Panther Bounce rather than holding on to it. It would be so good on this turn as it would make the Colleen Wing grow. You could like make an attack and then untap. You could tap down one of the blockers, get in for even more damage. But it's just happy to roll in with that Luke Cage Power Man, reducing Jasper down to 9 life here. And the spots are getting ever closer. There is also that clue that he can crack at any moment. Jasper draws a card. Is it another land or is it something he can use to win this game? He might have Lightning Strike in his deck as well. I'm looking over here.
Gorilla, so that can take care of the web up.
That's actually huge. Kill the web up, get back the vision. That's a game changer.
All right, Gorilla takes care of that web up. Let's get the vision back, and things are back online with those 2/5 flying vigilance. That whenever you cast a non-creature spell, you can do different things. So this can really change the game up. Now the question is, does Jasper have any way to get non-creature spells in hand?
Yeah, we'll see about that. He does have the clue here, can draw the card, but also importantly, this vision here would block the Luke Cage. There's the Hour of Promise right there. Taps down another creature here, and that's a land going into the graveyard. Sacrifices the clue. Or no? Yes, does sacrifice the clue here.
Okay, let's see. Top deck, what is it?
It's a Red Room Recruit.
Okay,
that's not the worst. It means that his next draw is also going to be filtered a bit there. So we'll see if he can get there. He can certainly attack again with the Luke Cage Power Man, but also if he hits any non-creature spell, he's attacking for lethal, I believe, right? Like, yes, any non-creature spell would do it here. Can Rasmus draw it? He draws a card.
Let's see what he discards. It's a land.
Even Helicarrier Strike would be lethal. He could point that at his own creature to tap down the Knight of Wundagore.
Oh, nice.
Here. The question is he going to be willing to do that? Does he even need to? He's not in that much trouble. But no, you see the lineup here, attacking with everything. You also force a block. Even if you don't have anything here, you force the Knight of Wundagore to get in front of your Colleen Wing there. And then you deal 7 damage to Jasper, putting him down to 2 life. And you still have 2 blockers left. So you're not dead to a removal spell. And yet this looks very nice here for Jasper, for Rasmus. Does he have any trick? Can Jasper draw something good here? There's another creature, the Wakandan Drone Flock. Of course, the Colleen Wing dies, but Jasper is down to 2 life, and there's an army of creatures. What is setback? There was a Hulk in play that leveled up. It had 11 power attacking. Rasmus lost 15 life in 1 turn and barely survived, and then takes the match right there, evening it up. Now the Danes and the Germans have won 1 match each, and now it all depends on the back table. It's Martin Dang versus Oliver.
Oh, wow. What a game. We came back ready for game 3. All right, okay, we are just watching this final blowout, but Rasmus managed to stay alive, barely staying alive, and manages to completely 180 this game. And now it's 1-1, and this is going to be the match that decides it all. And we are ready to show that one. Let's see what's happening over there. Wow, look at this board state. So Martin Dang is 1 game up, but Oliver looks like he has a pretty decent board right now.
Yeah, Viv Vision is no joke. Oliver is a bit ahead on life total as well, and does have that Misty Knight to make sure his draws are better. You can also combine Misty Knight with Hawkeye whenever you attack. You can pay a mana to discard a card and draw a card, and then you also use Misty Knight's ability. So that's a whole engine right there. Martin looks to be stuck on lands in this game, but I wonder if he has that second super suit there to punish and attack with the Hawkeye. Because if you could untap that Kingpin's Enforcers and eat the Hawkeye, well, then you might be in good position. Of course, don't forget that the Hawkeye can also pay an extra mana to make sure the Hydraulic Helper can't block, so you actually get through here. Let's see, many options for Oliver. Goes to a Blazing Crescendo to start with on that Viv Vision. This is going to give him a card right now. He can play this turn or next turn, and then when the Viv Vision attacks, it's going to draw another card. Hits the Agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., and I wonder if Oliver is just so happy to just play out that Agent of S.H.I.E.L.D.
Let's see here what he does, and this one is for everything. I mean, all the teammates at this point are with their teammates here because this is the last match. And if Martin wins, that means that the Danes take it. But if Oliver manages to win this game, that means that we are going to have a game number 3. So that Viv Vision Team Synthesoid does attack and draw a card.
This is actually huge. This is 6 damage coming in from Martin, and I think Oliver is beautifully playing around a second super suit right there, knowing which cards that Martin could have to flip this around. And you know what's in his hand?
What is his hand? Is it a super suit?
Second super suit. That is so well played there from Oliver, recognizing his position. Now has to decide, does he play the land or not? Ends up passing the turn there. And of course, you know, the Viv Vision loses its power again, and there is still the racing opportunity of that Kingpin's Enforcers. You know, we've seen this card. Toffel was also, you know, doing some work with this one. This card, do not underrate this in your black decks. I believe this is good in any, like, you know, slow controlling black deck would like at least one copy of this Kingpin Enforcers, as now it's rumbling on in, you know, with the super suit, impossible to engage with in combat. You know, Oliver, if he was playing around the super suit before, he's not going to block with his Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. So lose a bit of life, Martin gains a bit more life, is able to stay alive against that Viv Vision, attacking for 3 every turn. But
very well done here. Let's see how these things go. Going back to 9 life, Martin now getting to play spell for the turn. Let's see what that spell might be. There's the Ninjas of the Hand there.
Yeah, he has a few options here. You can just play the Vision, or you can play Ninja of the Hand and then still keep up that super suit, courtesy of that Hydraulic Helper. So this might be good enough, just riding upon that lifelinker right here. And Oliver Rausch, I see, has that Take Up the Shield in hand. So I wonder if he's lining up a block next turn, trying to use the Take Up the Shield to bait out the super suit first, and then use Take Up the Shield to save his blocker. That may be his grand plan from this position. Or maybe even going for an attack there with a similar mindset where you can use to Take Up the Shield to save the attacker.
I'm so excited if we get a game 3, Simon. Not going to lie, not rooting for anyone in specific, but I just love game 3s, and that one would be for all the Marvels. Let's see.
It would be game 9 almost.
Yes. Let's see. But only 37 minutes have been going on, and 2 matches already finished. Our players are pretty fast.
I guess it actually be game 7, right? Because the other 2 matches finished 2-0.
That is true.
Yeah, so, and we saw Rasmus there and take, that was just incredible to see Rasmus's black-white deck take down the great-looking red-green deck from Jasper Grimmer. And so now we're here with Martin Dang, Pro Tour champion. You know, has not been playing too much Magic recently, but, you know, Chris asked him, hey, do you want to do this team event? And he was like, yes, I do. Who can we find as our third? They asked around, and eventually they found someone who said yes. That was Rasmus Sebast. And, you know, what a pick up there, because that has propelled them to this position in the finals. First seed after Swiss is this team.
Things looking really sweet here, and it looks like Oliver making some math. Is there a way to go through and just deal 9 damage in this turn?
That's true, actually. Like with the Hawkeye, you deal 2 damage to phase, you make something unable to block, and you have to take up the shield. So, like, technically, you are representing lethal, yes, but the issue is that that's super suit. I wonder if Oliver could go for a line where he attacks and says that the Kingpin's Enforcers can't block. That would be a crazy line, but would make that super suit because now it's kind of face up, right? Martin didn't spend his mana at all last turn, so maybe he's actually going to make that Kingpin's Enforcers unable to block. No, he's pointing at the Ninja of the Hand. He's asking Martin, you need to have the card right now, otherwise I win the game. 2 damage to you, down to 7. And if you just block, go to damage, I can do it. But here's that super suit. And Oliver going for the right line there. Oh, yes! Oh, that's the super villain lockup in response.
Oh, and taking care of the life leader. That's game 2. We're going to have a game number 3. Oliver taking this game and playing it so masterfully.
Yeah, he baited Martin there because he made the Ninja of the Hand unable to block, so that if he wanted to play the super suit, he had to tap his Hydraulic Helper, which is the other blocker. And so by that way, he could stop that from happening.
Oh, wow. Just all over here. And those are the trophies that you see there that these players are fighting for. This is absolutely insane. It's been down to this last game. All eyes on these 2 players. Is there a card in the set that has Teamwork 3?
Yeah, go nuts. And
Go
that's exactly what you're
nuts.
doing right now.
Yes, we're
going nuts
going
over this
nuts.
finals. How are you feeling at home in this chat? Is this exciting or what? Look at these trophies. They're incredible. They're so valuable. There's only 6 of them in the world, and half of them may go home to Germany or to Denmark. Yeah, I am certainly not biased in who I want to win, but go team.
Go nuts. I'm also curious if people watching at home, some of them played yesterday, because yesterday we had 1,600 players. So I'm curious if some of you can tell us in chat, were here yesterday, and tell us how your experience was as we are going to the final game. Over 1,600 players, day 1, and we have the final 2 teams left. Only one team will be victorious here is this Magic Spotlight Series Marvel Superheroes. I have to say, this has been the most amazing event to cast ever. I love Limited. I know that you love Limited as well, Simon. So it's been an incredible experience, especially in a Team Trios event.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun to watch these, and the fact that we naturally get to watch multiple matches every round, honestly, like hands down to the CSL production. They've been, doing such a good job swapping between the right matches. We have the recordings ready so that we can make sure to swap around. We see Martin there revealing the first few cards he picked there. There's Mind Stone and Captain America Super Soldier. And then ended up moving out of white, or maybe he just hate drafted these. That's actually also possible.
Yeah, we saw some of these.
Yeah, we certainly didn't see Toffel pass any of these along, so he must have. He could have only gotten one of them in pack 1, but that's how he ended up moving into blue-black. That Dark Deed into Frozen in Ice, and so that's actually almost all the removal spells he ended up with in his deck, though. Though he also does have a bunch of Widow's Bites.
All right, let's see here as Martin Deng has these cards upside down, but putting them now in the correct order so we can see. Okay, there is a blue land, there's a black land, there's Ninjas of the End, and there's some other cards as well. So starting here with a Swamp, passing the turn. On the other side, Oliver is going to play a little Plains and passing the turn as well. No turn 1 play for both of the players. We now have a blue land.
Now, notably in Oliver's hand is his best card. That is the Agent Phil Coulson, but the rest of his hands is all 5-drops. He just picked up a Lightning Strike, so that's going to help a bit. But if that agent dies, Oliver has no moves here. If he doesn't even draw any creatures to put counters on, well, Martin may have some time to find that crucial Widow's Bite to take care of that Agent Phil Coulson. So goes ahead here, loots away that Ninja of the Hand with a Connive ability, puts a counter on the Red Room Recruit, so it's able to rumble in combat, passing on the turn there.
All right, that's now a 2/3 Human Spy Villain. Okay, 2 mana. Are we going for the Phil Coulson?
Well, Oliver now could technically hold it, right? He could use the Lightning Strike here, clear a bit of the pressure, wait with the fill until turn 4, where he can play it alongside, take up the shield. But no, he says, I'm thinking about right now, do you have to take up the shield? Or do you have the removal spell? If you do not have Widow's Bite right now, next turn, I get to protect my agent. So we'll see here, as we look at Dang's hand. Well, he has the Vision, he has a Futurist Forge, but he does not have the removal spell for this Phil Coulson. And if this one gets to survive until turn 5, then Oliver can start playing his 5-drops and put counters on them. There's the Futurist Forge. Hits a beast. That's not the best playable right there. So he plays a tap land, gains a life, and passes the turn right back to Oliver. What can he find now that he gets to untap here? Is it a hero he can put counters on? No, it's a Helicarrier Strike.
Removal spell, that's very interesting, but Oliver does only have access to 1 white source, but that would be enough to do something like the Helicarrier Strike and a Lightning Strike. So double striking would be...
Yeah, that's a different version of double strike right there. Yes, he also does have the Kree Sentinel, and I would imagine he's very interested in land cycling that one. He does not want to land cycle with the Burrow backup because, that's 2 heroes, and he really wants to play out that card so he can pump counters onto them with Phil Coulson. That's a Bold Biochemist being picked up from Martin. Yeah, we can see that his deck is a little low on removal, though he does have multiple copies of Widow's Bite that he could find. There's the Vision coming on down. Oliver, no answer to this one in particular. Helicarrier Strike only deals 4 damage. Lightning Strike only deals 3. Cannot touch the Vision for now. And it's set up that Martin can maybe start playing some non-creature spells, drawing cards, and finding an answer to the Agent Phil Coulson, or maybe, just maybe, doing well enough to actually go over the top of him.
Tough choice here for Oliver, as he's just going to basic land cycle here, going to get land for the next turn to be ready. And Agent Phil Coulson, amazing, but there's no other heroes so far, so that is not doing much, and the vision is going to slowly take up the game, or maybe not even so slowly. So let's see.
Yeah,
if
he
Oliver
can get double strike.
find-
It's possible that Dang just would just give double strike attack multiple times. He does have that stolen Stark tech to give it. And there we see there's the high five for a match taken down, or maybe they're just making jokes. The Danes love to do that. As what's being picked up there from Oliver. Did you catch what he drew for turn? Is that a Quinlan Warrior? Yes, it is. That's our first hero that can land on the table here and get buffed up by Agent Phil Coulson. So now the clock is on Dang to find that answer.
Let's see here if Oliver goes for it.
I wonder what he's going to discard. It actually may be that Helicarrier strike that he's going to get rid of. It's a tough choice. You could also get rid of the Captain Marvel, as that's your second 5-drop here, where Burrow Backup may be a better card. Though Captain Marvel as a flyer can help defend against that vision, and it's also a hero, can get the counters from Agent. So
Do not be confused with Captain Marvel, because that would be an amazing 5-drop that for sure Oliver wouldn't want to go down, but this is Captain Marvel.
oh, look at this attack here. Agent Phil Coulson attacks on in. If Martin had blocked, there would be a take up the shield plus Helicarrier strike taking care of that vision. But instead, no blocks are declared, and so he just gets a sneak in 2 damage that way. That could prove important, as this may turn into a race.
Very well played there. Great attack. And let's see how Oliver is going to follow things up. All right, yep. So we are going to play our hero that is going to get slowly but surely bigger with that Agent Phil Coulson. That's Kunlun Warrior, a 2-mana 2/2. Whenever it enters, you may... Oh, that's the perfect answer!
It's the Murdoch's Crusade.
Murdoch's Crusade. Oh.
Traded your useless removal spell for a much, much better one, and now, it's all on Dang. He needs the top decker removal spell. There is no out for him to overpower this Agent Phil Coulson with his card right now. Without the vision, he just simply does not have the power to let this one stick around. Oliver is activating this main phase just to play around the Widow's Bite in case maybe Martin has 2 of them or something. There's just a land. That may not be good enough here. Martin can attack with the Red Room Recruit and use the Stolen Stark tech to win that combat and then follow up with Ironheart. I wonder if that's exactly what he's doing. But as an attack there, will Oliver block? No. Not really a good reason to block there, right? So just takes that damage as he knows that his 3/3 is soon to become bigger. And that leaves Martin without that very mana efficient play of Stark Tech into Ironheart. He may still want to just play out both of these things just to deal more damage, because he knows the only way he wins is by winning in the air against this Agent Phil Coulson.
Tough one. Usually Agent Phil Coulson is one of those cards that, especially when you start getting more heroes, gets tougher and tougher to race.
Oh, another line he has here is to play the Beast, but that would be so brutal if he plays the Beast right into that Lightning Strike.
And as a reminder, this is the finals of the Magic Spotlight Series, Marvel Superheroes. This is a Dream Trio event. Both other matches are done and teams are 1-1. This means that this game is going to decide who are the winners here this weekend.
All right, decides to go for that Ironheart anyways. And actually, it still lets him keep up that Stolen Stark tech. That's exactly how that works.
Oh, that's right.
Improvise, you can tap the... So, yeah, he's just going to play this out, tap the Futurist Forge, play the Ironheart, and then when the Quinlan Warrior gets to attack, well, you get to have a combat trick forcing out that take up the shield.
All right, let's see here what Oliver can find. It is another hero.
Oh, Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Yeah, so you could go for this one right now. And it's interesting here. So this would actually make it so that the Quinlan Warrior gets to survive that Stolen Stark take combat tricky thing, because the Ironheart right now is just a 3/4 flyer. And so it gonna get +1 Bazo and indestructible, but the Quinlan Warrior is gonna be a 5/5, with the agent activation and of course the Agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. trigger. So it puts Martin in a much more awkward spot. Are you supposed to just play out the Stolen Stark take essentially just as a gain 5 life and then have your +1 Bazo equipment in play? And you may be supposed to do that because, again, the only way you're winning against this Phil Coulson is racing in the air.
Ironheart, Clever Champion, a 5-mana 3/4 improvise, flying. Non-creature spells you cast have improvise.
Pretty cool there that it's a artifact creature itself, and so Dang is sneakily keeping up that trick. Oliver, though, has been playing so well so far, and I believe that he is aware of a potential Supersuit or stolen Stark Tech here, so he's going to be making his plays accordingly.
Let's see here what Oliver decides to do. This Agent Phil Coulson just proving to be such a strong card, playing Agents of the Shield, keeping 1 mana up. We know about that L Carrier Strike on the graveyard, but I do not think there's a second one in hand, but Oliver might just be baiting it out. So attacking here for right now a 4/4, but we know, of course, that the Agent Phil Coulson can tap and give that +1/+1 counter. So now that is attacking as a 5/5, as you said, Simon.
Yeah, and Dang here ended up taking this damage, not using his Stolen Stark Tech right now for this purpose. See what he can find. There's the Widow's Bite, and Oliver is tapped out of that Take Up the Shield. That is the perfect timing here for it. You can even play the Beast and still play the Widow's Bite because of that Ironheart ability to give improvise to your non-creature spells.
That has been such a good game so far. And this is the deciding one. It's been 51 minutes of the clock. But of course, since it's the finals, our players don't go into turns.
Yeah, there's no time, not timed here. That means the players also a bit more time to discuss with each other. As now this Beast comes down, and I guess Martin may just have to pass the turn. This is not over, even though he can kill the Agent Phil Coulson. Well, I mean, you're certainly not passing the turn. You're killing the Agent before any untaps can happen. Or you can try and race back the other way, attacking for 5 here. And this is a kind of interesting attack, but you're really utilizing the part of Widow's Bite where you give Death Touch. So you can give Death Touch to the Red Room Recruit and also kill the Agent Phil Coulson. Beautiful attack there from Martin, making sure to play out a creature first, and just really would like to get that trade up here. So Oliver here has to take the 5 damage, bringing his life total low, but he's then able to attack back for 7 and putting Dang's life total in danger.
This is going to be one of those races, Simon. It's going to keep us in the edge of our seats until the very last second, as the teammates now are relying on these players to carry the team and get that sweet, sweet trophy and that game and match win.
Yeah, actually, Oliver would be 1 short of lethal if he takes the damage here and attacks back for 7, uses to take up the shield to make it 8, and then has the lightning strike to make it 11. Not quite there. The difference maker, that aim lapse, giving Martin Dang 1 point of life.
Oh, wow.
That's crazy.
That's insane.
So we're not there right yet. Oliver's still deciding whether or not to block with that Agent of Shield. Whether to give it up there. He had the read that there could be a Stolen Stark Tech or Supersuit in hand. And that's not going to help him against this Red Room Recruit, but does realize the worst case scenario here is if there is a Widow's Bite. So does seem to be taking the damage here. Yes, come on, deal me 5. It's very important that you think these decisions through. We've seen Oliver being playing meticulously all top 4. It's been serving him well. Down sitting at 9 life here and forcing Dang to use this Widow's Bite. Remember that it has improvise, so you can tap that Futurist Forge to pay for it. Ironheart, honestly being a pretty good rare. I think it's probably underrated, I would say, as it isn't just a 3/4 flyer by itself. It also gives you more mana.
Does Oliver have a way to deal 12 damage to Martin Dang? I mean, there's a lightning strike, but there's a creature to block.
Yeah, as I mentioned, he can deal 11 damage right now if he attacks and Martin says no blocks. But that Repulsor Blast may put a kind of a change in the pace of this. What you can do now is attack with the Quinlan Warrior for 5. Of course, Dang can't block that. And then use Repulsor Blast with that teamwork to take out the Ironheart and deal an extra 2. That is a big pickup there from Oliver. Repulsor Blast, another card that's being underrated in the format, as you just gotta kill the creatures and it does the job just fine. Remember, by the way, these 2 players, both of them, were kind of like getting the second-hand chops from Toffel taking the blue-black card and then Martin getting blue-black right underneath him. Same with Oliver drafting red-white right next to Chris Larson drafting red-white. It's funny how these things work out. And yeah, these decks may actually look better than both Toffel's and Chris's deck.
That is true. Definitely, they look way more composed here and things looking well. Going to attack here and let's see what we are going to see Oliver do in the second main phase. There's that repulsor blast.
But no teamwork potentially, because if you teamwork here, you allow that beast to attack you and draw a card. So leaving it back instead, and now this 3/5 Agents of Shield is actually a great blocker. Can Martin find an answer to this? No, just an island. He can play the Bolt Biochemist and draw some cards here, and maybe that's good enough. Because he actually has some okay triple block set up here, though I guess it's not going to work against Lightning Strike and take up the shield. But drawing a few extra cards may be able to actually leverage that he has the more card draw and can maybe out-control this game.
So. All right, let's draw 2 cards. That's going to also be a 2/4, so pretty decent blocker, as you were saying. But the cards drawn are lands with this Bold Biochemist. Not exactly what Martin was looking for, because he already has quite a good amount of lands. On the other side, Oliver did need that 5th land, so that's a pretty good one pick up there.
His hand is unlocked now, and it, would really be tempting for Martin here, to put all 3 creatures in front of this Quinlan Warrior attacking as a 5/5. But it would be a blowout. It would become a 6/6, and you could also Lightning Strike something. I guess you wouldn't be able to clear all 3 creatures, but you could certainly use your removal spell and your trick to clear 2 of them. Maybe that's not even that bad for Martin, actually. You're just trading 2 creatures for 2 cards in hand and Oliver's entire turn. Of course, you're falling behind on tempo, but since you do have the card flow going, maybe that's fine. You are also in trouble against Oliver's 5-drops that could rain down. So yeah, we'll see what happens here as this one attacks. Of course, Martin cannot say no blocks. He will die to Lightning Strike. He does not know this, but I believe that he's going to at least attempt to play around Lightning Strike.
Attacking here, that gets +1/+1 until the end of the turn, thanks to Agents of Shield. And let's see here what Martin does. Going to double block with the Red Room Recruit. Or just blocking with the red recruit.
Jump blocking there. Interesting take. 2 damage being dealt to that Quinlan Warrior, but that does not matter, as now we play Captain Marvel. That was the opening that Oliver needed. Because there was no triple block, you did not force Oliver to spend his mana, and now there is this huge flyer looking down at Martin's board, and he still cannot attack. The Stolen Star Tech does not bring that beast to get through the Agents of Atlas. And so he's really in trouble here. He just has another Bolt Biochemist at hand, but that's, expending another turn right now to draw 2 more cards as you're throwing away board position to jump block. It's not really where he wants to be. And also, remember, if he can't deal with this Captain Marvel right now, that's the Lightning Strike waiting.
That's true. I mean, that's a flying creature, flying vigilance. That's 4. Then you get the Lightning Strike for 3 more, and that's exactly 7 damage. So Martin needs to find a way to either put some flyer on the board or remove that Captain Marvel. What a game so far. I mean, he can also crack the Futuristic Forge, and he does that. He needs to find an answer.
So let's Alliance or Frozen in Ice. No, this is Super Suit. It's not the Frozen in Ice. I thought for a second it was a different card. None of this answers to Captain Marvel. And Martin may just have to pass here. May just have to fall down to 2 life. Maybe has to bluff something. There's nothing that he can do.
Actually, Captain Marvel is even going to be a 5/5 thanks to that Agents of Shield. So that's 8 damage. That's even 1 more than needed. Wow. I mean, that Murdoch's Crusade was absolutely insane this game.
That was the top deck of the moment here. Oliver considering, can he get in for lethal this turn? Is there anything to play around? Do you attack with both, or do you attack with 1? That's what's going through his mind right now. You attack with everything, says Oliver Rausch, and Martin has to line up his blocks. They're not great. He can save one of his creatures, but he still takes the 4 damage here. Oliver is totally happy letting this pass. You do not need to blink yet. Let the damage happen. Martin has a response. Oliver says, that's okay. And look at this. He knows that this means that him and Charles Severin and Jasper Grimmer will take this match. Martin goes to 3. That's a Lightning Strike to take up the game, and the people from Berlin wins this match against double Pro Tour champions from Denmark. What a superstar team that's been crushed here in the finals. TOEFL wins yet another tournament and yet another caster blessing here. As you mentioned it, whenever the Fanfinity casters go to play tournaments, they win. And look at the joy, the pure childish joy on Toralf's face. Just so lovely to see. Here comes the big hugs. Chris, of course, always the good sportsman. He does not mind if he wins or loses. He just loves that he gets to play this game. And they're lining up for a big photo, celebrating with each other. What a great thing to see. That's the Marvel Gauntlets being given out to our winners from Berlin.
Amazing fair play. Look at that. All of them. Congratulations to both teams. But of course, our winners here from Germany taking those amazing trophies. And they won it all. I mean, 1,600 players came here this weekend. 3 are left. And look at them. They are so happy. They are putting the gloves because they are going to have access to those incredible trophies. All the tournament came down to this moment as Maria picks up that glove. Look at that. And we have our champions here. We have our champions from Germany. Congratulations. What a game.
That is Toralf Severin, Jasper Grimmer, and Oliver Rausch taking down this tournament in style. I talked to them on Friday, and they were like, yeah, we're just happy to get to play some Magic again. And here they are on Sunday. Last people standing in the room. Toralf is already got his trophy on. There's a bit of struggle with those gloves from Oliver, but you know what? It's okay. We don't catch it on camera or anything. This is not a moment that's been glitched wherever. You see that look on Jasper's face as now the last trophy is being given out by our host Maria, and that's it. These are our champions.
They are the champions of Spotlight Marvel Superheroes in Brussels. Congratulations to our team.
Look at that. They're so happy.
Congratulations once more, and Maria is going to talk with them.
Massive congratulations. Here we have our winners of the Spotlight Marvel Superheroes. Congrats, guys.
Thank you.
Another round of applause for you all. Well, what do you feel?
Good.
Heavy. Very heavy.
Heavy is the glove.
Heavy is the glove, yeah. It's very heavy. Overwhelmed, excited. Was a nice journey.
How did it feel? I mean, that last game, it felt so intense, right?
Yeah, I thought they would do something that impacted the game more, but I think they never did. And we played around what they had, and I think there was not much they could do.
All right. So, well, again, massive congratulations. So here we have it. What an incredible weekend of Magic it was, right? Again, good job, guys. Hope you're more excited than that.
Can we take the gloves?
That you're gonna ask later, right? All right. Huge thanks to our sponsors, eBay Live and Ultimate Guard. And of course, thanks to all of you watching it from home. It wouldn't be possible without you. And we will see you next at the Regional Championships in Ghent and Bilbao. And it's a wrap. Bye-bye.